I Am the Fated Villain Chapter 125 to Chapter 162. Even if Crimson Spirit was beaten to death, she would not believe that Xianxia was the true inheritor of the demonic arts that she had always wanted to know. She would not know that Yiling's current predicament was all thanks to Xianxia. That was because Xianxia had never even met Yiling. How could there be hatred between the two of them? Even if there was, there should at least be a conflict of interest. That was why Crimson Spirit had never thought in that direction. She was still happy and relieved because of Xianxia's help. Since Miss Crimson Spirit trusts Yiling so much, you must know his current whereabouts, right? Xianxia suddenly asked with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know, but I can find a way to contact him. Crimson Spirit thought for a while and decided to be honest with Xianxia. After all, she still needed Xianxia's help. If she did not tell him the truth, how could she gain his trust? That's good. Xianxia could not help but smile when he got the answer. He was still thinking of a way to confirm Yiling's true whereabouts. Now that Crimson Spirit had delivered herself to his doorstep, he really didn't know what to say. Then, the two of them chatted as they strolled around the various divine islands of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Finally, they arrived at the supreme peak where Xianxia was. From afar, Crimson Spirit saw a beautiful woman in a plain dress standing in front of the splendid palace with her arms crossed. Her eyes were cold and deep, otherworldly, and aloof. The mountain breeze blew and her hair danced in the wind. Her voluminous robe showed off her impressive figure. However, that gaze was like that of an empress looking down on everything. She felt uncomfortable and had a terrifying aura. Crimson Spirit shivered unconsciously. Brother Xianxia, is this the crown princess of Mingkong? Crimson Spirit asked nervously. At the same time, she forced a smile on her face. Although she was usually cold and arrogant, she was also a powerful young supreme martial artist. But under this woman's gaze, he couldn't help but lower his head in fear. Xianxia smiled and said, She's been throwing a tantrum with me recently, so don't mind her expression. Throw a little tantrum. Crimson Spirit was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was 580. He was a little embarrassed. Just now, she and Xianxia had walked together. Would this cause any misunderstanding? For some reason, she felt that she should explain to Yu Mingkong so that Yu Mingkong would not misunderstand. He wasn't afraid of Yu Mingkong, but he didn't want to offend her over such a trivial matter. At least in her opinion, Xianxia and Yu Mingkong were very compatible. Nowadays, there were many young supreme martial artists in the upper realm who were engaged to each other, but she had never seen anyone like them. Regardless of status, appearance, or talent, they were a perfect match. Especially after talking to Xianxia for so long, she had a good impression of Xianxia. I'm worried that Crown Princess Mingkong will misunderstand. Crimson Spirit said. Misunderstand? She won't misunderstand. Xianxia smiled. Seeing that Xianxia said it so naturally, Crimson Spirit did not think too much about it. But today, it seemed that this Crown Princess Mingkong's power was really frightening. She was so young, but she already had the aura of a peerless empress. Then, she was ready to leave. But before she left, Crimson Spirit thought of something and muttered. By the way, Brother Xianxia, I was thinking just now. If the real inheritor of the demonic arts were to appear among the supreme martial artists, who would be the most likely candidate? Hearing this, Xianxia's interest was piqued. He could not help but ask, Who do you think it would be, Miss Crimson Spirit? He did not believe that Crimson Spirit would guess that it was him. Now, he wanted to see who would become the second scapegoat after Yiling. In my opinion, it's very likely to be the young master of the Yi clan, Xianxia. Of course, in my opinion, this is only a possibility. He has shown too much malice towards Yiling. Crimson Spirit was silent for a while, then she said to Xianxia. Although she knew that Xianxia and Xianxia were closer, she believed that Xianxia would not gossip about Xianxia behind his back. She still believed in Xianxia's character. She was full of doubts about Xianxia's actions. Oh, it's actually Brother Yi? Xianxia could not help but laugh. Then, he asked with interest, This is a little surprising to me. Why don't you suspect that I'm actually the inheritor of the demonic arts? Hearing this, Crimson Spirit did not even think about it. She shook her head and said, with Brother Chunga's identity, your future is destined to be limitless. How can you be the inheritor of the demonic arts? This is simply impossible for you. Anyone in the younger generation could be the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, it was definitely impossible for Guchanga. This was because there would be a day when the inheritor of the demonic arts would be exposed. Guchanga's identity meant that he would not choose to do so. Unless there was something wrong with his brain and he was willing to give up the identity of the future leader of the Longevity Gu clan and the Heavenly Palace of Immortals. Or he was so confident that he could dominate the world and be invincible in the future. I didn't expect Miss Crimson Spirit to trust me so much. It's really an honor for me. Guchanga smiled. There was a deep meaning in his smile. Then, Crimson Spirit turned into a divine rainbow and left. She was going to meet up with her clan to prepare for the immortal ancient continent. The smile on Guchanga's face disappeared and she returned to the palace. Crimson Spirit, the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan? At the entrance of the palace, Yu Mingkong glanced at him and said calmly. Of course, she recognized Crimson Spirit. In her previous life, she was Yi Ling's confidant. However, in this life, she was talking and laughing with Guchanga so casually. She was shocked by Guchanga's methods. Yi Ling had been set up by him and was now like a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. He did not even dare to show his face and was hiding somewhere. However, Guchanga was now so close to his future confidant. They even seemed to be discussing something. Yu Mingkong did not know what to say. It seemed that Crimson Spirit was also a chess piece that Guchanga had deceived and used. Mingkong, you know her. Guchanga smiled and reached out to hug her slender waist. However, Yu Mingkong moved back slightly and avoided him. A pair of clear and cold eyes stared at him, without a hint of anger, as if she wouldn't let him get away with it. Mingkong, are you still angry with me? Guchanga sighed and looked like he had a headache. You've been angry with me since that night. Are you still angry? It would have been better if he did not mention this. Once he did, a cold light appeared in Yu Mingkong's eyes. She had been sending people to investigate these days but had not found out who the woman Guchanga had met that night was. Moreover, the news that Yi Ling was the inheritor of the forbidden demonic arts had caused an uproar everywhere. She could not find anything. Until now, Yu Mingkong did not know how Guchanga had managed to throw the title of inheritor of the demonic arts into Yi Ling's hands. If you don't tell me who the vixen was that night, don't even think about touching me. Yu Mingkong looked coldly at Guchanga, unmoved by his expression. I'll let you know what you should know. Don't ask about what you shouldn't know. But then again, it's been so many days. Mingkong, don't you suspect me? Hearing this, the smile on Guchanga's face gradually disappeared. He looked at her with interest. Yu Mingkong's heart trembled when she heard this. She knew what Guchanga meant. But she still did not show any abnormality on her face. She asked, suspect you of what? Guchanga shook his head and said regretfully, you're so smart. You should know not to play dumb in front of me. Yu Mingkong narrowed her eyes. There was a vigilant light in them. Her hand, hidden under her robe, quietly gripped a dazzling rune dagger. She knew Guchanga too well. At this time, the more nonchalant he appeared, the more serious the problem was. During this time, she had been following Guchanga. She had seen everything that Guchanga had done. Guchanga could pin the title of inheritor of the demonic arts on Yi Ling. A very important part of this was Bai Lai's corpse, which had died at the hands of the immortal devouring demonic art. The exposure of this corpse indirectly confirmed Yi Ling's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. And Yu Mingkong knew better than anyone how Bai Lai had died. Coincidentally, Guchanga had left the courtyard at that time. Even if she had pretended not to know, this kind of obvious loophole could be seen at a glance. Any person would understand this at this time. Guchanga was either directly an inheritor of the demonic arts, or he was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. And no matter which it was, it involved Guchanga's greatest secret. Because she had been reborn, she had known Guchanga's secret for a long time. It was just that she had not revealed it and had always pretended not to know this secret. But with the current situation, it was equivalent to Guchanga already knowing. She knew the secret of Guchunga's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. It sounded very awkward, but it was the truth. Guchunga had not exposed this secret for the past few days because he wanted to see how she would react. His identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts was definitely Guchunga's greatest secret. He would not allow others to know. So, she had been in a very dangerous situation for the past few days. Guchunga could kill her at any time. With Guchunga's personality, he would not care at all about the thin friendship between the two of them. The only difference was when Guchunga would choose to make his move. At this time, Yu Mingkong became vigilant when she heard Guchunga's words. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals was Guchunga's territory now. He also had a great Saint Realm follower in secret. If Guchunga wanted to kill her, his chances of success were very high. At this thought, Yu Mingkong's phoenix eyes turned cold. She recalled the scene of the wedding night in her previous life. This faintly discernible murderous aura was so familiar. She also did not expect that in this life, Guchunga would lay his cards on the table with her so quickly. Although she had not interacted much with Guchunga in the past few days as an engaged couple and was occasionally teased by him, to be honest, Yu Mingkong was still very reluctant to part with him. She had never felt this way in her previous life. Buzz, in the robe. Yu Mingkong clenched the talisman sword in her hand tightly. In order to contend against Guchunga, she had secretly made a lot of preparations. However, until now, she only had a 30% chance of success. Mingkong, I'm liking you more and more. You're beautiful, sensible, decent, and powerful. You're really an ideal and perfect wife. At this time, Guchunga had a faint smile on his face. As he spoke, he approached Yu Mingkong. Really an ideal and perfect wife? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. She seemed to be in a daze. Then, she realized that Guchunga was trying to numb her with his words. It was obvious that he had already laid his cards on the table. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt a chill on her back. Mingkong, you're so smart. Why do you have to play dumb? After so many days, shouldn't you have thought it through clearly? Guchunga looked a little regretful and sighed. Guchunga, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Yu Mingkong stared at him coldly. However, she knew that Guchunga was actually talking about the immortal devouring demonic technique. Are you still not going to tell the truth at this time? Guchunga sighed. Actually, you should already know that Yi Ling is not an inheritor of demonic techniques. He's the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. You were the one who told me this. The rumors are so obvious these days. Are you still going to play dumb with me? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong fell silent. At this time, it was useless even if she continued to say that she did not know. So, are you going to kill me now? Yu Mingkong stared at Guchunga and said, I know that you're actually the true inheritor of demonic techniques. Hearing this, Guchunga's expression did not change. He chuckled and said, see, wouldn't it have been better if you came clean earlier? There's no need to keep pretending like this. The matter of demonic techniques is very important. Actually, I want to kill you too. At this point, Guchunga paused and looked a little regretful. Oh, then why aren't you killing me? Yu Mingkong was a little confused at this time. At this time, Guchunga had revealed the truth to her that he was the inheritor of demonic techniques. However, why was he not killing her? Hearing this, Guchunga smiled meaningfully and said, because I can't bear to. What? Yu Mingkong was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. She suddenly wondered if she had heard wrongly. She knew Guchunga's biggest secret, but he chose not to kill her. At this moment, she was a little confused. She did not expect Guchunga to say this. You actually didn't kill me. Yu Mingkong was still in disbelief. It seems that Mingkong, you've misunderstood your husband. Hearing this, Guchunga's expression was calm, but he could not help but shake his head. If I really wanted to kill you, why would I tell you this? Buzz, at this moment, Yu Mingkong's mind was buzzing and even a little blank. She couldn't believe what she was seeing and hearing. In her previous life, she was mercilessly killed by Guchunga on their wedding night because she might have exposed the biggest secret of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. She still remembered that scene clearly in her mind. but today, Gu Chang'e had confessed all these in front of her. He even looked like he didn't care at all and said that he couldn't bear to kill her. To be honest, this made Yu Mingkong a little confused. All her previous preparations and speculations were overturned. She couldn't help but loosen her grip on the talisman sword in her robe. She didn't know if Gu Chang'e was telling the truth or not, but she couldn't deny that she didn't feel any killing intent from Gu Chang'e. So, the way he laid all his cards on the table was probably just to scare her. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong gritted her teeth a little. She didn't know what kind of mood she was in now. It was both bitter and indescribable. She didn't understand at all why Gu Chang'e didn't choose to kill her. Could it be that he planned to control her with the secret of the demonic arts? After all, it was possible, and the best time was when she was relaxed. But she also felt that she might be overthinking. Compared to her previous life, Gu Chang'e seemed to have changed a lot in this life. Although he was still very bad, ruthless, cold and heartless, he seemed to be quite good to the people around him. Yu Mingkong's mind was in a mess. The matter of the demonic arts can't be hidden even if you want to. Anyway, you guessed it, so don't pretend to be confused in front of me in the future. Seeing Yu Mingkong's slightly stunned expression of disbelief, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile casually. He walked towards her and hugged her. Yu Mingkong's body was a little stiff. But she quickly relaxed and became natural again. She didn't say anything. She only felt that she needed to sort out her thoughts. Gu Chang'e found it interesting to see Song Yunxian in a daze. Especially when Yu Mingkong was so cold and determined to lay her cards on the table, this amused Gu Chang'e. If he wanted to kill her, he would have planned it long ago. Why would he wait until today? Yu Mingkong was someone who had been reborn. From the very beginning, she knew the greatest secret of her demonic arts. There were many reasons why she chose not to expose herself. But it was also very likely that she didn't want to face a situation where the entire world was her enemy. How could Gu Chang'e not feel the attentiveness of such a woman with a heart as orchid? Although Yu Mingkong did not personally experience the framing of Yi Ling, she could already guess what Gu Chang'e had done. It was nothing more than using the immortal devouring demonic art to kill by lie, then choosing the right time to throw the blame on Yi Ling. That way, even if she wanted to hide the fact that she knew Gu Chang'e's greatest secret, she could not do it. Gu Chang'e might as well open his heart and speak frankly. Of course, his words were only to express his attitude. At the same time, he wanted Yu Mingkong to lower her guard against him. Otherwise, she would be on tenterhooks and on guard against him all day long. To be honest, Gu Chang'e also felt that it was inappropriate. Of course, he also knew that it would not be so easy to resolve the pain and hatred that Yu Mingkong had experienced in her previous life so easily. But rice had to be eaten one bite at a time, and every step had to be taken one step at a time. There was still a long way to go, so Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. Besides, Yu Mingkong was still very suspicious of him and would not believe a word that he said. Besides, Gu Chang'e also wanted to know what had happened to Yu Mingkong in her previous life. After all, the one who killed her in the end was not her original body that was controlled by her consciousness. What if it was a so-called anomaly that allowed her to capture some fragments of the future? Or what if it was just her soul trekking in the long river of time and then witnessing some scenes of the future? All of these were highly possible. The child of destiny was protected by the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was full of malice towards an anomaly like himself. However, these were only Gu Chang'e's personal guesses. It was also possible that Yu Mingkong had really experienced such a life and then lived to the present. The Tao of time was the supreme power of the law. In this world, even immortals found it difficult to trekking in the long river of time. The fog represented the unknown and changes, not to mention directly peeking into the future. Therefore, it was unlikely that he could understand these things now. If you don't kill me, aren't you afraid that I will expose your secret? At this time, Yu Mingkong gently broke free from Gu Chang'e's embrace and stood 10 feet away from him. Her cold and beautiful eyes stared at him without blinking. Afraid? How can I not be afraid? But if you want to do this, your husband can't do anything. When the time comes, I can only blame myself for being unlucky. How could I marry a wife like you? Gu Chang'e sighed. He was naturally not afraid. If Yu Mingkong really wanted to expose the secret, she would not have waited until now. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had many tricks up his sleeve. The most important thing now was to let Yu Mingkong lower her guard against him. Otherwise, many things would not be easy to carry out in the future. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong immediately let out a soft snort from her nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "We are not married yet." "We're not married yet. Who's your wife?" She also knew that Guchanga's words were definitely beautiful words. Since he dared to say this, it must be because he was not afraid that she would expose this secret. Guchanga's thoughts were meticulous and deep. There was nothing that he did not think of. No matter what plan he had, there would not be the slightest flaw. However, to hear Guchanga say this, she was still somewhat happy. Then it will be in the future anyway. Hearing this, Guchanga casually laughed and said, "You are already mine. Do you think I will still care about this?" Guchanga, Yu Mingkong frowned. She did not expect that Guchanga would say such shameless and mushy words, but it was hard for her to refuse. However, her eyes were still somewhat sparkling. Guchanga only knew how to say beautiful words to fool and numb her, but in her heart, she liked to hear them. Although 9 out of 10 sentences were likely to be false, what if there was a hidden sentence that was true? At this time, the system notification sounded in Guchanga's mind. Ding, the daughter of luck. Yu Mingkong's attitude changed slightly. Luck points increased by 800. Luck value increased by 400. With such a notification, Guchanga was still a little satisfied. It was good that these words were not said in vain. Then, with a flash of light in his hand, an object suddenly appeared. He smiled and said, "You won't be going to the crowning ceremony today, so I thought you could pick a few of the treasures that those old fogies will give you." Guchanga had a regretful expression. Wang, and the item in his hand was vibrating. Its appearance was beautiful, like a quiet little phoenix. It was emitting a dense brilliance, and many mysterious runes flashed, as if it was flowing with waves of immortal light. Of course, this was its usual appearance. As long as he activated his mana, it could become the size of a divine weapon. Guchanga had the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd, so he naturally did not lack this. Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum. Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum? Yu Mingkong was slightly surprised, and she recognized this magic tool. It was quite famous in the Dao Heaven Palace, and it was a precious treasure refined by an ancestor. Its divine power was astonishing, and it was very precious. Looking at Guchanga's expression, he was actually planning to give it to her. One had to know that whether it was in her past life or this life, Guchanga had never given her anything. And it looked like he had specially chosen it for her. Yu Mingkong's beautiful eyes were a little suspicious, and she was a little skeptical. When did Guchanga become so nice? It's good that you recognize it. Does it look good? Guchanga looked at her and asked. Yu Mingkong nodded, and there was suddenly a little anticipation in her cold and beautiful eyes. It's good that it looks good. Guchanga smiled, and after saying that, the Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum disappeared from his hand with a buzzing sound, and he put it away in his storage ring. Seeing this, Yu Mingkong was momentarily stunned. Then, the expression on her face instantly froze, and her expression became as cold as ice. It was as if ice blades were about to erupt from her almond-shaped eyes, and they were about to pierce through Guchanga's body. Never would she have thought that Guchanga would take it out just to ask her if it looked good. At this moment, she finally understood how Xianxia felt when facing Guchanga. He was clearly infuriated, but he couldn't beat him. "Look at how angry you are." Seeing Yu Mingkong's frosty expression, Guchanga couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, he was just trying to tease her. "This is naturally for you." Guchanga smiled. "I don't want it." Yu Mingkong was beyond angry, and she turned to leave. She couldn't stand this guy anymore. He was full of evil tricks, and she was even a little touched just then. What the hell? Guchanga shook his head. He had no choice but to use force. Boom, a battle started and ended quickly. The whole hall was rumbling, and the runes were flashing. The void was trembling, and there was a terrifying rumbling sound. The brilliance soared into the sky, and the momentum was astonishing. The disciples outside were quite frightened. In front of Yu Mingkong, Guchanga used a little of his true strength, and then suppressed her. Asking for fresh flowers, it had to be said that Yu Mingkong was very powerful, much more powerful than a group of young supreme martial artists. Moreover, even Xianxia didn't know what trick she was hiding. Of course, for Xianxia, they were already an old couple. There was no reason for him to see Yu Mingkong in front of him every day, but he couldn't eat her. So, Yu Mingkong was also tormented by him. She gritted her teeth and was secretly annoyed. However, the resentment that Xianxia had some time ago when he went to find the vixen behind her back in the middle of the night had completely disappeared. However, she would still find a way to find out who the vixen was. Yu Mingkong would never let Xianxia have any woman besides her. The successor of the Vermilion Bird clan, Qi Ling, was no threat to her. She was just a chess piece that Xianxia used to deal with Yi Ling. After all, she knew Xianxia too well. He couldn't be moved by her, and it was even more so for other women. If it was just a casual play, she believed that with Xianxia's temperament, he would definitely do it. Therefore, she had to find out who the vixen was. During this period of time, the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals were not peaceful. Divine clouds shot into the sky. That place was usually shrouded in a thick fog that flowed everywhere. An ancient and desolate aura gushed out from it. In the sky, there was a wide and boundless crack. Strong wind stirred. It was dark and deep, and there was a thick ancient immortal aura permeating the air. It seemed to be connected to another world. The appearance of the immortal ancient continent attracted countless forces and orthodoxies. And this was the entrance to the immortal ancient ruins. Now, many old antiques and monsters from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had arrived. We've joined forces to guard the crack, but we can only stabilize the passage. If the natives inside come out, it will be quite a disaster, an elder said. His eyes were extremely deep as he stared at the crack. This time, all the orthodoxies sent their younger generation here. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. They shook their heads. Buzz, streaks of colorful divine light shot out from the crack and flew in all directions. Within it were divine objects and immortal medicines. Just the aura alone was enough to make one ascend. There were indeed many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. If not for the immortal treasures that suddenly broke through the fog and shocked all directions, it would not have attracted so many forces. Inform the younger generation of all the orthodoxies to gather here in 3 days. What a pity. If the older generation goes in, those big shots will be unhappy. But for the natives of the immortal ancient continent, this is also an experience. Many of the opportunities can only be obtained by us disciples from the outside world. A few old antiques discussed. They had already negotiated with the ancient existences in the immortal ancient continent. This experience was a competition between the younger generation, and the older generation was not allowed to interfere. Those ancient existences in the immortal ancient continent did not dare to provoke the people from the outside world. No matter how strong they were, they could not win against the powerful cultivators from the outside world. When the time came, this immortal ancient continent would be destroyed sooner or later. Soon, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals spread the news that the portal to the immortal ancient continent would open in 3 days. The younger generation of all orthodoxies and forces could come in to search for opportunities. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Countless cultivators and forces were shocked, and then they were pleasantly surprised. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals had a special meaning in the boundless heaven. They could even be called the Absolute Overlord. The news about the immortal ancient continent was only spread among the orthodoxies. It was not made public. Now that the Palace of Heavenly Immortals announced it, did it mean that it was official proof? Therefore, all the cultivators were shocked. They gathered in front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. If it were not for their respect, the stairs in front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals would have been trampled into pieces. For cultivators without a strong background, the opportunities in the immortal ancient continent were no different from a chance to be reborn. Naturally, they were extremely excited. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals had already prepared a countermeasure. Buzz, in front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, a super-strong cultivator arrived and directly built a passage to the sky. The golden light was dazzling, and it went straight into the depths. This was a chance for all the rogue cultivators. Otherwise, if they provoked public anger, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. During this time, the boundless heaven was in an uproar. All the cultivators were rushing over, The news about the appearance of the inheritor of demonic arts was shocking, but compared to the opportunities in the immortal ancient continent, it was not worth mentioning. 1000. While the outside world was in an uproar over the immortal ancient continent. In a quiet and remote courtyard in ancient Dao Heaven City, Yi Ling had already disguised himself and changed his appearance. He had even changed his origin aura. Now, he had a fair and handsome face like an elegant gentleman. He was frowning and pacing back and forth. Old Tortoise, the cultivators of the White Tiger clan are hunting for me every day. Do you think they won't find me like this? Yi Ling said with a gloomy expression. Although he had changed his appearance and used the power of samsara to hide his origin aura, he did not dare to wander around outside. The White Tiger clan had said that they had brought many treasures that could reveal his origin. No matter how he hid, they would find him. That was why Yi Ling was very anxious. At the same time, he was very depressed, sullen, and angry. He clearly did not do anything, but he was blamed and became the inheritor of the demonic arts that everyone hated. He was in a terrible mood right now. Don't worry. How can anyone see? Through the samsara ancient heavenly lord's secret technique? Don't worry. They can search however they want. If they can find you, it'll be my loss. A ray of light appeared in the pendant, and the appearance of a white jade old tortoise appeared. It looked a little sage-like, but its eyes were a little shifty-eyed. It looked very strange. It was obvious that it was not a proper tortoise. Hearing that, Yi Ling was relieved, but he still said sullenly, "They better not let me find out who is framing me. Otherwise, I'll definitely crush them." It's obvious that this has something to do with the man in white that night. It's very likely that he's the one behind all this. The so-called inheritor of the demonic arts is very likely him. Old Tortoise analyzed for him. But I've never seen him before. Why would he accuse me? Could it be an enemy of mine? Yi Ling's expression was very ugly. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He even suspected that the person was Yi Lang Tian. After all, apart from Yi Lang Tian, he did not have any great enemies at the moment. If Yi Lang Tian had such means, he would have attacked me a long time ago. Although it's possible, it's unlikely. Furthermore, the recent appearance of the immortal devouring demonic art is too much of a coincidence. I suspect that the true inheritor of the demonic art has been cultivating near the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace. He might even be a disciple of the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace. Yi Ling narrowed his eyes. He wasn't stupid. After all, to be able to come this far, he had experienced a lot of scheming. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Furthermore, the other party had also calculated that he was hiding a secret and did not dare to reveal it to the public. That was why he dared to throw the blame on him so brazenly. That's why this is called vicious. Combined with the fact that Yu Mingkong sent people to ambush me that day, she should have guessed that I have the inheritance of some existence and wanted to snatch it. Yi Ling analyzed, and a thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he could not help but shudder. In broad daylight, he suddenly felt a shocking chill. Even his soul was almost frozen. Furthermore, Yu Mingkong is Guchang's fiancé. It's very likely that Guchanga also knows about this. The first person I eliminated was Guchanga, the successor of the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace. However, now that I think about it, he's the biggest suspect. Thinking of this, Yi Ling was horrified. His scalp went numb. Who would have thought that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic art? If he had not analyzed this to be the most likely possibility, he would not have dared to believe it. The rumors about Guchanga in the outside world were mixed. Some said that he was cold and ruthless, while others said that he was as handsome as jade, extraordinary, and had the potential of a true immortal. Furthermore, he was now the successor of the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. With such a status, he was indescribably noble. How could he be the inheritor of the demonic art who destroyed his own future? This is simply too terrifying. Under the nose of the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace, their successor is actually the inheritor of the demonic art. Once this is exposed, it will definitely shock the upper realm. Old Tortoise was also frightened. His expression was solemn. Yi Ling's words were not without reason. The consequences were simply unimaginable. If an ordinary person was the inheritor of the demonic art, it would be fine. However, Guchanga was not an ordinary person. His status in the upper realm was definitely at the top of his generation. What was this equivalent to? It was equivalent to the emperor and emperor of his generation. This is a serious matter. The things that are involved are too terrifying. Furthermore, according to what you said, Guchanga is indeed the most suspicious. Old Tortoise's expression was solemn. However, only Yi Ling and it knew about this. Even if they told others, no one would believe them. Damn it, so it's Guchanga who's framing me. I've never seen him before. I just threatened to challenge him, and he did this. It seems that he's really a petty person. Alright, I'll have a good fight with you this time. So what if you have the potential of a true immortal? So what if you have the inheritance of the demonic art? I'm not afraid of you. Yi Ling gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. At this moment, his eyes were full of anger, but his fighting spirit was high. After all, he had defeated countless powerful opponents along the way. Although Guchanga seemed to have the advantage now, Yi Ling also believed that he could turn the tables. This feeling of being casually played by Guchanga in the palm of his hand and being silently framed made Yi Ling feel extremely humiliated and angry. Don't spread this around first. Even if you tell others, no one will believe you. When the time comes, you might even get yourself killed. Guchanga didn't do anything to you because he wants you to take the blame for him. Old Tortoise added. To others, this was a conspiracy. However, to Yi Ling, it was an open scheme that he could not refuse. Guchanga was too scary. Of course, it'd be best if we're wrong. It's really creepy to have such a terrifying enemy watching us in the dark. It sighed again. At this moment, there was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard, followed by a cold and crisp voice. Is anyone there? Qi Ling, she's here. Hearing this, Yi Ling was delighted and hurriedly got up to open the door. He still trusted Qi Ling, who had fought side by side with him. Moreover, Qi Ling had already contacted him and would help him find a way to clear his name. Soon, Qi Ling came in. The two sat across a table in the courtyard, and Yi Ling poured her a cup of tea. Yi Ling, I almost didn't recognize you in your current appearance. Qi Ling looked at Yi Ling's current appearance and could not help but wonder. After talking to Guchanga, she left the Palace of Heavenly Immortals and returned to the Vermilion Bird Tribe's encampment. Then, she contacted Yi Ling and came looking for him based on his information. Yi Ling sighed. There's no other way. This is the only way. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Then, he told Qi Ling about his recent situation. Hearing this, Qi Ling felt some sympathy for him. It was too tragic to be a scapegoat for no reason. Don't worry, Yi Ling. For the sake of our friendship, I'll definitely find a way to help you. Also, I've recently contacted a big shot. He also thinks that you've been wronged. When the time comes, I'll find a way to help you prove your innocence with him. Then, Qi Ling said with a smile. She did not directly say who the big shot was because she knew that there seemed to be some conflict between Yi Ling and Guchanga. Yi Ling had once threatened to challenge Guchanga. If she said so directly, with Yi Ling's arrogance, he might directly refuse and not accept this matter. Therefore, she was prepared to confess everything when the time was right. Perhaps Guchanga and Yi Ling could become friends because of this. Hearing this, Yi Ling was pleasantly surprised. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Who's that big shot? I'll have to thank him properly. Yi Ling could not help but ask. I can't tell you now. However, among the younger generation, the power he possesses is unparalleled. Even I can't compare to him. Qi Ling could only tell him this. Hearing this, Yi Ling was even more surprised and excited. He was very grateful to the big shot. This was a great person who had helped him in his hour of need. Then, Qi Ling discussed with him again and asked Yi Ling to blend in with her followers and head to the immortal ancient continent in 3 days. Yi Ling was naturally eager for this, he did not have any orthodoxy behind him. When the time came, he could only be an independent cultivator. It would take some effort to reach the immortal ancient continent in the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Qi Ling was the successor of the Vermilion Bird Tribe. She was very talented and had many followers. It did not matter whether he was there or not. It would save a lot of trouble. During this time, the cultivators in various ancient cities were in an uproar because of the appearance of the inheritor of demonic skills and the opening of the immortal ancient continent. On the other hand, Guchanga was even more fearless. Previously, when he used the immortal devouring demonic skill to cultivate, he had to conceal his whereabouts to avoid being noticed by the elders and disciples. Now, he did not need to worry about that at all. The inheritor of demonic skills was Yi Ling. However, he had nothing to do with him. Master. Yin Mei stood respectfully in the splendid hall. During this time, various orthodoxies were wary of the inheritor of demonic skills. They were even more wary of their young prodigies, afraid that they would be harmed. However, this did not affect her collection of cultivation resources for Guchanga. Most importantly, the nine-tailed celestial fox tribe's business network was very extensive. Their tribe was involved in many industries. For example, brothels, underground black markets, auction houses, slave trading companies. In such places, it was too easy for her to collect cultivation resources for Guchanga. Previously, she had been very careful because she was afraid of being exposed. However, now that Yi Ling was the scapegoat, even if these things were exposed, Yi Ling would be the one to blame in the end. Yin Mei only needed to be careful to conceal her methods behind the scenes. In the past 3 days, we've captured a total of more than 300 young Soul Palace cultivators, more than 50 Holy Lord cultivators, and some Marquis and Regis cultivators. As for those above the virtual god level, there aren't many, only a few. Also, there are many ancient corpses whose essences have yet to dissipate. Yin Mei reported to Guchanga that the number of resources she had collected in the past few days was more than what she had collected in the past half a month. Well done. Guchanga listened with a satisfied expression. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Hearing the compliment, Yin Mei could not help but smile happily. With Yi Ling as his scapegoat, it was much more convenient to do things. His current true cultivation level was heavenly god level. Due to the uniqueness of the immortal devouring demonic skill, there were no shackles on his cultivation level. When it was time to break through, he would break through when he had accumulated enough. With these resources, it would take him at most half a year to break through to the Saint Realm. Therefore, Guchanga did not care much about his cultivation level on the surface. No matter how strong the Tao Heaven Immortal Classic was, he had to obediently add points. How could it compare to the immortal devouring demonic skill? He did not believe that he would be exposed. Even if he was, he would not expose himself unless he took the initiative. At that time, his cultivation level would be enough to dominate the world. Who would dare to say no to him then? After that, Guchanga headed to the dungeon. This was a rather secluded place, and could be considered his base camp for communicating with Yin Mei. He understood the principle of a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows. Therefore, there were different cultivation places nearby. For example, the dungeon that the White Tiger clan had found was actually deliberately leaked to them by Guchanga. Very quickly, after a few minutes, the pitch-black Great Tao treasure bottle bobbed up and down. Strands of black light fell down. Finally, it fell back into Guchanga's spirit sea, and the cultivation ended. It's not that easy to break through to the heavenly god level. It seems that these cultivators are still too weak. Guchanga shook his head, frowned slightly, and left this place. At the same time, he opened his current stats interface. Owner, Guchanga Aura, Destined Villain Weapon, 8 Desolation Demon Halberd Identity, True Disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of the Longevity Gu Clan Bloodline Constitution, Demonic Heart Tao Bone Cultivation, Late Stage Emperor Realm, True Cultivation Level, Early Stage Heavenly God Level, Techniques and Abilities, Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, 8th Level, 90%, Myriad Transformations Demon Body, Innate Talent, Innate Divine Will, Innate Talent, Void Power, Innate Talent, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal Mantra, Destiny Value, 15,000. Luck Points, 3,000, Black. System Store, Unlocked Inventory, Boundary Breaking Talisman X1, Restriction Breaking Talisman X1, Divine Concealment Talisman X1, Luck Plunder Card X3. He did not choose to break through. For now, his current cultivation level was enough. He might as well leave the fate points for the inner world. Gu Changge did not plan to rely on himself to study the Tao Heaven Immortal Classic. Although it was not difficult for him with his talent, there was no need for that. He then looked at the items in the system store. The Tao bone was still useful for now. Soon, he saw a talent, and his expression was a little interested. Transcendence. This title was a little intimidating. In the Xuanhuan world, those who dared to use the name Transcendence were all extraordinary and would bear the karma of the name. Transcendence is a kind of supreme talent. The specific performance is to transcend in action, unrestrained. It can be the bloodline, the bones, the heart, the soul. Gu Changge looked at the introduction and was a little tempted. If it was used on the bones, the price would be 30,000 fate points per bone, 30,000 life points. I can use 3,000 luck points to exchange for it. Gu Changge muttered to herself. After all, it was still calculated one by one. The human race had a total of 206 bones, which meant that he could change all the bones in his body. When he had enough fate points, he could change them all. Wasn't one bone only 3,000 luck points? Did he lack this little bit of money? Change it? Thinking of this, Gu Changge did not hesitate and directly changed the bone next to his Tao bone. The supreme talent of transcendence was a blessing. In an instant, he felt a mysterious and magical feeling enveloping him, as if it was blooming and condensing on that bone. What was this like? The feeling of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate and becoming a true dragon in the sky. This was a change in essence. At this moment, Gu Changge had a deeper level of understanding and control of the many abhijnas, Tao, and Tao legacies from before. For example, before, it was only at the level of a spell, but now, it was a change in the rules. One had to know that the existence of the saint stage had only just begun to understand and use the rules. And he could already control and use the rules. At this moment, Gu Changge felt that the 3,000 luck points were not a loss at all. So, with my current true strength, I should be able to kill a saint? He pondered for a moment, then left this place and returned to the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, a large group of cultivators appeared. Immortal fog undulated in the sky, and all kinds of dazzling Dharma artifacts flew over. They were all geniuses riding different kinds of mounts. There were beasts that looked like black bulls with scales all over their bodies. There were also rocks that were surrounded by lightning and flying in the sky. Many huge flying boats and warships stopped here. On them were all the young cultivators from various sects and clans. Many cultivators from the immeasurable heavens who were qualified to come all came here. Once the young cultivators enter, life and death will be determined. Among the natives, the older generation will not interfere. Other than that, there are no other requirements. You can obtain your opportunities with your own abilities. An elder appeared in the sky and spoke to all the cultivators with a loud voice. At this moment, everyone was staring at the huge crack in front of them. Their eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. They could already see the scenery inside. There were stretches of ancient immortal mountains that stretched out into the distance. One after another, they were majestic and majestic. They were entirely green and brown, but there were also 5-colored immortal mountains, which made people feel fearful. Further away, they could even see immortal light fluctuating, runes flickering, and Tao patterns crisscrossing. This was definitely a treasure land and immortal mountain that only appeared once in a million years. The other elders of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals also appeared in the sky. Beside them, one of them had mountains, rivers, suns, and moons embroidered on his sleeves. Another person wore a purple and gold crown, like an old emperor. There was also an old Taoist in a Taoist robe and a beautiful woman in a cloud-embroidered robe. They were all powerful existences from various orthodoxies. They were here to guard the entrance to prevent the natives from coming out after the opening of the immortal ancient continent. The Sikong families. Prediction was right. The immortal opportunity this time will indeed appear here. Looking at the thick fog that swept in from the huge crack, the middle-aged man with the mountains, rivers, suns, and moons embroidered on his sleeves couldn't help but sigh. The beautiful woman in the cloud-embroidered robe couldn't help but smile proudly. She said, "Of course. Our Sikong family's heaven amplification divine technique is known to be able to predict everything. It can see through life and death, and break yin and yang. It's easy for us to predict this immortal opportunity. The trial this time is a mix of good and bad people. Moreover, the inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared recently. We should be careful, don't fall for it and be harmed by it. While they were talking, the younger generation leaders of the major orthodoxies also turned into divine rainbows and appeared in all directions. The successor of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, Peng Fei, whose entire body was dazzling as if he was made of gold. The ancient emperor, Yi Langtian of the primordial Yi clan, Wang Wushuang of the incomparably mysterious longevity Wang clan, the successor of the undying lake, these young supreme beings all possessed powerful and boundless auras. Divine light was faintly discernible, and they were born with symbol bones. The heavenly countenance was arrogant and tyrannical. When his eyes swept past, it was as if a heavenly blade hacked down. The void trembled, and with chong-chong sounds, sparks splashed out, the hearts of many cultivators trembled. The training in the immortal ancient continent this time was actually for the younger generation. To them, this was just a chance to freeload some opportunities. When the time came for them to enter, they could not afford to clash with those young geniuses. Whoosh, 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 streaks of divine rainbow streaked across the sky, coming from the other mountains of the Tao heavenly immortal palace. On the ferocious beasts that resembled the vermilion birds, a large group of young men and women wearing luxurious clothes of various colors rushed over. The leader had a petite figure, snow-white skin, and delicate features. She was the successor of the vermilion bird clan, Qi Ling. Not far behind her, there was a large group of followers. Yi Ling, who had changed his face, was among them. Yi Ling's gaze swept across the various divine islands and divine mountains nearby. He was filled with emotions. The Tao heavenly immortal palace was indeed worthy of its name. Such a place was far superior to the various sects that he had seen before. Along the way, he had not encountered any danger. No one had discovered his true identity, which made him feel much more at ease. The Tao heavenly immortal palace is indeed a powerful force in the boundless heaven. This is only the tip of the iceberg. It is definitely not something that I can see through. Yi Ling looked at the spatial crack not far away and was secretly excited. After all, according to Old Tortoise, there was an opportunity left for him by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. When he obtained this opportunity, his cultivation level would increase, and it would be easier for him to clear his suspicion of being the successor of the demonic technique. At that moment, several terrifying divine rainbows suddenly pierced through the sky from the east. A large group of powerful heaven prides rushed over from that direction. The leader had a handsome face and a tall and slender figure. He wore a feathered robe with a star crown and white robes with wide sleeves. He looked extremely extraordinary. The large group of followers behind him, as well as the true disciples of the Tao heavenly immortal palace, all had imposing appearances. Their auras were extremely shocking, and their bodies were shrouded in a dazzling radiance. Guchanga, Yi Ling's pupils constricted slightly. Hatred and anger flashed across his eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. He had not seen Guchanga before, but he could recognize this man in front of him at that moment. He was the suspected successor of the demonic technique and the enemy who had put the blame on him. However, Yi Ling was not a shallow person. His expression did not reveal much abnormality. He knew that at that moment, he could not let Guchanga see anything unusual. Furthermore, when he combined the figure of that night, he increasingly felt that the figure before him was very similar to Guchanga. Yi Ling could not help but clench his fists. However, very quickly, he saw Qi Ling smile and walk toward Guchanga. Yi Ling was stunned and could not believe it. Fellow Taoist Chang'e, I hope you can take care of me on this trip to the immortal ancient continent. Qi Ling cupped her hands and smiled. She took the initiative to greet Guchanga. Guchanga stood on a mountain peak and smiled in response. Miss Qi Ling, you are too kind. Behind him were a group of followers and the true disciples of the Tao heavenly immortal palace. Including Yin Mei, Jin Zhou, and the rest, they were all powerful young supreme beings. Their cultivations had already reached the king-ranked realm. In this trial, they were in charge of following Guchanga's orders. After that, Guchanga glanced at the followers behind Qi Ling. Finally, his gaze stopped on a handsome man and he smiled meaningfully. He naturally knew that Yi Ling would be among them. Yiling's concealment skills were indeed shocking. He could even use the power of reincarnation to conceal his origin. However, he could not hide from Guchanga's senses. After all, if he were to use the system to check, would Yiling really be able to hide that dazzling luck value? More than 5,000 luck points. This made Guchanga a little envious. Of course, he did not show it on his face. He was calm and composed as if he did not notice Yiling. If Yiling was not stupid, he would probably know that he was the one who set him up. However, what use would it be if he knew? Could it be that he could expose him? Guchanga only sneered in his heart. He did not care at all. If not for the fact that Yiling was still useful, it would be easy for him to kill Yiling. Moreover, this time, he was waiting for Yiling to continue playing the role of a treasure-hunting mouse as the Son of Fate. The Son of Fate that he met in the lower world previously helped him enter the core area of the Tianyuan ancient mystery dimension unharmed. This time, it was Yiling's turn to help him find the way. Did Guchanga notice me? The moment Guchanga looked over, Yiling's heart tightened. He was a little worried that Guchanga had noticed his presence. However, Guchanga only glanced at him and did not care. Fortunately, I told Yiling not to expose my presence before this. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous this time. It's like walking on thin ice. Yiling hated Guchanga to the core. Then, he looked at Yiling, who was talking to Guchanga, and felt very uncomfortable. Looks like I have to remind Yiling not to be fooled by Guchanga. This guy is the most dangerous inheritor of the demonic arts. Yiling looked around and soon saw Yin Mei, who was wearing a red dress and looking haggard, among the palace of heavenly immortals. He frowned slightly. Looks like Bai Lai's death was a big blow to Yin Mei. She definitely does not know that it was Guchanga who did it. I have to find a chance to remind her. Yiling still could not forget the charming Yin Mei. It was said that Bai Lai was killed after he went to see Yin Mei that night. Yin Mei could be the witness to prove that he was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. Back then, Yiling thought that if Bai Lai was no longer around, he would take good care of his sister-in-law. However, he did not expect that sentence to become reality. Boom! At this time, thousands of rays of light suddenly exploded from the crack. It was as if the space barrier had been shaken open. The terrifying wind seemed to be able to tear people apart. The immortal ancient continent has opened. An elder shouted loudly, his voice incredibly loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Many of the supreme martial artists present had different thoughts as they stared at the spatial crack in front of them. In another direction, there was a huge fluctuation in the void. Yu Mingkong's eyes were cold and deep. She stood proudly on the mountain peak. Her black hair and robes fluttered in the wind. She appeared with the people from the Wushuang immortal dynasty. She looked at Guchanga from afar and then retracted her gaze. In the immortal ancient continent, the disciples of each orthodoxy had to form groups. Hence, she did not walk together with Guchanga. Moreover, the main reason was that she was worried that with Guchanga around, she would not be able to snatch the opportunities that she knew. This made her very angry. Guchanga also saw Yu Mingkong from afar and smiled at her. In the end, Yu Mingkong snorted coldly and looked away. Many supreme martial artists noticed the small interaction between the two and were secretly alarmed. After all, it was fine in the outside world. Everyone was amiable. However, once they entered the immortal ancient continent, no one cared about that. Guchanga alone was enough to give them a headache. When the time comes, if he and Yu Mingkong joined forces, they would be at a disadvantage unless they were united. Yu Mingkong is not going with me. This is good. I'll let her have the opportunities. Guchanga had a faint smile on his face. Yu Mingkong was avoiding him because she was afraid that he would snatch the opportunities. Of course, Guchanga was aware of this. However, he only cared about the immortal essences and the opportunities related to Yiling's inheritance. After all, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was involved in the power of reincarnation, which was the time Tao law. Regarding this power, Guchanga was naturally very tempted. Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to Yin Mei and gave her some instructions. Just now, when Yiling was secretly sizing up Yin Mei, he did not escape Guchanga's eyes. It seemed that if he wanted to know Yiling's whereabouts, he had to rely on Yin Mei. Yiling did not know that Mei was one of his people. After that, Guchanga glanced to the east. A cold and arrogant girl stood there. Her features were as exquisite as a painting, but her expression was as cold as ice. A big red bird was perched on her shoulder. Although she was alone, she gave off the feeling of an iceberg that no one could get close to within 30 feet of her. Gu Xian'er, this girl's fate points have increased by a lot. It seems that her opportunities are also hidden in the immortal ancient continent. TSK, forget it, I'll let her go first. At this time I'll cut Yiling first. After taking a look, Guchanga quickly looked away. He started to prepare a plan after entering the immortal ancient continent. When the time came, he would definitely be separated from the people from the palace of heavenly immortals. Even if he was the successor, he was not a nanny. They each had their own opportunities. Guchanga glanced at their fate points and did not bother to care about them. Most of it was still Yiling. As for the other opportunities, unless he met a genius with a special origin constitution, perhaps he would think of a way to scheme against them. However, Guchanga was actually more concerned about the tombs in the immortal ancient continent. As long as he could find an immortal corpse with a remnant origin essence, it would be a huge gain. It was much more valuable than any origin of a genius. And while Guchanga was thinking, in the distance, Gu Xian'er frowned. She was a little confused. Then, she glanced at Guchanga from the palace of heavenly immortals. She had a feeling that Guchanga was looking at her just now. However, when she looked over, she realized that it was just her imagination. The immortal ancient continent will be my opportunity to surpass Guchanga, Gu Xian'er thought to herself. During this time, she had been immersed in cultivation wholeheartedly. She did not have many breakthroughs in her cultivation, but she did not feel as happy as before. Guchanga also seemed to have completely forgotten about her. Therefore, she could only cultivate. Only by cultivating could she calm her mind and not be disturbed by Guchanga. According to her master, her mind was now disturbed by Guchanga. This was not a good sign for Gu Xian'er. However, every now and then, she could not help but run to the mountain peak to take a look, but every time, she was disappointed. Apart from Yu Mingkong, who came to visit her a few times, Guchanga was nowhere to be seen. Soon, the geniuses of many orthodoxies headed to the entrance of the immortal ancient continent. Gu Xian'er did not go with the group. She preferred to move alone. Most importantly, if there were fewer people, she could avoid bumping into Guchanga. He ignored her, but she did not want to talk to him. Gu Xian'er was confident that she could protect herself in the immortal ancient continent. She did not need to report to the sect. Boom, then, she saw Guchanga leading the palace of heavenly immortals away. Gu Xian'er did not hesitate. She turned into a divine rainbow and passed through the crack. Gu Xian'er felt dizzy. She felt like she was passing through the barrier of a world. Various scenes appeared on both sides. She experienced many things. Finally, she landed. The scene in front of her shocked her. There were some small puddles with dense immortal mist. They were formed by the liquefied spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was unimaginable. It was almost liquefied. However, there were few poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. It was a peaceful land. The place where she landed was a vast mountain range. It was very majestic. Here, the immortal chi was dense. Essence chi soared into the sky. It was as if there were waves of dragon roars. The scene was extraordinary. Not to mention, the rules of heaven and earth here seemed to be better than many of the heavenly paradises in the upper realm. It was very suitable for cultivation. At this time, Gu Xian'er could not help but reveal her true appearance. She said excitedly, "Looks like the immortal ancient ruins is really as recorded in the ancient books. This is really a good place." Then, she thought that there might be many good things here. She could not help but show some excitement. The big red bird on her shoulder could not help but roll its eyes. This girl's miserly nature was acting up again. She was really born poor. The immortal ancient continent was very vast. The immortal mountains were majestic, forming an endless long dragon. It was as if they had arrived at a new world. The aura was ancient and primitive, as if it had given birth to all life. There was a thick immortal mist drifting between heaven and earth. In addition, there were many liquefied spirit chi puddles for the young supreme beings of the orthodoxies in the upper realm. At this time, their first reaction was to bring their fellow disciples to meet up with them after they landed, so as to avoid being attacked one by one. Here, their enemies were their peers and the natives of this place. No one dared to let their guard down. Soon, Guchanga also arrived with the true disciples of the Tao Heavenly Palace and his followers. They landed in a valley. The terrain was very flat. There was a jade-like lake in the distance that was formed by spirit chi. "Master, where are we going now?" Among the followers, a tall creature that looked like a Yiksha walked out and asked Guchanga. "To the east." Guchanga pondered for a moment and then said. At the same time, he glanced at Jin Zhou and the rest behind him. To be honest, he did not want to bring these true disciples with him. Jin Zhou and the rest were not weak. They were also young supreme beings and had many followers. If they all followed him and encountered some good stuff, it was inevitable that they would disagree. Guchanga was someone who did not like to be taken advantage of. He was too lazy to solve these problems. "Since senior brother Gu wants to go to the east, we'll go to the west. When the time comes, we'll think of a way to meet in the middle area." Jin Zhou and the rest were not stupid. They would not gain anything by following Guchanga. They might even work for Guchanga for free. At that moment, they said goodbye and left. Guchanga looked calm and didn't bother to say anything more. This was what he wanted. Soon, only Yin Mei and Guchanga's followers were left. This time, he did not let Yanji follow him to the immortal ancient continent. This might expose Yanji's existence, which was not good. Furthermore, with Yanji's cultivation, it was very likely that he would not be able to enter. In this place, all young supreme beings had to rely on themselves. There were no protectors or similar existences. Therefore, for Guchanga, this could be his hunting meat. Any young supreme being that caught his eye would most likely not be able to escape being killed, devoured, or controlled by the magic bottle of speed. However, this kind of thing needed to be kept a secret. If they were discovered, the blame would naturally fall on Yiling. "Let's go." As Guchanga spoke, he led everyone away from this place and headed east. If he wasn't mistaken, this was where the Vermilion Bird tribe was headed. "Master wants me to find a chance to get close to Yiling. It seems that Yiling has also snuck in here. I'm afraid he'll take the initiative to look for me when the time comes." Yin Mei followed behind Guchanga. She had her own thoughts in mind. None of the followers here knew of her relationship with Guchanga. It would be too easy to hide from Yiling. Guchanga always felt that his luck was not very good. Even though he spent half a day and walked tens of thousands of miles, he still could not find any native creature. He didn't find a single native creature, which made Guchanga wonder if he had stepped into some forbidden area. However, there were still many opportunities here. He found many divine medicines that were extinct in the outside world. They were very old and had a strong medicinal fragrance. Although Guchanga did not care for these things, the followers behind him were very happy to collect them. "We can't keep looking like this. The immortal ancient continent is a little beyond my expectations. I should have asked the Grand Elder if he had any general information." Guchanga frowned. Then, a vast and boundless divine sense swept down from the sky like a surging wave. After all, there were no other cultivators here. He was not afraid of exposing the secret of his powerful primordial spirit. Soon, Guchanga sensed the aura of the Vermilion Bird tribe. It was a little further ahead, at least a few thousand miles away. However, from a place slightly closer, the sound of battle could be heard. Light shot up into the sky. Many divine talismans shone in all directions. It was obvious that the two parties were not weak. They were at least Emperor Realm cultivators. Within Guchanga's spiritual perception, there was a young supreme being from the upper realm. He was fighting over a stalk of sword grass that was like a star. The sword wool within it clanged, emitting clear vibrating sounds. It looked as beautiful as a star. There were patterns on the leaves, like the veins of the stars in the sky. This stalk of grass produced a strange scene just by growing there. There were strands of sword radiance descending from heaven and earth. His opponent was a ferocious beast that was about to enter the true immortal realm. They were locked in battle. Master, it seems that there are people fighting in that direction. Xianxia stood on the mountain peak. A follower behind him asked curiously, should we go and take a look? There's no need to interfere in this. Xianxia waved his hand and said calmly. Of course, he would not go. He came here mainly to find the Vermilion Bird tribe. He just wanted to create an opportunity for Yin Mei. As long as Yin Mei was not too far away from him, he would be able to sense where Yin Mei was. When the time came, he would place Yin Mei beside Yi Ling. Then, he would be able to confirm Yi Ling's whereabouts and wait to reap the fruits of his labor. Wouldn't that be easier and more convenient? At this moment, Yin Mei also knew what Xianxia was thinking. Her eyes flickered and she said, Senior brother Gu, since we're here, we'll part ways here. She naturally brought along her follower. It was because of this that she could not reveal any flaws. She had to put on a show. All right. Junior sister Yin Mei, be careful. Xianxia looked calm and nodded slowly. Then, he watched as Yin Mei left and rushed in the direction of the battle. She looked like she wanted to interfere. Xianxia nodded satisfactorily. He could not help but look interested. Hadn't Yi Ling been pining for Yin Mei all this while? Now, Xianxia had delivered her to him. He had purposely created a hero rescuing the beauty opportunity for him. If Yin Mei went to snatch the sword grass now, she would purposely appear to be at a disadvantage. When Yi Ling sensed the battle, he would definitely not be able to resist the urge to rescue the beauty. Xianxia had seen this many times. Today, he created this opportunity for Yi Ling. He was sure that Yi Ling would be very grateful to him when he found out. Then, Xianxia did not stay. He planned to leave this place. After all, he had other things to consider. The immortal ancient continent was so big. He wanted to find the area where the indigenous people lived the most. Because there were indigenous people gathered there, he had the chance to find their ancestral tombs. Xianxia had always been thinking about immortal corpses. Even if there were no immortal corpses, emperor corpses would do. Of course, at this time, Xianxia hoped that the ancestors of these indigenous people would not be like the ancestors of the Gu family. They liked to bury themselves in the ground or lie in coffins for no reason. This kind of bad atmosphere in the Gu family was unacceptable. Just as Xianxia was searching for the indigenous people of the immortal ancient continent, Xianxia was very happy. Along the way, she found many good things. Xianxia was also very happy. She found many good things. The big red bird on her shoulder was not a simple thing. It had some kind of treasure hunting talent. As long as it was something good, it could not escape its eyes. Some mountain treasures hidden in the mountains would also be found by it. Xianxia turned into a divine rainbow. Along the way, she encountered many king-ranked beasts, but they were all easily taken care of by her. His cultivation during this period of time was not without reason. His strength was slowly increasing. But soon, Xianxia encountered disciples of other forces. This group should be the other sects and forces of the immeasurable sky. They don't look like human forces. They smell like the sea. Xianxia recognized their mystiques and spells. Of course, their clothes were of the current generation. Only the leader, a young man surrounded by stars, was of the king-ranked realm. He did not fit in with the rest of his generation. He was very strong. The rest were all marquis realm. Most of the young disciples were holy lords. Little girl, which force are you from? Or did you come alone? The leading young man had a frivolous expression. He had a head of blue hair. He stared at Xianxia and asked. At the same time, his group of followers surrounded Xianxia. He was just asking casually. After all, in this place, who cared what force was behind you? The mist above the immortal ancient continent could hide heaven's secrets. If one died here, even the old antiques in the family would not be able to find anything. It's not good to be alone. Why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other. Haha. The young man stared at her without the slightest fear. Heat and surprise flashed through his eyes. Xianxia frowned. She was very uncomfortable with this young man's expression. Another person who lusted after her body. Get lost. She did not have a good expression. Her face was like ice. Then, she punched with her white jade fists. Fist shadows filled the sky and covered everything. Her body was very slender, but her physical strength was shocking. She rarely used her physical strength. She preferred to use the sword. However, when it came to killing people, she did not want to be long-winded. Boom, with just one punch, the group of cultivators in front of her was sent flying. Many of them directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. You. The leading young man's expression changed. However, Xianxia did not give him a chance to react. Her body turned into an afterimage and disappeared. An ancient treasure with runes on it, like a divine sword engraved with the most profound principles, slashed down. She was in a bad mood. This group of people just had to provoke her. Soon, the bloody mist dispersed. A large group of people were all dead. You don't know what's good for you. Xianxia patted her clothes. Her small face was cold. She took away all the space in their storage rings. Then, she turned into a divine rainbow and left. Since leaving the Peach Village in the abandoned land of immortals, she had encountered many similar situations in the inner area. Killing people and robbing them was very familiar to her. However, because she was always bullied by Xianxia in the mountain gate, she acted like a silly girl. In fact, she was very smart. However, soon after Xianxia left, a large group of people appeared. The leading woman was wearing a colorful feather robe. She had blue hair and scales on her forehead. Her expression was arrogant. After seeing the bloody mist, her eyes were extremely cold. Her face was extremely ugly and full of anger. I've always been the one killing others. Who is it? Who dares to kill my brother? Seventh princess, there are ferocious beasts here. They witnessed everything. You can search their souls. Among her followers, someone noticed the traces of the ferocious beasts not far away and said. Hearing this, the blue-haired woman did not hesitate. Her figure moved, extremely powerful. She directly grabbed those ferocious beasts. Ignoring their roars. She directly searched their souls to see what had happened here. Damn it, it was a little girl in Xian who killed them. I will make her pay the price she deserves. I didn't expect that just because I was a little late, my brother would be cruelly killed. Soon, the blue-haired woman's eyes were frighteningly cold. She was full of anger. She stared at the scene in front of her, trembling with anger. In the scene, from beginning to end, her brother only opened his mouth to ask a few questions. He did not do anything. In the end, the little girl in Xian was extremely ruthless. She directly attacked and killed everyone. My brother has many protective items on him, but he died at the hands of such a little girl. Her identity is not simple. But my ocean palace came from hundreds of millions of miles away. How can I suffer a loss here? Spread the news, I want to hunt that little girl in Xian. The blue-haired woman's voice was cold and angry. She directly ordered to hunt that little girl in Xian. Hearing this, her followers were even more frightened. When the ocean palace was angry, it could cause a huge earthquake. Next to the boundless heavens in the inner area of the upper realm, the Endless Sea clan in the Endless Sea was ruled by the Ocean Palace. In the vast sea of the upper realm, one could see the Ocean Palace. Even the major immortal forces and supreme orthodoxy had to give them face. Moreover, there were many affiliated sea clans in the Ocean Palace. Many of them were closely related to the 10,000 ancient clans. The Ocean Palace was definitely a force that was a headache for many orthodoxies. The followers' faces were all a little pale. Now, this girl had offended the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace. Her brother could only be considered as someone from her mother's side. However, as long as the blood of the Ocean Palace flowed in his veins, he was a member of the Ocean Palace. But now, he was killed here. How could she not be angry? The followers could not help but tremble. There was not a trace of blood on their faces. This would definitely cause a terrible sensation and cause a terrible disaster. Even if the girl had the support of a supreme orthodoxy, it would not help. In the immortal ancient continent, life and death were not discussed. This was tacitly accepted by all the orthodoxies. And this seventh princess was so powerful that she was invincible in the Sea clan. This was the first time she left the Sea clan, and she encountered such a thing. She needed to kill to establish her authority, Soon, the news spread among the younger generation in the immortal ancient continent, causing a huge commotion. The younger brother of the Ocean Palace's seventh princess was killed by a girl in green. She threatened to hunt down the girl in green to avenge her brother. Once the news spread, it caused a great sensation. The people of the Sea Monarch Palace, if possible, should not be provoked. But now, the younger brother of a princess was killed. Such a big event naturally caused a great shock. Many cultivators sympathized with the girl in green. At the same time, they were curious about who she was. After all, the people of the Ocean Palace were not so easy to kill. In a valley shrouded in fog, a young man surrounded by fog muttered to himself, "A girl in green? Is she the cousin of Guchunga's Nirvana supremacy?" The person who spoke was the descendant of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang. He came here alone, and no one knew how he got the news. Interesting. If the people of the Ocean Palace fight with Guchunga, I can reap the benefits. After saying that, golden runes appeared on his body. He went straight through the fog. In another direction, in a mountain range, a sharp golden light flashed. A golden-winged rock spread its wings and swept across the sky. Its whole body was golden. It killed a true immortal realm ferocious beast and tore it in half. Its body fell from the sky. It is said that Guchunga has a conflict with his Nirvana sovereign cousin. If that girl in green is his cousin, I don't know if he will intervene when the time comes. The Ocean Palace is not so easy to deal with. The golden-winged rock landed and turned into a tall man. It was the descendant of the golden-winged rock clan, Peng Fei. He frowned and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Similar scenes were playing out at the border of the immortal ancient continent. There were many young people who came here. Some came here first. Some came later and fell behind the crowd. But they were also powerful. They were all young supremacies. Because the territory of their forces was too far away from the immeasurable heaven, it would take a lot of time to cross. During the period when the immortal ancient continent opened, some people encountered the natives here, and there were conflicts and killings. But for the natives here, it was also an experience for the younger generation. It was a rare opportunity. Are they all the natives here? On a low-lying plain, there was a patch of unknown tall golden plants swaying in the wind, as if it was a golden grassland. Guchunga raised his eyebrows and asked. In front of him, a group of creatures whose appearances and decorations were different from those of the outside world knelt on the ground in fear. Their legs were broken and blood flowed out. They couldn't withstand the terrifying aura that Guchunga emitted when he raised his hand. A small group of them were blown into a bloody mist by Guchunga's aura, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. When he passed by this place, he was suddenly attacked by this group of creatures. A few of his followers died. "Where are you from?" Guchunga asked with his spiritual will. Standing in front of him was a dark-skinned man in a beast robe. He wasn't very old and his ability was in the middle stage of the immortal emperor realm. But now, his divine soul was about to be crushed. He was terrified and couldn't even lift his head. Under Guchunga's aura, they were even smaller than ants. The few young men and women behind him were dressed in extraordinary clothes. They used secret treasures to protect their bodies. But now, they were also terrified and their divine souls were trembling. The young man in front of them looked about the same age as them. But how could he be so terrifying? He was even more terrifying than a young great emperor. "Tell me, where is your gathering place? Maybe I'll let you go." Guchunga knew that he could understand his spiritual will, so he asked casually. Then, he grabbed the dark-skinned man in front of him and lifted him up like a chicken. "Master, there is news from other places. Miss Xianxia seems to have offended people from the Ocean Palace. But whether it was Miss Xianxia or not, we're not sure." At this time, Guchunga's Xianxia-like follower came over and reported to Guchunga. They had the means to gather information from everywhere and naturally heard about this matter. Now, it was a hot topic among the younger generation. Ocean Palace? Guchunga frowned. Hearing this, he thought for a while and then said casually, "Don't worry about her. She won't die. In any case, she was the daughter of fortune. The Ocean Palace was just here to give Gu Xianxia experience. Of course, with her current ability, she might be at a disadvantage. Guchunga did not intend to be her nanny. Although the little girl looked down on everything and was cold and arrogant, as the daughter of fortune, she had a lot of opportunities. Naturally, she could turn misfortunes into blessings and turn danger into safety. Although there was an element of calculation, Guchanga was also sure that Gu Xian'er would be fine. At most, she would be a little injured and then run for her life. However, Guchanga considered that he had finished his work and could use this matter to his advantage. After all, since the last time he played the trick of injuring himself, he had ignored Gu Xian'er for a while. It was about time to see her. As for the Ocean Palace, who was it? She was Gu Xian's personal punching bag. Was she someone they could bully? If you don't want to die, lead the way. Guchanga came back to his senses and said to the group of creatures in front of him with a calm expression. Now they were still of some use and could lead the way. Guchanga was too lazy to search their souls directly. He was afraid that they could not withstand it and their spirits would explode. The indigenous people in the immortal ancient continent were a mix of various ancient races. Their strength was obviously much stronger than that of the outside world. Guchanga also felt this. But it had no effect on him. Now Guchanga was not even afraid of the existence of the Saint Realm, let alone the younger generation. Sir, we will lead the way. The leader of the creatures was frightened and hurriedly replied. They felt horror from this young man. This kind of strength was already comparable to the elders in their tribe. It was simply too scary. Their attacks just now were all blocked by him and directly annihilated. But they did not know why this young man wanted to go to their gathering place. After all, it was in the depths of the continent. There were many experts. Soon, after leaving this area, they went straight to the east. Along the way, Guchanga saw many grand buildings. They were incomparably ancient and had been abandoned. There were many stone carvings, the enlightenment of the Saint Realm, and so on. Brilliance shot up into the sky and divine clouds filled the sky. They could help people to cultivate and understand the way. It was a rare opportunity. In these places, the number of the younger generation and indigenous creatures in the outside world had increased, causing a lot of killing. Guchanga glanced around casually and soon lost interest. The indigenous people guarded the secret of the immortal ancient continent. The immortal spirit had been nurtured until now. Before he joined the Palace of Heavenly Tao, he had already calculated the time. When the immortal spirit was born, the entire immortal ancient continent would be shaken. Even the old antiques outside would be alarmed and come here. At the same time, on the other side, Qi Ling, Yi Ling, and the rest were also in trouble. Not long after they entered immortal ancient land, they met a powerful beast that looked like a rhinoceros. It was a true god realm. Although Qi Ling was a young paragon, her real ability was only at the beginning stage of regal emperor realm. She could fight against some empty god realm beings. Once she met a true god realm being, it would be difficult for her. Even if she used her weapon, it would be difficult for her to kill it, unless she used some forbidden weapons or treasures. However, she could not bear to do so. After all, she did not know why she was so unlucky to meet a true god realm beast as soon as she entered. The rhinoceros beast was at the middle stage of true god realm and was very powerful. He opened his mouth and spat out, and there was actually a torrential blaze that surged into the sky. Divine light gushed out, and it transformed into a sea of flames that burned a few clansmen to death, causing the expressions of the others to become extremely terrified. Qi Ling, I'll team up with you. You're in charge of holding it back and I'll kill it. Just then, Yi Ling, who had disguised himself among the followers, suddenly spoke. When they entered immortal ancient land, he had been hinting to Qi Ling in various ways to let her know that Guchanga was not a good person. He wanted Qi Ling to stay away from Guchanga. However, Qi Ling did not care about what he said. Perhaps it was because she did not understand or did not believe him. This made Yi Ling helpless. After all, Guchanga was too good at disguising himself. Moreover, he had an appearance that was very deceptive to women. Seeing this, Yi Ling could not help but stand out. He was confident. He was used to challenging people above his level and had many powerful skills and techniques. This was the time for him to show off to Qi Ling and the rest. Hearing Yi Ling's words, Qi Ling looked over but did not say anything. What did you say? You don't have to do this to show off. He's courting death. Even if he wants to show off in front of Holy Lady, he doesn't have to do this. The expressions of the rest of her followers changed. Some of them couldn't believe it, and they all cursed. To them, Yi Ling's actions were like showing off in front of Qi Ling. It made them, who were stronger than Yi Ling, look weak. Yi Ling was only at the Marquis realm. Was he courting death? How dare he attack a true God realm beast and say such things? Do you want to die? At this time, you're still thinking about how to perform? The group of followers and the other female prodigies of the Vermilion Bird sect couldn't help but look at Yi Ling strangely. Some of them couldn't help but mock him. Yi Ling was obviously used to this kind of mockery. After all, he looked like a mere Marquis realm existence. Facing a true God realm existence, the chances of winning were naturally bleak. But don't forget that he has another identity. Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. Today, I'll let you all broaden your horizons. Yi Ling rubbed his nose and felt a little helpless. Then, he sneered. He was prepared to use a powerful technique to slap the faces of this group of so-called geniuses who looked down on him. As he spoke, Yi Ling was about to make a move. A black and white light rose from his body. There was a mysterious fluctuation in it, as if it was going to bury all living things. Yi Ling is actually very strong, Crimson Spirit could not help but nod. He felt that with Yi Ling's help, they had a better chance of killing him. At this moment, the void trembled, however, a crystal clear and beautiful palm print was faster than Yi Ling. It looked like it was made of immortal stones. This palm print broke through the void. It was majestic and quickly fell from a small mountain not far away. With a poof, the true God realm ferocious beast was horrified. Before it could react, it was severely injured. Its body cracked open and blood spurted out. Its hard scales could not block at all. They were torn apart like paper. Hiss, this scene immediately caused the group of people to suck in a breath of cold air as they looked at the small mountain not far away. A group of powerful geniuses appeared there. They were all wearing golden armor and riding various powerful ferocious beasts. They were like knights. The leader was a beautiful woman in a robe and black hair. Her eyes were cold and filled with indifference. It was as if an empress had descended to the world. It's her. Yu Mingkong. The crown princess of the unparalleled celestial dynasty. The expressions of the Vermilion Bird tribe changed. They could not help but be shocked. The true God realm ferocious beast that Crimson Spirit could not deal with was seriously injured by this future empress with just one palm. She was too powerful. It was terrifying. So powerful. She is at least a mid-stage Emperor realm cultivator. Otherwise, she would not have such ability. Crimson Spirit could not help but be shocked. She had just broken through to the Emperor realm. If she had broken through to the mid-stage Emperor realm, she would not have been able to do this. It could be seen that Yu Mingkong was indeed much more powerful than her even though they were both young supremes. After all, the young supreme beings were divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Crimson Spirit was only in the middle level, but Yu Mingkong was obviously in the upper level or even higher. Yu Mingkong. Yi Ling was also stunned. Then, a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. No matter when he saw this world-renowned genius, he couldn't help but be stunned. She was really too beautiful. Her face was like a painting, so beautiful that it shook one's soul. It was like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Especially that peerless aura of looking down on the world. He could not help but be moved. Guchanga is really lucky. Damn it, Yi Ling did not expect that just as he was about to attack, Yu Mingkong would beat him to it and severely injure the beast. At that moment, his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. He even felt indignant. He felt that Yu Mingkong's plan to kill him was entirely Guchanga's arrangement. Naturally, Guchanga was also the one to blame for this. However, Yi Ling was not worried. He was very good at hiding. Yu Mingkong could not recognize him. After all, even Guchanga did not recognize him previously. Thank you for your help, Crown Princess Mingkong. The young prodigies of the Vermilion Bird tribe reacted and thanked Yu Mingkong. Crimson Spirit also had a complicated expression. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your help, Crown Princess Mingkong." She knew that Yu Mingkong might have helped because of Guchanga. And it was very likely that it was not a friendly gesture, but a demonstration of force. A declaration of sovereignty. Yu Mingkong had seen how Crimson Spirit and Guchanga chatted in front of Wushang Peak that day. She might have helped today, so it was very likely that she was demonstrating her power. This made Crimson Spirit smile bitterly in her heart. She did not know how to explain. It had to be said that women understood women. She clearly guessed that this was the reason why Yu Mingkong had helped. On the mountain peak, Yu Mingkong glanced at Crimson Spirit with a cold expression and did not say a word. Then, she turned around and left with her followers, heading deeper into the forest. If Crimson Spirit was not here, she would not have interfered. Although she knew that this prodigy was just a chess piece used by Guchanga, she still needed to let her know that she could not mess with Guchanga. Speaking of which, this was also for Crimson Spirit's good. She did not want her to fall too deeply into Guchanga's schemes. Moreover, Yu Mingkong did not realize that Yi Ling would blend in with Crimson Spirit's followers. In her previous life, Yi Ling did not take the blame for being the inheritor of demonic skills. He came to Immortal Ancient Continent openly. Yi Ling seemed to have obtained many opportunities here. Other than that, she did not know much. Of course, the most important thing was that she knew how some of the young paragons obtained opportunities here. She knew where they were and where they were. Yu Mingkong was confident that this trip to Immortal Ancient Continent would help her to break through to the virtual god realm quickly. If she could obtain the immortal essence, it would not be impossible for her to become a divine sage. This was because the immortal essence was the source of immortals. Even paragons would be shocked by it. According to the time in my previous life, Immortal Ancient Continent will be in turmoil soon. Some of the ancestral tombs of the indigenous people will be destroyed. In my previous life, I did not think too much about it. However, I think Guchanga must have snuck over there secretly. He has the devouring immortal demon skill. There are many corpses of immortal ancient experts buried in the ancestral tombs. As long as their corpses have not decayed and there is some source left, Guchanga will be able to absorb it. This is his natural breeding ground. When he leaves Immortal Ancient Continent, I wonder how high his cultivation will be, not to mention that Guchanga is still keeping an eye on the immortal essence that is about to be born. Yu Mingkong rubbed her forehead. She felt helpless and discouraged. Even if she knew all this, she could not stop this from happening. Guchanga was too terrifying. No matter whether it was his strength or his methods, they were flawless and impeccable. As a person who had been reborn, even if she could guess what Guchanga was going to do, she could not stop him. However, she could not stop him. What was the use? Although Guchanga said a few days ago that he could not bear to kill her, for Yu Mingkong, who knew Guchanga's temperament so well, the credibility of his words was obviously only temporary. Although she had slept much better these days than before. However, it was not easy to keep her life when she was with Guchanga. Of course, the main reason was that Guchanga had left too much of a shadow in her previous life. In fact, Guchanga's ruthlessness had not changed at all. Now, he did not kill her and even treated her well because she was useful and valuable to Guchanga. Therefore, Yu Mingkong still had to think of various ways to make herself stronger. Xianxia's path has not changed much. She has offended the Ocean Palace. Although she will be hunted down, she will be more scared than in danger. Instead, she will have a breakthrough in battle. Yu Mingkong's expression did not change, but she had various ideas in her mind. Then, she led a large number of followers to the nearest opportunity point. She remembered that in her previous life, a young supreme martial artist found a corner of the emperor-level array pattern here. At this time, Yi Ling, who was looking at Yu Mingkong from afar, sensed the fluctuations of a battle not far away. He suddenly frowned. He turned his head to look, and his expression changed. He saw that there was a figure in a red dress who was being attacked and was approaching in his direction. That is Yin Mei. Oh no, she is in danger. Seeing this, Yi Ling's figure moved. Without hesitation, his figure turned into a divine rainbow and swept quickly in that direction. For him, Yin Mei was not only Bai Lai's fiancée, but also an advantageous witness to prove that he did not kill Bai Lai. Yi, seeing this, Qi Ling frowned, but did not care about Yi Ling. After all, he was only mixed in with her followers. In fact, Yi Ling did not listen to her orders. She did not care, but the rest of her followers were dissatisfied. They were extremely unhappy with Yi Ling. This guy actually ran away on his own. As a follower, he did not listen to Qi Ling's orders. I felt that this guy was very unfamiliar. Did he mix in? At this time, someone was puzzled and could not help but suspect. Don't tell me he is a hidden inheritor of demonic arts who sneaked in and mixed in with us. Another person could not help but say. Many people shuddered when they heard this. Recently, inheritors of demonic arts had caused a lot of commotion, and people were anxious. They increasingly felt that Yi Ling was very suspicious. At this time, Qi Ling was helpless and could only find a random reason to explain. However, she was still a little dissatisfied with Yi Ling's behavior. She helped him out of kindness, but he did not seem to have any self-awareness and took it for granted. It seems that Yi Ling really can't compare to Brother Chang'e. Qi Ling shook her head. Although she did not say it, she could not help but feel a little disappointed in Yi Ling. On the other side, Yi Ling watched as Mei fought with a young supreme being who was shining with divine light. Mountains collapsed, and sand and stones were blown away. All kinds of treasure light surged like a torrential rain. Runes erupted, drowning all sides. However, Mei seemed to be at a disadvantage. Her face was haggard, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her followers were also entangled with a ferocious beast and could not go forward to help her. Mei is in danger. I have to help her. Yi Ling did not hesitate. He had experienced such an old-fashioned hero rescuing a beauty and was almost used to it. Now that he did it, he was naturally very familiar with it. He took out a red short sword. Chi, a terrifying sound rang out. This short sword turned into a ray of red light and pierced through the sky like a rainbow. It burst through the clouds and attacked the young supreme being. Who is it? The young supreme being was shining with divine light. There were flames burning all over his body. He was clearly a powerful figure. He sensed the extraordinariness of this short sword and used a divine ability to knock it away. He glanced at Yi Ling who was attacking behind him and could not help but frown. Moreover, he did not know why, but he felt that the Mei in front of him seemed to be showing weakness. She did not use any powerful techniques. Seeing that another person was attacking, he simply gave up. He did not want the sword grass and turned into a divine rainbow to leave. A strange look flashed in Mei's eyes, but she did not show it on her face. She said with some gratitude and curiosity, "Thank you for helping me. According to Gu Chang'e's instructions, this handsome man in front of her should be Yi Ling in disguise." After all, only this kind of person who was devoted to a woman would not care about the risk of being exposed and directly come to rescue the beauty. This made Mei mock him in her heart. Hearing Mei's words, Yi Ling was actually a little hesitant at this time. This was because once he chose to reveal his true identity, what if Mei had malicious intentions towards him, then he would be in danger. However, after thinking about it and considering what Mei had done before, he still chose to believe in Mei's character. He said frankly, "Mei, I am Yi Ling what?" Hearing that, Mei's beautiful eyes immediately widened. She was shocked and in disbelief. Then, she hurriedly said, "Do you want to die? How dare you come here and expose your identity? Why are you so stupid? What if I want to harm you?" Speaking of this, her expression became even more anxious. She was extremely worried about Yi Ling. If Gu Chang'e was here, he would definitely praise her. This acting was indeed worthy of the nine-tailed celestial fox goddess. She easily defeated the so-called best actor in his previous life. Whether it was her expression or her words, there was not a single flaw to be found. Yi Ling was completely mesmerized by her. Seeing Mei's worried and concerned expression, Yi Ling was also touched. There was one more person in this world who believed in him. Indeed, he did not misjudge Mei's character. At that moment, Yi Ling lowered his voice and said to Mei, "Don't worry. My concealment technique is very good. No one can discover me." Hearing that, Mei also calmed down. However, she still looked a little worried. "You are too bold. How dare you come here? Don't you know that many cultivators are looking for you? Anyway, I was wrongly accused. I will find a way to clear my name. Moreover, there is something I want in the immortal ancient land," Yi Ling replied. Hearing that, Yinmei nodded. Yinmei, don't you suspect that I killed Brother Bai Lai? At that moment, Yiling could not help but ask. He was a little curious. Yinmei shook her head. Then, she looked directly into Yiling's eyes and said, I never suspected you. Although Bai Lai was very angry after you left that night, he was not so angry that he wanted to kill you. He would not disregard the brotherhood between you for so many years. Moreover, I believe in your character. You would not do such a thing. Her tone was very firm. There was not the slightest bit of doubt. After hearing that, Yiling did not expect Yinmei to trust him so much. This made him very touched. He nodded and said, Don't worry. I will clear my name. Also, you have to be careful of Xianxia. I suspect that he is the one who framed me. After all, Yinmei had already offended Xianxia. Hence, Yiling told the truth directly. He wanted Yinmei to be on guard against Xianxia in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. What? Seen your brother Gu? Hearing this, Yinmei's expression was one of utter shock, followed by a look of fear and disbelief. However, she thought to herself, Master is right. Yiling is smart. He has already suspected him. Unfortunately, this guy is still too stupid. She shook her head secretly. Very soon, Yiling successfully appeared in front of Yinmei's followers as her old friend. Qiling and the rest, who had just arrived, were shocked but could not say anything. At that moment, because of Yiling, Qiling and Yinmei also decided to work together for the time being. The group headed towards the depths of the mainland. Yiling had a smile on his face. He gradually displayed some powerful techniques and convinced the group. In particular, his luck was really good. He actually encountered many rare divine medicines and other things. Even some of the divine weapons buried in the ground were found by him. Old Tortoise, if we follow the direction you said, can we really find the enlightenment platform of the reincarnation ancient lord? Yiling asked Old Tortoise in the pendant. He was very confident. Now, he was the backbone of the group. Don't worry. The Lord left it specially for you. Also, there are many good things left for you at the enlightenment platform. Old Tortoise said to Yiling. Hearing that, Yiling was even more excited. Yinmei was paying attention to his every move. She was very careful to leave traces for Xianxia. She was worried that Xianxia would not be able to find this place when the time came. After all, the immortal ancient mainland was too big. Hence, just in case, she still made many preparations. And all this was not noticed by anyone. Looking at the excited Yiling, Yinmei's eyes flashed with mockery. She could not help but laugh in her heart. Not only did you take the blame for Master, but now you're helping Master find opportunities. It's been hard on you. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. In a vast area in the east of the immortal ancient continent. Boom, a mountain range that looked like an earth dragon suddenly exploded as it was hit by a terrifying attack. A forbidden weapon that looked like a Tian Luo umbrella appeared in the sky. Thousands of rays of divine light fell from it and turned the mountain peak below into fine powder. Catch her, don't let her get away. A large group of sea creatures shouted as they chased after her. A slender figure dashed out from the crowd. She turned into a divine rainbow and was even faster. She seemed to have some kind of secret technique that increased her speed by many times. These people are really persistent. Why are there so many sea creatures involved? Gu Xian'er frowned and looked tired. She looked back and took out a long black knife. Runes surrounded it, and the knife chi was boundless. It pierced through the air and killed all the sea creatures that were chasing after her. She had been hunted for the past few days, and this was the third group of people today. If it were not for her sensitive senses, she would have been seriously injured by that forbidden weapon. That girl in green is still being hunted, it's too bad. She has offended the sea creatures. At least in this area, no one dares to help her. I heard that her surname is Gu, and she is related to the young master of the Gu family. I don't know if it's true. Even if they are related, I heard that she has some conflicts with the young master of the Gu family. Such a beautiful girl, what a pity, even the disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace saw her, but they did not dare to help her. A large group of cultivators noticed this scene and were extremely shocked. However, they only dared to watch from afar. Over the past few days, this was a common occurrence in this area. The news had spread far and wide, and many cultivators came to join in the fun. The Ocean Palace was extremely powerful. Although they knew that the girl was suspected to be related to Xianxia, they were still unscrupulous and kept sending the sea creatures to hunt her down. This time, many sea creatures went to the immortal ancient continent, and they all obeyed the orders of the Ocean Palace. In particular, the seventh princess said that anyone who could help her catch the girl would be rewarded with supernatural powers and instruments, and even a favor from her. This reward was very attractive. However, many cultivators considered that this young girl's surname was Gu after all, and her relationship with Xianxia was hard to say. He did not dare to interfere in such matters. Thus, they could only watch the show from afar. Damn it, why are there so many of them? Xianxia's expression was as cold as ice. It was not easy to get rid of one group of people, but before he could rest, he encountered another group of people. The void trembled. Boundless divine symbols rippled outwards. It was also a forbidden artifact that possessed great power. The mountain peak in front of her suddenly exploded. She was also affected by the shockwave. Her blood and chi roiled, and there was a sweet taste in her throat. She was injured by the shockwave. Even though Xianxia had an amazing physique, he was still very tired after being hunted for so many days and not being able to find a chance to rest. This made her angry and aggrieved, but there was no other way. The oceanic race were like maggots in one's bones. He couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard he tried. There were even a few young supreme martial artists among them. Facing their combined attacks, Xianxia had no other choice but to escape. Actually, she still had some tricks up her sleeve. That was to use the artifacts that her masters had given her. However, this was only a battle between peers. She did not want to waste them in such a place. Furthermore, this could be considered a training experience. However, now, Xianxia regretted killing that youth. She had indeed formed a huge grudge. His gaze had indeed made her very angry. Her killing intent had soared. It's all Xianxia's fault. If he didn't make me feel bad, I wouldn't have killed that person. Anyway, it's his fault. I'll settle the score with him. Xianxia put the blame on Xianxia's head again. Furthermore, didn't he say that he would not allow others to bully her? At this time, she was being chased by a group of small fries from one side to the other. Why couldn't he see his shadow? It would have been better if they did not mention Xianxia. The more Xianxia thought about him, the angrier she got. Towards the end, she even felt a little wronged. In fact, she also knew that it was her own wishful thinking. After all, Xianxia no longer cared about her. Why would he care whether she lived or died? After all, if she died, there would be no one to take revenge on him. Xianxia should naturally be happy. The Ocean Palace was chasing her. This kind of thing had already alarmed the young supreme martial artists everywhere. Xianxia was so powerful and had so many followers. How could he not have heard of it? However, after so many days, he had not come to help her. This was enough to show Xianxia's attitude. Xianxia, what are you thinking? What are you still waiting for? Very quickly, Xianxia shook her head and discarded the distracting thoughts in her mind. She continued to flee. A pair of bright wings appeared faintly behind her, surrounded by runes. It was an extreme speed ability. Fortunately, her masters had taught her many methods. There would not be any major problems for a while. However, Xianxia still felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Is this the gathering place of the Aboriginals? At the same time, Xianxia was standing on a mountain peak with great interest. Looking from his direction, he could see that there was a valley in front of them. Outside the valley, it was surrounded by towering purple mountains. Each of them overflowed with purple gas and was incomparably hazy. The valley was very wide and boundless. There were large areas of ruins and cities. There were dozens of magnificent giant palaces, as well as many palaces and pavilions. It seemed that this was once a sacred land. Sir, this is where our tribe is. In front of Xianxia, these indigenous creatures were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were pale, and with fear, they trembled as they spoke. They carefully led the way for Xianxia and brought him here. In the city in front, there were experts of their tribe who might be able to save them. At that moment, they seemed to be kneeling on the ground in fear, but in fact, they were secretly planning to use secret methods to communicate with them. However, Xianxia glanced at them with a strange look in his eyes. Then, with a poof, several clouds of blood mist directly exploded in front of him. The bodies of these creatures collapsed. They could not withstand the pressure of Xianxia's gaze at all. How could Xianxia not predict their little calculations? Even if he guessed wrong, it did not matter. You all wait for me here. Then, Xianxia said lightly to the group of followers behind him. After speaking, his figure became blurred. In the void, there was a distortion and he disappeared directly. Yes, master. The group of followers were already used to Xianxia's various powerful and mysterious methods. They did not dare to ask Xianxia what his purpose was. Xianxia asked them to wait here. Then, they would obediently listen to his orders and wait here. Soon, Xianxia's figure shuttled through the void. Buzz, he had already noticed that there were many creatures in the ancient ruins. Their auras were very strong. Most of them were in the God state. There were many in the true God state and divine God state. There were also some in the divine king state and even the saint state. However, they were sitting cross-legged in some of the palaces. Their bodies were flowing with divine light and they were cultivating motionlessly. If it's a sneak attack, it won't be difficult to kill this saint state existence, but I'd better take a look at the ancestral tombs of these indigenous people first. At this time, Xianxia's figure was fused into the void. There was a bright golden rune shining in his palm. The divine concealment talisman could perfectly conceal his current aura. Based on the strength of this group of indigenous people, Xianxia guessed that the ancestors buried in their ancestral tombs were not too weak. They should be at least at the quasi-supreme state level. He felt that this time, he could take advantage of the situation and break through to the divine king state in one fell swoop. As long as there was enough origin essence, the quasi-saint state was not impossible. As the saying went, riches and honor were found in danger. Not to mention, this was not considered dangerous for him. Xianxia had many trump cards. Even if there were great saints or quasi-supremes hidden among them, he would not panic at all. Buzz, the void trembled slightly. This fluctuation did not attract much attention. And Xianxia also smoothly went into the depths of the ruins. He passed through a large number of buildings and palaces, shuttling all the way to the innermost area. From time to time, there would be a majestic divine sense sweeping down. It was like the pressure of Mount Tai. Xianxia could not help but frown. In this small ruins, there are actually existences beyond the quasi-supreme state. Of course, Xianxia was not worried. He still had the inner world. If there was an accident, he would first enter it. Moreover, he knew the characteristics of these indigenous people's tombs, so he was not afraid that he could not find the real location of the ancestral tombs. The journey was safe and did not cause the slightest sound or fluctuation. About 7 minutes later, Xianxia finally saw a tomb cave. It was very tall and simple. There were ancient words engraved around it. The patterns on it showed that it was at least tens of thousands of years ago. In addition, he also noticed that there were many array patterns and a few altars here. In front of the tomb cave, there were 2 powerful creatures with purple faces and centipede-like appearances guarding. Their strength was at the quasi-saint realm. These tombs in the immortal ancient continent have been nourished by the essence of the sun and moon and spiritual energy for many years. There should be a lot of original essence left, at least several times more than the ancient corpses in the outside world. If they find out that their ancestral tombs have been dug up, I'm afraid they will go crazy. Yi Ling, you don't want to be the scapegoat. Xianxia's expression was a little playful. Just as he finished thinking. In the void, there was a blur, and his figure stepped out instantly. At the same time, the demon halberd of desolation, which was full of demonic aura, was held in his hand. He directly slashed down, as if he was destroying the universe. Who is it? The 2 creatures in front of him were extremely shocked, but they had not yet reacted. There was a dazzling black light in front of them. Poof, their hard scales suddenly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. One of them was swept by Xianxia's halberd, and his body was directly pierced through in midair. The body of the quasi-saint realm was like a piece of paper, and could not withstand the demon halberd of desolation at all. "Who are you?" Asking for flowers, the other creature was also stunned. It did not expect that such a young man would appear in the ancestral tomb. Moreover, its companion was severely injured in an instant and lost the ability to fight. "If you don't want to die, please make way." Xianxia casually smiled, and did not have the slightest self-awareness of a sneak attack. The other creature was furious. It understood the meaning in Xianxia's mind. The majestic might of the quasi-saint was about to soar, but the black light broke through again. With a poof, its arm was directly cut open, and black blood splattered everywhere. Xianxia looked casual. It did not take him much effort to deal with them. Soon, he avoided the array patterns in front of him and entered the ancestral tomb. Boom! An ancient and decaying aura immediately rushed towards him. Xianxia swept the demon halberd of desolation, and broke all the coffins in front of him. With a series of thuds, corpses rolled out one after another. "It seems that the harvest is not bad." Xianxia was a little satisfied. In his words, these were high-grade corpses. The corpses in front of him contained rich essence. There were men, women, old, and young, and they wore different clothes. They belonged to different dynasties and periods, but they were all very far away from the present. This was a group of incomparably ancient dead people. When they were alive, the weakest was at the great saint realm. Now, they looked incomparably strange. There was an old Taoist in a tattered feathered robe, and there was a rotten aura, as if he had just been dug out of a grave. There was also an ancient emperor, wearing a broken purple gold crown, as if he had just climbed out of the ground. There was also a heavenly lady in a heavenly silkworm robe, but her robe was tattered, as if she had been eaten by demon beasts. There was also a monk in a Xianxia. His skin was dry, but it seemed to be cast in gold. There were also creatures of the 10,000 ancient races. They were very tall, but their wings were cracked and dry. As Xianxia attacked them, black runes of the great Tao appeared in his palm, turning into rules like order. These corpses began to float up and down. Wisps of sunlight like green light emerged from these corpses, like essence, but also like starlight, magnificent and magical. Xianxia sat there cross-legged, and a door vaguely appeared behind him. Wisps of black light fell, turning into a pitch-black treasure bottle of the great Tao, and all the light was swallowed by it. He was refining and absorbing these, and the aura on his body was constantly rising. Pitch-black vortexes appeared from between the cells, strange and mysterious. Time passed, and it had been 3 days since Xianxia entered the ancestral tomb of this small relic. At this moment, in a vast mountain range, there was some blood at the corner of Xianxia's mouth, and he looked forward with a cold expression. A vast expanse of white fog rolled in from all directions, enveloping an area of several tens of thousands of miles. There were runes flashing in it, and the aura of array patterns pervaded, extremely powerful. This group of sea race had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Numerous sea-tribe ferocious beasts appeared everywhere. Their bodies were extremely huge and terrifying, and the runes on their bodies were blazing like small mountains. In order to hunt her down, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace sent many sea race geniuses. She would not rest until she avenged her brother's death. And during this period, Xianxia killed many of the sea race people she sent, making her lose face, and this made the 7th princess even angrier. Now she set up a sea race formation to firmly surround the area where Xianxia was, in order to capture her. This place was shrouded in white fog, as if they had come to the sea. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a storm raged. It was extremely terrifying, and all kinds of runes intertwined, brilliant and brilliant. At the same time, it also attracted a large number of cultivators in this area, who all watched from afar with different expressions. The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace is ruthless. She sent so many people to hunt down this young girl, and now even the sea race formation has been activated. Even a true god will find it difficult to escape. But the enmity of killing my brother is not to be borne under the heavens. Who can you blame? It is said that when the crown prince of the unparalleled celestial dynasty rushed over, he was held back by another young female supreme being. The two are fighting, and I am afraid it will be difficult for them to come over for a while. Many cultivators were talking about it. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the horizon. A shocking aura came, and the world seemed to be in a riot, and the sound of horse hooves came. It was hair-raising, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping over. Golden spears filled the sky, and the sound of killing shook the world. A golden warhorse was galloping in the sky. There were golden flames on the horse's hooves. A blue-haired woman sat on it. She was wearing golden armor and holding a spear in her right hand. Her expression was cold and disdainful. She stared at Xianxia in the mountain range in front of her, whose face was cold and pale, and sneered. "Little girl, where are you going to run today?" Many of the nearby sea rays saw this and said respectfully, "Welcome, seventh princess." All the cultivators who were watching from afar also changed their expressions. Hiss. This seventh princess of the Ocean Palace has such a powerful aura. She has broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm. No wonder she is so bold. She is simply invincible. They were all shocked. This seventh princess's strength was really terrifying. It was not without reason that she dared to command a group of sea race prodigies and young supreme beings. 1. In the dimly lit ancestral tomb. Ancient and incomplete corpses floated up and down, as if they had crawled out of their graves and were devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Such a scene was very frightening. If someone came here at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Strands of green light fell continuously, like a waterfall. A great Tao treasure vase floated in the middle, receiving the light and then turned into black great Tao runes, falling into the body of the young man below. His hair danced and his robes fluttered. Under the shroud of light, it was bright and mysterious, deep and terrifying. Xianxia was sitting there cross-legged. At this time, his skin was like immortal jade, shining and translucent, and there was an indescribable terrifying demonic nature. One by one, vortexes appeared behind Xianxia. Every hole contained multicolored light. There seemed to be many gods and demons sitting cross-legged, chanting and emitting a grand sound of the world. At the same time, Xianxia's aura was rising continuously, all kinds of refined energy seemed to be opening a gate for his body. In the void, there were many strange and bewitching flowers rooted there. They had a mortal intent, but they were even more sinister. Pop, 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 these flowers were blooming, spewing out rich essence qi, which was absorbed by Xianxia's mouth and nose. This was the power of the primordial spirit that had been refined by a secret technique, containing the comprehension and understanding of the primordial spirit level. In the sea of consciousness. The innate God consciousness was growing stronger, becoming brighter and more solid, like divine gold that had been refined, faintly shining. Finally, the terrifying aura here dissipated. Xianxia's true realm had broken through to the peak of the heavenly God realm. He opened his eyes, and then the divinity and essence of the ancient corpses in front of him disappeared, falling to the ground, looking more and more shriveled. Xianxia looked a little regretful. In his opinion, these essences were enough for him to break through to the divine king realm, but then he found that many of the ancient corpses were actually killed in battle, and their divinity was almost destroyed. I overestimated these ancient corpses' essence a bit. Even though there are 2 half-supreme being corpses, they were clearly killed in battle as well, long losing a lot of essence. It truly is a pity. Xianxia shook his head slightly and got up. He was not in a hurry to leave. The area that he had chosen for the gathering of the Aborigines was actually not very big. It was only a few thousand miles in radius. To the natives of the entire immortal ancient continent, it was just a small tribe. Xianxia was not at all worried that this matter would be linked to him. For the time being, no one would notice that something was wrong with their ancestral tomb. After all, who would come to see if the ancestral grave had been dug up for no reason? At that time, even if they were discovered, who would be able to confirm when it really happened? After all, he was not the only one of the younger generation wandering around the area where the Aborigines gathered. And Xianxia's ultimate goal had always been the Great Mausoleum, those places where immortal corpses might be buried. This kind of small mausoleum was just a matter of convenience to accumulate some experience in digging up ancestral graves. At that time, if they were discovered, he would have at least dug up a few mausoleums. Therefore, Xianxia completely had enough time and means to put the blame on Yiling, who asked Yiling to run to the immortal ancient continent himself. At that time, even if the people around Yiling could prove that all this was not done by Yiling, what was the use? For most cultivators, they would only think that all this was done by the inheritor of demonic arts. Since Yi Ling had coincidentally mixed in, they might even think that the inheritor of demonic arts had an accomplice. Therefore, if not Yi Ling, who would take the blame? Thinking of this, Gu Chang's expression became more and more thought-provoking. Then, he took a step to avoid these array patterns. He casually glanced at the entrance of the ancestral tomb and conveniently dealt with the two corpses. In any case, they had the strength of a quasi-saint. It was shameful to waste them. Then, the void in front of Gu Chang'e blurred. He stepped into it and prepared to leave the place according to the path he had taken. With the experience of coming here, it was naturally safer to return. No one would notice at all. Before long, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared again on the mountain peak outside the ruins of the city. Master. A group of followers who were hiding here showed up one after another and greeted him. Has anything happened recently? Gu Chang'e asked. He turned into a divine rainbow and left the place first. If he guessed correctly, Gu Xian'er should not have had a good time recently. She had offended a huge power like the Ocean Palace. Other than Yu Mingkong, no one would help her. Calculating the time. It was about time for him, the elder brother, to show up. After all, he had been in the immortal ancient continent for some time and he had not had a chance to show off. Otherwise, there would really be people in the younger generation who dared to look down on him. No, now that his sister was in trouble, as the elder brother, he had to support her. How could this be called showing off? Moreover, he could take the opportunity to teach the younger generation a lesson, lest some reckless fellows jump out and get in the way. Master, during this time, there have been many battles in many areas. Many divine objects have appeared, causing the local creatures and the geniuses of the outside world to fight over them. In addition, Miss Xian'er is being chased by the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace. Many young supreme beings are chasing after her. The situation doesn't seem to be good now. I heard that the Sea Tribe has used a great formation to firmly lock the heaven and earth. It is difficult to escape within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. Behind him, the Yiksha-like follower suddenly quickly followed and reported to Gu Chang'e. The expression on his face was a little cautious. He could see that although his master had always been indifferent to Gu Xian'er, he had not missed any news about Gu Xian'er. So he was worried that Gu Chang'e would be angry when he heard the news. However, Gu Chang'e had always been expressionless, so he could not guess what Gu Chang'e was thinking. After reporting this matter, he quietly retreated to the back. Although the Son of Fate has many opportunities, his ability to offend people is also top-notch. But, this time it really surprised me. The Ocean Palace even set up a great formation of the Sea Tribe and sent several young supreme beings to kill her. With Gu Xian'er's current strength, it is possible to deal with one or two, but it is definitely difficult to deal with more than one. Although this is not a small training experience for her, according to this silly girl's character, I am afraid that she will not use those trump cards until the critical moment. That's an extremely stupid thing to do. Who doesn't use a powerful Dharma artifact and allow themselves to be bullied? The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace. I have always been the one bullying others. This girl is quite bold. It seems that she wants to die. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's eyes could not help but narrow. The expression on his face was a little thought-provoking. Subsequently, the void around Gu Chang'e became more blurred, and his speed increased a lot. After all, Gu Xian'er was his punching bag. How could she be bullied like this? Who does the 7th princess think she is? At the same time, in the mountains shrouded in a vast white fog. Lightning flickered, lightning wreaked havoc, crackling with pi-li-pa-la sounds, as if an ancient giant was beating a war drum here. Gu Xian'er's dress fluttered as she stood in the mountains, looking ahead with a cold expression. In order to kill me, you sent so many people. It must have been hard on you. She said lightly. At this time, although she was injured, her breathing gradually stabilized and she calmed down. In the surrounding mountains, there were all Sea Tribe creatures, and there were even several young supreme beings. They were all in the early or middle stage of the immortal emperor realm. If Gu Xian'er faced them, she was not afraid at all. She even had plans to win. But with the addition of the 7th princess, this battle was very difficult. There was no possibility of winning. Her strength was only in the middle stage of the immortal emperor realm. It was not difficult for her to fight above her level. But against a young supreme being, it was not so easy. Because the gap between them would be significantly reduced. Since the other party dared to call himself a young supreme being, he naturally had powerful talent and many terrifying magical powers. Gu Xian'er had many trump cards. But she planned to save them to deal with Gu Chang'e, or to use them when she encountered a powerful enemy that endangered her life. Now, she did not want to waste these trump cards in this kind of place. Although it seemed to be very dangerous, Gu Xian'er still saw a glimmer of hope. Less nonsense, a life for a life. At this time, a young supreme being with a head of golden hair shouted, already taking the initiative to attack her. His original body was a large golden fish, with a dragon bone. His body seemed to be cast from gold, the scales fine, shining brilliantly. He raised his hand and shot out a large amount of symbols, like a rain of light, powerful and terrifying, drowning in front of him, as if it could shoot down stars. Hong, a mountain peak exploded in an instant, turning into fine powder, including all of the ancient wood creatures, all of them destroyed by this attack. So powerful. This kind of fluctuation made many of the younger generation's expressions change. They knew that if they were in the same realm, they would not be able to block it. This was the power of a young supreme being. Among the same generation, only young supreme beings could exchange blows with them. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was also a young supreme being taking action, moreover a female supreme being, from the mermaid dragon race, arms covered in fish webs, a small half of her face covered in fish scales. She released a wave of sound waves, extremely crafty, like all kinds of divine light, interweaving in the void, able to penetrate clouds and crack stone, collapse all things, even able to injure one's soul. Bullying the few with numbers, you all only have this much ability. Gu Xian'er's eyes swept over everyone in front of her. Even though she was surrounded, her expression was still cold, yet also carrying an unyielding sense of aloofness. If not for the fact that her cultivation was not enough, she was confident that she could suppress these so-called young supreme beings with a single palm. Or in other words, she was confident that she was invincible in the same realm, perhaps only Gu Chang'e could be her opponent. She wasn't blindly confident, but rather had a clear understanding of her own strength. At this moment, when she finished speaking, her entire body released rich five-colored radiance, especially that immortal bone of hers that underwent nirvana rebirth, releasing resplendent immortal intent. The immortal light was dazzling. There seemed to be a true immortal sitting cross-legged within, about to come out and suppress the present world. At this moment, Gu Xian'er exuded a sense of transcendence, standing in the air, pointing her finger towards the two people. At the same time, Gu Xian'er raised her hand, shooting out chains of divine light, densely packed, completely the evolution of all kinds of divine abilities. This kind of divine might was incomparably vast, filling the horizon, enough to blast away everything in front of one's eyes, completely destroying the attacks in front of one's eyes. In any case, she was taught by the old monsters of the Peach Village, her abilities were strong, and now she was personally led by the great elder of the Dao Heaven Palace. It was impossible for her battle strength not to be high. Immediately, it was as if an immortal bell rang in the void. The terrifying sound waves were as dazzling as fireworks, disappearing in front of Gu Xian'er's forehead. In her sea of consciousness, the phantom of a peach tree appeared, resplendent, stirring up a rain of light, one flower, one world, containing a great amount of primordial spirit power. This was Tao Yao's primordial spirit technique, powerful and mysterious, as if it had been tempered thousands of times, indestructible. The divine ability of that young supreme being of the sea race was broken. Boom! Gu Xian'er's eyes were cold. Wings of light appeared on his back as he quickly approached. His jade-like white hands clenched into fists. His qi and blood were astonishing as he directly punched down. Faint golden qi and blood pierced through everything. He was simply like an unparalleled ferocious beast. What? The young female supreme being from the mermaid dragon clan was somewhat shocked. She did not expect Gu Xian'er to suddenly appear in front of her. This speed was too frightening. It was as if he had completely disappeared into thin air. Pooh! She quickly activated her divine ability to resist. The fish web on her arms turned into sharp heavenly blades that could cut through everything. She wanted to resist Gu Xian'er's punch. However, in the next moment, the sound of bones cracking was suddenly heard. Accompanied by a scream, she flew backwards. Her expression was filled with deep shock and disbelief. The arms that she used to resist were shattered by Gu Xian'er's punch. The small fist landed on her body, almost causing half of her body to explode. This scene caused many of the cultivators in the distance to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Although this green-robed girl looked very frail, her strength was simply too shocking. This is a bit tricky. The young supreme being who attacked frowned and could not help but take a few steps back. His cultivation was stronger than Gu Xian'er, but he did not gain any advantage in this attack. This shocked him and gave him a sense of frustration. As a young supreme being, and in existence at the upper middle level, he was actually not a match for a young girl in green. The young female supreme being who attacked together with him was even pierced through, blood spurting out. Gu Xian'er forced the two of them back with one attack, but his expression was not good at all. Instead, it became more serious. This was because the white fog was too dense, as if it was endless. It contained the ancient formation runes that the sea race had set up, covering the sky in all directions. For the sea race, this area became more suitable for them to battle. What trash! In the air, a blue figure riding a golden warhorse was charging over. She stood proudly in the sky, her eyes cold and disdainful. Seeing this scene, she spoke coldly. Her aura was too strong. Although the figure did not look tall, it was more shocking than the sea race that stood in the sky like a small mountain. In her hand, there was a long spear with a golden light revolving 21 times. Her aura was terrifying, and there was no doubt that she was a peak-titled Emperor realm martial artist. The seventh princess did not personally join the battle. She was like a hunter, sitting upright in the sky. Her eyes were cold and mocking, waiting to witness a great game of cat and mouse. Take her down. The seventh princess ordered again. She still didn't make a move. If she didn't torment the other party like this, she wouldn't be able to quell the pain of her brother's death. If she didn't kill the girl in front of her, the hatred of her younger brother's murder would be unquenchable. Damn it, how dare you destroy my body? That Fish Dragon Clan young female supreme being was incomparably furious, but also felt a bit of lingering fear. Her body almost exploded, but then it healed in the distance, wishing to reconstruct her body. She had underestimated Gu Xian'er's strength. She did not expect it to be like this. She was no match for him in terms of physical strength. Therefore, he suffered a huge loss. Very quickly, she charged towards Gu Xian'er with an ugly expression. At the same time, the other young supreme being also revealed his true body, crushing over murderously. His fish body rumbled through the horizon, releasing terrifying world-shaking sounds. In an instant, that place was filled with densely packed radiance. There were tens of thousands of them, all of them turning into blue symbols. They turned into streaks of lightning and rain mist, surrounding Gu Xian'er. A great battle erupted. Berserk energy spilled out crazily, as if stars were exploding one after another. Under this type of fluctuation, many of the younger generation couldn't bear it. They could only stay far away. Fighting one against two, and even having the advantage, this green-clothed girl's strength is just too great. No wonder she could kill wave after wave of ocean race people. What a pity, she offended someone she shouldn't have. This made many of the nearby younger generation feel endlessly shocked. However, there were also some who felt pity. Naturally, there were also those who rejoiced in her misfortune. Finally, under the joint attacks of the two young supreme beings and the attacks of the other ocean race people, Gu Xian'er's face turned pale. With a wah sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her slender body was like a kite with its string cut, directly falling towards the mountain range behind her. Kill. She's injured, this is our chance. A group of ocean race powerhouses were overjoyed. Even the two young supreme beings' eyes shone brightly. They used their strongest techniques, preparing to take down Gu Xian'er. Rumble, in an instant, this place was drowned in radiance that filled the sky. Under such radiance, all the cultivators couldn't help but close their eyes, feeling incomparably glaring. Now's the time, however, at this moment, seeing this group of people charging towards her, Gu Xian'er, who was flying backwards, suddenly had a hint of success in her eyes. She instantly stopped in her tracks. A dazzling golden rune appeared in her hand, and there were surging waves of energy coming from it. That was a dazzling sword radiance, terrifying murderous intent. Although it wasn't a trump card, it was a talisman treasure that she had obtained when she was ambushing others. It contained the power of a true immortal. Now that it suddenly erupted, it immediately caused the expressions of the ocean race people in front of her to change. Many people directly collapsed, their bodies splitting apart. What a cunning little girl, I can't let you live. Suddenly, the seventh princess on the golden warhorse snorted coldly. Her eyes were like lightning, staring at the golden sword talisman in Xianxia's hand. Chi. She waved her hand, and the golden spear cut through the sky, tearing the sky, and piercing through the void. Puff, Xianxia's expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly protected herself with a top-grade defensive celestial device, but her body was also severely shaken. She turned pale and lost all color. Even the golden sword talisman in her hand that was about to be activated exploded in an instant. Hiss. That was just a casual attack. So powerful, she can definitely kill a true immortal. Facing the attack of the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, everyone in the distance was shocked. Those who couldn't stand it even trembled and almost fainted. As the absolute overlord of the endless sea, the Ocean Palace ruled over many ocean races. This seventh princess was known to be invincible. Before this, they had never seen her appear. Seeing it today, all the cultivators were truly shocked. Invincible was not just a saying. Looking at all the young supreme beings who had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm at this age. And a casual attack contained the battle strength of a true immortal. Even the young master of the Gu family, who was known to be a true immortal, was not so strong, right? As a young supreme being, she was already the best of her generation, and this seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was obviously the best of the best. The slender girl in green in front of her was definitely no match for her. And before this, the girl in green was besieged and hunted by many ocean races, and her cultivation was no longer at its peak. This was obviously unfair to her. And among the many young people, no one came forward to help. She was alone facing the seventh princess, who had many followers. How could she fight? It was simply bullying. Now, many young men couldn't bear to see the girl in green and felt pity for her. Her beautiful little face was stained with blood, and her cold expression made them feel pity. No matter where it was all about appearances. Sigh, if only I was a little stronger. At this time, going forward to save the beauty, maybe. A young genius couldn't help but shake his head. I heard that her surname is also Gu, but it seems that the young master of the Gu family did not appear. Obviously, he did not want to interfere. This girl in green is said to have a very complicated relationship with the young master of the Gu family. There seems to be enmity, but also no enmity, so many disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals did not dare to help. Yes, if this angered the young master of the Gu family, it would be bad luck for both sides. Around the mountain, many cultivators were discussing in low voices. They had different opinions about this matter, and they were all very emotional. The girl in green was not weak, she just lacked the time to grow, otherwise she would be able to face the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace. This made everyone feel pity. At such a young age, you are cunning and cruel. You can't be allowed to live. The seventh princess of the Ocean Palace sat on the golden warhorse, the golden spear returned to her hand, and said coldly, pointing at Xianxia. Her group of followers, including the two young supreme beings, returned with ashamed looks on their faces. Just now, they almost fell into her trap. If the seventh princess had not suddenly intervened, they would have been seriously injured here. Thinking of this, they looked at Xianxia with a gloomy look. Today, in front of so many people, they tried to capture a girl whose cultivation was far below theirs. Not only did they fail, but they were also seriously injured and even killed. This made them lose face, and there was a very sullen anger in their hearts. They wanted to fight with Xianxia hundreds of times and kill him. Oh, can't be allowed to live? I don't see you as a good person, you are just bullying others. At this time, Xianxia also flew up from below, her voice was very calm. She stood in the air, barefoot, her hair and sleeves fluttering. She was like the most perfect fairy created by the heavens, with a kind of fairy and the rhythm of the great Tao. She was young. But her face was beautiful, like a peerless fairy flower, standing in the void. The discussions of many cultivators around fell into her ears. At this time, she was unusually calm. Although there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, she was not afraid at all. She remembered the words of her masters, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, but she calmed down. If there was no other way, she would have to use those extremely precious magic tools. When she thought of the possibility of doing so, she, who had always been a little money grubber, felt pain in her heart. This debt, Gu Xian'er calculated and inexplicably blamed on Guchanga. Bullying others with power? That's interesting. At this time, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was also calm and composed, as if she was in no hurry to kill Gu Xian'er. Instead, she said with a playful and mocking look in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation is higher than yours, what are you? Gu Xian'er said lightly. Because my cultivation is higher than yours, I will kill you. Is there a problem with that? Hearing this, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace could not help but laugh coldly, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. No problem. Don't let my cultivation surpass yours one day. Gu Xian'er looked at her calmly. You have no chance. Today, no one can save you. When you killed my brother, did you think about this, little girl? Hearing this, the seventh princess's eyes were cold, and she remembered the scene she saw when she was searching for the ferocious beast's soul. Her brother was cruelly killed by this little girl in front of her. His body collapsed, and in the midst of his screams, even his primordial spirit was obliterated. This method could be called ruthless. He deserved to die. Gu Xian'er said lightly. Before, she was a little regretful and impulsive because of this matter, but now she was very calm. A sister like this, and a brother like that, sooner or later, they would be killed by others. You are courting death. Hearing this, the seventh princess's face turned cold, and her eyes were even colder. On her indifferent body, it seemed very dark, and even a little twisted. Those who were familiar with her knew how much she doted on her brother. Originally, she wanted to bring him to the immortal ancient continent to seek opportunities, but she did not expect that he would be killed when she was not careful. This made the seventh princess furious. She would not let Gu Xian'er die so easily. She wanted to torture her. You have chased after me for so long. Now that I am standing here, do you dare to kill me? At this time, Gu Xian'er's eyes had a hint of mockery, and she asked in return. I know your surname is Gu, and I know you are the disciple of the great elder of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. But so what? If I want to kill you, who can stop me? The seventh princess laughed coldly, looking at Gu Xian'er as if she was looking at an idiot. She could not understand how she could be so calm at this time. Could it be that she had other reasons? She was the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, and it was easy for her to kill her. A life for a life, and in the immortal ancient continent's training, it was a matter of course. If you kill me, my brother, Guchanga, will not let you go. You will die more miserably than me. At this time, Gu Xian'er was calmer, and she decided to use Guchanga's name. At the same time, she wanted to draw some hatred to Guchanga. If things did not work out, she would use a secret treasure to break open the space and leave. Anyway, she would not feel guilty for tricking Guchanga. Moreover, she knew that Guchanga would not care about her. At this time, she did not have any expectations. Guchanga, you are talking about him? The seventh princess did not expect Gu Xian'er to say such things at this time. She could not help but laugh. Don't think that I don't know about the deep hatred between you and Guchanga. Would he care about your life or death? Even if Guchanga appears, so what? Do you think that I will be afraid of him? I want to see how much of the so-called genuine immortal's talent is real. The seventh princess's eyes were cold. From her words, she had seen through Gu Xian'er completely. If she did not want to make her despair slowly, she would not have said so much nonsense. Gu Xian'er heard this and laughed. Then she said lightly, you are just an outsider. Where did you get the confidence to talk about my relationship with Guchanga? If you dare to touch me, you will definitely be killed by my good brother. If you don't believe me, you can try. He is only delayed because of one thing. Otherwise, he would have come here long ago. She could not help but praise herself for being quick-witted. Gu Xian'er said it so casually. Especially when coupled with this indifferent and calm expression, he seemed to be quite serious about it. Of course, only Gu Xian'er knew the truth. She couldn't help but shake her head, a little disappointed. She also hoped that the truth was as she said. But she had tricked Gu Chang'e. It would be strange if he cared about her. And she didn't even know where Gu Chang'e was now. The immortal ancient continent was so big, he might be fighting for opportunities somewhere. Her own life was completely unimportant to him. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er became even colder. Instead, she looked at the other party with a seventh princess. "You're finished, look. You're really looking for death. If Gu Chang'e knows that you're chasing me like this, all of you here will be dead. No one will be able to escape. You think you're very strong? You're just a peak immortal emperor. You can bully me. But in front of my brother, you're less than an ant. He can kill you with one slap." Gu Xian'er was still speaking calmly. Her words sounded like she was stating a fact, but also like she was telling everyone how strong Gu Chang'e was. At the same time, she was showing how much she admired and worshipped Gu Chang'e as his younger sister. But in reality, she was just thinking about when to use the forbidden weapon to break through the seal and sneak away. At the same time, she would draw Gu Chang'e's hatred towards her. If the seventh princess vented her anger on Gu Chang'e, she wouldn't feel guilty. She knew that Gu Chang'e was very strong. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the seventh princess. Of course. It was definitely not as exaggerated as she said. And when these words were said, it instantly caused a huge commotion. Many young geniuses' expressions changed slightly. They were a little shocked. Especially some disciples from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. When they were in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Xian'er and Gu Chang'e's relationship was indeed very complicated. They really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that it's really like what we saw back then? They're brothers and sisters? Some disciples couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in their hearts. Gu Xian'er spoke so casually and naturally that it was hard to doubt the authenticity of her words. Like an ant? When the time comes, I really want to meet him. The seventh princess had originally planned to torture Gu Xian'er, but at this moment, she no longer thought about it. Her gaze was extremely cold and filled with anger. She, who had been invincible since she was a child, was actually belittled by Gu Xian'er as an ant. She couldn't stand this and wished for nothing more than to slap this little girl who had a big mouth but was still acting so calm and composed. "Since you want to die today, I'll fulfill your wish." The seventh princess wanted to kill. She urged the golden warhorse under her feet to charge towards Gu Xian'er. Boom, the golden warhorse once again stepped into the sky and headed in the direction of Gu Xian'er. This momentum overflowed into the heavens, as if a great army was galloping forward. Golden spears were striking down, terrifying to the extreme. The clouds were split open, and the sea race's great formation enveloped the area. Amidst the thick white fog, symbols flickered, and a great path to the heavens was carved out. The golden flames blossomed. At this moment, everyone could see the scene clearly. The golden light was resplendent, stretching across the horizon. The seventh princess was simply like an unrivaled female war god. Her aura was vast, and with a sweep of the long spear in her hand, it could make the heavens collapse and earth rend as it swept down. Boom, in an instant, this place erupted with commotion. Almost all of the cultivators were horrified. They never thought that under the seventh princess' full power, that kind of might was simply tyrannical to the extreme. Not good. Gu Xian'er's expression changed slightly, even becoming a bit pale. She made her move, using a supreme divine ability. The immortal aura beside her turned into an enormous bell, shaking the heavens. It shook slightly, and the sound was tremendous, as if it was going to destroy everything. Boom, however, this place immediately exploded. The mountain peak was destroyed, turning into fine powder and dust, submerging heaven and earth. Too powerful, this is completely the power of a true deity. The seventh princess might not be able to find many opponents among the young supreme beings. This kind of strength is definitely not a problem for her to sweep through all of her peers in the immortal ancient continent. Everyone was stupefied, scared silly. Terrifying spatial ripples extended through the void. Wah, in the next moment, the enormous bell shattered. Gu Xian'er's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, scattering a stream of blood in the air. Her secret technique was very powerful, but the seventh princess' strength was too much greater than hers. This was already not a category she could match, especially when the seventh princess' attack was filled with anger. It could destroy mountains and split the earth. Die. The seventh princess sat upright on her mount, looking down at her with a cold smile. Radiance circulated on her long spear, containing exceptional sharpness. There's no other way. Gu Xian'er's face paled, her blood and qi roiling. She tasted something sweet in her throat, blood gushing out. She never thought that the seventh princess would suddenly attack her. To directly attack like this, she was simply deranged. Boom! At this time, the seventh princess made her move again. Looking at Gu Xian'er, her eyes overflowed with killing intent. She coldly said, "Go to hell. Such a disaster, I simply cannot let you live." Hazy golden radiance appeared on her long spear, symbols resplendent, metallic killing intent surging out, blasting towards Gu Xian'er. Boom boom boom, a large mountain range was turned into fine powder under this attack. Many cultivators in the distance were affected and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Gu Xian'er's face was even paler. Just as she was about to use her trump card, her eyes suddenly widened, and she was stunned. She seemed to be in a daze, somewhat in disbelief. She muttered, "Gu Chang'e, how is it possible?" When she regained her senses, she could not help but open her eyes. She felt that the scene in front of her was too unbelievable, like a dream. Suddenly, in the sky in front of her, the void became blurry, and the figure of a young man in white walked out. His gaze was cold and calm. Then, a terrifying gust of wind swept out, the golden light turned into waves that seemed to want to rush into the sky. Boom, in between heaven and earth, a golden palm appeared, incomparably solid, and slapped down, like the palm of heaven of a deity. Huge and full of power, it was daunting and difficult to resist. This was the evolution of a sorcery. It was like the palm of the celestial arch. Although it changed, it was actually the embodiment of the rules and order. This was the Longevity Gu family's famous theurgy, the palm of heaven. With a bang, it was as if heaven and earth had collapsed. The golden spear trembled, the terrifying rebound force seemed to be able to destroy the universe, containing endless power. Immediately, the golden war horse let out a tragic cry. Puff, in the void, blood bloomed, incomparably bright. How is this possible? The seventh princess's arm shook violently. The terrifying power almost made her entire arm explode. The pain made her face contort. If it were not for her talent rune bones shining and protecting her, half of her body would have exploded. This made the seventh princess's expression change drastically. She was even a little shocked and a little in disbelief. As a result, her scalp was slightly numb. Boom, the giant golden palm fell, the golden light rolling, cratered the ground, collapsed the mountains, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Many onlooking cultivators were hit by the palm. They did not have time to escape and were instantly turned into minced meat. "How dare you touch my things?" His casual voice resounded between heaven and earth, but all of a sudden, it caused all directions to become deathly silent. All the cultivators stared blankly at the figure that walked out of the void, and they could not help but feel fear and shock. Many people felt a chill run down their backs and their scalps go numb. "Greetings, successor." Around the mountain peak, many disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals' expression changed drastically. They hurriedly saluted, frightened by this shocking scene. They naturally recognized the young man who suddenly attacked. He was the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Gu Chang'e, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm, was seriously injured by this palm, and her war horse exploded. Her right arm was dripping with blood, and her face was extremely pale, losing all color. This was too shocking. Especially when compared to the domineering indifference from when he was sitting high up in the sky, overlooking everything with murderous intent and wanting to kill Gu Xian'er, it formed a strong contrast, causing the hearts of all the cultivators to beat violently. In an instant, she was knocked down from the clouds and was covered by a palm. Just as Gu Xian'er said, she did not have the slightest bit of resistance and was not a match at all. This made them unable to help but be shocked. Just how strong was Gu Chang'e? Could it really be like what Gu Xian'er said? The expressions of the sea creatures also changed drastically. They surrounded the seventh princess from all directions, protecting her in the middle, and stared at Guchanga vigilantly. Under the situation where the sea tribe's array sealed off the world, he could still appear here silently. This was already unimaginably strong. Not to mention the scene just now, it made their minds buzz and blank, and they could not react for a while. The invincible seventh princess had never been in such a difficult situation before. Especially in the hands of someone of the same generation, this was simply unbelievable. Guchanga was too strong. His reputation was like a tree's shadow, and made them very vigilant. Interesting. Guchanga appeared in the sky and looked at the seventh princess of the ocean palace, who was not far away, who was extremely wary of him, and said lightly, "Now that I have appeared, why is the seventh princess still like this? Or are you saying that you only dare to bully my sister?" His expression was very calm, but there was a deep coldness that made the seventh princess's expression change, and the fear in her heart deepened. Her injuries had healed, but the pain was still there, and it was difficult for her to forget. Although Guchanga had suddenly attacked and caught her off guard, it was enough to show how strong Guchanga was. This made the seventh princess frown involuntarily. She was very wary, and her expression was uncertain. In her investigation, there was a lot of hatred between Gu Xian and Guchanga, and it involved a huge secret of the longevity Gu family. But now, why did Guchanga appear to help Gu Xian? Could it be that it was really like what Gu Xian said? "Guchanga, I admit that you are very strong, but don't think that you are invincible. In a battle of life and death, it is not certain who is weaker." Then, coldness flashed across the seventh princess's face. She opened her mouth and said directly. The runes on her golden spear began to move, and it began to shine. She was expressing her attitude. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I am not afraid of you." As one of the best, she would not back down because of this and choose not to fight. When the time comes, whether it is to her face or to her Tao, it will be a huge blow. To her, though Guchanga was strong, it was not like she had no chance of winning. And now, Gu Xian, who had come to her senses, also flew up from below with a look of shock and disbelief. She never thought that Guchanga would actually appear. This made her brain buzz, and she didn't know what to say. Confusion, joy, all kinds of emotions mixed together, making her expression very complicated. However, very quickly, she regained her composure on the surface, but her mind was in chaos. She originally thought that Guchanga would not care about her, and would not care about whether she lived or died. But she never thought that at this time, Guchanga would appear and stand in front of her. This made Gu Xian feel an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart, and this feeling made her face turn a little red. After all, when she said those words to all the cultivators, she crazily attracted hatred for Guchanga. If Guchanga was in the crowd, wouldn't he have heard it? Guchanga would probably laugh to death at these words, and then he would definitely not let her go. Guchanga naturally also noticed Gu Xian behind him. But now, he had no time to deal with her. In fact, he had been here for a while, but he did not show himself. He had been hiding in the void, waiting for the right time to appear. Otherwise, if he could not achieve the desired effect, it would be meaningless. When he heard Gu Xian's calm speech, he was stunned. He never thought that this silly girl would use this kind of method to attract hatred to trick him. Although he did not take this seventh princess of the ocean palace seriously at all. At that time, Guchanga really wanted to throw Gu Xian into the bottom of the latrine pit and suppress her for 3 to 5 years. "Are you okay with your injuries?" Guchanga asked casually, asking Gu Xian behind him. His expression did not seem to be very concerned. But at this time, Gu Xian's mind was really in a mess. Hearing this, she just gave a soft hum. What do you mean?" Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. He naturally knew that Gu Xian was not seriously injured, at most a little injured. But at this time, even if she was not injured, she would be injured. When Gu Xian heard Guchanga's words, she was not stupid. Her voice was cold, but a little low and aggrieved. "The injuries are very serious. Many of my bones are broken, and my internal organs are displaced. If you didn't come, I would probably die here today, alone, with no one to collect my body." Speaking of this, her face had a sad and tearful expression, which would make anyone who heard it cry. Many of the young men nearby couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for her. she was injured so badly, the ocean palace is too much. Guchunga's expression did not change, but his eyes gradually deepened, and he said lightly, I, Guchunga, have never had a reason to be bullied. Although he said so, he secretly praised her wit. This girl was not very stupid, and knew to cooperate with him at this time. Tell me, how do you want to die? Then, Guchunga looked at the creatures of the ocean palace in front of him, and asked with a casual expression. All the cultivators heard this and could not help but shudder. At this time, they were frightened. How do you want to die? This sentence came from Guchunga's mouth, but it was so natural, containing an endless bloody breath. They already had a hunch that there would be a bloody storm here in a while. Hearing this, the faces of the creatures of the ocean palace could not help but change, and they turned slightly pale. The two young supreme warriors who had attacked Xianxia before turned pale, a little frightened, and could not help but take a few steps back. After all, this was Guchunga. Just now, his attack had severely injured the seventh princess, and even her mount had been shattered by the aftershock. His strength was ridiculously strong. Before this, they had never heard that Guchunga would stand up for Xianxia. Even the seventh princess did not expect such a thing. Guchunga, don't go too far. If you insist on supporting Xianxia, then 587. At this time, the seventh princess said with a slightly gloomy expression. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Guchunga. His expression was a little playful as he said, the ocean palace hurt my sister, and now they blame me for backing her up. What kind of logic is this? Also, seventh princess, you haven't answered my question yet. Then I'll ask you again, how do you want to die? The seventh princess was enraged by Guchunga's aggressive attitude, and her expression was very ugly. She could not help but say, Guchunga, stop acting like you've taken advantage of us. You're a famous young supreme warrior with the potential of a genuine immortal, but you've gone too far. Do you really think the ocean palace is easy to bully? In her opinion, no matter how strong Guchunga was, he was only one person now. Even if he gathered the nearby disciples of the heavenly immortal palace, he could not be a match for the ocean palace. It was very likely that both sides would suffer, and the other young supreme warriors would take advantage of the situation. Therefore, at this time, she actually did not want to confront Guchunga directly. She would find a way to avenge her brother sooner or later. However, Guchunga did not mention this at all, nor did he ask why she wanted to kill Xianxia. Instead, he asked her how she wanted to die. He even repeated it twice. This kind of contemptuous, casual, indifferent, arrogant attitude made the seventh princess angry. She could not bear it. After all, she was the seventh princess of the ocean palace. She ruled over many heaven's prides and young supreme warriors of the Sea clan. In terms of status, she was not inferior to Guchunga. And most importantly, Guchunga was too confident and had an attitude that said he could defeat them. As a fellow supreme warrior, how could she stand such humiliating treatment? Going too far? Hearing this, Guchunga could not help but laugh, and then the expression on his face turned cold. So what if I'm bullying you? Hearing this, Xianxia, who was behind him, could not help but tremble. She gently lowered her head. Previously, when the people of the ocean palace were chasing her, the seventh princess also had such an overbearing attitude. The ocean palace was stronger than her, so they bullied her. And now, Guchunga said such similar words in front of the people of the ocean palace, which made her heart full of strange and indescribable emotions. With Guchunga in front of her, she could not help but feel at ease, and a feeling of wanting to rely on him. Of course, Xianxia also understood that this was Guchunga pretending in front of outsiders. He came to save her, probably just to make up for what happened back then. Xianxia had mixed feelings. Speaking of which, Guchunga did not owe her anything after returning the knife. She also had the means to escape safely, but Guchunga showed up at the critical moment to stand up for her. And she also said those words to draw hatred for Guchunga. Xianxia suddenly felt a little regret and guilt. At that time, she was actually a little upset about Guchunga. After all, she had been looking forward to his appearance, but he was nowhere to be seen. Guchunga, since you want to say so, how do you want to settle the matter of your sister killing my brother? Hearing this, the seventh princess said coldly with a heavy expression, gritting her teeth. She did not intend to feign civility with Xianxia anymore. She gripped the golden spear tightly, and wisps of brilliance appeared on it, and a metallic aura circulated. Xianxia's words clearly showed that he did not give any face at all, and had a completely unrelenting attitude. Then how do you want to settle it? Go down and accompany him? Xianxia said lightly. His figure stepped out of the void and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already landed in front of the seventh princess. The seventh princess and the others could not help but narrow their eyes, and a shocking chill ran down their backs. The expressions of the many followers around her changed dramatically, and they were shocked. They did not feel the slightest fluctuation of space at all, and Xianxia had already arrived in front of them. What kind of amazing extreme speed was this? Could it be so close yet worlds apart, or shrinking the earth into an inch? In the next moment, before they could react, they felt a terrifying aura suddenly erupt from the void in front of them, as if a dazzling sun was pressing down on them. It's his honor that Xianxia killed him. If you dare to touch Xianxia, then you can go and accompany your brother. Boom, as Xianxia's understated words fell, a dazzling sword light flashed. Dazzling sword chi suddenly appeared in the void. Clanging sounds rang out and even sparks flew out. The terrifying sharp chi was simply like a celestial sword that could destroy the world. He put his fingers together like a sword, and a terrifying sword light bloomed continuously between his fingers. It was as if it could dominate the world, and a wisp of sword chi could tear the universe apart. Although the endless celestial art was a supreme offensive secret technique of the primordial spirit type, Xianxia could also display great power when he used it with his current means. This did not involve dermic powers, but the use of laws. After all, with the support of the Transcendence talent, his control of many divine techniques had undergone a qualitative change. This was the sword light of laws and order, which could destroy many Tao techniques and divine techniques. Unless there was a law of the same level, it could resist. Under the premise of not revealing his true strength, it was too easy to deal with the so-called young supremes. It was just like cutting melons and vegetables. At this moment, around the mountain peak, many of Xianxia's followers also appeared and began to attack from all directions, killing the sea race creatures. A chaotic battle broke out. Xianxia stepped forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park, his expression casual and natural. His sword fingers fell flat, and the void in front of him became blurry, making clanging sounds. It was as if an immortal sword was really unsheathed, and strands of sword chi fell like a large galaxy. Pfft! No, blood splattered everywhere in the void. The young supreme being whose original body was a golden fish turned pale with fear. He looked desperate and regretful, and wanted to beg for mercy. His whole body was cold, and even his primordial spirit was trembling. At this moment, he was enveloped by a terrifying killing intent. He wanted to resist, so he took out his strongest Dharma artifact, and all his Dharma power surged into it. This Dharma artifact was overflowing with divine light, and when it came down, it could destroy all existences in the void god realm. However, it was useless. A ray of sword light, like a divine chain reflecting the laws, pierced through his forehead. The protective light that appeared on his primordial spirit was instantly destroyed, and directly turned into powder. If resistance is useful, then why do I need to have overwhelming strength? Xianxia looked calm. The realm he displayed was still the strength of the Emperor realm, but the moves he used had obviously surpassed this level. Of course, he did not display too shocking. It was enough to control the power to kill a true immortal realm existence. This is Xianxia's true strength? Xianxia was stunned by this scene. She had always wanted to surpass Xianxia and have other goals. However, she really did not expect Xianxia's strength to have reached such a level. What sword technique was this? Its power was so terrifying, it was as if it was born to kill. Dead, a young supreme being was killed just like that. Many of the sea creatures were stunned. When they reacted, they became extremely frightened. After all, this young supreme being in front of them was an existence in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. However, in the hands of Xianxia, he was killed in an instant, and even his primordial spirit was destroyed. This kind of means really frightened them. As a young supreme being, he had many life-saving methods, but he did not even have the chance to use them before he was killed by Xianxia. What did this mean? It meant that Gu Chang'e's current strength had actually exceeded the level that they could resist at present. With such a terrifying sword technique in hand, who would dare to approach easily? The sword chi that fell was boundless, as if it could drown everything. It's actually a sword technique that can borrow the power of rules. At this moment, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace could not help but be shocked. The power of rules was something that only saints could come into contact with, but now it was displayed in the hands of Gu Chang'e. This made her feel cold all over, and her primordial spirit trembled slightly. Young supreme beings had many trump cards, but she really did not expect that Gu Chang'e still had such an incredible means hidden. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e had definitely mastered an incomparably terrifying sword technique. Such power was no longer something that they could resist. At this time, unless she used the same power, there was no way to resist. She reckoned that ordinary true gods would be killed by Gu Chang'e's casual sword chi. To support this terrifying sword technique, Gu Chang'e's body must have consumed a lot of energy. He won't be able to hold on for long. I still have a chance. I can take the opportunity to kill him. Seeing that the female supreme being from the mermaid dragon clan resisted for a while, but it was completely useless. Soon, in despair and unwillingness, Gu Chang'e's sword light pierced through her body. The light in her eyes dimmed, and her life was extinguished. At this moment, the seventh princess had no choice. Her expression gradually turned ferocious. If she did not kill Gu Chang'e would kill her. Boom. Kill. Her figure transformed into a golden divine flame that swept through a hazy light. Her spear swept horizontally, turning into a massive golden light hole that could kill everything. That was her powerful Dao technique. At the same time, she summoned a small scarlet cauldron. The moment she opened the lid of the cauldron, a torrential flame surged out. It contained wisps of law power that turned into divine chains that could burn everything. A replica of the Scarlet Sun Cauldron? Gu Chang'e raised his brows and recognized the cauldron. It was an extremely famous supreme weapon replica of the Ocean Monarch Palace. The divine fire within it contained wisps of law power. However, he did not care. It was just a replica. No matter how strong it was, it could only be unleashed at the true god realm in the hands of the seventh princess. Soon, in front of the shocked gazes of many cultivators, the battle between Gu Chang'e and the seventh princess erupted. All of a sudden, resplendent splendor appeared. The mountain peaks all collapsed, turning into fine dust. It was as if many stars had exploded. The brilliance was so dazzling that all the cultivators could not help but close their eyes. The next moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, the replica of the Crimson Sun Cauldron was blasted out. A blue-haired figure flew out, covered in blood. She was in an extremely sorry state as half of her body was shattered. Her expression was full of disbelief and horror. Why? The seventh princess's expression was even a little frightened and could not believe it. Just now, she and Gu Chang'e clashed head-on. Even with her strong physique, she could not withstand it and half of her body exploded. Moreover, even the Crimson Sun Cauldron was blown away by Gu Chang'e's vast sword chi in the end. The power of law contained in it could not contend against him. She thought that Gu Chang'e's spiritual power was almost drained by that terrifying sword technique, but it was not. It did not even have the slightest effect. She could not help but be frightened. Because I'm much stronger than you, by a lot. Gu Chang'e's expression was slightly playful. When his figure reappeared, he had already landed in front of the seventh princess's face that was twisted with unwillingness. Bang, he lifted her up. Her originally pretty face was now like a ferocious ghost. Gu Chang'e, if you dare to kill me. She no longer had the attitude of a princess. Now, she was extremely afraid of death. Her Dao heart had completely collapsed the moment she lost to Gu Chang'e. I won't kill you. Gu Chang'e interrupted casually. Then, he sealed the seventh princess's cultivation and threw her in front of Gu Xianxia, who was still in a state of shock. He smiled thoughtfully and said, Xianxia, I'll hand her over to you. It's up to you whether to kill her or not. He threw this question directly to Gu Xianxia. Bang, the seventh princess' hair was disheveled, and her body was covered in blood. Her face was like a ferocious ghost. Her cultivation was sealed by Gu Chang'e, and she was thrown in front of Gu Xianxia. This scene caused the fighting in the surroundings to suddenly become deathly silent. The seventh princess lost, all the sea tribes were trembling in fear. At this moment, they felt as if the sky had collapsed. They couldn't believe it. They were terrified to the extreme. The invincible seventh princess could not find an opponent in the sea tribe. Her talent was so terrifying that few could match her. But she had just been born, and now she was defeated? She suffered the first crushing defeat in her life. She might even die here. After all, the number of young supreme martial artists who died in Guchanga's hands was not small. He would not let the seventh princess go. Everyone knew that Guchanga would be very powerful because his battle record was achieved by killing. But they did not expect Guchanga to be so strong. They were terrified and even desperate. Master has the potential of a true immortal. He is destined to stand at the top and look down on the millions of worlds in the sea. How can a mere seventh princess of the ocean palace be his opponent? Among the cultivators who were fighting, a creature that looked like a Xianxia smiled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore the sea tribe creature in front of him in half. Blood rained down, and it was extremely cruel. His words even more so made the ocean race's faces turn pale, all of the color draining from their faces. They clenched their teeth and began to tremble. The sea tribe formation that shrouded the sky also dissipated at this time. A strong smell of blood wafted. This place was extremely tragic. Corpses were everywhere. Most of them were the corpses of the sea tribe. All the cultivators who watched the battle were terrified. There was no doubt that what happened here today would cause a great sensation and a great earthquake. It would shake the entire immortal ancient continent, and make many young supreme martial artists tremble in fear. The powerful and indifferent seventh princess of the ocean palace chased after Guchanga's sister. At the critical moment, Guchanga appeared and killed a group of sea tribe creatures. Even the seventh princess was defeated on the spot. No one knew what level Guchanga's true strength had reached. Even the seventh princess had been easily crushed by him. He had killed her with a lift of his hand. His strength was peerless. From the beginning to the end, no one had seen his true strength. This was what shocked the younger generation the most, because they simply could not guess Guchanga's true strength. I'm afraid he has already entered the ranks of the taboo. Since ancient times, only those who have surpassed the top of the young supremes and entered the nirvana realm can be called the young taboo. A taboo for young people. How heavy are these 4 words? A cultivator couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. He was extremely respectful towards Guchanga. Young taboo existences needed to be proven by their battle prowess. They would definitely become taboo existences in the future. Among the many supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the upper realm, there might only be one such person every few 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years, and without a doubt, Guchanga's current appearance caused all of the cultivators to tremble in fear. A taboo for young people, this was not something that could become a young taboo with great talent. It required tyrannical strength to prove it. What's more, one's battle prowess had to be maintained at the level of fighting 2 realms higher. In front of a young taboo, a young supremacy was just an ant that could be destroyed with a lift of the hand. Guchanga's terrifying battle prowess in this battle was not the performance of a young taboo, was it not? This made all of the cultivators' scalps numb. They even said that their mouths were dry, and they could not speak. A young taboo. How many years has it been since I heard this word? Now, the young master of the Gu clan seems to have entered this realm. Many of the cultivators' voices were trembling. It was completely caused by reverence and fear. Once this news was spread, what kind of earthquake and waves would it cause? They had already expected it. Unless there were other young people who had entered the taboo realm, Guchanga would be a terrifying mountain that stretched across everyone's heads. Guchanga, you're leaving her to me to deal with? At this time, in front of Guchanga, Gu Xian'er, who was still in shock, could not help but ask with a trace of disbelief. The seventh princess, whose cultivation had been sealed, had been so casually thrown in front of her by Guchanga. It was as if he had thrown away a rag. Without her cultivation, she was like a venomous snake without its fangs. No matter how fierce she had no lethality at all. At this moment, Gu Xian'er's beautiful eyes could not stop blinking. The suspicion in her eyes grew stronger. Something was wrong. Although she was touched that Guchanga had rushed to save her, with Guchanga's character, it was very likely that there was a problem here. Gu Xian'er, is this how you treat your savior? Gu Changge looked at her and could not help but ask with a faint smile. That delicate and flawless porcelain face was still very pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked a little haggard. Gu Changge, do you think I will thank you? Don't even think about it. Without you, I can still be safe and sound. Humph. Gu Xian'er regained her cold and arrogant expression. She looked like she was asking for a beating, asking for a beating. She was clearly overjoyed before. Even the feelings of loss that she had felt for so many days were swept away. But in front of Gu Changge, she was still unwilling to admit defeat. She was not even willing to say thank you. After all, Gu Changge was her biggest enemy. And what she said was the truth. Even if Gu Changge did not come, she had the means to leave safely. You're really asking for a beating. Gu Xian'er, did you forget the lesson from that day? Gu Changge withdrew his smile and casually glanced at her. His desire to throw her into the latrine pit and suppress her for 3 to 5 years grew stronger. It would have been better if this matter was not mentioned. Once this matter was mentioned, Gu Xian'er felt ashamed and resentful. Although only she, Yu Mingkong, and Gu Changge were present that day, the only person who dared to hit her like this since she was young was Gu Changge. Don't be so smug. One day, I will press you to the ground and rub you. I will let you know what it feels like. Her small face was filled with anger as she softly muttered. Towards Gu Changge, she no longer had the hatred that she had when she left Peach Village. Now, this complicated feeling made her worried. Gu Xian'er did not understand what this feeling was. Sure enough, Third Shizhuan was right. Good-looking men were all tigers. Gu Xian'er, you are itching for a beating, right? With your little skills, you want to press me to the ground and rub me? Although Gu Xian'er said this very softly, how could it escape Gu Changge's ears? His taunting skills had always been at full capacity. Even the great elder of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was almost fuming with anger because of him. Wouldn't this silly girl make him so angry that he stomped his feet? At that moment, Gu Changge opened his mouth. His words were cold and merciless. If you want revenge, then prove it to me. Don't make me look down on you. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to follow behind me like before. When Gu Xian'er heard this, the expression on her small face froze. She remembered how she used to follow behind Gu Changge when she was young. She was very clingy. At that time, Gu Changge was very cold and did not even want to pay attention to her. This made her very hurt, but she still followed him obediently. When she thought of this, Gu Xian'er fell silent. If she had heard this before she left Peach Village, she would have been furious and filled with murderous intent. But now, she did not feel much hatred. On the contrary, she was very calm. So calm that she found it hard to believe. Combined with some of Gu Changge's actions, there was definitely some secret in the past that no one knew. Back then, all the members of the Gu family liked her very much. But Gu Changge was cold and distant. Now that Gu Xian'er thought about it, she felt that it was very strange. Could it be that Gu Changge did it on purpose? It was just so that he could be more ruthless when he dug out her Dao bone. So why did he do it at that time? He did not kill her directly, but left her with a chance to live. Now, he was acting like he was deliberately provoking her so that she would hate him. It had to be said that Gu Xian'er's imagination was very shocking. She was analyzing all kinds of things. Back at the Wushan peak of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Changge had almost lost his life because of that strike. He was clearly very strong, so he could easily dodge and block it. After that, Gu Changge's actions were cold and distant. He saw her as if she was a stranger. But, why did he appear to save her when she was in danger? Wasn't this contradictory? Gu Changge, don't think that you can hide this from me forever. I will find out what happened back then I will take my revenge and defeat you fair and square. At this time, Gu Xian'er stared unblinkingly at Gu Changge. She was certain that he was hiding some unknown secret. Gu Xian'er, you think too much. Hearing this, Gu Changge only glanced at her indifferently. However, seeing Gu Changge's expression, Gu Xian'er was even more certain that Gu Changge was right. Gu Changge's expression was natural, but he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He could guess Gu Xian'er's thoughts. After all, everything was within his expectations and plans. At this time, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. The daughter of luck, Gu Xian'er's attitude has changed. Luck points increased by 1,000. Fate points increased by 50. Asking for fresh flowers, this made Gu Chang'a's smile become somewhat thought-provoking. She was still a silly girl. Just a little trick, and she was confused and disoriented. He really didn't know how her teachers could rest assured that she would come out to take revenge. Gu Chang'e, what should we do with her? Gu Xian'er then looked at the flustered Princess Qi in front of her and asked. She wanted to listen to Gu Chang'e's opinion. She thought that she had thought it through. Her opinion of Gu Chang'e had changed a lot. When she spoke, there was no longer a strong sense of hostility. What should you call me? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at her. He was usually very accommodating to Gu Xian'er, but he also had a bottom line. He wasn't to the point where he would let Gu Xian'er ride on his head and shit and pee. This was the time to let her know the order of seniority. But now, what made Gu Chang'e a little surprised was that Gu Xian'er's luck points were still increasing even though she was being hunted down. Could it be that this arrogant and supercilious guy actually had a rare talent? Maybe his sudden appearance interrupted Gu Xian'er's good opportunity to break through. Gu Chang'e naturally had the intention to nurture Gu Xian'er. But from the current situation, it was best to let her develop on her own. It wasn't a bad thing to have more training. Of course, bullying her was also an interesting thing to do. She was obviously very angry, but she put on a helpless expression. Gu Chang'e was considering whether to arrange some opportunities for her in the future. For example, to put the blame on her? Help her create some enemies or something. When the time came and she really couldn't win, he would appear and be a hero saving the beauty? Gu Chang'e, you're dreaming. Don't even think of making me call you brother. Gu Xian'er heard this and looked indifferent. She felt as if she had grasped Gu Chang'e's life in an instant. But for some reason, she felt a chill. Could it be that someone was secretly preparing to harm her? Gu Chang'e didn't care. He looked at her with a playful expression and said, "It's up to you whether to kill her or not. I'm handing her over to you. Naturally, I won't care anymore." He said it very simply, but in reality, there were several aspects to consider. This seventh princess was obviously a level-up experience point specially prepared for Gu Xian'er. If he couldn't take it now, then he would take it in the future. So no matter what, Gu Xian'er would face today's situation. He threw the problem to her because he wanted to conveniently put the Ocean Palace's anger on her. The masters behind her wouldn't just sit by and watch. And who told this girl to use his tiger skin as a banner before, drawing a wave of hatred for him? Not teaching her a lesson was already a result of Gu Chang'e's magnanimity. How could he let Gu Xian'er trick him? Humph, I knew you didn't have good intentions for saving me. Gu Xian'er snorted from his nose. She also understood Gu Chang'e's meaning. The Ocean Palace was a supreme force that ruled countless sea clans. Gu Chang'e definitely didn't intend to take the blame for killing the seventh princess. He was equivalent to being extremely benevolent. So, when the time came for revenge, the Ocean Palace would still find trouble with her. Gu Chang'e, this guy, still had a bad heart. I came all the way here to save you, but you despise me. Gu Xian'er, you really make me bitterly disappointed. At this time, Gu Chang'e had the leisure to tease her a little. His expression didn't show the slightest embarrassment of being exposed. Sometimes he was very naive, but sometimes he was very cunning. Really, it made people want to bully him. Seventh princess, you see what I said was right? If you dare to touch me, all of you will die. At this time, Gu Xian'er looked at the pale-faced, frightened, and even desperate seventh princess in front of him. His expression was calm, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. Don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender. The seventh princess was unwilling and desperate, and kept begging for mercy. At this time, she didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogance she had when she came. She had been knocked off her pedestal by Gu Chang'e, and her Taoist heart had collapsed. Although she still had the last life-saving treasure, but her cultivation was sealed, and there was no possibility of using it. Now, it was a dead end. The immortal ancient continent opened, and the younger generation fought. Naturally, the winner would live and the loser would die. It's too late. When you wanted to kill me, you should have thought of this. Gu Xian'er's expression didn't change. A black broadsword appeared, and the broadsword light broke through the air, directly chopping down. Poof, blood splattered everywhere, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace died. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. The black blade broke through everything and directly destroyed the seventh princess's primordial spirit. Although Gu Xian'er repeatedly suffered losses when facing Gu Changge, under the guidance of the old monsters, her true nature was extremely decisive. At this time, there was no need to show mercy. The Ocean Palace was so against her, and the seventh princess had been chasing her for so long. How could she not kill her? Soon, the seventh princess died. Her body turned into a huge golden sea fish. Her body was filled with bits of divine will. There were many black and white stripes. It looked like she had the blood of the Kuanpeng. Fortunately, she's not in human form. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat her. Then, Gu Xian'er looked calm and composed. In front of Gu Changge, she directly used the black blade to dissect and cut the meat on the spot. She was familiar with this kind of thing. It was obvious that this was not the first time she had done this. After the seventh princess died, she turned into a huge body. In her eyes, she was a piece of good food and material. Gu Changge looked at her with interest. He did not interrupt. Over the years, Gu Xian'er had many masters to teach her. She seemed to have an invincible background and many divine objects. But in fact, her real wealth was not comparable to some young supreme martial artists. So the first thing she did was to put the seventh princess's storage ring into her pocket. It was as if she was afraid that Gu Changge would snatch it. Look at your poor appearance. I can't stand it anymore. Gu Changge could not help but shake his head with a regretful expression. According to the normal plot. At this time, he should see that Gu Xian'er was poor and pitiful. He simply took out some good things to relieve her. But Gu Changge did not have the slightest self-awareness in this regard. Instead, he looked like he was going to poke at her sore spot. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er glanced at him. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Her white and delicate hands scratched the fish corpse. Then she took out a piece of bright rune bone that was intertwined with golden and black brilliance. She threw it directly in front of Gu Changge. She said in a tone that was asking for a beating. Here, this is your favorite bone to dig. Gu Changge looked at her. Gu Xian'er was not afraid of him at all. He looked straight at him. His expression was very calm, and there was even a smug smile on his face. Seeing that she was asking for a beating, Gu Changge naturally chose to grant her wish. It was the same as last time. The palm pressed down like a golden five-finger mountain. Gu Xian'er's awakened immortal bones immediately quieted down, as if its flames were being suppressed. Pa! Gu Changge, sooner or later, I will return everything to you. Gu Xian'er was once again ashamed and resentful. His face was as red as a cooked shrimp, and he gritted his teeth. But at this time, Gu Changge was too lazy to care about her. He led his followers and left. Gu Xian'er was once again suppressed by the golden palm. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. Although this was the result of her deliberately provoking Gu Changge, it was too embarrassing to be casually suppressed. The moment she broke free, she looked in the direction where Gu Changge had left. She madly cursed Gu Changge in her heart. She hoped that he would choke to death on drinking water and go crazy in seclusion. At this time, many of the cultivators in the vicinity did not dare to approach. They only dared to watch from afar. They were still in shock. If only I could find the latrine. In the air, Gu Changge still had a regretful expression on his face. He really wanted to throw Gu Xian'er into the latrine to be suppressed for 3 to 5 years. If a sister was not to be bullied, then what was the use of it? It was best to let a woman of luck like Gu Xian'er grow up freely. She had her own destiny. Gu Changge was too lazy to interfere. Then, he checked his current attributes panel. After all, this time he had earned 5,000 points. It was not a small sum. Owner, Gu Changge. Halo, Destined Villain. Weapon, 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd. Identity, True Disciple of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of the Longevity Gu family. body constitution, demonic heart and Tao bone. Cultivation, advanced emperor, true cultivation, peak heavenly god, techniques and abilities, Tao heavenly immortal canon, 8th level, 90%, myriad demonic body, innate talent, innate divine will, innate talent, void power, innate talent, transcendence, innate talent, immortal devouring demonic art, endless immortal mantra. Destiny points, 20,000 luck points, 3,500, black. System store, unlocked. Inventory, boundary breaking talisman X1, restriction breaking talisman X1, luck plunder card X3. I haven't added points in a long time. My cultivation is indeed a little low now. Xianxia glanced at the progress of his Tao Heaven Immortal manuscript. He did not want to waste time on cultivation, so this time he wanted to save time. His cultivation broke through a big realm in one go. He directly increased his points to the initial Void God realm. For the time being, this realm was enough for him. The Tao Heaven Immortal manuscript had also reached the 9th level. In Xianxia's mind, there were many more secret skills and skills of the 9th level of the Tao Heaven Immortal manuscript. With the support of his transcendence talent, there was another qualitative leap. Next, Yi Ling, the scapegoat, should give me a surprise. Thinking of another matter, Xianxia could not help but reveal a strange expression. He sensed the aura that Yin Mei had deliberately left for him and chased after it. Soon, the news of the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace being defeated by Xianxia and then killed spread like a hurricane. It caused a strong sensation in various areas of the immortal ancient continent, causing a scene like an earthquake. All the younger generation who heard the news were shocked. Their eyes widened, and they stood rooted to the ground. Many people felt cold all over. In broad daylight, it was as if their skulls had been removed. Even their divine souls could not help but feel cold. After understanding the cause and effect, many cultivators fell into shock and silence. The cause of the matter was that the younger brother of the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace had taken a fancy to a girl in Xian. He had bad intentions and was killed by her. In order to avenge her younger brother's death, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace sent a large number of sea creatures and even several young supreme beings to hunt down the girl in Xian. The true identity of the girl in Xian was related to the current successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Xianxia. The hunt lasted for several days. In the end, the Ocean Palace set up a sea tribe formation to seal off the world and stop the girl in Xian. Just when everyone thought that this was a massacre without any surprises, Li Yundong suddenly changed his mind. But the accident happened. Xianxia appeared and killed several young supreme beings with strong means. Even the 7th princess, who used many powerful skills, was defeated in one move and her Taoist heart collapsed. In the end, the 7th princess died here. The creatures and cultivators of the Ocean Palace were all annihilated. The scene was tragic. Blood drifted and spread for thousands of miles. In this battle, the strength that Xianxia displayed shocked everyone. The forbidden youth, when these 4 words spread, it was like a meteorite falling into the deep sea, setting off stormy waves. Even the young supreme beings who believed that they were invincible gasped and couldn't help but change their expressions. Although the cultivation base that Xianxia showed was at the late stage of the Emperor realm, even the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, who was known to be invincible and whose cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm, was defeated in an instant. This result caused a terrible wave. Many people guessed that Xianxia's true cultivation base was definitely not at the late stage of the Emperor realm. After all, no one saw his real trump card. The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was definitely at the top of the young supreme beings. Especially her cultivation base, which had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm. Looking at the younger generation, how many people had reached this stage, but in front of Xianxia, she had no resistance at all and was defeated in an instant. At that time, Xianxia was suspected to have mastered an extremely terrifying sword technique that contained absolute offensive sharpness. Many young supreme beings were directly killed by a wisp of sword chi. This matter also sent chills down the backs of many young supreme beings in the immortal ancient continent. They asked themselves if they had the slightest resistance against such means. Vaguely, Xianxia, who was a mountain above their heads, became heavier. Everyone was pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. The forbidden youth. Brother Gu's strength is simply terrifying. It's embarrassing to be compared with him. Outside an ancient cave residence that was spewing out immortal fog, a young man surrounded by 4 spirits and a divine halo heard the news. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Shock appeared on his face. It was Xianxia. During this period, he had just broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor realm. Now, facing the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, he was not very confident that he could win. But Xianxia could easily kill her. There was no need to say more about the gap between them. In the younger generation, except for the real emperor's son or those ancient freaks who have been sealed for a long time, I'm afraid no one is Brother Gu's match. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. It was not that his cultivation heart was unstable and he was afraid of Xianxia. It was because he knew very well that this gap was obviously not something that cultivation and talent could make up for. It was not unacceptable to recognize the reality and know the gap between them. Similar scenes were happening all over the place. There were many young people who came to the immortal ancient continent. There were many forces and orthodoxies in boundless heaven, not to mention the young people who came from other places. The news of Xianxia killing the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was obviously more shocking than the birth of a divine object. At the same time, in the eastern region of the immortal ancient continent, a shocking battle was also taking place. Large areas of mountains and lakes were turned into fine powder, and the aftermath shook thousands of miles. It was a fight between 2 women. One of them was wearing a loose robe, her black hair fluttering in the wind. Her face was as beautiful as a painting, and her hands were flawless. She waved her hand in the air, and there was a rumbling sound. That was a dazzling light that was extremely terrifying. Brilliant silver light bloomed in her hands, like silver vines that took root in the void. As the leaves flipped, the dazzling light was about to drown out everything. It was Yumingkong's powerful treasure skill, and it could even be called an emperor skill, but now, it was being resisted. Her expression was cold and deep, and she was slightly worried. Her moves were even more powerful. The cultivators nearby were shocked. It was as if an unparalleled empress was walking in the air, and her hands covered the universe, as if she was going to rule the world. Her opponent was a tall woman with dragon horns. She was pretty and wore simple clothes, but she had a wild and domineering aura. Her chi and blood were extremely terrifying, as if a young true dragon had reappeared. As she waved her arms, the void exploded. With a bang, it was as if a big hole had been broken open. Such a terrifying power made the cultivators tremble in fear. They suspected that if they approached, they would be turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, Yumingkong's entire body was bathed in silver light. This world seemed to be under her control. Her hands were full of endless power, containing the power of heaven and earth, and it rumbled as if the world was smashing down. She did not dare to fight head-on with her opponent. At this time, she could only use exquisite techniques to fight her opponent. Crown Princess Mingkong is so powerful. She usually doesn't show her strength, but now her strength is simply shocking. The nearby cultivators could not help but be shocked. Yumingkong's domineering aura shocked everyone. Who could compete with her in a single thought? This is Crown Princess Mingkong's technique. Young Master Gu is already strong enough, but I didn't expect his fiancée to be so powerful. Which young supreme martial artist is her opponent? Her face is so unfamiliar. She doesn't look like a supreme being from the outside world. Moreover, her cultivation has already broken through to the void spirit realm. This is simply unimaginable. Many spectating cultivators trembled in fear. It was not that they were cowards, but that what they saw was just too shocking. Yumingkong was already so powerful, but she still could not defeat the dragon-horned woman in front of her. Suddenly, a cultivator's eyes widened. He thought of something and could not help but gasp. This appearance, could it be the immortal ancient race? Didn't the immortal ancient race disappear a long time ago? No matter how vast the immortal ancient continent is, it is only a continent during the immortal ancient continent era. Could it be that the immortal ancient race still resides here? Hearing this, the people at the side also trembled, feeling that this was inconceivable. The immortal ancient race, as the name suggested, was a mysterious race that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. If this immortal ancient continent really existed, then the rest of the natives were very likely their subjects or slaves. The immortal ancient race had always been mysterious. The current 10,000 archaic races were more or less descendants of the immortal ancient race. From this, one could see how terrifying the immortal ancient race was. Of course, the main reason was that in this immortal ancient continent, the spiritual chi and opportunities were more abundant than many places in the outside world. If the immortal ancient race really existed here, the younger generation of the immortal ancient race would be much more powerful than the younger generation of the outside world. The dragon-horned woman in front of her seemed to be the best explanation. She looked to be in her early 20s. But her true cultivation was at the void god realm, even surpassing many young supreme beings in the outside world. Yu Mingkong naturally heard the words of the nearby cultivators. Her expression didn't change, but she already knew what was going on. As a reborn person, she naturally knew that the immortal ancient race did exist in the immortal ancient continent. And this dragon lady in front of her was one of the best of the younger generation of the immortal ancient race. Otherwise, she would not have been delayed for so long. Yu Mingkong did not expect to encounter the immortal ancient race here. The other party had real dragon blood flowing in her body, and her physical strength was extremely strong. And it was said that the cultivation of their ancestor, the primordial dragon, had surpassed the true immortal realm. As one of the best of the younger generation, the dragon lady's strength was obviously not weak. If it were any other supreme being, they would not be her match, and would even be crushed. And Yu Mingkong also knew that in this immortal ancient continent, there was a talented person called Long Teng, who was known as the true dragon talent. His strength was extremely powerful, but he was extremely conceited, thinking that he was the second in the world, and no one dared to claim to be the first. In her previous life, he left this immortal ancient continent and went to the outside world to challenge geniuses, and he never lost. Then he disappeared without a trace. But in Yu Mingkong's opinion, the reason for Long Teng's disappearance was most likely because he met Xianxia. If it was not for the fact that there were too many cultivators, and some of her techniques were not easy to use, how could she have delayed me for so long? Yu Mingkong could not help but frown. At this time, she still did not know about the news from Xianxia, and she was a little worried. And at this time, the dragon lady in front of her suddenly spoke, using the language of the outside world. Outsider, your strength is not bad. If you and I were in the same realm, I might not be your opponent. I'll give you a chance, submit to the current successor of our race, Lord Long Teng. He will appreciate a woman like you. P.S. There's an update, it's being edited, it will probably be a little late. Lord Long Teng? Hearing the name, Yu Mingkong's cold eyes moved slightly, confirming the identity of the dragon girl in front of her. However, she still did not think much of it. The Long Teng she knew had a terrifying reputation in her previous life. He was the best among the younger generation. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, he was invincible. Even some ancient freaks who broke the seal could not defeat him. However, he disappeared in the end, as if he had disappeared from the world. It was a strange case. Many cultivators felt that it was a pity. They felt that with Long Teng's talent, it was not impossible for him to fight for the highest position in the future. However, he disappeared without a trace, which made people sigh. Many people felt that Long Teng had entered some forbidden death zone, space crack, or world plane by mistake and was trapped or killed since then. However, in this life, Yu Mingkong felt that there was a high possibility that Long Teng was killed by Xianxia. She still remembered that on a certain day in her previous life, Long Teng was one of the names that Xianxia softly muttered. Xianxia had the immortal devouring demonic skill. How could he not be after Long Teng's true dragon origin? According to his character, he would definitely not let Long Teng go. Buzz, Yu Mingkong's thoughts flew back. With a cold expression, she slapped down. The white jade palm print was sparkling and translucent. The emperor technique was extremely powerful. On the surface, she showed that she was only in the middle stage of the immortal emperor realm. However, the power that erupted had reached the level of the true immortal realm. Many cultivators nearby were shocked. It had to be said that if the dragon girl and Yu Mingkong were in the same realm, Yu Mingkong would definitely not be her match. The dragon girl's expression changed slightly. She relied on her strength and strong physical body to fight with Yu Mingkong. However, she was at a disadvantage. She used a powerful body technique. Radiance flowed and resisted the attack. Her figure kept retreating in the void. Lord Longting asked me to gather many geniuses from the outside world. If you are willing to follow Lord Yu, he will be very happy. Only Lord Longting is qualified to have a woman like you. While fighting, Dragoness continued to guide Yu Mingkong patiently. A proud daughter of heaven like Yu Mingkong was extremely rare even in their immortal ancient remnant clan. It could even be said that he wouldn't see it for hundreds of thousands of years. The dragon race was lustful, and Long Ting had a perverted hobby for beauties of all races. Therefore, Long Nu was planning to capture the many proud daughters of heaven in the outside world this time and ask for credit in front of Lord Long Ting. She happened to see Yu Mingkong. As a woman, she found it hard to look away. She was a little moved. As a man, who could bear it, at that moment, she wanted to take down Yu Mingkong, but she didn't expect her to be so difficult to deal with. After fighting for half a day, she was still in a state of anxiety. Yu Mingkong's strength and beauty shocked her, and even made her envious. Dragoness also wanted to persuade Yu Mingkong. Using the language of the outside world that she was familiar with, she persuaded her. After all, Lord Longting's talent could be said to be the most terrifying in their clan in a million years. He surpassed his peers and was simply invincible. The elders in the clan even called him Lord Longting. In the future, he could fight for the title of True Dragon. True Dragon, that was a great existence that surpassed True Immortal. Dragoness revered Longting to the extreme in her heart. It was a pity that her appearance couldn't enter Longting's eyes. Pray that this sentence, "Don't let my fiancé hear it." At this time, thinking of Longting's experience in her previous life, Yu Mingkong couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Her originally cold expression couldn't help but flash with a hint of mockery. In front of Guchanga, what did these so-called young supreme beings or ancient freaks count for? They didn't even have the qualifications to jump around. Fiancé? Dragoness heard this and her expression changed drastically. She then said fiercely, "It seems that your fiancé is dead meat." No woman can escape from Lord Longting's desire. Yu Mingkong didn't care and was calm. She was only considering if she should reveal some tricks and kill this detestable dragoness. However, she didn't choose to do so. A mere dragoness was not worth it. Dragoness might have other tricks up her sleeve. At this time, Dragoness also knew that it would be difficult to take down Yu Mingkong, so she prepared to leave. She needed to report this matter to Lord Longting. The immortal ancient remnant clan ruled over many indigenous people in the immortal ancient continent. They already knew that there were young geniuses from the outside world coming in to train. The appearance of the immortal treasure was actually a hidden glory of an immortal item of the immortal ancient remnant clan. This was also their plan to attract many orthodoxies from the outside world to gather here. The immortal ancient continent had been closed for a long time. The younger generation of their generation should also go out and explore the world to broaden their horizons and show the might of the immortal ancient remnant clan. Long Ting was the leader of the younger generation of the immortal ancient remnant clan. Dragoness's strength couldn't even make it into the top 10. However, this also allowed her to look down on the young supremes of the outside world. After all, the spiritual energy and cultivation resources in the immortal ancient continent were more abundant than many orthodoxies in the outside world. Not to mention, there were many hidden opportunities here. For example, the Supreme Being stone inscriptions, the remains of boundary emperors, there were countless of them. This made the younger generation of the immortal ancient continent much stronger than the outside world. She even felt that Lord Longting didn't need to do anything himself to take down the younger generation in front of her. Longting, how long can he live in this life? Yu Mingkong watched Dragoness leave and didn't chase after her. Her expression was calm and deep. Most importantly, she knew that Dragoness was dead meat. However, will Guchanga think that I'm deliberately attracting hatred for him? Yu Mingkong narrowed her eyes. At this time, she was guessing Guchanga's thoughts based on his temperament. He probably won't care about Longting. At most, he'll see him as a prey. Although she had let down her guard against Guchanga, she didn't really trust Guchanga. Once bitten, twice shy. Yu Mingkong had her own thoughts. She knew that although her relationship with Guchanga seemed to be much closer now, Guchanga would reveal the forbidden devil technique, care about her opinion, give her artifacts, and even say things that moved her. However, all of this. In the end, it was because she was more useful to Xianxia now. Yu Mingkong was very clear-headed. She wasn't completely confused by Xianxia's current appearance. Of course, she hoped that she was just thinking too much. Everything she did in this life was to misunderstand Xianxia. She also wanted to be a good wife by Xianxia's side. She wanted to give birth to children for him, help him rule the world, look down on all races, and stand at the peak of the great Tao. Of course, this was on the premise that there weren't any vixens who came looking for death. Xianxia belonged to her alone. Xian'er's matter. Soon, Yu Mingkong remembered something important. Her expression changed slightly. She was a little worried. She rushed towards the place where Xian'er was being chased. Many of her followers followed behind. It was a shocking sight. During this time, Yu Mingkong relied on her foresight to obtain many opportunities in advance. She even obtained an Emperor Dao inheritance. She was also planning to find an opportunity to break through to the Void God realm. On the surface, her cultivation level was at the Immortal Emperor realm. It was just to confuse others. It could be said that she had learned this from Xianxia. Boom, streaks of divine rainbows crushed the sky. Not long after, Yu Mingkong led a large number of practitioners and rushed to the area where Xian'er was in the Ocean Palace. Along the way, she didn't see any practitioners. This made her a little puzzled. With Xianxia's temperament, it was very likely that he wouldn't care about Xian'er's life or death. Although she knew that Xian'er was only scared but not in danger this time, and even had a breakthrough in cultivation at the critical moment. But as his future sister-in-law, how could she not be worried? However, the place in front of her was filled with a strong smell of blood. Many mountains and primeval forests had turned into dust, with large cracks and collapsed to the ground. Princess, we seem to have heard something different. Young Master Xianxia, he just left here not long ago. The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was also killed by young Master Xianxia. Miss Xian'er, it's not a big deal. At the critical moment, young Master Xianxia appeared. All the creatures of the Ocean Palace were destroyed here. At this time, a female follower behind her went up and reported to Yu Mingkong respectfully. No wonder there is so much blood here. It turns out that he has been here. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was a little shocked. She reacted and nodded, relieved. There was a complicated emotion in her heart. This was something she never expected. Xianxia would appear to save Xian'er. Even the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was killed here. If she remembered correctly, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was finally killed by Xian'er, and even suffered the revenge of the Ocean Palace. In this life, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace died so quickly, even Xian'er didn't encounter danger and had a breakthrough in cultivation. The differences between these trajectories were too great. Could it be that I really misunderstood Xianxia? What is his plan? Yu Mingkong rubbed her eyebrows. To be honest, at this moment, her thoughts were shaken. If one time was a coincidence, then what about 2 times? Or 3 times? Was it because of her experience in the previous life that she was too prejudiced against Xianxia in this life, prejudiced by first impressions, thinking that he had a different purpose? At this time, Yu Mingkong was doubting whether what she had experienced in the previous life was real or fake. If it was fake, then why did it feel so real? Every day and night, every expression and mood, everything was vivid in her mind. If it was real, then did it mean that this life was also an anomaly? Well, this matter will be clear sooner or later. What caused such a big difference between the Xianxia in the previous life and the Xianxia in this life? His attitude towards Xian'er is indeed very different. After what happened in the immortal ancient land, it seems that I have to find the right time to go to the Longevity Gu family and ask Uncle Gu. Yu Mingkong then left the place. She was not willing to come to the immortal ancient land with only an empty god realm cultivation level. She had bigger ambitions. At the same time, in the east of the immortal ancient land, near the aboriginal relics. Poof, a ray of black and white holy light that contained a strange power shot past. A terrifying beast in front of them instantly turned into a skeleton. It was extremely hideous. A handsome young man quickly took action and dealt with the ferocious beast in front of them. So strong. Brother Ye's strength is truly admirable. This scene caused the group of young men and women behind him to involuntarily exclaim in shock. They were full of admiration for the man in front of them, who was called Yi Lin. Before this, they had actually mocked the other party, saying that they had eyes but failed to see. Brother Ye's strength has really improved by leaps and bounds. In such a short time, you are about to break through the Qing realm, the lady in the feather coat, who was petite and had delicate facial features, exclaimed. That's right. Killing an empty God realm beast in one hit. Many young supremes can't do that. A charming lady in a red dress with a shining fox tail said with a smile. Her eyes were curved and she was very attractive. Hearing this, the young man in front of them smiled even more satisfactorily. After all, this was the purpose of him taking the initiative, to show his strength in front of everyone. What was the point of not showing off? If not showing off, how could he capture the heart of a beauty? All along the way, they saw majestic mountains and lush ancient forests. They covered the sky and were as thick as dozens of people hugging each other. The branches were intertwined. This place was even more shrouded in celestial fog. Clouds were rising and rosy. It was full of vitality and celestial intent. Many powerful auras were hidden in the mountains and relics. Magical powers were intertwined and dazzling. There were auras of battles everywhere. Some ancient artifacts appeared and shone brightly. Some ancient herbs emitted a medicinal fragrance that spread for thousands of miles. Many cultivators were fighting for them. Even many heaven god realm beasts appeared. When they attacked, terrifying waves of energy shot up into the sky and shook the heavens. This was a chaotic battle. Whether it was the cultivators from the outside world or the powerful native creatures, they were all fighting. However, under Yi Ling's lead, they gained a lot of things. They even turned misfortune into blessings and arrived here without encountering any danger. Old Turtle 587, do you think the thing that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left for me is really here? Why would it be in the native area? With my current strength, wouldn't I be courting death if I went? At this time, Yi Ling looked at the outline of the city in the distance. It was a bit difficult. He was asking the old ghost in his pendant. Where else do you think it would be? Yi Ling, the heavenly lord, is a figure from the immortal ancient era and is skilled in the power of time. The thing that he left for you has naturally been calculated. There are many powerhouses ahead, but you are the successor of the heavenly lord. Why don't you have the courage? The old turtle in the pendant looked resentful. Hearing this, Yi Ling was slightly relieved. After all, the old turtle was sometimes very reliable and would not cheat him. However, at this time, he could not let others know about the thing that involved the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Yi Ling would not take the initiative to expose this secret. Otherwise, when the time came, he would definitely become a fat piece of meat that would alarm many powerhouses to snatch. Thinking of this, Yi Ling's idea was simple. He gave Yin Mei and Qi Ling a look. To him, the two women were not outsiders. Qi Ling and Yin Mei also understood, and immediately waved their hands to dismiss the group of followers. Yi Ling, what's the matter? Qi Ling asked. In fact, she did not understand why Yi Ling took the initiative to lead them to this place. I need to go to the ruins ahead to do something. If you trust me, you can sneak in with me, Yi Ling said seriously. The two women had many tricks up their sleeves. In fact, it would be easier to take care of them with him. Yin Mei's eyes moved slightly and said without hesitation, I trust you. In fact, she already knew that at this time, Xianxia had already arrived and was not far from her. Because of the magic bottle of passage, Xianxia could directly give some of his orders to her. Seeing that Yin Mei trusted him so much, Yi Ling was instantly touched. Sneaking into the territory of the natives of a mortal ancient continent would be very dangerous. Yin Mei did not hesitate at all. This showed her trust in him. Soon, Qi Ling also chose to agree. She indeed trusted Yi Ling's character. At that moment, Yi Ling began to tell them about his plans and arrangements for sneaking into the ruins. At this time, Xianxia's figure appeared on another mountain peak. He looked at the ruins from afar and smiled strangely. Following the trail left by Yin Mei, he naturally found it very quickly. Moreover, this time, he did not bring any followers with him. After all, at this time it would be stupid to be high profile. According to Yin Mei's report, Yi Ling's opportunity should be hidden here. However, before that, he still needs some time to sneak in. This period of time is enough for me to find the ancestral tomb first and settle everything. Thinking of this, the void in front of Xianxia buzzed and became blurry. He stepped into it and disappeared instantly. With the experience from the last time, it was much easier to familiarize himself with it this time. Xianxia's plan was very simple. He was going to explore all the ancestral tombs in the ruins. He would have no problem breaking through to the Divine King realm. He even felt that when he left the immortal ancient continent, it would be easy for him to condense the consciousness of the Holy Land and become a quasi-sage. With the help of the Transcendence talent, his control of the rules and order would reach a deeper level. It would be easy for him to control the rules and use the power of heaven and earth. Of course, before that, he would have to explore all the ancestral tombs in the ruins of the immortal ancient continent. After all, this place was different from the outside world. Even if he was discovered, he had someone to take the blame for him. If this happened in the outside world, there would be an uproar. If Xianxia wanted to continue developing in secret, it would be very troublesome. Although on the surface, he had Yi Ling to take the blame for him, in the end, he had to be prepared. I'm afraid this trip to the immortal ancient continent will give me some experience in robbing tombs, Xianxia muttered casually. Soon, a divine concealment talisman appeared in his hand. A hazy brilliance shrouded him and the talismans intertwined. His entire body was hidden in the void. He quickly entered it and headed for the relic in front of him. Although he had only done this once, he was already very familiar with it, maybe it was because of his talent. Then, he avoided many areas with strong auras. Xianxia walked in the void. Along the way, many palaces and pavilions were old and dilapidated. He also reached the depths. It was a place shrouded in fog. It was like gray starlight flowing here. Many mountains of different sizes stood in the middle. They were greenish-brown and filled with various colors of light. Suddenly, the void trembled, poof, along with two drum-like sounds, blood splattered everywhere. The eyes of the two creatures in charge of guarding the mausoleum suddenly widened. They were filled with fear and shock as they felt a chill between their eyebrows. Then, the brilliance in their eyes disappeared. A bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows, penetrating from the front to the back. A ray of sword light flashed and their primordial spirits were broken. They died instantly. Xianxia retracted his finger and walked out of the void with a natural expression. He walked past them. After a while, the two bodies fell to the ground. With his current strength, he could easily get rid of these two beings who were only in the quasi-saint realm. With his void talent, he could easily get close without making a sound. After devouring the White Tiger clan's gunmetal innate skill, it transformed the power of law of the endless immortal art into a peerless offensive sword chi. Even a true sage would be frightened by such an attack. No wonder so many people like to use swords. As long as it's cool, Xianxia's expression was casual. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the mausoleum in front of him. He was slightly satisfied. This was not a very big mausoleum, but it was very neat and tidy. The tombs were of different sizes. Even though it was ancient and filled with the aura of time, one could see how prosperous this place was in the past. Many powerful existences were buried here, forming such a large mausoleum. Some tombs cracked open, and dazzling light gushed out from them. With a single glance, Xianxia knew that this was the essence of the ancient corpses. At this moment, it was like a tsunami, surging violently. He couldn't help but smile. It was really a huge amount of cultivation resources that made people envious. It doesn't seem like an ordinary mausoleum. Is this the tomb of a prodigy? Noticing the words on a tombstone in front of him, Xianxia was suddenly a little surprised. The mausoleum he found was not the ancestral tomb, but the ancient tomb of a prodigy. He walked past one tombstone after another. He could even feel the powerful aura and monstrous battle intent left behind by the prodigies. He had to admit that even he could feel the strength of this group of people in the past. There are so many good things in the immortal ancient continent. Those who can be called prodigies are all extraordinary. It must be even more so during Immortal Elder's time. Xianxia felt an unyielding battle intent on a tombstone. It seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens. 100 Taboo Battle Body, Qin Ke, Divine Dragon King Yuan Su, Sky Tyrant Divine Blood. Walking past the tombstones, Xianxia recognized some ancient handwriting among them. Of course, he was not curious about this group of prodigies. They were already dead, and could not achieve the highest. What was the use of a battle intent that could pierce the heavens? They still had to die. In Guchanga's eyes, these were all cultivation resources for him. Buzz. Soon, he sat there cross-legged. A black light appeared behind him, turning into a pitch-black Great Tao treasure bottle. Under the dusky sky, the sun, moon, and stars dimmed. Then, a corner of the dark clouds seemed to split open. Countless rays of the sun, moon, and stars fell from there, illuminating the ground below and enveloping Guchanga. His skin seemed to be made of supreme immortal jade, sparkling and translucent. One could even see the bones flowing with black light. However, there was also a will of indestructibility when the world was destroyed, and immortality when the myriad worlds collapsed. The tombstones cracked open, and the corpses of the ancient prodigies were laid out one after another. There were both men and women. All of them had prominent horns, different shapes, different robes, and different dynasties. They displayed powerful talents and rushed to the horizon. They floated under the starlight. The Great Tao treasure bottle swallowed everything, refining all the energy into Guchanga's body. His essence, spirit, and cultivation base were both rising rapidly, just as Guchanga had reached the deepest part of the relic and started to refine and absorb the remaining essence of the ancient corpses. Yi Ling and the rest were still outside the city. They were frowning and thinking of all sorts of ways to sneak in without being discovered. Qi Ling and Yin Mei had also instructed their followers to stay here and wait for them to return. After the immortal ancient continent was opened, a large number of cultivators from the outside world came in, causing a great impact to the natives. Therefore, these gathering places would not allow cultivators from the outside world to approach easily. Once they saw them, it would be a battle to the death. Of course, there were also many daring young people who would take the huge risk to go to these gathering places, wanting to steal the various ancient techniques of the immortal ancient continent. Crimson Spirit, this is too dangerous. Although Yi Lin is not weak, you have infiltrated the gathering place of the natives. There are heavenly gods, divine kings, and demi-saints among them. You should reconsider this matter. At this moment, one of the followers beside Crimson Spirit spoke up. Among them, a handsome man with a beautiful face and peacock feathers couldn't help but frown and say. His name was Kong Yang, a young genius of the peacock tribe. He had once lost to Qi Ling in one move and became her follower, but in fact, he was also an admirer of Qi Ling. He was not much weaker than Qi Ling. However, he was willing to become her follower, which showed his intentions. Qi Ling had to pretend that she did not see this. I believe in Yi Lin's strength. Let's not talk about this. When the time comes, you stay here. If something happens to us, you can run away. Qi Ling shook her head and said directly. She trusted Yi Ling and did not think that he would do anything stupid. He must have his own reasons. Hearing this, Kong Yang frowned and said, Qi Ling, why did Yi Lin want to go to the city relic? He did not say anything about it, but now he wants you to trust him. What if he wants to harm you? In my opinion, he definitely knows that there is an opportunity hidden there. That's why he brought us all the way here. He did not care about the rest, but he brought the two of you. What is his intention? Previously, he had expressed his dissatisfaction and disdain towards Yi Ling. However, he had been humiliated by Yi Ling in front of Qi Ling. The grudge between the two was formed. Along the way, he had been secretly observing Yi Ling's behavior and found that he had been strange and hiding many secrets. Most importantly, Yi Ling always had an instinct to avoid danger. It was as if he knew in advance what kind of danger he would encounter. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Ling had always had a goal and had been planning for a long time. Otherwise, why would he be so familiar with it and have everything under control? Only all of them were kept in the dark by Yi Ling and had no idea. Kong Yang did not want Qi Ling to be fooled by Yi Ling. However, Qi Ling's next words made him clench his fists and teeth. He was very unwilling. Kong Yang, your worries are unnecessary. I trust Yi Lin's character. Qi Ling shook her head. The expression on her cold and arrogant face did not change. She would not be swayed by what others said. Then, she left directly to discuss matters with Yi Ling. Damn it, Yi Lin, you really deserve to die. I'd like to see what your purpose is. Kong Yang's expression was ugly and a little livid. He stared in Yi Ling's direction, anger and coldness appearing. If there was no other purpose, why would Yi Ling be so sure that there was something he wanted in the ruins of the city? On the other side, Yi Ling and the old ghost in the pendant discussed for a while and had an idea. According to what the old ghost said, there is indeed a 70% chance. I didn't expect the power of reincarnation to be involved in such a mysterious thing. It can be used as a pathfinder. Yi Ling was overjoyed. The old tortoise in his pendant had a strange expression at the moment and muttered to himself in his heart. Forget it. The heavenly venerable one left behind the enlightenment platform for many reasons. Moreover, the guardians should still be here. If the process goes smoothly, they should choose to submit to Yi Ling, but if it doesn't, it'll be a little bad. The old tortoise did not know much, but it knew that this was a test for Yi Ling by the ancient heavenly venerable of reincarnation. If he could pass this test, he would obtain an extremely powerful support. Yi Ling, let's go. At this moment, a charming voice sounded. Yimei also walked over, her steps light and graceful, like a lotus. She had already instructed a group of followers. She had a charming smile on her face, and her eyes were curved, looking extremely bright and beautiful. Yi Ling was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and chuckled. When Qi Ling saw this scene, she could not help but frown. Speaking of which, Yimei was the fiancée of Yi Ling's late brother, Bai Lai. Now, Yi Ling had such an attitude towards Yimei, she did not say anything, but she could not help but shake her head in her heart. Compared to when she first met Yi Ling, the current Yi Ling gave her an indescribable feeling. Did Bai Lai's death have anything to do with Yi Ling? At this moment, she suddenly fell into deep confusion. Could it be that Bai Lai was murdered by Yi Ling and Yimei together? Otherwise, why would the two of them secretly flirt with each other along the way? In her opinion, Yi Ling did seem to have a different kind of feeling towards Yimei. Otherwise, he would not have risked exposing himself to save her when he saw her in danger. Most importantly, Yi Ling did not care or respect his sworn brother, Bai Lai, who had always thought highly of him and helped him a lot in his cultivation. Instead, it was as if he could not wait for Bai Lai to die. This made Qi Ling's trust in Yi Ling all this time doubt and shake. Qi Ling, why are you in a daze? We have to go. Suddenly, Yi Ling's voice interrupted Qi Ling's thoughts and made her come back to her senses. This matter should be left for later. After all, Yi Ling did not have any ill intentions towards her. At that moment, the three of them turned into divine rainbows and stealthily moved towards the large ruins in front of them. At the same time, Yi Ling took out a pitch-black stone talisman. Waves of runes flashed on it and landed in the surroundings, enveloping their figures and landing in another direction. This can hide our aura. As long as we keep a low profile, ordinary creatures will not be able to detect us. Yi Ling said to Yimei and Qi Ling who were behind him. He naturally noticed Yimei's expression just now. He did not want to explain anything. After all, he was now certain that Yimei had feelings for him. And he did the same for Yimei. The two of them loved each other. Even if Bai Lai's spirit in heaven knew about it, he would at most sigh and would not blame anything. Yi Ling did not think that his thinking was wrong. He was so outstanding. Wasn't it normal to attract the hearts of so many talented girls? Yi Ling just wanted to give them someone to rely on. Just as Yi Ling and the rest were stealthily moving towards the ruins. In the city. Inside an incomparably majestic ancient hall, a turbulent and surging aura filled the hall. Several elders with strange patterns on their bodies were gathered together. In their eyes, the stars were destroyed and fell, the sea was turned to ashes, and all kinds of terrifying visions appeared. Their auras were very powerful. The weakest one was a quasi-saint, but they did not look like humans. They either had wings, vertical eyes on their foreheads, or were completely black all over. Some were golden all over as if they were made of immortal gold. However, the only similarity between them was that there was a strange rune flickering on their hands. If one looked closely, they would find that the rune was fluctuating up and down. It was extremely mysterious. The successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign has appeared. At that moment, an old woman with snake-like eyes spoke. Her voice was so cold that it made one's scalp go numb. She also had a rune in her hand that was flickering with brilliance. That's why I gathered everyone here, said a tall old man. Another tall old man said. He had a pair of goat horns and gave off a sage-like aura. However, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with coldness. The other old man nodded and said coldly, "It seems that the prophecy is true. He's here to take away what the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign left behind. I didn't expect that so much time had passed. I thought that the slave imprint was just an ancient rumor and no one could verify its authenticity. I didn't expect it to appear today. It's unbelievable." An old man with an eagle beak said with a gloomy expression. He felt an absolute suppression from the depths of his soul. The rune on his arm was burning hot. It was as if it was branded on his arm and could not be erased no matter what. It had not appeared for so many years. They even thought that the existence of the slave imprint was just a rumor and did not believe it was true. At first, everyone thought so. However, today, they were shocked when they sensed the existence of the rune. The absolute suppressive power within could easily determine their life and death. That was the slave imprint. It could suppress all of them. The slave imprint was planted in the depths of their bloodline and had been passed down from their ancestors until now. After knowing the truth of the matter, they were shocked, angry, and in disbelief. The only thing they wanted to do now was to kill the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign. Their respective ancestors were all extremely powerful characters. Even the clan that ruled the central part of the immortal ancient continent and had the bloodline of the true dragon had to be respectful to them. Even when facing their ancestors, they had to be polite, not daring to underestimate them. However, in the end, no one expected that their ancestors would be suppressed by the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign and have a slave imprint planted in their bloodline and soul. They would protect what he left for his successor for generations. Now that the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign had appeared and approached, they immediately became vigilant. After all, no one would be willing to suddenly submit to a stranger whom they had never even met before, take him as their master, and give everything to him. Who would be willing to do such a thing, unless he was an idiot? Therefore, they had all rushed over to discuss how to resolve this matter. No matter what method they used, the successor of the ancient celestial reincarnation had to die in the end. The reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign's Tao Comprehension Stone has been in the hands of our families for many years. Who would be willing to give it up? There is even a rumor that the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign's cave abode may be hidden nearby, and it contains many of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign's treasures and secrets. Perhaps the key to this cave abode lies with that successor. 590 The elders' faces revealed radiance as they discussed among themselves, discussing how to seize this cave dwelling. The reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign's relic naturally belonged to them. A descendant that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, what was that? How dare they covet their treasures? The descendant of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign should be from the outside world. He shouldn't be too old. According to the agreement of the old antiques, the strength of the younger generation should be at most empty God realm. That is to say, the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign is only that strong. As long as he dares to come here, he will not be able to return and he will be buried here. At this point, the elders could not help but smile coldly. They had already predicted the outcome. Due to the slave seal, it might be difficult for them to take action. However, they could still send others to take action. When the time came, they would set up a trap and wait for the successor to come to their deaths. After all, over the years, they had quite a number of affiliated clans. Finding some heavenly god realm or divine king realm existences was a piece of cake for them. Keep a close eye on those unfamiliar faces, especially those from the outside world. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The elders then started to give out orders. As the orders were passed down, the entire ruins were put under martial law. Only by killing the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign would they have a chance to regain their freedom. Boom, very soon, the clouds shot up into the sky and terrifying auras surged out in all directions. Many powerful auras appeared in the sky and started to patrol the surroundings for any suspicious figures. At this moment, a large number of local living beings gathered in the area near the ruins. They had been instructed by the elders to set up a trap and capture someone. What's going on? Have we been discovered? Yi Ling, who was leading Crimson Spirit and Yin Mei stealthily near the ruins, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He felt several powerful auras pass by above his head. Powerful divine senses swept in all directions, as if they wanted to crush everything. This made him fearful. If not for his courage and experience, he would have been able to remain calm. At this moment, he would probably have retreated. Why are there so many experts suddenly appearing? Are they looking for something? Crimson Spirit frowned. The figure that passed over their heads just now was at least at the heavenly god realm. Unless they used special means, they could have died tragically in his hands. I don't know. Could it be because of me? Our whereabouts have been exposed? But we have hidden so well that it is impossible for them to be exposed. Or is it just a coincidence? Yi Ling was puzzled. He did not think about his identity. At this moment, Old Tortoise and his pendant seemed to be deep in thought. His expression was a little cold. Apparently, he had thought of something. They look like they are going to capture someone. Yin Mei suddenly had a look of worry on her face. Looking at her expression, Yi Ling thought that she was worried about him. He could not help but turn around and smile. Yin Mei, maybe I am overthinking this. It is just a coincidence that we ran into each other. It has nothing to do with me. Yin Mei shook her head and did not say anything. The worry on her face did not diminish. She was naturally not worried about Yi Ling. She did not care about what he said at all. So many experts had suddenly been alarmed. Even heavenly gods had appeared and were searching near the ruins as if they were looking for someone. This made her subconsciously think of Xianxia. After all, she knew about Xianxia's current movements. It was very likely that he had already infiltrated into the depths of the ruins long before they had arrived. So, could it be that Xianxia's purpose had been exposed? In this way, the native creatures here would be enraged and want to search for Xianxia's traces? Yin Mei could not help but worry. Speaking of which, if Xianxia died here, she might be able to unseal her seal. She should be happy. But why was she so worried about Xianxia? Moreover, according to Xianxia's instructions, she was to secretly sow discord between Yi Ling and Qi Ling. At the critical moment when Yi Ling infiltrated here, she was to accidentally surprise him and attract the other experts. Such an order was tantamount to playing with her life. It was the kind of order that could cause her to lose her life if she was not careful. After all, when she attracted the experts and exposed their tracks, she would also be in an extremely dangerous situation. However, since it was Xianxia's order, she could not do anything about it. Why should she worry about such a cold and heartless person? Little Yi, listen carefully. These guys are definitely coming for you. At this moment, Old Tortoise's voice suddenly sounded from Yi Ling's pendant. This made Yi Ling's expression stiffen. Coming for him, what did that mean? Yi Ling's mind was a little confused. The Heavenly Lord left you good things, but he also left you a test. There are guardians guarding the Heavenly Lord's remains. If you can't pass the test, you won't be able to obtain these things. Moreover, he may fall here. Old Tortoise explained. Hearing this, Yi Ling's head hurt and he could not help but curse. Why didn't you say this earlier? Why did you have to tell me now? Aren't you harming me? The Heavenly Lord too. Couldn't he have left a good opportunity? Why did he have to make such a messy test? Of course, he was only complaining. He was not that shameless. After all, he had already obtained the inheritance of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara and many opportunities. At this time, he was in a difficult position and could only bite the bullet and go. At this time, Yin Mei also noticed the change in Yi Ling's expression and her heart skipped a beat. It seems that these people are coming for him, she heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, the three of them continued on their way. Compared to the last time, they were more careful and stealthy, constantly avoiding the figures in the sky. Yi Ling knew that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left the enlightenment platform for him was made of reincarnation stone and was extremely mysterious. The reincarnation stone contained the laws of time and reincarnation, and the power of time was the strongest attribute on par with space. Yi Ling was naturally very tempted. Now, your only way is to rely on the Heavenly Lord's inheritance to find the cave abode he left for you. There is a way to subdue the enlightenment platform. Old Tortoise began to speak to Yiling from the pendant, guiding him to break out of the situation. Otherwise, with Yiling's current strength, it was impossible to contend with the Guardians. Yiling had to think of a way to obtain the Guardians' recognition. This was his only chance in this test. Even Old Tortoise did not know that the so-called Guardian's bloodline was actually subdued by the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara's slave seal. They were not willing to submit. Hearing this, Yiling gritted his teeth and a surge of determination surged in his heart. I must get these. Otherwise, how can I seek revenge on Guchanga? He is the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Thinking of the face of Guchanga, his great enemy, endless strength and confidence surged in his heart. After leaving the mausoleum, Guchanga's figure was still hidden in the void and did not really appear. Thanks to the corpses of the ancient prodigies, his cultivation had been greatly improved, and he had even obtained some rare origin source. Middle stage Divine King realm, Guchanga felt that if she were to face a true sage, she would have the power to fight head-on. If it was a sneak attack, it would not be difficult to kill a sage cultivator. This was only Guchanga's minimum estimate. Although a sage's every move contained the power to collapse stars, it was unbelievably powerful. That was because they controlled the power of the rules. To cultivators below the sage realm, it was absolutely suppressive and difficult to contend against. Even the most talented young primes would find it hard to contend against a true demi-saint when they were divine kings. A true mortal could kill a sage because they had controlled some kind of power that surpassed their current realm in advance. Currently, his apparent cultivation was at the early stage of the void god realm. This was already an unattainable height for the younger generation. Therefore, Guchanga did not intend to continue breaking through. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Everything had a limit. If the cultivation he revealed was too unbelievable, it would definitely draw the attention of those old geezers. They had lived for too long and had seen all kinds of monsters. Given Guchanga's talent, reaching the early stage of the void god realm at such a young age was a reasonable thing. He didn't want to draw unnecessary trouble to himself. After all, he was very different from the others. He walked the path of immortal and demonic cultivation. On the surface, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon was to mislead others. When the time came, even if someone investigated his origin source, it would be difficult to discover anything unusual. This was because he was indeed cultivating the orthodox Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon. And the secret immortal devouring demonic art was his foundation. Apart from himself, who knew his true strength, enemies who had seen his true strength were all dead. Speaking of which, according to the route provided by Yin Mei, it won't be a problem for me to find Yiling. However, the entire ruins are now alarmed. Could it be that Yiling's traces have been discovered? Soon, Guchanga, who was traveling through the void, frowned. He felt that he might have overestimated Yiling's ability. Had his whereabouts been discovered so quickly, if he died here, how could he continue to take the blame for him? No, these creatures are searching aimlessly. In fact, they don't know what they are looking for. However, Guchanga soon noticed something strange. He narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, not many people knew that Yiling was the successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara. Apart from him and Yuming Kong, who else could it be? No matter how stupid Yiling was, he knew that this kind of thing could not be exposed. These ruins contain the things that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara left for Yiling. However, according to the usual pattern, there would usually be a test or something. Could this be a test for Yiling? Guchanga quickly thought of the key point. He did not know if his guess was right. Buzz, the void trembled, and some ripples spread out. Guchanga noticed that a heavenly deity realm creature was currently searching around him. Immediately, he stepped forward in the void and traveled quickly. At this time, even a saint would find it difficult to detect the fluctuations. Guchanga could not help but click his tongue. As expected, the void talent was tyrannical. It was no wonder that in ancient times, there was a slayer with the void body. It was said that he had assassinated a perfected immortal and almost succeeded. Shuttling through the void seemed to be one. It was like a fish in water or a bird returning to the forest. Of course, this was only the lowest level of use of spatial power. Who is it? Suddenly, the tall creature that was searching through the various stone forests felt a chill all over its body. It was as if it was being stared at from behind by a terrifying existence. Even its soul was frozen. It was extremely frightened. Just as it was about to turn its head, it found that there were ripples spreading in the void in front of it. Suddenly, a white-robed man with a casual expression walked out. "Shoo, don't make a sound, or you'll die." Xianxia smiled casually. The next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of it and kept expanding. The tall creature was stunned for a moment, terrifying symbols appearing in its eyes. The next moment, it was shocked and terrified. It was directly swallowed by the expanding crack and did not even have time to react. Xianxia's figure also turned and disappeared into the void. Everything that happened just now seemed to be just an illusion. No one noticed that a heavenly deity realm existence had suddenly vanished from the world without a trace. It was like a stone thrown into the deep sea. There was no sound in an instant. "Where is this? Who are you?" Buzz, on the peak of a mountain in the inner world. The tall figure was thrown to the ground by Xianxia. It looked at Xianxia in horror and kept shouting as if it had encountered the most terrifying existence. As a heavenly god who looked down on true gods, he could wipe out a city with a raise of his hand. However, before it could react, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in another space. This made it terrified and shocked. What kind of terrifying technique was this? Even a saint could not use it. Even the power of heaven and earth could not be used like this. Could it be the space domain? It felt cold all over. This young man in front of it, who was obviously from the outside world, was too terrifying. Xianxia was naturally worried that it would attract the attention of other creatures if it was too loud. That was why he brought it to the inner world. After all, as his strength increased, the upper limit of the inner world would naturally increase as well. It was not a problem to accommodate a heavenly god at all. "I want to know a few things," Xianxia said casually. "What things?" "If I know, I'll definitely tell you," the tall creature hurriedly said in horror. In this place, it could not sense any other aura. It was like an ant under the gaze of the heavenly axiom, humble and insignificant. "No need, I'm used to doing it myself." As Xianxia said, he directly chose to search its soul. A jet-black radiance appeared on his palm. Like millions of black threads, he immediately covered this creature's forehead. So it was an order from the elders. I didn't expect such an interesting thing to be hidden. Slave seal, celestial venerable cave abode. This treasure-seeking mouse has never disappointed me. A moment later, Xianxia ended its pain and there was a faint expression on his face. Xianxia never thought that she would be able to obtain so much information from a random heavenly deity. The heavenly venerative Samsara's hidden cave abode and the enlightenment platform. However, he had guessed the slave seal based on the instructions of those elders. After combining some old tricks, he immediately deduced this result. After the ancient heavenly venerative Samsara suppressed the ancestors of this group of living beings, he did not kill them. Instead, he planted the slave seal and left them with a mission: to guard the treasure left by the ancient heavenly venerative Samsara for his successor. However, as time passed, they were bound to have second thoughts. Now, many powerful living beings were searching for Yi Ling and the others everywhere, which was the best proof. Although Xianxia was also planning for Yi Ling's opportunity, he still planned to keep Yi Ling alive and take the blame for the taboo demonic technique. If he wanted to kill Yi Ling, it would not be now. However, Xianxia already had a meticulous plan for what to do next. It just so happened that he could take advantage of this slave seal to make a fuss. Speaking of which, the enlightenment platform left by the ancient heavenly venerative Samsara does not belong to Yi Ling alone. Otherwise, these living beings would not have occupied it for so long and refused to let go. Xianxia pondered for a while, then dealt with the corpses in the inner world and left. According to the results of the soul search, there were 5 major tribes near these ruins. Their ancestors were the slaves of the ancient heavenly venerative Samsara. Now, they were searching for Yi Ling. With Yi Ling's current ability, it's impossible for him to gain any advantage from the 5 major tribes. Since it's a test, they will definitely give Yi Ling a chance. These old things like to use these old tricks. In this day and age, who cares if you have a test when you're fighting for opportunities? Xianxia could not help but sneer at this. For Yi Ling, now that he's going to find the ancient heavenly venerative Samsara's hidden cave abode, there should be a way to balance the 5 major tribes. Then, he will use this to make the 5 major tribes submit and obtain a large amount of help. If I'm not wrong, this hidden cave abode should be a portable small world or something. I just don't know how it compares to my inner world. The ancient heavenly venerative Samsara left all the good things for Yi Ling, but if you plan like this, you'll probably benefit me in the end. Guchanga narrowed his eyes and smiled. For a moment, his expression was somewhat thought-provoking. He had more or less analyzed the cause and effect of the matter, as well as what would happen in the future. Yi Ling's next move was clearly to find the cave abode hidden by the Samsara ancient heavenly venerate. He would definitely not stop Yi Ling. On the contrary, he would give him some help so that it would be easier for him to find the hidden abode. Guchanga did not have the leisure to go through this so-called test. He always liked to pick the last ripe fruit. I don't know how long this process will take, but I don't need to be anxious about placing Yi Mei by Yi Ling's side. Thinking of this, he was relieved. The void blurred as Guchanga took a single step forward, traversing a distance of several thousand feet. He rapidly left this place and then left this region. His figure traveled through the void, quickly avoiding a large number of living beings. During this period of time, they passed by many ancient ruins and headed straight for the depths of the city. In terms of scale, this city was not small at all compared to the ancient cities in the outside world. In some aspects, it was even superior. The pavilion was vast and tall, appearing incomparably majestic. There was a majestic aura in front of him that exuded an ancient aura, describing the glory of the past. According to the memories of that heavenly god realm living being, among the 5 clans, the Grand Elder of the Black Sky Eagle clan is in charge. His cultivation has already reached the absolute saint realm. In the void blurred, Guchanga's figure was faintly discernible. He swept his gaze over below with a calm expression. There were many living beings here, and there were also many guards. Many places were also engraved with extremely powerful formation patterns that were vast and mighty. If activated, they could easily kill existences below the god realm. In addition, there were many void god realm commanders patrolling everywhere. The Black Sky Eagle clan's Grand Elder should be hidden in the depths. His cultivation has surpassed the absolute saint realm, and it's even possible that he has reached the quasi-supreme realm. If I choose to fight head-on, it might cause a lot of trouble. It's very likely that my identity will be exposed. Guchanga's gaze was somewhat thoughtful. Naturally, he had a plan and was very confident. At this time, unlike the outside world, it was difficult for him to casually use his terrifying background to crush others. Although it was convenient and fast to suppress others with power, it also depended on the time. Now that the Enlightenment platform is controlled by the Black Sky Eagle clan, it seems that I have to start from the Black Sky Eagle clan and do something. Soon, he thought of this. The void blurred. Guchanga walked with his hands behind his back. His figure flashed and directly left this place. He was heading toward an extremely lively pavilion with living beings coming and going. There were 3 words written in immortal ancient characters, "Drunken Immortal Pavilion." According to the memories of that heavenly god realm existence, he could choose to target the weakness of the Black Sky Eagle clan's Grand Elder from here. At this time, on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, in a dazzling private room surrounded by immortal mist, a few young creatures were talking. Their appearances did not look like humans. They were shrouded in precious light, and their clothes were extraordinary. The youth at the very center was surrounded by several people. In his arms was a foreign race girl whose appearance wasn't bad. He was dressed in embroidered clothes, his face pale, looking extremely frivolous. He had a pair of pitch-black wings that flowed with dark light, as if he was a giant eagle spreading its wings. Right now, these people were currently conversing in immortal ancient language. One of the young women's appearance was pretty, her skin like jade, but she had a snake tail. She opened her mouth, asking curiously, "What exactly happened in the city recently? Why are so many people startled? So many experts were actually moved out, so many heavenly deity realm existences even appearing. I saw that they seemed to be searching for something. Could it be that cultivators from the outside world ran over to our side? That is quite possible. The cultivators from the outside world are truly daring, even daring to trespass into our city. They really don't want their lives anymore. Do they truly think that just because the older generation is not allowed to take action, they can preserve their lives? Someone said with a laugh. Hearing this, another young creature said with some disdain, if it wasn't because we had to abide by the immortal ancient agreement back then, we couldn't migrate to the outside world. How would those orthodoxies be able to do anything now? They were quite familiar with this training, knowing that it was jointly organized by the immortal ancient remnant clans and the orthodoxies from the outside world. On the surface, it was a competition between the younger generation, but who could really guarantee that the older generation would not secretly interfere? However, since they dared to come to their gathering place, they had to be prepared to pay the appropriate price. The 5 great clans are all sending people to capture them. This time, it should not be a small matter. As they spoke, they looked at the man in embroidered clothes in the middle, their expressions somewhat flattering. Brother Heiming is still the best, having a heavenly deity realm follower. To think that we, the 4 hedonistic young masters, who have been unhindered for so many years, are still far inferior to you. The youth in embroidered clothes named Heiming sat in the middle. Hearing this, a somewhat smug expression flashed across his face. However, at this time, he shook his head and said, Commander Heiyu is not by my side now. He was also sent out by my grandfather to search for all suspicious people from the outside world nearby. Asking for fresh flowers. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. Connecting the dots, they became more and more curious. The woman with the snake tail could not help but ask, Brother Heiming, do you know what happened exactly? Why did the 5 great clans suddenly become like this? Why are they so paranoid? After all, Heiming was the only direct descendant of the 5 great clans among them, coming from the Black Sky Eagle clan. He might know a lot more than them. Although their identities were not simple, compared to the direct descendant of the 5 great clans, they were far inferior. However, since Heiming could get along well with them, it could be seen that his identity and status were actually not that high. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the direct descendant of the 5 great clans looked down on them. However, compared to the rest of his peers in the Black Sky Eagle clan, Heiming's cultivation talent was mediocre, even a little bit useless. As a result, in this area, there were rumors of Heiming, the Black Sky Eagle clan's trash. Many living beings were secretly mocking him, and even some of the Black Sky Eagle clan members looked down on him indifferently, not taking him seriously. With the accumulation of various cultivation resources, Heiming now had the strength of the divine realm, and was far from even reaching the almighty realm. Zero other than embarrassing the Black Sky Eagle clan, it was still embarrassing. It was precisely because of this that Heiming, who was once very motivated and diligent in cultivation, gradually became depressed. After that, he drank to drown his sorrows and spent his days in the brothels. After that, he became the leader of the so-called 4 great profligate sons. Of course, although Heiming's experience sounded very tragic and sullen, almost causing Xianxia to misunderstand something when he was searching the divine soul of that heavenly god realm creature. Did he encounter a ridiculous situation where he was slapped in the face by the trash again? But obviously, this was not the case. Heiming's cultivation talent was ordinary, but he had another layer of background. His older sister was the Black Sky Eagle clan's most outstanding genius, his grandfather was the Black Sky Eagle clan's most influential great elder. Under this type of powerful background, even if he was just a hedonistic son who only knew how to stir up trouble, no one dared to say anything, and no one dared to provoke him. A harmless hedonistic son, how great of a storm could he stir up? On the contrary, there were quite a few people who knelt down and licked his boots, wishing to get closer to the Black Sky Eagle clan. This was especially the case recently, when many creatures found out that Heiming's older sister seemed to have caught the eye of Immortal Ancient's true dragon clan's Lord Longteng, her status rising even more. Even Heiming obtained a heavenly deity realm follower, immediately becoming incomparably awe-inspiring, making many young creatures endlessly envious. Immediately, when he heard the Snakeman race woman ask him, Heiming just put on an act and replied, saying, I heard that this matter concerns the fate of the 5 great clans, extremely important. At that time, the elders of the other clans all hurried over to discuss. In reality, he didn't know what the reason was either. His status in the Black Sky Eagle clan was actually extremely awkward, like a transparent person. Apart from his older sister and grandfather, almost no one paid him any attention. Ming actually didn't reveal anything on his face. However, he still had desire and ambition, wishing to become a brilliant heaven's pride like his older sister. His brilliance was dazzling, receiving the reverence of millions and millions. Right now, this group of young creatures who were currently chatting and laughing didn't notice at all. In the void beside them, there were faint ripples spreading. Even if it was a Saint Realm existence, there was no way they could sense this type of fluctuation. With their cultivation, this was even more so the case. Youngster, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become an existence above millions and millions? Suddenly, an indistinct voice entered Ming's ears. 1,000. The moment he heard this, Ming's eyes suddenly widened. With a trace of disbelief, he stood up abruptly. Even the beautiful foreign race woman in his arms fell to the ground with a terrified look on her face. Who's speaking? Who is it? Ming suddenly shouted. He looked around in shock and scanned the private room. However, in the immortal mist, apart from him, everyone else was shocked and confused. It was as if they didn't hear this sentence. It was more like what he had just heard was just a hallucination. Brother Ming, what's wrong? The other young people couldn't help but be shocked. Then, they put on concerned expressions and asked. At this time, Ming suddenly stood up and shouted such a sentence. They were all frightened. However, at this time, they still had to show their concern. Ming was silent for a moment. Then, he sat back down and said, I'm fine. He also thought that he had been too eager to become stronger recently, so at this time, he had a hallucination. That voice was too illusory, and it was hard to track it down. It was as if it spoke out his heart. Seeing Ming's worried and absent-minded appearance, the others knew that it was boring. After a few words, they hurriedly left. Today's Ming seemed to be a little problematic. At this time, it was better to leave first. Soon, only Ming was left sitting in the private room. His expression was still a little dazed and absent-minded. It was as if he hadn't come back to his senses. The departure of the others didn't affect him. For Ming, this was the first time he heard the greatest desire in his heart. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become a supreme existence respected by billions of people. At this time, in Ming's mind, this illusory voice suddenly sounded again. Young man, do you want to become stronger? Become an existence respected by billions of people? It was cold and profound, making it difficult to distinguish its age. However, it didn't contain the slightest emotion. It was like a ruler overlooking all living beings from the 9 heavens. The source of this voice was unknown. It seemed to have a bewitching power, causing Ming's eyes to widen again. There was a kind of disbelief in disbelief. Who is it? His voice trembled. His entire body was trembling. Ming was sure that he had heard such a sentence. He wasn't hallucinating. This made him pleasantly surprised, excited, as well as a trace of fear. Since ancient times, it was rumored that when one was not satisfied in life, 8 or 9 times out of 10, there would be a turn of events. Could it be that the dream that he had always longed for was finally going to come true today? Could it be that he, Ming, was finally going to hit the jackpot today, just like the main character in the rumored travelogues? Coincidentally, he met a mysterious and powerful senior. Acknowledge him as master and reach the pinnacle. At this moment, Ming felt that this was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Only a senior with unfathomable cultivation would be able to pass words into his heart and speak his thoughts. Ming did not doubt the other possibilities. After all, in the Black Sky Eagle clan, he was a dispensable transparent person. Other than his grandfather and sister who would pay attention to him, the rest of the clan wouldn't give him a second glance. An ordinary living being with mediocre cultivation and talent, without any strong points at all. What senior must be blind to have designs on him? Therefore, Ming was extremely excited and felt that he had hit the jackpot. Without even thinking, he knelt on the ground with a thud. He was extremely excited and agitated, saying with a trembling voice, Senior, I want. Ming said I want several times in a row. It could be seen that his heart was trembling and excited at this time. The longer this kind of ambition was suppressed, the more shocking the power when it erupted. In the void, Xianxia watched this scene with interest and did not show himself. Through the divine soul memories of that celestial deity realm existence, he understood many things. The Black Sky Eagle clan's trash young master He Ming naturally had some understanding. Furthermore, combining He Ming's sorrowful, unwilling, and sullen appearance, and connecting it to his tragic situation in the clan, Xianxia could very easily guess He Ming's thoughts in his heart. He had a brilliant sister, but he just happened to be a trash with mediocre cultivation and talent. That kind of huge gap, who could bear it? It was just that this time, Xianxia did not intend to play the role of an old grandpa or anything. This He Ming's luck was ordinary and just happened to be a chess piece that he could use. After all, an invisible person that no one would pay attention to was perfect to reduce attention to the greatest extent, making it easier to do things for him. For better or for worse, the Black Sky Eagle clan was a clan that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. As for how powerful their hidden backing was now, Xianxia did not have much confidence in it. After all, what he wanted to scheme against right now was not only the ancient heavenly venerable Samsara's remains, but also the Black Sky Eagle clan, as well as the other 4 great clans. It sounded crazy, but it was not impossible. Right now, there were 2 choices in front of Xianxia. One was to directly control He Ming and make him do things for him. However, the devil passage bottle was very precious, the refining process complicated and troublesome. He did not want to waste it on a piece of trash like He Ming. That was why Xianxia chose the other method. After all, a few simple sentences were enough to fool him until he could not distinguish north from south. Of course, if He Ming became more useful in the future, Xianxia did not mind planting the devil passage bottle on him. After entering this door, immortals and mortals are forever separated. The Yellow Springs is ancient, reincarnation difficult to reverse. Immediately, Xianxia's voice sounded again, still carrying an indistinct immortal intent, mixed with a bit of bewitching demonic nature. Even if He Ming's will was several times more resolute, right now, it would still be difficult for him to resist this type of temptation. Strength, status, these were things all creatures in this world pursued. Wang, under his shock, an incomparably profound door opened before his eyes. It was resplendent, seemingly containing endless mysteries. When he reacted, he was incomparably overjoyed. He did not hesitate at all, directly entering this door. Then, the shocking scene that entered his eyes made He Ming's eyes widen. He suddenly sucked in a cold breath of air. This was simply unimaginable. A grand and dignified immortal palace towered above the clouds, just a single pillar seemed to be able to support everything. He saw that he was at the center of a surging sea of primal chaos. The aura there was vast and terrifying. A single strand of primal chaos aura was enough to crush all space. When had he ever seen this type of shocking scene, he was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. At this moment, He Ming saw that at the peak of this immortal palace, there was a blurry and hazy figure sitting cross-legged. A true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise were lying on the ground, as if they were overlooking the ages, sitting on the reincarnation cycle. The long river of time surged under his feet, as if it could gather all the worlds in the universe. Young man, do you want to become stronger? At this moment, He Ming heard the blurry figure in front of him and looked at him. His eyes were very deep and vast, as if they contained the birth and death of all ages. Endless scenes appeared in his eyes. The universe was shattered, the heavens collapsed, the earth turned upside down, immortals died, emperors cried, thousands of things, reflecting time. At this moment, He Ming's spirit was almost blessed. He directly knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Yes, I want to become stronger." Junior He Ming greets Senior. He was already sure that the senior in front of him was an unbelievably powerful existence. He casually brought him to a world where he did not know where he was. Grand and sacred, filled with supreme majesty, even immortals seemed to lose their brilliance in front of him, one look. And one would know that this was an absolute powerhouse. Of course, Xianxia spent a lot of destiny points to create this appearance. Of course, this was the same as his idea of creating the Heaven's Court in the inner world. So, he decided to use it to trick this idiot. With such an effect, he did not believe that He Ming would not fall for it. Rise, I know everything about you. Then, Guchanga spoke. His voice was a bit teasing. But with the power of the laws, he created the feeling of the river of time shattering. Ming was even more shocked. His entire body was shaking and he couldn't even stand up. In front of such a great and supreme existence, he was far inferior to even an ant. What did he do to be able to meet such an existence? Senior, Ming spoke with a trembling voice. He was about to say that he wanted to become Guchanga's disciple and that he wanted to become stronger. However, Guchanga interrupted him. His voice was cold and emotionless. I know everything about you. From the past to the present, everything is in my hands. You are a direct descendant of the Black Sky Eagle clan, your parents are. At that moment, Guchanga repeated the information she had learned and even dissected Ming's inner thoughts. Hearing this, Ming was stunned. He could not help but suck in a cold breath. He was shocked to the extreme. This senior had only met him for the first time and he knew everything about him. He did not dare to suspect that this senior had investigated him before. After all, he was a piece of trash. What was there to investigate? This was all because this senior knew everything. Senior, how can I become stronger? Please give me some pointers. Then, Ming spoke emotionally and asked Guchanga for advice. He hoped that this powerful and mysterious senior could take him as a disciple. I am the Supreme Zazai Emperor of the Sky Beyond Skies. At this time, Guchanga made up a name that he thought was cool. Anyway, the longer the better and the more he could scare people. Of course, his excuse was full of loopholes and was not worth thinking about. How could there be such a supreme existence who would explain to an ant and say such a self-degrading introduction? However, in order to fit the fantasy in Ming's heart, he did not mind doing this once. Become my believer and recite my true name. You will see eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if the world is destroyed, your true spirit will be left behind in the river of time. At this time, Guchanga said these words with a thought-provoking expression. It had to be said that such a pretentious statement was indeed very cool. Recite my true name, and see eternal life. Ming's eyes widened. He was stunned to the extreme and could not be more shocked. Even a true immortal would not dare to say that he could see eternal life. But as long as he became the senior's believer, he could see eternal life. This was such a huge and terrifying aura. His mind was filled with such emotions and he could not help but kneel down. I am willing to become a believer of the supreme existence. At this moment, even the title of senior had become a supreme existence. After all, other than his life, he had nothing else. Therefore, Ming was not worried that this supreme existence had any ulterior motives towards him. At this time, kneeling and licking his boots was enough. As my believer, I will teach you. At this time, Guchanga saw that the time was about right and finally revealed his dagger. This was his ultimate goal. Buzz, as he spoke, he pointed with his hand. Suddenly, two hazy brilliance appeared in front of him. It was extremely bright, like an immortal book from the 9 heavens. Seeing this scene, Ming was even more excited. His face was red and his whole body was trembling. Thank you, Supreme Existence. I am willing to give everything to the Supreme Existence. With trembling hands, he received this hazy brilliance. With a bang, ancient and mysterious words, golden and dazzling, like majestic stars. They were imprinted into Ming's sea of consciousness. In the end, for words as vast as life appeared. Wedding dress immortal technique. Ming was so excited that he was about to go crazy. Under Guchanga's seemingly calm and indifferent expression, he was actually more interested. The full name of the wedding dress immortal technique was the wedding dress immortal art. Speaking of which, this was not a cultivation technique, but a secret technique of the immortal devouring demonic technique. Simply put, its specific function was to make others work for his disciple. With him as the sole source, many lines were released. Each line could be divided into many branches through the wedding dress immortal technique, forming a cobweb-like trajectory. And he could control all the branches and lines. Now, Ming had become one of the lines. Guchanga believed that with Ming's ambition, he would quickly discover the power and terror of the wedding dress immortal technique. Once ambition swelled, it was difficult to retract it. And this was also the hope he gave Ming. A single spark could start a prairie fire. If he could succeed, it would not take long for him to devour the 5 great immortal ancient clans. After all, compared to the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, the 5 great immortal ancient clans were not inferior at all. Guchanga still had high hopes for He Ming. Since ancient times, losers always produced miracles. If He Ming really managed to ignite this fire, wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, this was on the premise that such a loser didn't meet a great villain like him. Then again, even if He Ming failed, it wouldn't affect Guchanga at all. Buzz, then, he pointed at the kneeling He Ming, and a ripple spread out in front of his eyes. He Ming, who was in a state of excitement, suddenly felt his vision turn black, as though he was being suppressed by a majestic force, and was instantly pushed out of this space. In the next moment, he was back in that private room. Looking at this familiar scene, and then at his slightly trembling hands. It was like a dream. It was just a moment, but it felt like a lifetime ago. The pair of black wings on He Ming's back couldn't help flapping, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This is simply an unfathomable method. What kind of existence is this supreme being? I'm afraid it's beyond immortal. He Ming's voice trembled as he forced himself to calm down. Even he didn't notice that a small silver brilliance like a pattern was slowly disappearing in his eyes. The shifter immortal art, looks like this is an immortal art specially prepared for me by the supreme being. He knows that my cultivation talent is mediocre. This is a technique that can ignore cultivation talent. As long as I let someone else successfully learn the shifter immortal art, I can have part of that person's talent, and even share the results of their cultivation. This is unbelievable. This is too heaven-defying. He Ming's voice trembled, and his eyes widened. He carefully studied the strength of the wedding dress immortal technique. His entire body trembled again, and even his spirit was trembling. What kind of terrifying and heaven-defying immortal art was this? If others found out, there would be unimaginable consequences. He Ming believed that only that supreme being could bestow such a heaven-defying immortal art upon his disciple. Thinking of this, He Ming felt a lingering fear, and a chill ran down his back. Such an effect had completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. If I had such a heaven-defying thing earlier, I wouldn't have to worry about my cultivation level being only at divine power level 21. Soon, after taking a few deep breaths, He Ming finally calmed down. He swore in his heart that the wedding dress immortal technique would never be exposed. Fortunately, the wedding dress part of the wedding dress immortal technique did not involve the risk of exposing its original use. This made He Ming calm down. However, I have to think of a way to try it first. I can't see anything strange about the wedding dress immortal technique. It's similar to normal cultivation techniques, but it's extremely profound and obscure. He Ming furrowed his brows and pondered seriously. He paced back and forth in the room. He quickly set his sights on a few of his followers, intending to test the effect first. He Ming didn't notice at all that the void behind him had become blurry, and there was a slightly playful gaze watching him. Then, the space here trembled slightly. This line of sight quickly disappeared. Guchanga left. He had tampered with the ball of light he had given He Ming. As long as he wanted to, he could see through He Ming's eyes at any time. He always liked to leave a few tricks up his sleeve. Even if it was useless, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. At this moment, He Ming also left the room excitedly. He called out to those outside the pavilion and prepared to return to the Black Sky Eagle tribe. In fact, his main target was his sister, Black-Face Jade. He was full of ambition. After all, his sister's talent was recognized as the best among the 5 great immortal ancient tribes. Few could compare to her. Her bloodline had reverted to its ancestor, and she didn't have any external characteristics of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. Among the immortal ancient tribes in the immortal ancient continent, she could be ranked at the top. Her cultivation had now reached the middle stage of the empty god realm. If the effect of the wedding dress immortal technique is really that amazing, I can let my sister learn it. After all, there's no loss. He Ming didn't have much malice towards his sister now. Since young, he had lived under the halo and brilliance of his genius sister. He was just a good-for-nothing. At first, he was very resentful and unwilling to accept it. He didn't want to admit that he was her brother at all. To him, this wasn't something to be happy about. Instead, it was humiliating. However, now that he had the wedding dress immortal technique, he was certain that he would soon surpass his sister, Black-Faced Jade. After all, there was still a supreme being behind him, he was a loyal follower of that supreme being. Say his real name and you will gain eternal life. He Ming's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of this sentence. After that, Guchanga temporarily put aside the matter of plotting against the 5 great tribes of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. After all, he had already laid out his chess pieces and arranged everything properly. He was not in a hurry. Now, he could be an honest person behind the scenes and not show his face. When the time came, he could directly pluck the ripe fruit. Wouldn't that be better? Of course, Guchanga wasn't going to ignore everything. He was now starting to consider Yi Ling's matter. Compared to He Ming, who was a good-for-nothing, he had personally created to rise against the natural order. In fact, Guchanga wanted to know what the Son of Destiny, Yi Ling, was going to do next. Of course, before that, he had to find an opportunity to squeeze some benefits out of him. Otherwise, the means he had arranged on the successor of the Vermilion Bird tribe, Qi Ling, would be wasted. As for what means to use? Of course, it was to sow discord. People's hearts were the easiest to mess up. Regarding this, Guchanga had long been familiar with it and knew it by heart. Just as Yu Mingkong had said, Guchanga had too many tricks up his sleeve. Yi Ling didn't know how many lifetimes of bad luck it was to offend him. At this time, it's time to create an accident for Yi Ling. Yin Mei's role should also be put to use. Guchanga narrowed his eyes. Buzz, his figure flashed and left this place, hurrying to the other areas. The area of the ruins was very large. Except for the central area, which was the city, the rest of the area was mountains and ruins, as well as many collapsed mountains and lakes. Who knew where the reincarnation ancient lord had hidden the so-called celestial lord cave abode? Guchanga had no intention of looking for it, nor did he have the time. During this period of time, he wanted to explore more ancestral tombs and break through to the Saint Realm as soon as possible. This was far more important than anything else. Then, Guchanga began to search this gathering place. There were actually many tombs hidden in the thick mountain range. After all, this was a gathering place. From the immortal ancient era to the present, it had experienced at least a few epochs. Some ancient corpses had astonishing strength when they were alive, and even entered the quasi-supreme realm. Quasi-supreme realm and supreme realm could actually be called supreme realm existences, but there was still a great difference in essence. Between the two, there was a full 9 heavens. This was because the quasi-supreme realm was different from the other realms. It was not divided into 4 stages, but was divided into 9 heavens. At the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, a cultivator could be called a true supreme realm. At this time, one could truly look down on all life and death, with a lifespan of more than 1,000,000 years, almost immortal. For example, the heavenly primordial ancient lord's body had been pierced by the 8 desolation demonic halberd. It had long been broken, and its essence and divinity had been lost. Even if Guchanga devoured it, in fact, he didn't devour much. Moreover, some quasi-supreme realm corpses were likely to mutate, giving birth to all kinds of strange things. It was normal to be inauspicious in one's later years, covered in red hair. Just as Guchanga, Yi Ling, and the others were wandering around these ruins, each busy with their own matters. The center of the immortal ancient continent was not calm either. Because of the intrusion of the outside world's younger generation, huge waves were stirred up. The true dragon race of the immortal ancient races called themselves the Emperor race, ruling over many immortal ancient races. However, the true dragon name was actually not true. They only had a portion of the true dragon's bloodline, and were not true dragon descendants. Even so, this race became the absolute overlord of the immortal ancient continent. Only a few races could be compared to them. At this time, there was a rumbling sound. In a desolate mountain range where no one was, many mountain ridges suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, divine light surging. Under the sky, some creatures and ferocious beasts passing by did not have time to react, and were blown into clouds of bloody mist. Then, an incomparably terrifying young figure, wearing a long green robe, looking extraordinarily handsome, walked out from within. At this moment, he seemed to be standing under the sky. The scene behind him was shocking. evolving the destruction of the universe, drying up all around. Numerous golden and real dragon shadows spiraled between heaven and earth, bursting out in all directions. He was like a true dragon appearing. The light in his eyes was even more terrifying, as if there were stars rotating within, easily crushing everything. Two resplendent and sparkling dragon horns grew from his forehead, covered in light green dragon scales, possessing a terrifying divine might that could break through the sky and pierce through all nothingness. Just one look was enough to make one's heart palpitate and soul split. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, sir. At this time, large amounts of creatures appeared near the mountain range, congratulating the person in front. There were men and women, all of them with powerful auras, ancient and surging. Among these young female creatures, the weakest cultivation was at the Immortal Emperor realm, many of them in the early stage of the Void God realm, some even in the middle stage. Of course, the most important thing was that they were all extremely beautiful, moving to the extreme. Every frown and smile seemed to tug at one's heartstrings. Rise, all of you. Long Ting said calmly, seeming a bit different from the rumors. However, those who were familiar with him knew clearly. This was his arrogance and confidence, regarding the world as nothing, and no one could enter his eyes. If he claimed to be the second, no one would dare to claim to be the first. The talent of a true dragon was not something that could be called just anyone. Moreover, Long Ting was also using his own strength and talent to prove the truth of this sentence. Now, his cultivation was already at the peak of the Void God realm, just a little bit away from igniting the true dragon fire and becoming a true god. Just this cultivation alone was enough to make him look down on the world, and no one could be a match for him. Not to mention that he had the rainbow true dragon blood and many powerful abilities, etc. Ever since he was born, he could not even find a match for one of his palms, let alone defeat him. As a result, many dragon tribe elders suspected that Long Ting was the reincarnation of a true dragon. However, later on, they found that other than Long Ting's strength and talent, he was no different from ordinary dragon tribe elites in other aspects. Now, Long Ting had already set his eyes on the elites of the other tribes, and there were already double digits. "How's the matter I asked you to do?" Long Ting asked as he led his followers away from this place. He, who had been invincible since birth, had no interest in anything other than finding some peerless beauties. Therefore, when he heard that the immortal ancient continent was open to the outside world this time, and many elites from the outside world rushed in, Long Ting gave the order. He wanted to find those young female supremes. Not to mention all the beauties in the world, how could he let go of those beautiful girls? "Sir, according to your instructions, we have captured many elites from the outside world." Hearing this, the followers answered one after another. At the same time, a jade talisman appeared in their hands. Light flowed on it, and the faces of those elites appeared. Long Ting looked at it casually with a calm expression, as if he did not care. It was as if an emperor was selecting 3,000 concubines. Of course, that was Long Ting's attitude. Based on the strength of his followers, it should not be a problem to take down the elites from the outside world. Although the immortal ancient continent was closed to the outside world, it was not that it had not been opened before. However, the result was the same every time. The cultivators from the outside world were not as strong as them. After all, 590 was the difference between heaven and earth. The immortal ancient era was called that because at that time, true immortals would appear in the world. The rules of heaven and earth at that time were very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. The rules of heaven and earth of the immortal ancient continent preserved the environment of that time very well. There were many reasons that led to the cultivation of the younger generation from the outside world not being as strong as them. Otherwise, they would not care because they had the advantage of numbers. "My lord, this time, I found a peerless woman for you. That beauty is hard to find in a million years." At that moment, a woman with a flattering face came forward and said in front of Long Ting. She was the dragon lady who chose to retreat after the battle with Yumingkong. She used a shadow recording stone to record the scene of the battle, and Yumingkong's face was in it. Hearing this, Long Ting also had a slightly interested expression as he said faintly, "Let me see." Buzz, seeing this, the dragon lady flattered even more. A hazy brilliance appeared on the jade talisman in her hand. The rest of the creatures also looked curious and surrounded her. They also wanted to know what the dragon lady meant. she was so confident. Soon, the image appeared, and a peerless woman with fluttering black hair appeared. Although only a small part of her face could be seen, she was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and she was peerless. For a moment, the place fell into silence. Even Long Ting's breathing quickened, and his eyes were filled with amazement. What a picturesque beauty! Who is this woman? Where is she? Long Ting asked directly, a big smile on his face. The dragon lady's flattery disappeared, and she said, "My lord, this woman's name is Yuming Kong, from the unparalleled celestial dynasty in the outside world. She is the current Empress Dowager and has the bearing of an empress. She also has a fiancé from the Longevity Gu family in the outside world. At the same time, he is also the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. His identity is extraordinary, and he is known as a perfected immortal. He is extremely powerful." In order to claim credit, she had naturally investigated Yuming Kong's background. With her methods, she only needed to capture a few young geniuses from the outside world and ask them. However, the information she knew was limited. Good. There is actually such a woman in this world. It seems that things are going to be interesting this time. When Long Ting heard this, his eyes burned with joy. He was not anxious. After all, he was too strong and rarely had the chance to make a move. It just so happened that this time, he could personally make a move to capture this beauty. As for that fiancé who sounded a little scary? With his strength, was there a need for him to care? If he wanted to stop him, he could just slap him to death when the time comes. Now that he was in the immortal ancient continent, no matter what his identity was in the outside world, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. Long Ting did not care at all. Then, he led a group of followers and headed to the area where the young geniuses from the outside world gathered. For a time, the various parts of the continent were in an uproar. At the same time, outside the Black Sky Eagle clan's domain, Gu Chang'e, who was hiding in a ruin, was refining and devouring the essence of a saint-level ancient corpse. His ears twitched slightly, sensing the sounds of creatures approaching from outside. Moreover, he was also mentioned. Gu Chang'e took a step forward, suddenly appearing. A palm descended, directly suppressing the few young creatures who were discussing matters. Spare me, their faces were full of fear and horror, some even almost pissing themselves. Gu Chang'e was too lazy to speak nonsense, directly searching their souls. And soon, he obtained the information he wanted from these people's minds. During this period of time, he was equivalent to living in seclusion, so he didn't know what happened in the other regions. Dragon Race's inheritor Long Ting wants to challenge me? He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a bit confused. He was still thinking that even he hadn't seen this Long Ting before, so how did he mysteriously attract his attention? He even said he wanted to kill him, threatening to steal everything from him. Gu Chang'e's first reaction was that he encountered a retard. Then, combined with the information about Long Ting from Immortal Ancient's creatures, he quickly came to a conclusion. He was definitely tricked by Yuming Kong. After Gu Xian'er was done tricking, it was Yuming Kong's turn. Gu Chang'e felt like he was treating them too well, one after another drawing his anger. But this Long Ting's brain really has problems. Even Long Outyen isn't this arrogant, with the talent of a true dragon, wanting to steal everything from me. I'm afraid he didn't take the initiative to send me warmth. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but sneer, not caring about this kind of small matter at all. He already knew Long Ting's goal, which was to take a fancy to Yuming Kong, planning to steal his fiancée. Yuming Kong's other aspects aside, there was definitely nothing to say about her appearance and figure. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e wouldn't be so fond of her. There wasn't a man who wouldn't be moved after seeing her. Long Tongue, this kind of stallion template, was no exception. After all, no matter where and when, it was all about face. If Yuming Kong was an ugly girl, Gu Chang'e would not be so nosy and indulge her. After squeezing all the useful value out of it, they would definitely throw it aside. Even though he wasn't a superficial person, he was a superficial person. Furthermore, he felt that he had already treated Yuming Kong well enough. He did not have that much patience for other women. But this guy actually dared to secretly scheme against him. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for her on account of her good performance a few days ago. But this Long Teng is courting death. Thinking of this, Gu Changde couldn't help but laugh. It had always been him who coveted other people's things, but this Long Teng was good, his guts were fat to this extent. Gu Changde also felt that he had been a bit low-key during this period of time. This group of immortal ancient creatures even dared to step on his face. Immediately, he closed his eyes slightly, and according to the wedding dress immortal art, the scene of the Black Sky Eagle clan's He Ming appeared in his mind, and he looked at his current progress. He was thinking that if there was time, he would first get rid of this eyesore Long Teng. In the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, on a mountain peak. This was a dimly lit courtyard. A pair of black wings spread out behind He Ming. Black light flowed, flickering with a layer of bright and dark light. He was currently cultivating, and at this moment, his expression was a bit fanatical as he muttered to himself, I've only planted the wedding dress on 3 people, and it has already brought him such great benefits. Now, even if I cultivate by myself, my cultivation speed is several times faster than usual. It's too heaven-defying. With this cultivation method, I will soon surpass everyone and become an existence above everything. He was incomparably excited. He had already verified the terrifying power of the wedding dress immortal art. He only imparted the wedding dress portion of the cultivation method to his 3 followers. On the second day, he discovered that his cultivation talent had increased by a lot, and his cultivation had even broken through a small realm. In this way, it wouldn't be long before he could increase his cultivation and break through the Almighty Realm, and even beyond that, the Holy Lord Realm, the Marquis Realm. He would surpass his sister and become the number 1 person in the younger generation of the clan. These were not problems. Therefore, He Ming had greater ambitions now. Dong dong dong, at this moment, outside the courtyard, there was a knock on the door. He Ming's body flashed with radiance, and he hurriedly restrained his fluctuations. With a joyful expression, he strode forward to open the door. Sister, you're here, he said. The young girl outside the courtyard, although she was He Ming's sister, looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in white, with clouds surging around her, and her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds, with a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She was dressed in a beautiful jade robe, and was as pure as a divine lotus. She was the current genius of the Black Sky Eagle clan, He Yenyu, and her cultivation had reached a very high level. He Ming, why are you looking for me? He Yenyu asked softly. Towards this useless younger brother of hers, she did not have any extra feelings. After all, he was her younger brother from the same mother. She would usually take care of him so that he would not be bullied by others. However, He Ming's cultivation talent was really not good. After so many years, with so many resources, it was hard for him to improve. This made her unable to do anything, so she was too lazy to care anymore, and let him be a playboy. Today, He Ming said that he was looking for her, so He Yenyu took some time out to see what was the matter. Big sister, come in quickly. I have something important to tell you. He Ming's expression was a bit serious. He looked left and right, and found that there was no one following behind He Yenyu, which made him feel relieved. According to the records, the part of the wedding dress immortal technique was not dangerous at all, and would not cause any harm to the cultivator. Instead, some of the insights were very profound, and involved the mystery of Tao. He was planning to pass this part of the technique to his sister. For him and He Yenyu, it was a win-win situation, killing many birds with one stone. Hearing this, He Yenyu followed He Ming to the courtyard with a puzzled expression. She asked, He Ming, what's the matter? Did you get into trouble again? She subconsciously thought that He Ming met with some trouble again, and needed her, his sister, to solve it. Sister, that's not the reason. This time I'm looking for you because I want to show you something good. He Ming said excitedly. He took out the manuscript of the wedding dress immortal technique, and casually found an excuse, saying that he found it in a stall by chance. What is this? A divine ancient technique? He Yenyu frowned, not believing it. At first, she did not really believe it. However, after the second and third glance fell on this technique, she could not move her eyes away. Her expression was even a bit surprised and shocked. What a profound ancient technique, your luck is actually so good. He Yanyu was shocked, and she could not hide the shock and joy on her face. At the same time, she was also a bit relieved. She did not treat He Ming so well for nothing. After obtaining such a profound ancient technique, he actually told her immediately. Big sister, you should memorize this cultivation method. If it is really useful, you can pass it on to father, the elders, and the rest. He Ming also calmed down at this time. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, and did not let himself show any abnormality. He Ming, you are really considerate. The family treated you so well, and you actually gave this ancient technique to the family as your first reaction. At this time, He Yanyu was also a bit emotional. Her gaze towards He Ming was even more gentle. He Ming's actions today really made her, as his sister, admire him. Sister, you also know that I am just a good-for-nothing with mediocre cultivation talent. It is a complete waste to leave this technique with me. It is better to give it to the family, and let the family become stronger. This way, I can live better as a second-generation hedonist. He Ming said with a smile. He seemed to be calm, but more of. It was self-deprecating. This scene made He Yanyu go silent for a while, and then sighed, these years, it has been hard on you. But He Ming, don't worry, I will tell father, grandfather, and the rest about this matter. The family will give you all the credit, not one less. With sister's words, I am relieved. He Ming heard this and nodded, looking very happy and satisfied. Then, the two of them talked about some things again. He Yanyu expressed her concern for He Ming, and then left the courtyard, intending to find the elders to discuss this matter. After all, it involved the overall strength of the family, and it could not be ignored. She faintly felt that this ancient technique was related to immortals, so, He Yanyu was also a bit excited. I did it. After seeing He Yanyu leave, He Ming, who was in the courtyard, finally could not help but reveal a look of wild joy, and his whole body trembled. He only needed to pass this ancient technique through his sister's hands, and then pass it on to the family. The rest of the family members who cultivated it would become his wedding dress. Thinking of this, He Ming could not help but reveal an excited smile. All this is thanks to the Supreme Existence. He was so emotional, and he was even more in awe of the Supreme Existence that he had only met once, tens of thousands of miles away. Xianxia, who was watching all this through He Ming's eyes, could not help but smile a little. His acting skills are really not bad. It seems that sometimes, a good-for-nothing is still useful. He Ming actually had such plans and ambitions, and he really did not disappoint me. Xianxia could not help but laugh, and he was very satisfied. All this was a pleasant surprise. He Ming performed exceptionally. After all, he was the source of the wedding dress immortal technique, and even He Ming was just a branch of it. With the branch that He Ming branched out, when the time came, life and death would be in his control. The wedding dress did not contain the slightest danger, and it would not affect the cultivator. Instead, it contained many mysteries and the truth of Tao. It was the best bait. But the wedding dress, at the same time, it was also the thread that controlled their life and death. As long as Xianxia's thoughts moved, he could instantly cut off this thread. If the thread was destroyed, the person would die. After all this was in his plan. When all the higher-ups of the He Tianning family become the wedding dress, it is also time for me to appear. At that time, the benefits will be much greater than searching for the ancestral tomb. Xianxia revealed a smile. However, this process still needed some time. Therefore, Xianxia got up and left this place, preparing to find trouble with Longting first. At this time, the news of Longting's movement quickly spread, causing a huge commotion among many immortal ancient clans in immortal ancient continent. The cultivators of the outside world might not know, but for the clans of immortal ancient continent, Longting was the most powerful representative and symbol of his generation. Even those who were listed as the top 10 young experts changed their expressions when talking about Longting. They were incomparably fearful, and they knew that they were not Longting's opponent. Now that Longting had moved, it naturally shocked the immortal ancient creatures. Even some of the older generation were shocked. Lord Longting has said that he will suppress the young man named Xianxia in the outside world. He will take everything away. An immortal ancient creature spread such words, causing many of the younger generation in the outside world to be shocked and horrified. The immortal ancient creatures knew very little about Xianxia. However, for the young geniuses of the outside world, it was something that they were very clear about. Xianxia's strength could even be said to have entered the realm of the young taboo. It would not be wrong to say that he was the leading figure of the younger generation in immortal ancient continent. What kind of idiot is Longting? How dare he say that he will kill young Master Xianxia? This is simply the biggest joke in the world. At this moment, it caused the young geniuses to laugh at him in various regions. Ha ha ha, my head is about to fall off from laughing. If he said that he will suppress the other young supremes, I think. The possibility is still very high, but he said that he will kill young Master Xianxia. I'm afraid he doesn't know what the young taboo is. Crazy, this is really crazy. I finally have the chance to see what it means to be the most pretentious and get the most vicious beating. When the time comes, let's see how this guy named Longting will be slapped in the face. Many young geniuses who heard this news were about to laugh crazily, and even tears were about to come out. The size of the upper world's inner area was difficult to describe. In terms of vastness and boundlessness, it was not qualified. But in the inner area, his name could shake all sides, and he was known as a young taboo with the potential of a true immortal. How could any random cat or dog be so arrogant? That's right, in their opinion, this young man named Longting was a jumping clown. After all, which of Xianxia's battle records did not rely on his terrifying strength to kill his way through? Some time ago, even the invincible 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was easily killed by Xianxia. With such a battle record, no one dared to lightly say no. Of course, the most important reason was that no matter what, Xianxia was still an outsider, and not a native creature. Encountering a native creature so arrogant, they were naturally angry. Although the cultivation of the immortal ancient creatures was very strong, it was only because they had the advantage of time and place. Brother Xianxia's strength is unfathomable, but this Longting, I heard that he is a tricky character. I just don't know how much of Brother Xianxia's strength he can force out. On a mountain peak, Xianxia could not help but shake his head as he said this. He raised his hand to shatter a terrifying python in front of him and plucked a strange flower. Thinking of this news, he did not care. In any case, he could not see through Xianxia more and more. On the contrary, Longting, who had a terrifying reputation in the immortal ancient continent, was nothing to worry about. A truly powerful existence was a kind of terror that you could feel his strength, but did not know how strong he was. Xianxia always gave him this feeling. When the time comes, if the two of them fight, I can go and take a look. If I can see some of Brother Xianxia's true strength, this trip will not be in vain. Thinking of this, Xianxia changed his direction, somewhat eager that the two of them could meet sooner. Scenes like this were still happening everywhere, and the young supreme beings from the outer world were all shocked. Longting's strength came from his powerful innate talent and profound cultivation, but Xianxia's strength was the type of unknown that made even their hearts tremble, the younger generation shiver in fear. Regardless of who it was, none of them dared to look down on Xianxia, instead wishing to avoid him. Now, Longting's words made their eyes couldn't help but light up. This idiot, he didn't even investigate Xianxia's situation, yet he dares to say this. This is perfect, he did what we always wanted to do but didn't dare do. Young restriction, is this Xianxia's true strength? A young supreme being said softly, already having plans to challenge Xianxia a long time ago. However, because they did not have confidence, they always delayed, dragging it out until now. Hong, in front of a jade-like lake, divine light flickered, hazy immortal light flickering about. An immortal nectar-like plant was sparkling and translucent, bearing several fruits. A world-shocking great battle erupted here, many people fighting over this immortal nectar. The ones who took action were young supreme beings from the outer world, as well as quite a few young creatures from immortal ancient. In the end, in the void, Yumingkong who was surrounded by several people, her clothes fluttering about. Her jade-like hand moved, her slender finger pointing out, and an awe-inspiring aura appeared between heaven and earth, as if she was a matchless empress. A monarch overlooking the world, only she was supreme. Terrifying wondrous techniques erupted, as if a large expanse of immortal rain covered this place, everyone retreating in horror. With a flash, she stepped on the surface of the lake and snatched the immortal stalk. Immortal spiritual. Fruit containing immortal spiritual energy, Yu Mingkong nodded. In the end, she took these fruits without any effort. She had confidence that she could use this to quickly enter the void god realm. At that time, with the help of the immortal spiritual fruit, attaining a flawless immortal foundation would be easy. Princess, about the true dragon race's Longting's words, soon after, Yu Mingkong planned to leave this place, find a place to cultivate in seclusion. A follower behind her suddenly came forward to report this matter. Yu Mingkong did not seem surprised to hear this. Then, her eyes moved slightly, and she asked in return, "Do you know where Xianxia is going?" In her previous life, she did not come to the immortal ancient continent, so she did not encounter Longting. All the various opportunities and so on here were summarized from various rumors and information in her previous life. At that time, Longting did not have a feud with Xianxia. She guessed that Xianxia was planning something big and chose to ignore Longting. But in this life, Longting was so arrogant, and even planned to snatch her away. With Xianxia's character, he would definitely not let Longting go. After all, this matter was deliberately led by her at that time, and she mentioned Xianxia casually. Occasionally, scheming against Xianxia was also a little pleasure for her. Xianxia always liked to tease her. Of course, this kind of trifle did not have any effect on Xianxia at all. It was insignificant. No matter how strong Longting's talent was, it was impossible for him to be Xianxia's opponent. Encountering Xianxia, Longting's only path was death. Yu Mingkong did not think of the second possibility. Act the biggest poser, take the most vicious beating. Even her mind had such a sentence. Longting's character was like that. He thought that he was invincible, and did not put others in his eyes at all. What she wanted to know now was where exactly Xianxia was. After all, he had disappeared for some time. "Princess, we are not sure about young Master Xianxia's whereabouts during this period of time." After that, she received the follower's reply. Yu Mingkong was not surprised. If someone could see through his whereabouts, then it was not Xianxia. "When the time comes, with his shrewdness, I'm afraid that he will easily guess that I was the one who schemed against him and pushed him to the forefront of the storm." Yu Mingkong felt that for the time being, it was better for her to avoid Xianxia. After all, she was also a little nervous. Xianxia was obviously planning to develop in secret. In the end, she did this and directly tricked him. When the time came, it would be strange if Xianxia was in a good mood. It was inevitable that he would look for her to settle the score. Who is Longting? It's rare to see someone like him looking for trouble with Xianxia. Whoosh, under a waterfall that looked like the Milky Way, Xianxia sat on a piece of bluestone. She lifted the corner of her skirt and soaked her small, fair feet in the water. She swayed back and forth, looking very relaxed. From time to time, she would look at a group of red-eyed black apes not far away. No one knew what she was thinking in her little head. At this moment, she frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "I didn't expect that a villain like Xianxia would have such a day." Naturally, she also heard the news. Xianxia, who had always been looking for trouble with others, was also a little stunned that someone was looking for trouble with him. After she reacted, Xianxia expressed pity for the person named Longting. After witnessing Xianxia's strength that day, she didn't think that anyone in the younger generation could be a match for Xianxia. Unless she grew up, no one could compete with Xianxia. "Ahong, you said that the 8 Saint banana is about to ripen. Is that true?" Xianxia asked. The ahong she was talking about was the big red bird with drooping eyelids next to her. Ahong had an unusual talent for finding treasures. It had helped her a lot along the way. So Xianxia listened to it now and waited here for the 8 Saint banana to ripen. However, the group of black apes stared at her warily with red eyes, as if they were guarding against a thief. This made Xianxia a little angry. She was passing by and saw the beautiful scenery. Couldn't she stop and admire it? Ahong ignored her. Xianxia didn't care. She still muttered to herself. "Actually, I still want to see Xianxia suffer. It's a pity. I heard that Longting is about to enter the true god realm. However, judging from how sinister Xianxia is, even if he enters the true god realm, he probably won't be a match for Xianxia." This was the conclusion she had come to after thinking about it for a long time. The cultivation level that Guchanga displayed on the surface was very likely just to mislead the public. Her eyesight far surpassed that of many people, especially under the guidance of several masters. She understood many secrets that her peers did not understand. When Guchanga was young, his cultivation had already crushed his peers. The cultivation that he had displayed so far was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. At that time, the rule power of 590 in that terrifying sword chi had shocked her. Afterward, she even suspected that Guchanga had already entered the ranks of the Saint Realm. Revenge seems to be a long way off. Let's go watch the show. Guchanga has always been cruel to his enemies. I wonder how tragic this Long Ting will be. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er stood up, grabbed the big red bird, threw it on his shoulder, and directly turned into a divine rainbow as he left this place. Although the 8 Saint Banana was rare, she still wanted to see Guchanga fight with others. During this period of time, the scene from that day appeared in her mind from time to time. Just like that day, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking in front of her. It wasn't that large, but it was sturdy, making her feel at ease, as if it could hold up even if the heavens collapsed. Gu Xian'er didn't want to admit that she was actually looking for an excuse to see Guchanga. She wanted to see what kind of end the arrogant Long Ting would end up in. At this time, the big red bird couldn't help but give Gu Xian'er a look. That expression seemed to be saying, "Heh, woman." Meanwhile, during this period of time, various parts of Immortal Ancient Continent were also stirred up. As the leader of Immortal Ancient's younger generation, Long Ting led a large number of followers, moving out to search for Guchanga's figure. When he heard that the cultivators of the outside world were mocking him, he couldn't help but be furious. When he took action, quite a few young heavenly geniuses were killed. This matter also drew the anger of the outside world's younger generation. Quite a few people walked together on their own accord, resisting Immortal Ancient's creatures together. After all, in terms of strength, Immortal Ancient's creatures were tyrannical, not something normal young heavenly geniuses could compare to. This also made them suffer quite a bit. Quite a few young supreme beings were also injured in battle, suffering ambushes. Quite a few of their followers fell as a result. This result left the cultivators of the outside world shocked. Only now did many people understand the true essence of this experience. Immortal Ancient Continent had many opportunities, but it was also the easiest to lose one's life here. Among them, the most dangerous were Immortal Ancient's young creatures. With Long Ting in the lead, many young experts were extremely powerful. Even the young supreme beings of the outside world suffered greatly. However, soon after, there were cultivators who noticed that Guchanga, who was at the center of all this, also appeared after many days. At his side, there was also a large number of followers, slaughtering their way over from another region. Along the way, many Immortal Ancient creatures were similarly killed by him. In that instant, Immortal Ancient Continent was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the outside world or Immortal Ancient's creatures, all of their eyes gathered over. Quite a few people felt like this was going to be a fierce struggle between giants. The two's identities could be said to be diametrically opposed. Among the younger generation, they both had representative statuses. On a mountain peak, Guchanga stood with his hands behind his back. Clouds and mist surged, his hair sparkling like ink feathers, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "Master, we've already found out the news. Long Ting is currently in the east. There are 7 Void God Realm followers by his side. Apart from them, they are all titled King Realm existences. There isn't even a single titled Marquis," the Xianxia-like creature respectfully reported. Hearing the followers report behind him, he nodded with some deep meaning. "Seems like this is the source of Long Ting's confidence? Spread the news, tell him to stay where he is and not move. I'm coming to kill him right now. I have a younger sister in my hands. If you don't want her to die, then don't run around randomly." Guchanga smiled faintly. There were quite a few Immortal Ancient creatures suppressed behind him. During this period of time, they were all clamoring for Long Ting to come and kill him. In the end, when he heard the news, he directly rushed over to wipe them all out. "Yes, master." Hearing this, the Xianxia-like follower received the order and did not dare to have the slightest doubt. He directly turned into a divine rainbow and left. And behind Guchanga, the group of immortal ancient creatures suppressed heard this and shouted unwillingly, "Surnamed Gu, don't be so smug. Lord Longting will come and save us." Among them, there was a dragon girl with dragon horns on her head. She had a pretty face and slightly thin lips. When she heard this, her face immediately paled. She was the younger sister of Longting that Guchanga had mentioned. She worshipped Longting fanatically. She even took the initiative to bring some people to search for Guchanga's traces, threatening to kill him with Longting. Moreover, it was said that she was the one who found the favored girls of various clans for Longting. Even Yu Mingkong was found by her for Longting. Therefore, after Guchanga left the Black Sky Eagle clan, he summoned a group of followers. When they heard this news, they directly went to block her. At that time, all of her subordinates were also killed by Guchanga. "Guchanga, if you dare to make a move against me, Lord Longting will not let you go. If I lose a single hair, all of you will not be able to escape death. That fiancée of yours, even if Lord Longting takes a fancy to her, she will not have." This dragon girl had also been frightened by Guchanga's cruel methods these days. Her expression was frightened and trembling. At this time, when she heard these words, she only wanted to use Longting's name to suppress Guchanga. "Cut off her tongue for me." When Guchanga heard this, he frowned, and then ordered with a casual expression. Towards this kind of thing that had a retarded halo and didn't have eyes, he actually wanted to directly slap her to death. However, he wanted to leave it for Longting when the time came. He did not kill her. Coveting his woman, this debt was not so easy to settle. "Yes, master." Immediately, a follower directly pulled out a short sword with a whoosh. "You dare." The dragon girl was shocked, and then alarmed, not daring to believe. She continuously shouted, but was suppressed, unable to move at all. In the next moment, under her frightened and resentful gaze, the sword descended with a pu sound. Blood splashed in all directions. Immediately, the mountain peak became much quieter. However, the other immortal ancient creatures were so scared that their faces became even paler. During these days, Guchanga had slaughtered them under all kinds of pretexts. A portion of the creatures were even killed on the spot by Guchanga under the name of being hungry, turned into their original forms, and then skinned and deboned, roasted on the spot. This scene truly frightened everyone quite a bit. Now, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even though this young man looked handsome and refined, his methods were more cruel than anyone they had ever seen. Now, even Longting's sister had her tongue cut off, making them tremble, scared to the extreme. Then, divine rainbows rushed into the sky, radiance pervading the air, the momentum astonishing. Guchanga brought everyone towards Longting's location. Along the way, quite a few cultivators saw this scene, all of them shocked. Then, many people were stirred up. When they heard that Guchanga was going to take the initiative to kill Longting, they didn't even think about it, following behind him. In that instant, every region stirred up a commotion again. Many young supreme beings knew that Guchanga was extremely domineering, but they never expected him to do things so viciously at this time. Quite a few of Longting's admirers were all directly grabbed by Guchanga, having Longting not move, that he was going to kill him. During these past few days, many of the younger generation's dejection from being defeated by immortal ancients creatures were completely swept away. It seems like Brother Gu truly plans to fight against this Longting, a bit impatient. Within the mountain range, Yi Langtian brought his followers along, hurrying along. When he heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile, full of expectation. In another place, the great golden-winged Peng race's inheritor Peng Fei was alone, turning into streak after streak of golden light, also heading in that direction. Longevity Wang family's young supreme being Wang Wushuang was also hurrying over. There were also the young supreme beings of Undying Lake and other orthodoxies, all of them excited, looking forward to this battle. At this time, all of immortal ancient continent's cultivators were shaken up, hearing Guchanga's threat towards Longting. "Stand there and don't move, he was going to kill him." This type of understated confidence and domineering attitude made all of the young heavenly talents feel excited, to the extent where their blood was boiling. After all, during this period of time, they were ambushed by immortal ancients creatures, fleeing in all directions, truly sullen. Every place was in an uproar, even many of immortal ancients creatures were shocked, feeling like a great earthquake was about to happen. It was because no one had ever dared to speak to Longting like this, unless they were courting death. At the same time, on a mountain peak, a young figure stood there, his body covered in dragon scales and dragon horns, flowing with endless radiance and symbols, his aura powerful without change. His true body couldn't be seen clearly, wrapped in resplendent dragon symbols, deep and powerful. Beside him seemed to contain an endless starry sky, a terrifying aura pervading the air. It was Longting, standing there like a young true dragon. His face was as heavy as water. A terrifying aura and pressure pressed down on heaven and earth, shrouding down, making his followers want to kneel down and kowtow. Sir is angry. That young man named Xianxia is too arrogant, but no one has ever dared to speak to Sir like that. Damn it, he actually told Sir to stand there and not move, he's going to kill Sir. Wah, 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 I'm so angry. Since when was Sir looked down upon by someone, and it's even a human from the outside world? Longting's followers were furious. During this period of time, they were the ones searching for Xianxia's traces. Now, Xianxia appeared and directly said that he was going to kill Longting. These words were even more arrogant than Longting's. How dare you threaten me? Very well, I'll make you regret what he said. An ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then I'll wait for him here, let's see if he dares to come. At this time, Longting also spoke up, the wind and clouds in his eyes changing, terrifyingly cold. His voice was full of gloominess and killing intent. Before this, he had never thought he would be this angry today, hearing someone dare to provoke and look down on him like this. Moreover, they actually threatened him, believing that he would run. How could Longting, who was so proud and arrogant, accept this? Even though this might very well be the other party's intention, Longting still couldn't help but be furious. If it was a normal person who said this, he might not care too much, believing that ants weren't worth caring about. However, this was after he announced that he was going to suppress and kill the other party, yet the other party wasn't scared. Instead, his attitude was even more domineering and arrogant than his own, making quite a few followers he sent out suffer under his hands. This made it hard for Longting to calm down. He wanted to personally torture the other party to death, seize his woman in front of his face. Feel free to come and throw your life away. Meanwhile, soon after, Longting also spread the news that he was here, waiting for Xianxia to come and throw his life away. The two replied from a distance, triggering a great earthquake, even more so erupting. In that instant, many immortal ancient creatures and the younger generation of the outside world hurried over. In the nearby mountain peaks, large amounts of people gathered, truly a sea of people. Chi, streaks of divine rainbows rushed over from all over the world. In a short period of time, many figures gathered around the mountain peak. They all rushed over after hearing the news. It was extremely lively. There were even some who couldn't hold it in any longer. They started bickering and fighting here. They began to take action. In an instant, brilliant light interweaved in the sky. All types of resplendent magical artifacts streaked across the sky, incomparably dazzling. Large amounts of mountains and ancient trees collapsed, filling the sky with dust. What kind of thing is Longting? Just wash your heads and wait for our young master Xianxia to reap the harvest. A young heaven's pride mocked, fearlessly cursing at immortal ancients creatures. Lord Longting's power is something you can never imagine. That person surnamed Bu will definitely die today. There were also immortal ancient creatures who cursed back. Then, both sides began to take action, killing until their eyes were red. All types of blood splattered everywhere, corpses and bones flying everywhere. The two groups of people here were mainly from two different camps. To the east were native creatures from immortal ancient continent. They were all different. There was a blonde girl with a pair of wings, an old flood dragon, a robust man with arms covered in scales, and a giant man with ox horns on his head. They all had cold expressions, powerful chi, and blood. They rushed out from deep within the mountains, coldly looking at the group of young heaven's pride who came from the outside world. To the west were a group of supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects young supreme beings. For example, Yi Lang Tian with his golden divine halo, Wang Wushuang with his entire body shrouded in mist. They also stared coldly at immortal ancients creatures. This place was full of brilliance. More and more people gathered around, whispering from time to time. Even though they knew that they might be implicated, they still hurried here, wanting to personally witness a great event that shook a mortal ancient continent. Even more people's gazes were focused on the distant mountain peak, on that terrifying figure shrouded in thick dragon runes. Just his aura alone was powerful enough to make people tremble. Long Teng, behind him, the figures of his followers were also silent. Their expressions were cold, like a group of iron-blooded warriors who had experienced thousands of battles. The aura of a peak void god was unmistakably displayed, like a young true dragon. Everyone could feel the terrifying pressure. Xianxia and the others couldn't help but change their expressions, feeling a great pressure. Not simple, his strength was extremely tyrannical, it was impossible for them to be Long Teng's opponent. At this time, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, he doesn't have the unfathomable feeling that Brother Xianxia has. Xianxia shook his head slightly. Golden runes flashed in Wang Wushuang's eyes. He also noticed how terrifying Long Teng was. I hope I'm not too late. In the distance, Gu Xian'er turned into a stream of light, crossing over mountains and ridges at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he saw this ancient land. From time to time, divine rainbows would streak across the sky above this primitive ancient land. Those cultivators and living beings all flew in one direction. It was obvious that they were all heading towards the battle between Gu Xianxia and Long Teng. She rushed all the way there and sneaked into crowded places. She was afraid that Gu Xianxia would recognize her. However, Gu Xian'er was soon disappointed. Gu Xianxia hadn't shown up until now. Not even a shadow could be seen. She even suspected that with Gu Xianxia's bad character, he might have stood Long Teng up and played him like a monkey. Of course, she was just guessing. Hey, that's Sister Ming Kong's white jade carriage. Suddenly, Gu Xian'er noticed something high up in the sky. There were 9 ancient beasts that looked like divine phoenixes pulling a jade carriage, galloping over. Stopping high up in the sky, the jade carriage was sparkling and translucent. Thousands of auspicious lights surrounded it, and it was extraordinary. A blurry and graceful figure could be vaguely seen in it. She recognized that it was Yu Mingkong's means of transportation. However, Gu Xian'er liked to be alone. After coming to the immortal ancient continent, she didn't look for Yu Mingkong. She also knew that when she was being chased by the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, Yu Mingkong wanted to come and help her, but she was held back by someone else. Unlike Gu Xianxia, she could feel that Yu Mingkong's kindness to her was sincere and not fake. Many divine lights could be seen in the sky. The battle this time had attracted too much attention. Although the older generation of the immortal ancient continent had discussed with the orthodoxies in the outside world, they couldn't interfere. However, at this time, some of the older generation were still watching. After all, Long Teng represented the hope of the immortal ancient dragon tribe. Is that Gu Xianxia's fiancée? A girl named Yu Mingkong? At this time, Long Teng's gaze shifted. Many stars seemed to be moving in his eyes. He stared at the white jade carriage in the sky and looked at the figure inside with a burning gaze. It was as if he could see through layers of curtains. How about you give up on that Gu guy and follow me? At this time, a rare smile appeared on Long Teng's cold face as he looked at the sky not far away. This was Long Teng speaking in front of everyone. This sentence was like rolling thunder, but it also contained a terrifying Taoist rhyme. Many cultivators felt their ears vibrate. Their aura surged, and some of them almost fell to the ground. They were shocked. Then, after hearing Long Teng's words, many people's expressions changed drastically. Who was Yu Mingkong? She was the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty in the outside world. This Long Teng really had guts, daring to speak to her like that. At this time, many young geniuses glared at him. Of course, some people knew that the hatred between Long Teng and Gu Xianxia was caused by Yu Mingkong. This was the so-called femme fatale. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen someone like you. At this time, a cold and indifferent voice came from the white jade carriage. It was like the sound of nature, without the slightest emotion. It was as if she was talking to a dead person. However, only Yu Mingkong knew the strange look in her eyes. Long Teng's death-seeking personality was indeed like this. She was naturally here to watch the show. She didn't expect Gu Xianxia to respond so quickly. directly saying that he wanted to kill Long Ting. If she remembered correctly, Long Ting had a drop of rainbow true dragon blood on him. That was the true blood that would only appear after the true dragon's hardest scales were torn off. It was incomparably precious and had many uses. Coincidentally, she knew how to condense it. Xianxia probably didn't know about this. I like this personality. Long Ting was not angry at all when he heard this. Instead, his eyes were filled with admiration. He liked women with this kind of personality. The stronger they were, the more conquering they felt. These words really make me sick. However, accompanied by a cold voice, Yu Mingkong, who was in the white jade carriage, suddenly frowned. She made a move. She didn't have a good impression of Long Ting, and these words made her feel even more disgusted. She couldn't help but want to make a move on Long Ting before Xianxia. Clang! Clang! They didn't expect Yu Mingkong to suddenly attack Long Ting without saying a word. With a thought, a bright light bloomed in the void. This was Yu Mingkong's powerful emperor technique. She had already broken through to the void god realm. Her current true cultivation was still much weaker than Long Ting's. However, she was not afraid at all. Of course, she also wanted to know how strong Long Ting was, so she tested him. Vaguely, the group of cultivators saw a rain of light at this moment, and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. The group of young supreme martial artists who saw Yu Mingkong for the first time all had solemn and fearful expressions. So powerful, it seemed that Yu Mingkong's true strength was far more than what she appeared to be on the surface. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Yu Mingkong's words made Long Ting's face stiffen, and his smile disappeared. No matter how good his state of mind was, he felt embarrassed to be called disgusting by such a beauty in front of everyone at this time. Especially when the other party dared to take the initiative to attack him. It was fine if it was just Xianxia, but he didn't expect his fiancée to be like this too. At this moment, Long Ting's good expression had disappeared. Before me, you have no chance of winning. You're just an ant. Long Ting's expression was very cold. He chose to put his hands behind his back with a look of contempt. In the face of Yu Mingkong's technique, a vast fluctuation came from between his brows. A golden ocean appeared like a wave. This was his powerful divine ability. It was like a surging sea, exploding in the void. At this moment, even the true God realm cultivators' expressions changed. They didn't dare to take it head-on. This was too strong. It could destroy one's physical body. No matter how strong Princess Yu Mingkong is, she might not be this Long Ting's opponent. This is a gap that is difficult to make up for in cultivation. Immediately, there were young supreme beings who frowned. Their eyes were like torches as they stared at Long Ting's technique. If they faced it, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Hong, however, their expressions were a bit stunned. Then, they were shocked, producing expressions of shock. Even the cold, indifferent, and arrogant expression on Long Ting's face froze in an instant. They only saw large amounts of light explode like golden lotuses. They tore apart the sky dome one after another, enough to shatter the heavens. Bo bo bo, the lotuses broke apart one after another. Immediately afterwards, this golden ocean was blasted apart. Everyone could vaguely see an exceptional female emperor standing in the air. She was incomparably powerful, her style unmatched. I admit that I underestimated you a bit, but this time, I won't show mercy. His attack was actually blocked by Yu Mingkong like this. Long Ting's face became even more so, a bit ugly and overcast. Regardless of what the result was today, he had already lost enough face. Normally, even the 10 great young experts of Immortal Ancient couldn't withstand a single palm from him. Didn't Long Nu say that Yu Mingkong's strength was about the same as hers? What was going on? With your little bit of ability, where did you get the confidence to provoke Xianxia? At this time, Yu Mingkong's reply also seemed to be understated. She didn't show herself from start to finish, only remaining in the white jade carriage. However, the attack just now was already shocking enough, making many of Immortal Ancient's creatures endlessly shocked. Asking for fresh flowers, even the young 9 Heaven Supremes were astounded. Our strength is not Mingkong's opponent. Although they were unwilling, they could only admit this fact. However, when they heard Yu Mingkong's words, many people's expressions became strange. Why did they feel like they had heard it before? back then, when Gu Xian'er was being chased by the Ocean Palace's 7th princess, she seemed to have also said this to the 7th princess. Now that Yu Mingkong said these words, wasn't the meaning the same? They seemed to be incomparably confident in Gu Chang'e. You really succeeded in infuriating me. Long Ting's expression was gloomy. He felt that he needed to show some powerful methods, otherwise this woman would not know what was good for her. She actually tried to anger him time and time again. The group of followers behind him surged with qi and blood like dark clouds, surging violently. At this time, their eyes also revealed a cold light, staring in the direction of Yu Mingkong. From the looks of it, it seemed that if there was a disagreement, all of them would attack together and take Yu Mingkong down. You have also angered me, little ant. At this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded from the side of the world. Long Teng and all the cultivators' expressions changed slightly as they looked towards the sky. Needless to say, everyone could feel that the main character had arrived. Rumble, there was a vast and mighty sound, and streaks of divine rainbow swept across the sky, causing many cultivators to suck in a breath of cold air. This gale was really frightening. Something's not right. However, Long Ting's reaction was very fast. He sensed the change in space. His expression changed slightly, and terrifying runes flowed all over his body, turning into a resplendent dragon armor to resist. However, the void in front of him distorted and blurred. A young man walked out from it, his expression indifferent, looking very casual. Divine light was faintly discernible, and when he raised his foot, it seemed that endless gravity was transformed into a power that covered heaven and earth. Boom, the void trembled as if it was about to be shattered by this power. Long Ting did not have time to react and was kicked in the stomach. With a puff, he coughed out blood, and his internal organs were torn apart. There was a trace of unwillingness on his face as he was kicked into the ground with a bang. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the mountain range collapsed, and a shocking large crack appeared. Gu Chang'e had arrived. I told you to wait, and I'll come to kill you now. You're really obedient. He let out a laugh that was either mocking or playful. At the same time, he raised his palm, and all kinds of runes appeared in it, densely packed like raindrops, but they were dazzling sword qi, a terrifying power manifested in the void, erupting with endless power. The runes were like the sea, a vast expanse. Among them, there was a sword qi that was as thick as a star, falling like a red sun. Puff, 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 the large mountain range in front exploded in an instant, turning into fine dust. Long Ting's group of followers all vomited blood and flew backward. Some could not resist and directly exploded in the void. Blood mist splattered everywhere. For a moment, everyone who planned to watch this shocking battle was stunned. They completely did not expect that the first moment Gu Chang'e appeared, he would kick Long Ting into the ground. Sure enough, it confirmed that sentence: the more fun it was to posture, the more painful it would be when the face was slapped. Gu Chang'e finally encountered an opportunity to slap the face, so he naturally had to cherish it well. Say it, how do you want to die? He looked down from high above, overlooking Long Ting who was buried by the mountain range, and asked casually. It looked like he was asking something like, have you eaten yet? Master, what do you want to do with them? At this time, behind Gu Chang'e, a group of followers who were escorting Long Ting rushed over. Among them, Yu Mingkong was familiar with Long Nu. After all, she deliberately let them go at that time, intending to trick Gu Chang'e. But now Long Nu looked frightened, covered in blood, and even her tongue was cut. Along the way, she was obviously tortured by Gu Chang'e's people. This is a big gift, naturally I have to kill in front of Long Ting. Gu Chang'e said lightly. At this time, he glanced at Yu Mingkong. First deal with this guy, I will settle the score with you later. Yu Mingkong guessed the meaning of his eyes, looking calm. As if she did not notice. She did not believe that Gu Chang'e could do anything to her. Of course, she really misunderstood Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e glanced at her, just to make sure that she was not injured. However, he did not see anything, so he asked, are you okay? Yu Mingkong was a little flattered that Gu Chang'e would care about her. But thinking that this was most likely Gu Chang'e's act in front of everyone. At that moment, she shook her head and said coldly and naturally, Chang'e, you don't have to worry, I'm fine. The little touch in her heart quickly returned to calmness. She could not tell at all what Gu Chang'e said, whether it was true or false, and she was really fine. Although Longting was strong, she was not weak at all. Soon, many cultivators near the mountain peak reacted. Looking at this scene, they could only sigh in their hearts. It was really a husband and wife singing together. Qian. Just when everyone was shocked and enviously watching Guchanga and Yumingkong flirting with each other, Guchanga suddenly changed her attitude. There was a rumbling sound, the mountain range and many ruins below suddenly exploded, turning into dust and ashes that filled the sky. How dare you! A furious roar, accompanied by a cold voice filled with killing intent, was heard. Subsequently, a terrifying figure that was completely coiled by golden talisman markings transformed into a divine ray of light that shot over from below. At this moment, Longting's body was surging with qi and blood, and even the top of his head was gushing with a terrifying sea of qi and blood. It was like a Wangyang, a stormy sea, terrifying to the extreme. The cultivation of the peak of the Void God realm was displayed without a doubt. Powerful beyond compare, but coupled with his current sorry state. This caused many cultivators to reveal strange expressions. Even the creatures of Immortal Ancient were the same, as they couldn't bear to look directly at him. After all, the scene just now was really trampling on Longting's face. The strong, cold, and domineering image that he had deliberately created before collapsed directly. Guchanga, how dare you launch a sneak attack, you really want to die? Longting said coldly. He was really angry. He never thought that Guchanga would suddenly appear and directly kick him to the ground. This scene was really too embarrassing and sullen, simply making Longting go crazy with hatred. There had never been a moment like today, when he wanted to kill someone. Looking at Longting's flustered and exasperated, extremely cold eyes, Guchanga's expression was natural, as if he didn't care, as if the person who attacked just now wasn't him. At this time, he stared at Longting with a faint gaze, muttering to himself, "It seems that I didn't guess wrong, it really is the template of Long Out Yin, what a pity, this method is even more old-fashioned than trash. To be able to encounter it on you, it really surprises me." Although he said so, his face didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. At this time, the system's voice appeared in his mind. Ding, the Son of Destiny, Longting, has appeared, triggering the following mission. 1. Kill Longting, obtain 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. 2. Subdue Longting, obtain 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. The additional rewards will be calculated separately. Regarding these two missions, Guchanga naturally chose the first option without any hesitation. Why would he subdue such a brainless and fearless creature? It was completely useless. Not to mention, Longting even had thoughts that he shouldn't have. Guchanga felt that casually killing him would be merciful. Therefore, there was no second possibility. Come to think of it, Longting had a total of 4,000 luck points. This reminded Guchanga of the few luck plunder cards that he had thrown away in the system mall. They were almost covered in dust. The original price was 5,000 fate points. However, if it was used on Longting, it would not be at a disadvantage at all. When the plundering was successful, it would trigger the rule that the Son of Destiny's luck points would be reset to 0. Maybe this Longting could even give him some good stuff. In Guchanga's eyes, Longting was not even qualified to be a leak. At most, he could be considered an experienced monster. At the very least, Yiling still had a brain and knew what to do. This Longting was really fearless. He was right to be reckless. However, according to normal circumstances, the opponents Longting encountered were all weaker than him. It was normal for him to be looked down upon and looked down upon. How could he meet someone like Guchanga, who was a final boss? Guchanga, what do you mean by that? Longting's expression was extremely cold. He did not understand what Guchanga was saying, but he knew Guchanga's contemptuous and indifferent attitude. This made Longting's anger and killing intent even stronger. After all, ever since he was born, he had never met someone like Guchanga who dared to humiliate and ignore him like this. It's nothing. I just mean to call you an idiot. In this regard, Guchanga did not feel like he was bullying him at all. This kind of scolding sounded extremely natural and casual when it came out of his mouth. So much so that many cultivators felt that he was stating a fact. All the young living beings in the immortal ancient continent were stunned. He first humiliated them, then scolded them again. However, all of them felt that it was hard to refute. This Guchanga was really strong. He was a guy who was even more difficult to deal with than Long Ting. What they saw today really shocked them to the core. For a moment, they could not find anything to say. Is this guy really trying to anger Long Ting to death? In the crowd, many people were stunned. Gu Xian'er was also stunned. Looking at Guchanga's familiar figure, she did not know what to say for a while. She originally thought that Guchanga would choose to directly attack and quickly get rid of Long Ting. But who would kick someone down as soon as they came up and then call him an idiot so calmly? It's really Guchanga's temperament. His poisonous mouth is simply full of hatred in an instant. She remembered that when she was so angry with Guchanga that her liver hurt, perhaps her emotions were similar to Long Ting's now. Guchanga, what did you say? Long Ting's expression froze, and he was also stunned by Guchanga's words for a moment. Before this, he had never encountered such a thing. Moreover, with Guchanga's calm appearance, it was as if she had drawn the hatred to herself. Zeng. Zeng, Long Ting's anger rose. When he reacted, Long Ting's eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was even a little red. The mist around him surged, and the divine talisman was faintly visible. A terrifying aura was rising, and it was extremely cold. Didn't I tell you to stand still, and I'll kill you? Why are you in such a hurry? You're really disobedient. Guchanga said calmly with a playful look in his eyes. He seemed to be a little helpless about Long Ting's death. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His moon-white feather clothes seemed to be embroidered with thousands of stars, and there was a hazy immortal aura and charm circulating. At this moment, in the eyes of many, he was even more arrogant and domineering than Long Ting just now. Men, bring up the gift that I prepared for Long Ting. Then, Guchanga continued to speak. Immediately, a few followers behind him stepped forward. Amidst the slashing sound of the blade light, there was a dazzling splash of blood. Lord Long Ting, save us! Lord Long Ting, save us, we don't want to die. A large group of creatures were all natives of the immortal ancient continent. Now, they were suppressed, and their cultivation bases were sealed. His face was deathly pale as he shouted in fear and despair. They hoped that Long Ting in front of them could save them. After all, they were all working for Long Ting. After receiving Long Ting's order, they went to look for Guchanga. However, they didn't find Guchanga. Instead, they were found by Guchanga, who directly came to kill them. Poof, however, before Long Ting could speak, the blade light had already fallen, easily filling the place with a strong smell of blood. On the various mountain peaks, there was a sea of people. For a moment, all the cultivators and creatures saw this scene, and their backs were slightly cold. It had nothing to do with cultivation base. It was purely a word, and it gave people a strong sense of fear. Compared to Long Ting's overbearingness, Guchanga's methods were much colder and stronger. Kill them all, including that dragon girl. The faint smile on Guchanga's face finally disappeared at this time. He ordered coldly. Before Long Ting, whose expression changed, made a move. Boom, Guchanga's figure moved, and he took the initiative to directly attack. His sleeves shook, and the void suddenly became blurry and hazy. A terrifying and vast aura suddenly appeared. A large hand stretched out, and the universe rotated. The brilliance was dazzling, and the world seemed to darken. Chongqinggu family's Qianquan sleeve. The expressions of many young supremes changed. They recognized Guchanga's move, and compared to the Qianquan sleeve they were familiar with, the move in Guchanga's hands was much more terrifying. It was a qualitative change. Moreover, Guchanga's cultivation seems to have broken through to the void god realm. From the pressure just now, I'm afraid it's far more than that. It's really unfathomable. It's hard to feel fear. Even the 10 young experts of immortal ancients creatures had solemn expressions at this time, revealing fear. When an expert made a move, it was clear whether it was real or not. Guchanga was definitely a great enemy. Just now, they thought that he only knew how to launch a sneak attack, but now it seemed that he just wanted to embarrass Long Ting. You dare to attack me first, I will kill you today. Long Ting's expression changed, and he was about to save the group of creatures. But Guchunga's sudden attack completely destroyed his plan. Boom, he also made a move. The strength of the peak void god realm was simply overwhelming. It was accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. A powerful divine light shone in it, golden like a dragon claw cast from gold, enveloping an area of nearly 1,000 miles. At the same time, golden symbols appeared around his body, turning into streaks of golden divine spears. They possessed an unstoppable and terrifying sharpness. No matter how presumptuous you are today, you won't be able to change the situation of being killed by me. Even if the world is destroyed and the era ends, I, Long Teng, will leave behind my name in this world. At this moment, Long Teng recovered his cold and domineering attitude, his voice like rolling thunder exploding in heaven and earth. He didn't use any divine abilities, but it made countless cultivators' ears hurt, as if they were about to explode. Countless people were shocked, their eyes wide open. Long Teng's strength was not a boast, he had true ability and ability. In an instant, a shockingly powerful fluctuation appeared here. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. The clouds shattered, the universe reversed, and a true dragon appeared, as if a claw could destroy the heavens of eternity. This was Long Teng's true dragon precious technique. At this moment, it displayed its invincible divine might, its offensive aura tyrannical to the extreme. Heaven and earth are endless, endless reincarnation. How many geniuses have been buried? You are just an ant that I am about to trample to death. Are you worthy of leaving your name? Guchunga replied unhurriedly with a slight mockery. At the same time, he attacked. The cultivation base he displayed was only at the early stage of the void god realm, but when his sleeves fluttered. However, there was an undefeatable and transcendent aura around him. He was surrounded by endless celestial light, as if a young celestial was standing in the void. Silver-like divine abilities smashed down one after another. Among them, the scene of the sun and moon sinking was incomparably terrifying. It appeared in his hand and attacked Long Teng. Long Teng's entire body was covered in golden flames, crushing the sky. At this moment, he was using all kinds of terrifying divine abilities. Rumble, there was a blazing and dazzling light here, as if endless stars were being destroyed, causing all the cultivators to close their eyes. Boom! Are you worthy of killing me? Long Teng roared with killing intent. The great Tao is boundless, and the mortal world is rolling. All living beings are ants. Killing you is as easy as raising my hand. Guchunga's expression was very indifferent at this moment, and his voice was full of contempt. Long Teng was about to go crazy from being called an ant. He had always regarded others as ants. When did he become an ant in the mouth of others? Suddenly, Long Teng's expression changed. Guchunga was really raising his palm. Behind him, endless light appeared. That was the aura of the great Tao. The great Tao bone was shining, the great Tao body condensed, as if it was standing in the universe of tens of thousands of worlds, hanging rivers of stars falling. Great stars rotated one after another, incomparably majestic. It was as if an ancient universe had descended and appeared above Guchunga. It was as if he had suddenly arrived at the end of the universe. What kind of divine ability is this? It should be Guchunga's innate divine ability. Many young supreme beings couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, feeling a strong sense of terror from it. This is my great Tao body. Gu Xian'er couldn't help but clench her small hands. She sensed the aura of the same origin. The great Tao body was in Guchunga's hands, displaying incomparable power, as if it was blooming with the brilliance it should have. This power even made her feel a bit of the rules of the great Tao. In the next moment, the heaven and earth behind Guchunga seemed to have turned into his domain. The shape of the great Tao appeared, as if it was transformed from the blue sky. As he raised his palm, it covered the sky and the sun. Poof! Guchunga looked down at Long Teng coldly. Above the gigantic palm formed by the blue sky, the stars fell down, covering the entire area. In just an instant, everyone saw a shocking scene. Some even trembled all over, including their souls. They couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground and worship. The aura of the great Tao, Long Teng's expression changed, knowing that he couldn't take this palm head-on. A terrifying aura rushed over. Amidst a muffled groan, his figure retreated extremely quickly as if he wanted to escape from the Five Fingers Mountain. However, the speed of Guchunga's palm was too fast. It directly covered the heaven and earth, wanting to refine him within. How arrogant. Long Ting wanted to resist and threw a punch. The ancient true dragon appeared in his bloodline, and his chi and blood pierced through the top of his head. However, accompanied by a cracking sound, his face was filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. Then, it was as if he was struck by lightning. Both his arms were bleeding, as if he had collided with a boulder. In everyone's eyes, this was more like an egg hitting a rock. How is this possible? I have the true dragon bloodline. Long Ting couldn't believe it. With a low roar, his arms spasmed and drooped powerlessly. It was so painful that it was as if they were about to break. He was defeated in the first head-on confrontation. This was simply unimaginable to him. A chill ran down Long Ting's back. I told you not to move. Don't you understand? Gu Chang's casual voice fell into Long Ting's ears. At this moment, there was a shocking chill. This palm continued to cover him. With a poof, he let out a miserable cry. Following that, his arms shattered and exploded, the mighty force of heaven and earth pressed down. It was as if a piece of the sky had fallen. It was terrifying to the extreme. This kind of power was definitely not something that cultivators and living beings could resist with their physical bodies. From the time Gu Chang'e made his move to Long Ting resisting with all his might, it was actually not that long. In just a few short contacts, Gu Chang'e sent Long Ting flying, and then a palm fell, shattering both of his arms. Simple and straightforward, without any sloppiness. Combined with his previous words, it seemed incomparably natural. Everyone watched this scene, and at this moment, they were shocked to the extreme. It seems that this guy should have had a lot of opportunities during this period of time. It's very likely that he went to touch other people's ancestral tombs. I knew he wouldn't settle down. If there was anyone who was not surprised by this, it would be Yuming Kong. She felt that she was the one who knew Gu Chang'e the best. She knew his strengths and weaknesses. She also understood his thoughts. Long Ting's cultivation clearly had a strong upper hand, but in front of Gu Chang'e, he could not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he was suppressed everywhere, and there was no room for resistance. This was no longer a matter of talent, this was definitely a gap in combat strength. Gu Chang'e's true strength had long been high to an unknown extent. It is indeed a forbidden domain. Brother Chang'e has undoubtedly reached that step, otherwise it would be impossible to easily suppress Long Ting at the early stage of the Void God realm. Apart from relying on his profound cultivation base, Long Ting is indeed not much of a threat. In the same realm, his true combat strength is at most the upper middle level of the young supremes, far from reaching the level of a young taboo. I'm afraid that from now on, apart from the ancient freaks, it will be difficult for anyone in the younger generation to contend with Gu Chang'e. Many people could not help but say, the shock in their eyes had not faded. They all knew that Gu Chang'e was very strong, but they really did not expect that he was strong to this extent. Even Long Ting was easily suppressed, perhaps only the older generation powerhouses could contend with Gu Chang'e. Thinking of this, they felt a burst of pressure. An invisible mountain was pressing down on the heads of many people. If the inheritor of the demonic arts appears in the future, I'm afraid only young Master Chang'e can contend with him. Speaking of which, I haven't heard any news of the inheritor of the taboo demonic arts recently. Did he not sneak in? If that's the case, then that's good. At this moment, many young geniuses were discussing amongst themselves. Many proud daughters of the heavens looked at that figure, their eyes full of strange colors. They wanted nothing more than to offer themselves to him. Meanwhile, the group of immortal ancient creatures were all full of restraining fear and seriousness, no longer having the arrogance from before. In the beginning, they looked down on the geniuses from the outside world because their cultivation levels were higher than theirs. But now, this scene proved that even though the cultivation level of the geniuses from the outside world was lower than theirs, their strength was stronger than theirs. Gu Chang'e was so strong that it made them tremble. At this time, do you have any last words? Gu Chang'e walked down from the sky. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced in the wind. He appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. He chuckled as he stared at Long Ting, whose arms had been crushed. How is this possible? How could I lose to you? I still have the most powerful ability that I haven't used yet. Long Ting's face was pale, and he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance and confidence from before. As soon as he fought with Xianxia, his self-confidence was shattered. Before this, with his tyrannical cultivation level, crushing his younger generation was no problem at all. But when facing Xianxia, all of this was useless. On the contrary, he was firmly suppressed, in such a miserable state. "Are these your last words?" Xianxia carried a faint mockery, his eyes as if he was looking at a little ant. Even an experienced monster who took the initiative to throw away his life was not as stupid as Long Ting. At this time, did he still not understand the difference between the two? He attacked again. Boom. When this palm landed, a strange phenomenon covered heaven and earth, making the sky seem to tremble, and then completely explode. The universe rotated, and large amounts of mountain peaks collapsed under this aura. Xianxia, Long Ting's broken arms wanted to recover, but at this moment, his expression changed drastically, ugly to the extreme. He used the true dragon step to dodge. At the same time, a layer of golden light appeared on his body. Those were resplendent and fine dragon scales. His reaction was already fast enough. But he was still hit by the edge of the palm, coughing out blood and broken pieces of his internal organs. His head buzzed and went blank. After all, this was just the aftermath. Before his body touched it, that layer of golden light was shattered, completely unable to resist at all. If he was really hit by Xianxia's palm, he might be directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Thinking of this, Long Ting felt a chill all over his body. "How can you be so strong? This is impossible." He couldn't help but growl in disbelief. His cultivation was much stronger than Xianxia's. "If you're not strong, how can I kill you?" Xianxia put his hands behind his back and stared at his prey with a playful expression. He knew that Long Ting was still hiding his last resort. So he was not in a hurry. After all, he had not experienced despair. Letting him die like this was too easy for Long Ting. At that moment, the void in front of Xianxia blurred. He took a step and disappeared directly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Long Ting. Long Ting was shocked, his eyes wide open. This speed made his soul feel cold, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Could this be the lost supreme ability, so close yet worlds apart? But before he could react, he saw a fair and slender hand with a jade-like luster reaching over. It was very slow, and he could even see the trajectory clearly. But it was difficult to resist, and there was a mysterious aura in it. Buzz, endless brilliance filled this hand, as if it was covered with the power of the flying immortal. The next moment, Long Ting roared, and an ancient aura appeared in his bloodline. The figure of a terrifying true dragon appeared behind him, proud and unparalleled, wanting to repel this hand. "It's useless, don't you understand the gap between us?" Xianxia looked at him pitifully, as if looking at an idiot. All of a sudden, the void stagnated, and time seemed to have stopped. No matter how extraordinary this true dragon figure was, it was instantly broken by him. In any case, the strength of Xianxia's physical body was far beyond any existence in his current realm. Apart from him, even if others noticed this, it would be difficult for them to think deeper. After all, he was a young taboo, and he had a powerful body refinement technique. Was there anything wrong with that? The next moment, Xianxia grabbed Long Ting's neck, broke through his defensive ability, and lifted him up. Long Ting's arms were shattered, and now he could not resist at all. His face was red, and he was extremely sullen. In the eyes of everyone, this was like Xianxia carrying a drowning dead dog. From the beginning to the end, Long Ting did not have the slightest resistance. Lord Long Ting, the native creatures of the immortal ancient continent looked like the sky had collapsed at this time. Lord Long Ting, who was invincible in their eyes, was now in the hands of the other party like a dead dog. This huge difference was completely unbearable for them. How is this possible? This is not real. A few female creatures even cried out, unable to accept it. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Today's scene would be a nightmare for many creatures for a lifetime. The spiritual sustenance that they had followed for more than 10 years collapsed just like that, making their eyes darken and their legs weak. Long Outyan's style is no longer popular these days. Long Ting, you were actually born in the wrong era. Xianxia smiled casually. He said something Long Ting did not understand. As the strength in his hand increased, accompanied by a cracking sound, Long Ting's bones broke, and he could not help but let out a low scream. Ah, you've gone too far. Guchanga, I'm going to fight it out with you. Long Ting roared, and his eyes were red. If he could not kill Guchanga today, he would definitely be humiliated, and it would be a stain that he could not wash away in his life. You're a bit late. Guchanga's eyes gradually darkened as he stared at Long Ting's dragon horns. The best way to deal with this kind of Long Outyen's son of destiny was to crush him. Because he was brainless and fearless. Many calculations fell on him, but they were bloated and useless. At this time, he felt that it was about time. The success or failure of the Destiny Plunder card mainly depended on the opponent's state. At this time, a 7-colored light suddenly appeared in Long Ting's body. This aura was very strong, containing an unparalleled vitality, surging abnormally. Boom, a terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. Long Ting seemed to be transforming at this time, and actually broke free from Guchanga's hand. His damaged body was healing, and his astonishing vitality was recovering. The void trembled continuously, as if it could not withstand this pressure. His cultivation base at peak void god realm suddenly broke through to true god realm, far stronger than before. This scene caused a stir in the surroundings once again. Many people widened their eyes. Long Ting's admirers were even more excited, cheering, and could not help but feel excited. Some people were so excited that they shed tears, saying tremblingly, "Lord Long Ting, who was born invincible, how could he lose? Today is just a small setback. This great villain surnamed Gu will pay the price he deserves," they said excitedly. At this moment, they even forgot who started the trouble first. Now, Long Ting was easily crushed by Guchanga. His appearance was miserable, and he had become the weaker party. They originally thought that Long Ting had no hope, but at the critical moment, he actually broke through his cultivation base and narrowly escaped death. Now, many living beings thought that Long Ting would change the situation just now and forcefully reverse all of this to wash away the humiliation. Is this your hidden trump card? Breaking through cultivation base at the critical moment, TSK TSK TSK. Guchanga was a little surprised by this, but after thinking about it carefully, he did not feel surprised. After all, breaking through at the last minute was the treatment of a child of destiny. Every time they encountered a great enemy or dangerous situation, they would be able to break through their cultivation base and forcefully reverse the situation. He was also familiar with this kind of routine in his previous life. At that time, when he saw this kind of routine, he was really annoyed. He wished he could dig out the brains of those stupid authors and see what was inside. Guchanga did not expect that he would be able to encounter an opponent breaking through at the last minute. The timing of this breakthrough was too deliberate. It was probably because of Long Ting's explosive potential and coincidences. However, facing him, this Long Ting would probably break through a few major realms at the last minute, and it would probably be useless. Thinking of this, Guchanga's expression was a little playful. Guchanga, you didn't expect it, right? The heavens are on my side. Today, you're destined to become a corpse. Long Ting let out a low roar, standing at the edge of the sky, his entire body burning with divine fire, runes resplendent, his vitality surging. His head was even more crystal clear, the divine fire burning from head to toe. His cultivation base rose abruptly, more than several times stronger than before. At this moment, he recovered his confident, cold, and disdainful expression. I'm afraid you took the wrong script. Isn't your cultivation higher than mine? Guchanga still had that completely indifferent attitude, saying casually, with a faint smile. Long Ting saw mockery and playfulness in his expression. This made his heart angry again. He had already broken through to the true god realm now, his cultivation base several times stronger than before. He could definitely kill Guchanga, this opponent who was stronger than him. That's right, a powerful opponent at the early stage of the void god realm. I'm not going to play with you anymore. After all, despair is the best time to plunder. In this regard, Guchanga smiled calmly. He pointed forward. Clang clang clang, in the void, shocking sword chi appeared, carrying with it the intent to destroy everything. There was even a sea of blood rising and falling in the void, immortal corpses piled up, cut down an immortal king, cut down an immortal defying, the endless immortal art. At this moment, a peerless bronze immortal sword seemed to have appeared in Guchanga's hand. This is Many young Supreme Beings' pupils shrank, and their expressions changed drastically. The expressions of the immortal ancient beings also changed drastically, their souls leaving their bodies, trembling all over. The terrifying sword technique that killed the Ocean Palace's 7th princess. A young Supreme Being's face was full of fear. Even from far away, he could feel this terrifying aura. In a daze, they saw a bronze immortal sword slashing over in the vast universe, capable of destroying chaos. Xianxia stepped out of the void like a peerless sword immortal. To him, being handsome was the end of the matter. As for the offensive power of this sword it contained the sharpness of the endless immortal art and the origin of metal. No matter who came, they would still bleed. Why does this guy have so many tricks up his sleeve? Long Ting's cold and confident expression changed drastically, a little in disbelief. He saw a sword light slash down from the sky. Before it even got close, the surface of his body was cut into countless cracks by the sword as if he was about to explode. His soul was leaving his body. He thought that Xianxia had already used all his strength before, or else how could he not be a match, but now, Xianxia's methods were clearly more tyrannical than before. This made him feel despair, and even regret. I don't believe it. Long Ting roared, resisting with all his might, feeling the terrifying killing intent. He might very well die here today. Even if the elders in the clan broke the rules to save him, they might not be able to make it in time. He now regretted not letting the elders break the rules and follow him secretly when he left the clan. Boom, the void trembled, that was a pure killing intent. Long Ting's head was surrounded by an icy aura, as if it would fall off in the next moment. At the critical moment, his eyes turned red, burning his blood essence, erupting with his last resort, breaking free from the will of the rules of certain death. Crack! However, the hardest dragon horn on his head was cut off, falling to the ground with a thud, splashing 5-colored blood. Xianxia put his fingers together and casually slashed down, still stepping forward at extreme speed. You! Long Ting's face was full of horror and a little despair. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body couldn't stand steadily. Don't kill me, plunder. Xianxia was very indifferent to this, only these 2 words. The luck plunder card was activated. At the same time, a wisp of sword sharp as if it could destroy heaven and earth, easily piercing through Long Ting's glabella, penetrating from front to back. Pfft, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a scream of despair. Long Ting's glabella was directly pierced through by Xianxia's sword gleam, creating a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. However, this sword gleam had not dissipated yet and firmly pierced through Long Ting's primordial spirit. There was still a look of horror and despair on his face, and he regretted it to the extreme. Long Ting did not expect this at all. Even if he broke through this realm again, he was not Xianxia's opponent at all. He was severely injured as soon as he made a move. The gap between the two was not something that he could make up for by increasing his realm. Thinking of this, Long Ting was in despair. The terrifying pain was tearing at his primordial spirit, pierced through by the sword aura of the endless immortal mantra. After all, the endless immortal mantra was the strongest primordial spirit attack technique. Xianxia's figure appeared in front of Long Ting, his robes fluttering in the wind, his body clean. In everyone's eyes, he did not look like he had experienced a great battle at all. If one ignored the colorful blood on his hands, he looked handsome and elegant. At this moment, even Xianxia was slightly dazed, not knowing what to think. Her small face was slightly red. After all, this was the real Xianxia that she had imagined before, cold and cruel. At this time, Xianxia's mind also sounded the notification of the successful use of the Luck Plunderer card. Ding, the Luck Plunderer card is successful, you have obtained 4,000 luck points. Long Ting's luck is 0, triggering the drop rule of the Son of Destiny killing. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly returned to normal. As he expected. In a desperate state, the success rate of the Luck Plunderer card was the highest. Now, the luck points on Long Ting had already been transferred to him. The only remaining use was to see if there was anything good left after killing it. The additional Heavenly Dao treasure chest, plus the reward given by the system, could be considered a considerable income. At that time, Xianxia could consider exchanging for another Transcendence bone. After all, this thing was really powerful, allowing him to directly use the rule power without needing to rely on himself to comprehend it. In the end, it would be easy to directly overlap and even control the true laws and even the origin Tao. Lord Longting, surnamed Gu, if you know what's good for you, quickly release Lord Longting. At this time, many of Longting's followers reacted and shouted. Their faces changed greatly as they paled. They were incomparably worried and terrified, afraid that Gu Chang'e would directly kill Longting at this time. Even though the training in the immortal ancient continent was agreed upon by the various orthodoxies, the immortal ancient continent was not a place to be. After arriving here, life and death were not to be discussed. Not even the older generation were allowed to interfere and break the rules. But now, Longting was about to be killed. How could they sit still? However, out of fear of Gu Chang'e, this group of young creatures with either golden wings or bull horns only dared to shout at him, not daring to approach. They were not as stupid and arrogant as Longting. They knew that they were no match for him, but they still wanted to go over and die. Even the Longting who broke through to the true God realm in a desperate situation was also not Gu Chang'e's match. Who among the young generation in the immortal ancient continent could stop him? Gu Chang'e stared at this group of creatures, and an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. In an instant, this group of creatures trembled all over. Their bodies were cold, and even their souls were trembling. This kind of gaze was filled with condescension and casualness, causing them to be completely frozen in place, not daring to move at all. Master, should we kill them? Seeing this, the followers behind Gu Chang'e also stepped forward. Some of them grinned, revealing a cold and cruel smile. Facing the powerful immortal ancient creatures, they were not afraid at all. Even someone as strong as Longting was not Gu Chang'e's match. As followers, they were even more so. Kill, Gu Chang'e said indifferently. Killing one Longting was the same as killing a group of creatures. To him, it was the same. Yes, master. The followers replied respectfully. Immediately, a great battle broke out again. Soon, all the cultivators and creatures on the mountain peak were in an uproar, discussing intensely. No one expected Gu Chang'e to be so ruthless and decisive, not planning to leave anyone alive. But Yu Mingkong, who knew Gu Chang'e well, knew that this was what Gu Chang'e would do. Anyone who dared to offend him would not have a good ending. Seems like the old man in the dark is not stupid. He did not dare to show himself to save Longting. At this time, Gu Chang'e glanced at the sky in the east, and his smile was a little strange. He naturally sensed that there were immortal ancient continents old antiques spying on them, but he did not care at all. If he had to kill, he would kill. He did not have to worry at all. After all, the battle between him and Longting was a battle between peers. Life and death were not to be discussed. If he interfered at this time, was he planning to slap all the other forces in the face? Even if the immortal ancient dragon clan saw this scene today, they would not dare to stop it. Soon, Longting's primordial spirit was shattered in Gu Chang'e's hand, and it disappeared in an instant. Yi Langtian, Wang Wushuang, Peng Fei, and the other young supremes were shocked when they saw this scene. They shook their heads and sighed, smiling bitterly in their hearts. Gu Chang'e's method was really strong. He did not plan to let Longting live. If they were in his shoes, they would probably hesitate for a long time. However, Gu Chang'e was the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, so the immortal ancient continent would not dare to do anything to him. If they really crossed the line, the other supreme Taoism and imperishable sects would not sit back and do nothing. After killing Longting, Gu Chang'e threw the dragon corpse into his storage ring, not wanting to waste it. At least among those present, no one dared to say anything and take Longting's corpse back from him. Even if the dragon clan's elites showed up, he would not care. Everyone looked at this scene with a complicated expression. They were so shocked that they could not calm down for a long time. What happened today shocked many of the younger generation in the immortal ancient continent, including the native living beings and the cultivators from the outside world. They needed time to calm down. Longting, who was strong and confident and looked down on everyone, died just like that. Even his corpse was taken away by Gu Chang'e. However, if they were in his shoes, they would not let go of Longting's corpse either. After all, it contained a lot of Longting's true blood. It was a good choice to refine it slightly and use it with some herbs to refine the treasure body. It would be even better if they could get a glimpse of the dragon clan's innate treasure skill. Many people guessed that this was Guchanga's real plan. At this moment, Guchanga heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Mission to kill the Son of Destiny, Long Teng, completed. Calculating. The Son of Destiny's luck points have been cleared to 0. You have triggered the drop rule and obtained an additional Heavenly Dao Treasure Chest X1. Mission completed. You have obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. Speaking of which, these two gains were not small. He had obtained 4,000 luck points from plundering. Now, he had obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points from completing the mission. Guchanga could do a lot of things again. Open the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. Very soon, he said in his mind. Every time he killed the Son of Destiny, he would obtain a lot of good things. He also wanted to know what Long Teng would drop. Buzz, soon, a dazzling golden treasure chest jumped out in front of Guchanga. It looked very mysterious, and fog surged around it. Then, it opened with a bang. A 5-colored halo spread out from it, and a drop of sparkling blood that seemed to reflect the world floated in it. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining the 5-colored True Dragon's Blood origin. Introduction: the 5-colored True Dragon's Blood is the true blood under the True Dragon's hardest scales. It is extremely rare and contains the ultimate defense and recovery power. After seeing this introduction, Guchanga couldn't help but nod slightly. He was quite satisfied. Speaking of which, he just treated Long Teng as an experience monster. It was a pleasant surprise for such an origin to drop. Guchanga guessed that Long Teng's sudden increase in strength when he was in danger might be related to this 5-colored True Dragon's Blood origin. Soon, Guchanga fused with this talent. A warm and familiar feeling flowed into his limbs and bones. Even his cells seemed to be gushing with a vast amount of life essence. Kacha! Kacha! Guchanga heard the sound of his muscles and bones transforming. It was as if they were quickly dissolving and then reassembling, covered with a subtle feeling like dragon scales. My physique has become much stronger. My vitality and defense. It seems that I have to develop in the direction of omnipotence. Guchanga thought in his heart, but he quickly threw this thought away. His strength had always been increasing very quickly. These talents were just icing on the cake. Soon, all the cultivators and living beings who were watching the show from all over the mountain chose to leave. Streaks of divine rainbow swept across the land. Gu Xian'er secretly glanced at Guchanga, and then left with the big red bird. She didn't appear to greet him. She still hated the scene of Guchanga bullying her. She originally wanted to see Guchanga suffer once. But this Long Teng was too useless. He was killed so easily by Guchanga. This made Gu Xian'er, who wanted to find out more about Guchanga's strength, a little angry. The news spread very quickly. Almost in an instant, it was transmitted by cultivators and living beings using shadow recording stones. The result of this battle was within the expectations of many, but the process in the middle was shocking and unbelievable. Not only was Long Teng defeated, he was also dead. Secondly, Guchanga's strength was verified. His strength was beyond doubt. He had indeed entered the ranks of the young taboos. And this was only the most conservative estimate. Then, the news spread very quickly, causing a huge commotion in all areas of the immortal ancient continent. After all, not everyone came to watch the battle. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion among the immortal ancient clans. Guchanga's name also became a taboo existence. Those who heard it were frightened and those who saw it were frightened. Many living beings of the immortal ancient clans planned to avoid him. Even the strongest of their generation, Long Teng, was killed. Now that they had encountered him, could they still survive? How could they encounter such a terrifying young existence in this life? His strength was so strong that it was ridiculous. This made many young people of the immortal ancient continent feel gloomy and gloomy. Then, Guchanga moved and stepped in front of Yumingkong's carriage. He looked straight at Yumingkong, who was sitting inside. Mingkong, after coming to the immortal ancient continent, you didn't take the initiative to look for your husband. You made me a little sad. Guchanga said casually, as if he wanted to discuss this matter with Yumingkong. But there was no sign of sadness on his face. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. Yu Mingkong's followers said respectfully. Gu Chang'e waved his hand. They knew their identities, so they left quickly, leaving some space for the two of them. What's there to be sad about? I'm not around to hinder you. Isn't this what you want? Yu Mingkong, who had watched the battle from the beginning, suddenly felt a little alarmed. After all, she was guilty of scheming against Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e looked like he was going to settle the score with her. Hearing this, he said with a calm expression. It was obvious that he was very familiar with Gu Chang'e. She was very good at maintaining her composure. Why do I feel that you're a little nervous? Gu Chang'e seemed to see through her thoughts. Yu Mingkong looked at him through the curtain of the white jade carriage. At this time, she was calm. She knew that she couldn't hide her scheming against Gu Chang'e from him. She answered, after all, I'm guilty. What are you guilty of? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Of course I'm guilty. I'm afraid that you'll settle the score with me. Yu Mingkong's voice was cold and a little angry, but she was rolling her eyes in her heart. At this time, Gu Chang'e was still pretending not to know. But from Gu Chang'e's attitude, it seemed that he didn't care about this matter. She heaved a sigh of relief. What's there to settle the score with? After all, it's not your fault that you're good-looking. Gu Chang'e shook his head, giving a look that said, you're thinking too much. Then he said naturally. Only good-looking people would be coveted. This was a simple logic. Unfortunately, this Longting had the wrong idea. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was stunned, then she blinked her eyes. She found it hard to believe. For a moment, she thought that she had misheard. Was Gu Chang'e praising her for being good-looking? Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel a little happy. It wasn't easy to hear such words from Gu Chang'e. Yu Mingkong sat quietly in the white jade carriage. Her hair was tied up in a snail bun, and her face was as beautiful as a painting. His black gemstone-like almond-shaped eyes were calm and deep. But at this moment, her face couldn't help but reveal a slight blush. Her expression seemed to be happy, but also seemed to be pleasantly surprised. It had to be said that Gu Chang'e's words disturbed her state of mind. After all, these words came from Gu Chang'e's mouth, and it was completely different from what others said. If others said this, she wouldn't care and wouldn't take it to heart. But when Gu Chang'e said it, the meaning was different. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that Gu Chang'e had suddenly become enlightened. He also knew that she was good-looking. Yu Mingkong had always been very confident in her own charm. How many women in the world could be compared to her, but Gu Chang'e just couldn't be moved by her. Whether it was in her previous life or now, it made Yu Mingkong feel a little frustrated. Longting had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Letting him die like this is letting him off easy. Gu Chang'e said casually with a faint smile, as if he didn't know Yu Mingkong's current state of mind. After all, there was no need to pay any price to say some nice words. And what he said wasn't wrong. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong stared at him without blinking, as if she wanted to see through him. Longting is courting death, he can't blame others. She said calmly. Although she was happy in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. She revealed an indifferent expression. But Gu Chang'e knew that she liked to hear this kind of words, so he didn't care. He also smiled faintly. Indeed, he can't blame others. Even if I didn't kill him, Mingkong, you would probably do it. There was no one else here. Gu Chang'e might as well be frank with Yu Mingkong. As a reincarnator, Yu Mingkong should know what Longting's personality was like, but she had to scheme against him. This meant that even she hated Longting and wanted to use him to get rid of Longting. Gu Chang'e had always indulged and spoiled Yu Mingkong, so he was too lazy to care about her little thoughts. What do you mean? Yu Mingkong acted as if she didn't understand Gu Chang'e's words. She stared at him coldly. Gu Chang'e did not expose her, and only laughed. Longting's corpse is in my hands, what exactly do you want from him? Tell me, and I might give you his body. Yu Mingkong was stunned. Gu Chang'e had hit the nail on the head. Recently, she had been thinking of ways to scheme against Longting. What she longed for the most was Longting's drop of 5-colored true dragon blood. It was said that Longting obtained it by chance, and its origin was very mysterious and ancient. If she refined that drop of 5-colored true dragon blood, her strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, it also contained the powerful innate talent and surging vitality of the dragon clan. Yu Mingkong did not expect that Gu Changge would see through her little thoughts so quickly. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and frustrated. Why was she always in a weak position in front of Gu Changge? If I tell you, will you give me Long Ting's body? Yu Mingkong calmed herself down and asked. Why have you always been so distrustful of your husband? Gu Changge said with a little regret. His expression really made it difficult for Yu Mingkong to guess what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Yu Mingkong said, I heard that there's a drop of true dragon blood in Long Ting's body. It's very useful to me. She didn't know if Gu Changge would go back on his word and not do as he said after telling this to Gu Changge. After all, he cultivated the immortal devouring demonic art, and the requirements for various kinds of physical origins were even more frightening. Long Ting's true dragon blood came from that ancient and mysterious primordial dragon. According to Gu Changge's selfish personality, he would definitely not let go of such a good thing. Even if she didn't say it, Gu Changge would probably be able to refine it. True dragon blood? Hearing this, Gu Changge was slightly stunned. He thought about the drop of 5-colored true dragon blood that he had fused with. Could it be the true dragon blood that Yu Mingkong mentioned? However, since it was an additional heavenly treasure chest obtained after killing Long Ting, it should be a reward related to Long Ting. This reward came from the system. Otherwise, it wouldn't be dropped after killing him after his luck points were reset to 0. In other words, there should be a drop of true dragon blood in Long Ting's body. To be honest, Gu Changge's first reaction was to take back what he had just said. This was a good thing that contained powerful spiritual energy and strong defensive attributes. Naturally, he had to keep it for himself. The more, the better. However, on second thought, he had already fused with 1 drop, and the effect would probably be greatly reduced. Moreover, Gu Changge had already sensed Yu Mingkong's resentment. Although he couldn't tell anything from her calm expression through the curtain. How could this be hidden from his thoughts? At that moment, Gu Changge couldn't help but laugh. First, you're scheming for Yi Ling's inheritance, and now you're scheming for Long Ting's true dragon blood. Mingkong, what are you thinking about all day? You're really full of evil ideas. These calculations are pretty good. It would have been better if she didn't listen. Once she heard Yu Mingkong, she was secretly annoyed. At that moment, she just wanted to strangle Gu Changge. Just now, she was actually a little happy because of Gu Changge's praise. What the hell? What did he mean by what she was thinking about all day? She was full of evil ideas. Before saying that, could he think about himself first? Yu Mingkong didn't know where Yi Ling had gone during this period. Presumably, with Gu Changge watching, she couldn't have any ideas about Yi Ling's inheritance. Now it seemed. Now that Gu Changge said that, she probably didn't even need to think about this drop of true dragon blood. After that, Yu Mingkong didn't say anything. She looked like she didn't want to talk to Gu Changge at all. She seemed to be angry. Look at you. It's as if I'm bullying you. Gu Changge was still laughing. When he said that, he didn't have any self-awareness at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hearing that, Yu Mingkong suddenly looked up. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She gritted her teeth on her picturesque face. She looked like she was extremely angry. That look was like an ice blade that wanted to stab him to death. Gu Changge, you're really shameless. You only know how to bully me all day. Besides that, what else can you do? She almost jumped out of the carriage. She couldn't bear it anymore. She was so angry at Gu Changge's words that she wanted to kill someone. She also felt a little wronged. What did he mean by like I'm bullying her? Wasn't that obvious? Seeing that, Gu Changge also saw the situation and stopped teasing her. He smiled faintly. I can give you Long Ting's body, but before that, you have to call me husband first. What? Yu Mingkong was suddenly stunned. Her bright eyes even widened slightly. She doubted her ears again. Gu Changge really intended to give Long Ting's body to her. He didn't covet that drop of true dragon's blood at all? He was so willing. Yu Mingkong suspected that she might have seen a fake Gu Changge today. Husband. But soon, afraid that Guchanga would go back on his word, Yu Mingkong immediately shouted coldly. Her face was not red, and her heart was not beating fast. As for this sentence, she was not embarrassed to say it. Ordinary women might be bashful, but she was not. In her previous life, she and Guchanga were already married. In this life, they were also husband and wife. These two words were simply a matter of course. Guchanga smiled. I didn't expect Mingkong to be so obedient. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that she had been played by him. But after saying that, in Guchanga's storage ring, there was a flash of brilliance, and then the incomparably huge dragon corpse appeared in the void. Long Ting was dead, and his corpse turned into its original form, which looked incomparably huge. But he was not the descendant of the true dragon, but a part of the true dragon's blood flowed in his veins. On the huge corpse, the vitality dissipated, but it still gave people a huge sense of pressure and power. As if it was made of green-black molten iron, the dragon's scales were cold and dazzling, incomparably tough, and filled with a tyrannical aura. Yu Mingkong also stared at this huge dragon corpse. It had only been dead for a while, and its vitality had long dissipated, but Guchanga had not touched it in the slightest. There were no traces of refining. This made her feel relieved. But soon, Yu Mingkong was a little suspicious. Her eyes fell on Guchanga's face and asked, You really don't plan to refine and devour this dragon corpse? Why? After all, Guchanga had the devouring immortal demon technique. He was naturally very lacking in all kinds of physique sources. Would he be so kind as to give Long Ting's true dragon's blood to her? Guchanga didn't covet it. Was he really willing? One question after another appeared in Yu Mingkong's mind. Hearing this, Guchanga couldn't help but smile faintly. Of course I plan to refine and devour Long Ting's source, but since Mingkong wants it, then I'll give it to you. There's no need to ask. Of course, the main reason was that there were more cultivation resources waiting for him in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory. Guchanga didn't lack such a dragon corpse. Since Yu Mingkong wanted it, then he would give it to her. Hearing that, Yu Mingkong was stunned again. Guchanga's answer suddenly made her a little at a loss. Logically speaking, with Guchanga's previous character, it was impossible for him to agree to such a thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for cultivation resources everywhere, and even secretly making a move on some young geniuses. Long Ting's source was still very precious, at least many young supremes were far from it. But Guchanga was willing to give it to her? Without any hesitation. This made Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel moved in her heart, and the anger she had towards Guchanga just now was almost gone. Since the dragon corpse is so important to you, you should keep it for yourself, Yu Mingkong said as if she had been possessed by something. But as soon as the words came out, she was stunned. She didn't expect that she would suddenly say this. It wasn't easy to get something from Guchanga, and now she was giving it back. She was too much of a failure. Words that were said were like water that was spilled. Even if Yu Mingkong regretted it now, she could only endure and not show the slightest abnormality, lest Guchanga laughed at her. Since I said I'll give it to you, then I'll give it to you. When Guchanga heard this, he was a little stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. Mingkong, you're so considerate of your husband, I'm a little touched. At this time, Yu Mingkong also calmed down, and said naturally on her face, It's not too late for you to realize it now. Her words were full of dissatisfaction and resentment towards Guchanga. Guchanga shook her head and didn't say anything. She sighed and seemed to have something to say. However, he still didn't say anything. Of course, at this time, he was laughing in his heart. To be honest, Guchanga didn't expect Yu Mingkong to suddenly say this, which made him a little surprised. He had already given her the good stuff, but she still had to consider for herself. She was really stupid. Guchanga didn't know what to say to her. However, he was also sure of one thing, even if he didn't do anything. In the end, Yu Mingkong's strength surpassed his, and even if she was strong enough to kill him, she would still be soft-hearted and unable to do it. At most, she would be like a wronged wife, stomping her feet, throwing the sword on the ground, and turning around to leave. In front of the world, she was clearly the cold-blooded and indifferent future empress. But how could she take revenge like this? However, Guchanga also knew that Yu Mingkong's change in attitude was the result of his actions during this period of time, so it wasn't surprising. This was completely within reason. Immediately, Guchanga didn't delay, and directly gave the dragon corpse to Yu Mingkong. Since he had promised something, he wouldn't easily go back on his words. Yu Mingkong looked at him silently, and didn't know what to say for a while. Just now, she seemed to have caught something from Guchanga's sigh. However, Guchanga's silence made her feel a little annoyed. "I'm leaving." In the end, Guchanga didn't say much. He looked in the direction of the sky, called over his followers, and turned into divine rainbows. Then, he led everyone away from this place. Just now, when he was fighting with Long Teng, if he remembered correctly, there was a wave of cultivation fluctuation. Long Teng had been killed, but there were still some things that needed to be resolved. The immortal ancient remnant race didn't dare to do anything, but they definitely wouldn't accept it. After all, Long Teng was a successor that they had painstakingly nurtured. He died before he could succeed. This was the logic behind Long Teng. Long Teng's corpse is now in Yu Mingkong's hands. The immortal ancient remnant race might try to snatch it. She can't avoid some trouble, so I'll just take care of it for her. Guchanga muttered to himself. Moreover, in view of today's situation, Guchanga would let Yu Mingkong fiddle with her own opportunities for the time being. He had already done so much. Next, with Yu Mingkong's intelligence and her identity as an outer rebirth, she would definitely act according to Guchanga's speculations. Guchanga wasn't worried about this at all. We can put aside the matter of Yi Ling's reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate cave abode for now. According to normal circumstances, it's unlikely for him to find the mysterious cave abode in a short period of time, and it won't be that easy. Along the way, he might have to make a breakthrough in his cultivation or pick up a divine artifact or something. The wedding dress immortal art will also take time to infiltrate the entire Black Sky Eagle race, so it can't be rushed. Guchanga led his many followers and chased after that aura. Many cultivators near the mountain peak had already left by this time. Only a few people stayed behind to greet Guchanga. However, it was obvious that Guchanga didn't care about them at all. Looking in the direction that Guchanga disappeared. In the white jade carriage, Yu Mingkong had a complicated expression. Then, she rubbed her glabella, feeling very tired. It was mainly because of Guchanga's actions today that made her feel even more puzzled. At that time, Guchanga's fleeting emotions clearly indicated that he had something to say. This was clearly captured by Yu Mingkong. It was precisely because of this that she felt that perhaps Guchanga had some reason. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she had never seen Guchanga like this. According to Guchanga's personality in her previous life, this was too strange. It was as if something had suddenly changed. But no matter what, Guchanga's demonic nature is deeply rooted. Although he doesn't have any ill intentions towards me now, there's no guarantee that it will be the same in the future. In order to prevent the tragedy from repeating, I still have to become stronger. Now, Guchanga's cultivation is even more unfathomable. If his current behavior is actually to confuse me, then it's too scary. Yu Mingkong was just guessing about the last possibility. After all, it wasn't very likely. Why would Guchanga want to confuse her? She didn't need to think too much about it because there was no need to do so. However, this also strengthened her previous plan. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, she had to investigate everything about Guchanga. Yu Mingkong didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Since the last time she saw Guchanga at the Gu family, she realized that compared to before, Guchanga had changed a lot. His attitude towards Gu Xian'er was the same as well. Then, he took a stab and helped Gu Xian'er. All these seemed to be to make up for the harm he had done to Gu Xian'er. And today, for the first time, he gave her Long Teng's blood of the real dragon. Yu Mingkong had always thought that Guchanga was an absolutely cold person who put benefits above everything else. It was her misfortune to fall in love with such a person. Not to mention that she loved him so deeply. This was already something that couldn't be described as misfortune. But now, she saw a change in Guchanga. This made Yu Mingkong feel hopeful. Go to the Baiheng mountain range in the east. Then, Yu Mingkong ordered to go to that place to make arrangements. Because according to the memory of her previous life, the Baiheng mountain range was the place where immortal essences were born. In the depths of immortal ancient continent, in a vast primitive mountain range, there were many towering divine mountains. Endless fog shrouded them, and immortal light lingered. Divine light rushed into the heavens. Many powerful chi and blood fluctuations appeared in the horizon, causing the mountain range to rumble and shake like an earthquake. At this moment, this was a bleak scene. Many clansmen couldn't help but cry out in grief. Young Master Long Teng was killed. No one even retrieved the corpse. A group of dragon clan creatures knelt in front of an ancient palace. Their faces were pale, without a trace of blood. Even their souls were trembling. This was a terrifying matter that shook the entire immortal ancient dragon clan. Long Teng was the hope of this generation. Many clan elders felt that Long Teng had the potential of a true dragon. In the future, he could wield the will of the heavens and sweep through everything. But now, Long Teng was killed. This made the entire immortal ancient dragon clan furious. Many clansmen were frightened, feeling disbelief. Because how could someone as powerful as Long Teng be killed by someone of the same generation? But this was the truth. If the person who killed Long Teng was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But the other party was the young master of a longevity family from the outside world, and also the successor of an imperishable sect. With such a status, the immortal ancient dragon clan could do nothing to the other party. If that bottom line was really crossed, at that time they would not only be facing one or two orthodoxies, but also many powers from the outside world. The entire immortal ancient continent would probably be turned upside down. We have to bear with this even if we can't. Long Teng's skills were inferior, and he was defeated by someone of the same generation. Our clan has no complaints. Within the palace, a terrifying old man with a dragon horn spoke with a face full of grief, suppressing his voice. But we must retrieve his corpse after he dies. This is already the biggest concession we can make. If they couldn't even retrieve his corpse after he died, it would be a disgrace to the immortal ancient dragon clan's name. After Long Teng died, his spirit in heaven would not be able to rest in peace. Most importantly, the true dragon blood in Long Teng's body could not be lost. When the time came, they could use this to create another successor. Third Elder, what if young Master Gu doesn't agree? In the palace, someone could not help but ask, worried that Xianxia would not return Long Teng's corpse. He will return it. If he doesn't, then I'll use the Dragon Emperor token to unite with the other races and clean up the younger generation in the outside world. The grief on the third elder's face disappeared as he said coldly. He did not believe that when the time came, Xianxia would be able to withstand such pressure. Once the Dragon Emperor token was issued, all the lost tribes in the immortal ancient continent had to obey them. However, in order not to cross that bottom line, all the young creatures in the immortal ancient continent would unite. This way, even if the other orthodoxies were enraged, they would not be able to find a reason to attack. After all, both sides had agreed that the older generation was not allowed to interfere. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Xianxia was, he would have no choice but to retreat when facing the pressure of the immortal ancient clans. Their request was not excessive, they just wanted to return Long Teng's corpse. Boom, at the same time. Among the mountains and ruins, streams of flowing light streaked across the sky and into the distance. Upon seeing this, the expressions of many cultivators and beings changed drastically, and they all retreated in various directions. They were afraid that they would accidentally bump into this group of people. Everyone probably knew the young man who was leading the group. Even someone as powerful as Long Teng, the leader of the immortal ancient clans, was killed by him. This incident caused a commotion in the immortal ancient continent, stirring up thousands of storms. To put it bluntly, there were no young creatures or cultivators who did not turn around after seeing Xianxia. This is a real young taboo. His strength is boundlessly powerful. If you see him in the future, stay away from him. On a mountain peak, a young Heaven's Pride was solemnly explaining this to his junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, what does he know? Didn't he kill the young people of the immortal ancient clans and intimidate the immortal ancient creatures? Why do we have to stay away from him? A more innocent girl looked at the departing figure of the young man who looked like an immortal. She could not help but blush and ask in confusion. Don't think that he's a good person just because he's good looking. You should know that many young supreme beings have died in his hands. The senior martial brother said with a resentful look on his face. During this period of time, Guchunga's followers could be seen everywhere in the immortal ancient continent where divine light rushed into the clouds. He did not show himself. Just the appearance of the followers made it so that no one dared to make a move to steal from them. Some people did not believe it and still wanted to steal the treasures. In the end, they were killed on the spot. This incident sent chills down the backs of many heaven's prides. There were many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. If they encountered Guchunga, they had no choice but to retreat. Therefore, when they encountered something good, they could only pray that Guchunga would not find it. After all, in terms of strength, Guchunga could really do whatever he wanted. Not to mention the other heaven's prides, Guchunga even stole the treasures of the disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Such a robber's behavior made many heaven's prides angry, but they did not dare to say anything. And now, Guchunga was chasing after someone. He did not know that he had been targeted by the dragon tribe in the depths of the immortal ancient continent. Of course, if he knew, he would not care. He might even chuckle. What a coincidence. Because he also had his eyes on the immortal ancient continent's remnant tribe. To be honest, the dragon clan was his main target. Because Guchunga knew that when the immortal essence appeared in the future, it would definitely alarm the older generation and even affect many orthodoxies in the outside world. At that time, everyone would be in trouble. The immortal ancient continent's remnant tribe would not be spared. The dragon tribe's remnant tribe was definitely the tribe with the deepest foundation. The person who was spying in the dark back then has not shown himself after being chased by me for so many days. He sure is patient. Guchunga narrowed his eyes. He was the only witness when he handed Long Ting's corpse to Yumingkong. Since Long Ting had the true dragon's blood in his body, his corpse was a hidden danger. Guchunga did not know if the rest of the immortal ancient dragon tribe knew about this. If they knew, they would definitely think of a way to get Long Ting's corpse back. After all, that drop of blood was equivalent to the blood of an ancestor. For the immortal ancient race who valued bloodlines, its value and importance was self-evident. Therefore, it was very likely that he would become the target of the immortal ancient dragon tribe for a period of time. The immortal ancient dragon tribe thought that Long Ting's corpse was in his hands. They did not know that he had already handed the corpse to Yumingkong. The only witness was the person he was currently chasing. Guchunga had already planned to make a fuss about this matter. Naturally, he would not allow this matter to be exposed. Besides, he was the one who killed Long Ting. If the immortal ancient dragon tribe found out that the corpse was not in his hands, they would find trouble with Yumingkong and implicate her. What would that count as? Would that count as him tricking Yumingkong? Guchunga had never considered doing this. Although Yumingkong would occasionally trick him and secretly scheme against him, Yumingkong truly loved him deeply. Guchunga was not heartless. He could naturally feel this. That was why he doted on Yumingkong so much. Guchunga was planning to get rid of this hidden danger to ensure that Yumingkong would not be implicated. Of course, I can't do this for free. I have to find a way to let Yumingkong know. Guchunga thought of this and could not help but smile. He was not prepared to be a nameless hero. If he did a good deed and did not let others know, then what was the point of doing a good deed? He wanted nothing more than for Yumingkong to know that he had taken the initiative to protect his woman. She would definitely be moved to tears. "En, why aren't you running anymore?" Suddenly, Guchunga's thoughts returned. He noticed that the aura in front of him had stopped and did not continue to go deeper. There were mountains nearby, but there was a relatively remote city in the middle. The city was not very big, and could only accommodate a few 100,000 people. However, most of them were creatures of the immortal ancient, and very few were cultivators from the outside world. Guchunga felt that the aura should be hiding in the city. Immediately, he did not hesitate in the slightest and rushed over with the people behind him. "After running for so many days, are you planning to tell me all your cards? Or are you waiting for my arrival in the city in front and secretly setting up a trap? Or are you planning to mix in, hide your aura, and use this to escape?" Guchunga narrowed his eyes. To be able to be chased by him for so long, the strength of the opponent was definitely powerful. It was impossible for him to be of the younger generation. However, he did not care in the slightest. The fact that the dragon corpse was not in his hands could not be exposed during this period of time. Seal the city in front for me. If anyone suspicious comes out, capture them or kill them. Guchanga ordered the followers behind him. Then, he took the lead and turned into a divine rainbow. Yes, master. Soon, a group of powerful creatures and cultivators surrounded the ancient city in front of him. Surging divine lights of all colors appeared in all directions, planning to lock down all the skies. At the same time, in the city, a middle-aged woman with golden wings was strolling on the streets, not continuing to run. She was frowning in thought, her expression gloomy. Logically speaking, Long Ting was killed, and the dragon clan was furious. I shouldn't have this kind of vague uneasiness. After all, this has nothing to do with me. Also, who exactly has been chasing me these past few days? She muttered to herself, feeling that her heart was not calm. This was a very terrifying intuition. No one would dare to believe it if she said it out loud. That was why she had been running the entire time, not daring to stop at all. After witnessing the battle between Long Ting and Guchanga, she did not leave, but secretly observed for a while. She felt that Long Ting's matter would not be so simple. Perhaps she could use this to curry favor with the dragon clan and improve her status in the clan. In the immortal ancient continent, the dragon clan was the absolute overlord and the royal family, ruling over everything. Right, it should be Guchanga. That young taboo from the outside world seemed to have noticed me at that time. If it is him, why is he chasing me? Is it because I saw him give Long Ting's corpse to his fiancée? Asking for fresh flowers, thinking of this, the middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. What is hidden in Long Ting's corpse? Why is he chasing after me? Or is it because of other reasons? At this time, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. The middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly changed her expression. She felt several powerful auras coming from the horizon, and knew that it was the group of people who had been chasing her. In this city, there were several young members of her clan, so she planned to use this opportunity to inform her clan to come and help. She had never thought that there would be a time when she would be chased by a young junior. However, the other party's strength was so strong that it made her heart beat faster. Even as a divine realm existence, she was afraid and was not confident that she could take him down. Third aunt, why are you here? At this time, in front of a pavilion, several young creatures, both male and female, recognized the middle-aged woman with golden wings, and could not help but shout in surprise. Schwerer, why are you all here? The middle-aged woman with golden wings frowned, and hurried to the pavilion. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. At the same time, the middle-aged woman with golden wings glanced outside the city. Seeing that no one had landed here, she heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, several young creatures led her to the pavilion. Third aunt, I heard that you went to watch the battle this time. Is Lord Long Ting really dead? Along the way, several young creatures revealed expressions of grief and disbelief as they questioned the golden-winged middle-aged woman. The leader of the younger generation, Long Ting, had died in that battle, which was a heavy blow to them, and they were unwilling to accept it. Many people didn't believe it. When she heard this, the middle-aged woman with golden wings frowned and said, Why are you all asking about this? Also, why are there so many people gathered here? She noticed that there were many young creatures in the pavilion, all of them from immortal ancients' various clans' younger generation. We are discussing how to get revenge for Lord Long Ting. Think of a way to kill that great evil named Guchanga. When she heard this, a young woman stood out. Her facial features were pretty, and she was quite pretty. She also had a pair of wings behind her. When Guchanga was mentioned, it was full of hatred and killing intent, as if she really wanted to hack him to pieces. She was one of Long Ting's admirers. This time, Long Ting was defeated and killed, his reputation sweeping the floor, triggering a huge commotion among immortal ancients' clans. This was especially the case for those who normally admired Long Ting, so the blow was even greater. In their hearts, Long Ting was an undefeated legend. Even now, there were still many people who weren't willing to believe this matter. Right now, many people were gathered in the pavilion to discuss this matter. Many of them hadn't even seen Guchanga before, but that didn't affect their hatred for Guchanga. Among the many young supreme beings who came to immortal ancient continent, they only remembered Xianxia. When the middle-aged woman with golden wings heard this, she sighed slightly. Even though she also wanted to take action to capture Xianxia and serve the dragon clan. However, at that time, under the gazes of so many people, she didn't dare to do so at all. Moreover, she felt that with her own strength, she might not be able to do so. Don't talk about it anymore. You all should speak less about this matter. Xianxia's strength is too great, not something that can be solved through discussion. She shook her head, directly pouring cold water on this group of youngsters. Impossible. Xianxia definitely used some kind of trick back then. Otherwise, his strength is far inferior to Lord Longting's. It is definitely impossible for him to defeat Lord Longting. Some young creatures didn't believe it, their faces turning red. The human race of the outside world is despicable. In my opinion, that Xianxia is nothing more than a despicable person. I heard that he only succeeded because he launched a sneak attack. If he fought Lord Longting fair and square, he would definitely be the one to die. The woman who spoke just now also said hatefully, not willing to accept it at all. Hearing the words of the middle-aged woman with golden wings, it was like igniting a bomb. All the young creatures in the pavilion began to shout in indignation and indignation. They said that Longting was so great and invincible, and that his opponent was a despicable and shameless person who won by using improper means. Hearing these words, the middle-aged woman with golden wings' expression changed slightly, and she felt helpless. She was there, so she naturally knew that these rumors were just words used by the races of immortal ancient to smear Xianxia and elevate Longting. At this time, she couldn't pour cold water on them and attack them. This kind of unity to resist the cultivators of the outside world wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, they needed a Xianxia to vent their anger on the younger generation of the various races of immortal ancient. That was why when she saw the young creature's resentful expressions, she nodded. She nodded and said, "You're right. I was also there at the time." Lord Longting indeed died very sullenly. His opponent was very despicable, using all kinds of underhanded moves. Lord Longting disdained to make a move. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly shivered, as if she was being stared at by some terrifying existence. At the entrance of the pavilion, a young man in moon-white feathered clothes walked in unhurriedly with his hands behind his back. He had a calm smile on his face. "What are you talking about? Since it's so lively, why don't you let me listen as well?" The middle-aged woman with golden wings looked at him, her pupils constricting. A terrifying chill appeared on her back. Her entire body was ice-cold, as if she had fallen into an ice house. In the pavilion, the golden-winged middle-aged woman felt cold all over. At this moment, even her divine soul was trembling. She didn't even dare to turn her head, for fear that the young creatures behind her would see her pale face. Xianxia, how did he find her, and when did he walk in? Why was it that none of the immortal ancient creatures outside detected it? The golden-winged middle-aged woman felt cold all over. She was from the Golden Crow clan. Of course, she only had a part of the Golden Crow's blood flowing in her veins. She wasn't a real Golden Crow. Although her strength was only in the divine realm, she could be considered one of the best in the same realm. Facing Xianxia, she only felt fear and trepidation. This young man was so powerful that it made people feel terrified. Especially just now, she even slandered Xianxia behind his back. Xianxia definitely heard those words. At this moment, the golden-winged middle-aged woman felt extremely desperate. "Why didn't you continue? I'm still very curious," Xianxia asked. Then he casually found a place to sit down with a faint smile on his face, as if he had returned to his own home. He didn't feel unnatural or embarrassed at all. The young creatures in the pavilion were still a little confused at this moment. They hadn't realized why a human had suddenly walked in. Most of them had only heard of Xianxia's name, but no one had actually seen his real face. Many people even guessed that Xianxia was a ferocious and ugly person, but they didn't think of this elegant young man in front of them at all. "Who are you? How did you get in?" At this moment, the beautiful woman with wings frowned and asked unhappily. She had never had a good impression of the human race. To them, who had always valued bloodline inheritance, The human race was so despicable that they couldn't be compared to the ancient and honorable ones. But now that the immortal ancient continent had opened, a large number of humans had poured in, which made them feel extremely disgusted. Of course I walked in. The door is right there, and no one stopped me, Xianxia replied naturally. After all, who could stop him from walking freely in the sun of the void? Unless a saint realm existence sealed the space. But how many saints could there be in such a small city? Here, he could do whatever he wanted. When they heard that no one was stopping Xianxia, quite a few young creatures were still frowning in disbelief. It was impossible to enter this small gathering without an invitation. But why would a human have an invitation? Or was the servant at the door seeing things? Goo. At this time, the golden-winged middle-aged woman reacted with a trembling voice. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Xianxia with a chuckle. We've been friends for so many days, so there's no need to say these words. After chasing the golden-winged middle-aged woman for so many days, it wasn't wrong to call her an old friend. Hearing this, she gave Xianxia a smile that was uglier than crying. Young master, you must be joking. She felt a chill run down her back, as if she was facing an exceptional vicious beast. She couldn't even speak clearly. Xianxia definitely had the power to kill all of them here. At this moment, their lives were in Xianxia's hands. She didn't dare to reveal Xianxia's true identity. She didn't know what Xianxia's purpose was, but she was sure that he didn't have good intentions. Third aunt, who is he? A young woman with golden wings asked. She was also very dissatisfied, so she didn't directly ask Xianxia to leave. Schwer, the middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. She didn't know what to say at this time. Her heart was full of fear. Xianxia acted as if he didn't see these creatures' hateful expressions. He poured himself a cup of wine, raised it to his lips, and took a sip. He couldn't help but smile and praise, this wine is not bad. It contains many kinds of celestial fruits. Hearing this, someone immediately showed a disdainful expression and said, this is wine that only exists in the immortal ancient continent. You can't drink it in the outside world. You can't see it even if you want to. Xianxia nodded in agreement, yes, but it doesn't matter. I will drink it in the future. No one understood the meaning behind his words. At this moment, they didn't know why, but they felt uncomfortable and uneasy. This young man had an aura that made them tremble. Who are you? Why did you come to our banquet? Someone couldn't help but shout. They couldn't see through Xianxia's power, but since he was about the same age as them, he shouldn't be too powerful. After all, the cultivators in the outside world were known to be weaker than them. Even Lord Longteng was a whole realm higher than his opponent. If he hadn't been used despicable means, how could he have been killed? This was a pain in their hearts forever. They didn't have a good impression of this strange man in front of them. They couldn't wait to attack and kill him. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I am very interested in what you said just now. Xianxia smiled casually. He looked at everyone in front of him with interest. This game of cat and mouse was really interesting. At the same time, he glanced at the golden-winged middle-aged woman. There was an indescribable meaning in his eyes. The middle-aged woman understood the meaning, and her face became even paler. If you dare to say my identity, all of you here will die. This was Xianxia's intention. Her entire body was trembling, unable to suppress the fear. Third aunt, what's wrong? The woman who spoke just now noticed her abnormality and couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly shook her head and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. The group of young creatures present were not stupid. They had clearly sensed the abnormality from this place. Why was this expert from the Golden Crow clan so scared when this young man came in? This is the territory of our immortal ancient clans. No matter how arrogant this person is, what does he dare to do? Some people felt disdain, thinking that no matter how terrifying this man was, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in their territory. What did you say? We were obviously talking about that despicable guy named Xianxia. We will kill him and take revenge for Lord Longteng. Immediately, a beautiful woman with feathers said hatefully. Her voice was full of killing intent and anger. He is the young genius of your human race. In a fair battle, he used despicable methods to kill Lord Longteng. We will remember this grudge. The other creatures also said. At this moment, it seemed that all the hatred was directed at Xianxia. Everyone could not wait to crusade against him. They didn't notice that when the golden-winged middle-aged woman heard this, she was trembling like a sieve. Her face, which was facing away from them, was completely pale. Oh? How despicable and shameless was Xianxia. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he asked with interest. He didn't have the slightest self-awareness of being a great villain. That guy first launched a sneak attack during the battle, then used the creatures of our immortal ancient clans as a threat. He told Lord Longting not to resist, or he would kill. Lord Longting didn't resist for the sake of the overall situation. Otherwise, how could a puny Nihility realm cultivator like him hurt Lord Longting? When they heard this, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. It was as if their anger had been ignited. They were incomparably indignant and murderous. At this moment, the entire pavilion was filled with their anger and hatred. Oh, in that case, Xianxia is really a despicable and shameless villain. Hearing this, Xianxia still raised his glass and took a sip of wine. He nodded with a look of agreement. Hearing him say this, everyone was a little stunned. They thought that as a human, he would try to defend himself. However, they didn't expect him to agree. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Some people's attitudes even softened. It seems that Xianxia isn't a good person among the human race. I really don't know where the name of the young taboo came from. He doesn't deserve it. However, the feathered woman was still speaking hatefully. Her words showed that she couldn't wait to tear Xianxia into pieces. At this time, the golden-winged middle-aged woman's face was ashen. She felt that Xianxia's aura had already locked onto her. As long as she made the slightest move, she would face Xianxia's thunderous attack. Therefore, she didn't even dare to say a word. However, I think you guys are still wrong about one thing. Xianxia said with a smile. The expression on his face even made them feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. What's wrong? Someone was stunned and then asked. Xianxia is indeed despicable and shameless, but he loves to kill innocent people the most. For example, especially those who slander him behind his back, he shows no mercy. Xianxia smiled faintly and replied. Right? As he spoke, he asked the golden-winged middle-aged woman behind him. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her entire body trembled. She quickly turned around and squeezed out a smile. Young master, what are you saying? This is all fake, all fake. These rumors are all fake. They were merely slandered maliciously by others. Back then, Longting had no strength to resist at all. She continued to speak. However, these words immediately made the young creatures widen their eyes. They were all wondering if they heard wrong. Someone was so angry that his face turned red. He shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Lord Longting be defeated in a direct confrontation? How was this possible? This was simply a fantasy story. This was something impossible. Lord Longting was born undefeatable, destined to sweep through the world. He is the young leader of Immortal Ancient's various clans. There is no way he would lose, especially to a human." Many people shouted, feeling like their beliefs were being insulted. These words made the golden-winged middle-aged woman's entire body tremble uncontrollably. She wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Yeah, what nonsense are you spouting? I, Xianxia, am nothing more than a despicable person. How could I be as strong as you say? At this time, Xianxia also stared at her, speaking. The smile on his face didn't diminish, becoming even more interested. What? These words immediately made the young creatures in front of him stunned, and then they became stupefied. A few people didn't even react. The woman who hated Xianxia so much, the one who was furious, was also stupefied. She pointed at him, momentarily speechless. You, what did you say? She was incomparably shocked, simply unable to believe this. Did they hear wrong? This young man in front of them was actually Xianxia. When they reacted, this group of creatures immediately widened their eyes, their bodies becoming ice cold. They froze in place, as if they fell into an ice cellar. Especially just now, they were actually cursing Xianxia in front of Xianxia. their scalps were going numb, finding this hard to believe. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me to get revenge for Longting? Now, I am right in front of you all? Gu Changge said with a playful expression, like a cat playing with a mouse. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and the entire pavilion rumbled, as if a thick fog was rising. Runes flickered, as if it had been absorbed into a world. No, the winged woman who was cursing him in front of him was struck by a terrifying force and fear, horror, and despair. She exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, her body and soul destroyed. The rest of the people came to their senses, knowing that a battle to the death was unavoidable today. Fight it out with him. Avenge Lord Longting. Kill. This group of young creatures was furious, but at the same time, they were frightened to find that the world had been sealed. Their only way was to kill Gu Changge in front of them, or else they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Boom, all kinds of divine lights appeared on their bodies. They covered all directions, hazy and blurry. Some took out their Dharma artifacts, some tore divine talismans, and some roared loudly, displaying their strongest means to break out. At this moment, they seemed to have become warriors who were ready to die, ready to fight to the death with Gu Changge, the great villain. Gu Changge, if you have anything to do with me, come at me. Let them go. At this time, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. The middle-aged woman did not have the slightest hesitation. She stood in front of Gu Changge with trembling words. A powerful aura began to rise from her body. Her divine realm cultivation base was undoubtedly displayed. The terrifying and surging divine realm Dharma body was like a galaxy, incomparably vast, as if it was about to rush out of the pavilion and appear outside. Let them go? Who will let me go? Gu Changge smiled faintly. Buzz, the divine light was as heavy as billions of stars. As Gu Changge's palm fell, the sky and earth turned upside down, and the universe shook as if billions of stars were falling. Puff, the golden-winged middle-aged woman suddenly coughed up blood as if she was struck by lightning. She was slapped to the ground, and her body exploded. Countless bones were broken. How can you be so strong? Her expression was filled with despair and disbelief. After all, she was a divine realm Dharma body. She was usually high and mighty, so powerful that she could easily slaughter an entire city. She knew that she might not be a match for Gu Changge, but that should be after Gu Changge used many methods. In the end, in front of Gu Changge, she could not even withstand a single slap. At this moment, her divine soul was trembling, and she was in extreme despair. It was not an accident that Longting was killed by such a young taboo. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Even the older generation might not be a match for him, so who in the younger generation could compete with him? How is this possible? What? Even Third Ant is not a match for him? Third Ant is a divine realm Dharma body. Could it be that Lord Longting was really killed by him? Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, all the living beings were in despair. The most powerful existence around them was almost killed by Gu Changge's palm. What did they count for? What a pity. I wanted to play with you for a while more. Gu Changge's expression was regretful, but there was not much regret in his words at all. Boom, he quickly attacked, too lazy to waste any more time. His large palm crossed the space in front of him, and in an instant, it was as if he had split open the universe. This space had been sealed, so the commotion here would not be leaked out at all. Boom, a terrifying aura appeared, turning into a huge millstone that was enough to crush everything, so powerful that it made people's divine souls tremble. No, I don't want to die. It was accompanied by screams. The bloody mist collapsed one after another. No matter how the young living beings in front of him resisted, it was useless. The difference was too great. Except for one person who survived, the rest of the living beings were all destroyed here. The one who survived was a terrified, pale woman with feathers on her body. She was looking at Gu Changge in horror. Don't kill me. She trembled in fear. She never thought that all of them combined could not be compared to Gu Changge's casual palm. This person was simply too terrifying. They were completely no match for him. Gu Changge looked at her and smiled faintly. No rush. I won't kill you now. Why are you doing this? At the side, the golden-winged middle-aged woman was obviously in despair. She wanted to use her heavenly god celestial artifact, but as Guchanga attacked again, it directly exploded in the void with a bang and turned into ashes. He smashed it with one palm. Her face was pale, completely drained of blood. You saw something you shouldn't have seen. Can you blame me? Guchanga smiled casually. After doing this, it was as easy as killing a group of ants. I can swear on my Dao heart that I won't tell anyone. Please spare my life. The golden-winged middle-aged woman was in despair. She did not expect that because of a trace of thought, she would bring about such a disaster. She could not help but kneel on the ground, wanting to beg for mercy, wanting to live. No one wanted to die. Compared to swearing on one's Dao heart, I still believe in the dead. Guchanga smiled faintly, not prepared to let her go. He had always been meticulous in his actions and would not leave behind any hidden dangers. Then, he attacked and smashed the middle-aged woman to death with a single palm, destroying her body and soul. After doing all this, he did not choose to leave. Instead, he was waiting for the right time. After all, Guchanga did not plan to deal with this scene. Otherwise, how could he let others know that he had done such a good deed? The woman he left alive was obviously scared silly. Previously, she had even said that she wanted to kill Guchanga to avenge her Lord Longteng. But now, she was just short of urinating on the spot. Speaking of which, at this time, someone should have noticed the abnormality here. Guchanga estimated the time and then retracted the array patterns that enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood drifted out. Soon, many of the living beings on the street sensed it. What a strong smell of blood. What's going on? What happened? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Someone was shocked, hurrying towards the direction of this aura. Damn it! Immediately, a powerful creature noticed the scene in the pavilion. His expression immediately changed, becoming furious as he rushed over. Soon after, they saw the scene there. Within the bloody mist, a young man was currently leisurely slapping a featherman Ray's heaven's pride to death. Sensing their arrival, he seemed to be a bit surprised. Huh? Someone actually noticed me? After speaking, the space in front of the young man became blurry. He turned around and stepped inside. Behind him, a large group of experts from various clans rushed over, but they did not have time to stop him. Their faces were ashen as they roared towards the sky. Damn it! Coming to our territory to kill people. This is simply going too far. They roared angrily, going crazy with hatred, releasing shocking roars. There were even their clansmen here. This grudge had to be avenged. The most important thing was that they did not even see who that young man was, what he looked like. Buzz, in the void 3,000 miles away from the ancient city. Guchanga's figure walked out of it. He turned around and looked at the chaotic city with a smile on his face. He did not feel guilty at all. Didn't the various clans of Immortal Ancient want to take revenge on him? Then let's see who's faster. Of course, the main reason was that Guchanga wanted to get rid of the hidden danger of exposing the dragon corpse first. When the time came, even if the various clans of Immortal Ancient suspected him, there was nothing they could do. It might even increase the hatred between the various clans of Immortal Ancient and the orthodoxies of the outside world. Guchanga's plan was vicious. Killing two birds with one stone. When the time came, the waters of Immortal Ancient would become even more chaotic, which was a good thing for him. Master, we've gotten rid of all the suspicious people. Soon, Guchanga's followers from all over the place rushed over and reported respectfully. They obeyed Guchanga's orders and stopped the suspicious living beings nearby. Hearing this, Guchanga nodded and said, "Very good. Let's go." In this way, the living beings who saw him coming here were also dealt with. Coincidentally, he controlled the time very well. When he was discovered, he was killing people. Otherwise, it would seem too deliberate, and it would have the opposite effect. Guchanga's plan was to let Yu Mingkong guess that he was protecting her. However, he could not make it too obvious. Otherwise, when the time came, Yu Mingkong would suspect him again. That would not be good. Guchanga naturally did not like to do a good deed but still be unknown in the dark. Otherwise, what was the point of doing a good deed? To him, if he spent a bit of effort to do a good deed, he would definitely spend a lot of effort to publicize it. Otherwise, when the time came, how could he make Yu Mingkong so moved? he wanted her to understand that her husband was also very good to her. At the thought of this, Xianxia also left with his followers. He did not plan to stay any longer. Soon, many of the heaven's prides of immortal ancient clans were ambushed by a young supreme being of the human race during a gathering. This shocked the entire immortal ancient clans. The Featherman race and the Golden Crow race were incomparably furious. This was because many of the geniuses from the two clans had also died. It was during that banquet that their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Not even a speck of dust was left. Moreover, one of the Golden Crow clans' heavenly deity realm experts was also killed, causing a huge commotion. Because that was no longer something that could be done by the younger generation with their own strength. Or they could rely on external forces, such as artifacts, secret treasures, and so on. Either that, or they had incomparably terrifying strength that could kill heavenly deities. Moreover, the fluctuations at that time were not large, otherwise, it would not have caused such a small commotion that many experts only discovered later. This was a great humiliation for immortal ancients' various clans, making them incomparably furious. They began to search everywhere. In that instant, quite a few immortal ancient clans began to suspect who exactly did this. After all, to be able to silently sneak into the ancient city, avoid everyone, and then silently kill people before safely retreating. Such a method was obviously not something that an ordinary young genius could do. Apart from a few young supreme martial artists who possessed extreme speed, there were probably not many who could do it. And what was the reason for this? Why did he do this? Unfortunately, everyone there died, their bodies and souls directly erased. Even if they wanted to investigate, it would be difficult to find anything. Then, many immortal ancient creatures narrowed down the scope of their guesses, in the end settling on a few heavenly geniuses from the outside world. Among them, Xianxia was the most suspicious, and also the most likely culprit. Only, no one could prove that this was done by him. Towards this, Xianxia naturally acted like he didn't know what was going on, putting on a "stop talking, it wasn't me" look. This made many immortal ancient creatures furious. They were already certain that this was done by Xianxia. However, even though they were certain, they couldn't bring out any proof. In that instant, after Longting's death, immortal ancients' clan stirred up great waves again. Many young creatures gathered on their own, planning to suppress Xianxia. These actions unavoidably harmed other young cultivators. The gap and hatred between the outside world and immortal ancients' clans also continuously grew. During this period of time, one could often see creatures from both sides kill until their eyes turned red. For the sake of a bit of opportunity, they continuously fought, blood flowing in all directions. Meanwhile, immortal ancient dragon clan also released news, having Xianxia hand over Longting's corpse, or else suffer the consequences. In that instant, these words triggered a huge commotion. Towards this, Xianxia's reply was also extremely domineering. Impossible. It was to the extent where he even said that immortal ancient dragon clan's younger generation had to appear, or else he would kill every single one he saw. These words were naturally not just empty words. After saying this, that very day, Xianxia then brought his majestic followers, searching everywhere for young creatures related to immortal ancient dragon clan, wantonly killing them. His domineering actions left immortal ancients' clans and the outside world's inheritances endlessly shaken. Immortal ancient continent stirred up a storm of blood. However, immortal ancient dragon clan still didn't dare send their younger generation to contend against Xianxia. The higher-level clansmen's expressions became ugly to the extreme. Several clan elders even more so smashed apart the clan's jade table. 100 horizontal mountain range, within a grand and majestic historical ruin. Yu Mingkong led a group of followers occupying this place, as if waiting for something. Apart from her, only a few cultivators and creatures were in this area. Just as Xianxia predicted, she naturally also learned of the news from these past few days. It seems like after he disappeared, he went to hunt down the expert that was hiding in the dark. Yu Mingkong stood on top of a mountain peak, her expression calm and profound. Her bare feet were purer than snow, her hair danced in the wind, her dress fluttering in the wind as she gazed at the fog-shrouded historical ruin ahead. Right now, she was muttering to herself, recalling the direction Xianxia left in. Others might not know why Xianxia killed that Golden Crow clan's heavenly deity realm existence, but with her intelligence, she was able to guess. Back then, when Xianxia gave her the dragon corpse, that Golden Crow clan expert seemed to have seen it, so Xianxia went to hunt him down for this reason. In this way, apart from Xianxia, no one else knew that the dragon corpse was on her. Xianxia was protecting her, taking the blame for her. "Chang'e, what on earth are you thinking of doing this?" Yu Mingkong's eyes suddenly became a little blurred, and her nose became a little sour. In her previous life, Xianxia would never do this. He would even be eager to spread the news that she had the dragon corpse on her. How could he protect her like this, taking the blame for the dragon corpse on himself and attracting the wrath of the immortal ancient dragon clan? To be honest, at this moment, she was really moved. It seems that when he was silencing her, he was noticed by the other clans in Immortal Ancient. However, in this way, not only did he attract the wrath of the Immortal Ancient Dragon clan, but he also attracted the wrath of the other clans. Yu Mingkong's brows furrowed tightly. She suddenly wanted to move and look for Xianxia. Even someone as strong as Xianxia would not have an easy time if he was targeted by all the clans of Immortal Ancient. It was true that she wanted to take revenge for her last life, but she would not let others hurt Xianxia. This was a private matter between her and Xianxia. She could not see Xianxia in danger and not do anything. However, when the immortal essence appears, many old antiques will come. At that time, the clans of Immortal Ancient will definitely be more restrained. It's best for me to stay here. The Immortal Road is hidden in the 100 horizontal mountain range. When it opens, I can be the first to enter. After thinking seriously, Yu Mingkong felt that it was best to stay here. In her previous life, Xianxia was able to quietly steal the immortal essence from the hands of many old antiques. He definitely had many life-saving methods. She was obviously overthinking. At this time, no matter how much the clans of Immortal Ancient hated Xianxia, they would not dare to send the older generation to take action. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was hesitating whether to reveal the immortal essence to Xianxia in advance. After all, many things had proven that Xianxia was really different. At the same time, in Immortal Ancient Continent, in a remote courtyard in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, a young man named He Ming was sitting cross-legged. Wisps of black fog curled around his face like silk threads, floating continuously. It was very strange. Then, he opened his eyes, and there was a flash of excitement. "How long has it been?" "It hasn't even been a month, and I broke through to the Holy Lord realm. I was only in the Transcendent realm before. At this speed, I can break through to the Emperor realm in half a year at most. Then, I will surpass my sister and become the absolute genius of the Black Sky Eagle clan," He Ming said excitedly. If it was a month ago, he definitely would not have dared to think like this. But now, not only did it happen, his cultivation had even broken through 2 major realms, and it was still increasing every day. This level was simply inconceivable. The wedding dress immortal art was too terrifying and heaven-defying. A while ago, his sister He Yu had provided part of the wedding dress immortal art to a group of elders, shocking the entire clan and causing a huge commotion. After many elders studied it, they concluded that this was definitely an immortal art that contained the supreme Tao, and could lead directly to the immortal path. This shocked everyone in the Black Sky Eagle clan, and they treated it as a supreme treasure. A group of elders and higher-ups studied it and found that the cultivation that had been stuck for a long time was showing signs of loosening. This made them even more surprised and overjoyed. Everyone thought that this was a good opportunity for the Black Sky Eagle clan to rise up and swallow the other 4 clans, and then dominate the Immortal Ancient Continent. An immortal art, this was something that could be passed down for thousands of years, a supreme treasure that could be passed down as a foundation. He Yu's status also rose because she had provided the immortal art, and she was even more famous than before. Of course, she did not forget to mention He Ming, saying that He Ming had obtained it by chance at a stall, and then willingly provided it to the clan to cultivate, making the clan stronger. This kind of heart made the elders sigh, and they all said that He Ming was really a good child. After this, He Ming naturally became one of the younger generation in the clan, and his status was second only to his sister. Moreover, what shocked the elders was that perhaps because he had cultivated that immortal art, He Ming's cultivation was also rising. According to him, he felt that his talent was becoming stronger. This statement shocked the Black Sky Eagle clan elders, and then they were pleasantly surprised, and they focused more on cultivating this immortal art. Ming looked respectful, but he was sneering in his heart. As long as more people cultivated this immortal art, his talent would become stronger, and the reverse nurturing he would receive would become stronger. At that time, he would even surpass the elders and become the true master of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Apart from this, Ming also passed this immortal art to the rest of the clan. His ambition was great, and it was not limited to just the Black Sky Eagle clan. When the time came, the other clans would become his resources to strengthen himself. Now, basically all the elders and those with better talent in the clan have cultivated this immortal art. There are even 2 ancestors who have woken up and started cultivating this immortal art. Thinking of this, Ming became even more excited, and he could not suppress his trembling. Because those 2 ancestors were the most ancient and terrifying existences in the Black Sky Eagle clan, and they had not woken up for nearly 10 million years. Now that they were awakened, it was because of this. Once the 2 ancestors cultivated this immortal art, his talent and strength would definitely increase greatly. If only I could see that supreme existence again. If not for him, I would probably still be a useless person waiting for death. Ming revered that supreme existence from the bottom of his heart, and he could not wait to see that supreme existence again, and be bestowed with even more powerful techniques and abilities. Little brother, the 2 ancestors want to see you. They have something to ask you. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was Ming's sister, Xianxia. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and she was dressed in white, surrounded by clouds, and had exquisite facial features. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She was wearing a beautiful jade robe, and she was as holy as a divine lotus. At this moment, she was gently saying to Ming that she had something to discuss with him. Sister, Ming also stood up and walked over. He knew that the 2 patriarchs wanted to verify the authenticity of his words and asked him some questions. To be honest, at this time, he was still a little nervous. After all, the origin of this technique was very mysterious. Using the excuse of picking it up from a stall might be able to fool them for a while, but he could not fool them forever. There would always be a time when he would be exposed. Now, the 2 ancestors wanted to ask him about this matter. Of course, it was very likely that they would search his soul. After all, people were greedy. After knowing such a heaven-defying immortal art, they were afraid that he would hide other things. Therefore, Ming was also a little nervous at this time, and his palms were full of cold sweat. At that time, if that supreme existence was noticed by the 2 ancestors, what would happen? Ming was actually very worried about this. At this moment, he was praying in his heart that the supreme existence could hear his words and help him get through this hurdle. At this time, Ming suddenly felt a slight tremor in his mind, as if a mighty force had suddenly descended. An ancient and terrifying deity appeared in the center. It had 6 heads and 8 arms, and it looked at him indifferently. At this moment, he felt as if there was a hazy fog in his mind. Could it be that the supreme existence heard my prayer? Ming was shocked, and then excited. Xianxia noticed his abnormality and could not help but ask, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Ming hurriedly shook his head, Nothing, I'm just very excited too." See the ancestors. When the time comes, you just need to calm down, don't be too cautious, the ancestors are very nice people. Hearing this, Xianxia did not doubt it. After all, those 2 ancestors were the oldest existences in the Black Sky Eagle family, and they were suspected to be quasi-supreme existences or even higher. There was no junior who would not be excited when they saw them. After all, she was no exception at that time and was very excited and nervous. At the same time, in a ruin 6 million miles away from here, Xianxia had a slight smile on her face, and the brilliant light in her eyes like the golden lines disappeared. The scene that Ming saw also disappeared from his vision very quickly. During this period of time, Ming's actions did not disappoint him at all. He had actually almost infiltrated the entire Black Sky Eagle family. His acting skills were indeed not bad. Of course, compared to Yin Mei, it was still incomparable. The 2 ancestors of the Black Sky Eagle family, but I'm a little worried that they will see the abnormality of the wedding dress immortal art. If they are Emperor Realm cultivators, it is very likely that they will fail. When the time comes and the whole Black Sky Eagle family is used as a hostage, I don't know if they will give in. If they are not supremes, they should not be able to see any problems. This way, I can be at ease. Gu Changge stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the vast and majestic group of cities in front of him. He was alone, and did not bring any followers with him. After all, when it came to planning, the less people knew, the better it was for him. Gu Changge naturally would not let his demonic arts be exposed. It would be too stupid to make the entire world his enemy. But no matter what, he was now in the most advantageous situation. Even if He Ming's abnormality was discovered by the ancestors, no one would be able to find out that all of this was secretly planned by him. Just like the immortal devouring demonic art, the wedding dress immortal art had appeared in the long river of time. If he happened to meet a group of old antiques who had some understanding of it, it would not be good. This possibility should be very low. Those who understand the wedding dress immortal art should at least be in the Emperor realm. I think I am overthinking. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes. After all, he had to calculate all possibilities and not make a single mistake. Once these two ancestors are under my control, the entire Black Sky Eagle family will fall into my hands. It will be as easy as blowing off dust. Then, thinking of this, he let out a soft laugh. At the same time, Gu Changge planned to increase his strength a little before this. It just so happened that the recent Providence points and Fate points had skyrocketed. He had also obtained a lot of Providence points from the two daughters of Providence, Gu Xian and Yu Mingkong. He opened his current attributes interface. Owner, Gu Changge Aura, Destined Villain Weapon, 8 Desolation Demon Halberd Identity, True Disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of the Longevity Gu Family. Physique Bloodline, Demonic Heart Dao Bone Cultivation, Early Void God Realm, Immortal Devouring Demonic Art, Late Divine King Realm, Techniques and Abilities, Dao Heavenly Immortal Canon, 9th Level, 30%, Myriad Demonic Body, Innate Talent, Innate Divine Will, Innate Talent, Void Power, Innate Talent, Transcendence, Innate Talent, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal Mantra. Fate Points, 35,000 Providence Points, 12,000, Black, System Store, Unlocked Inventory, Boundary Breaking Talisman X1, Restriction Breaking Talisman X1, Providence Plunder Card X2 Inch in the blink of an eye, I have more than 10,000 Providence points. Even my Fate points are more than 30,000. Looking at his huge sum of money, Gu Changge could not help but feel satisfied. System, exchange for 4 Transcendence Bones. Then, Gu Changge ordered. He spent 12,000 Providence points. Soon, a familiar mysterious aura came. This time, he exchanged for the Transcendence Bone at the spine, the palm, leg, and skull bones, a total of 4 bones. In this way, every large part of his body was distributed with a Transcendence Bone. The bones at the top of his skull underwent complex changes immediately. They became crystal clear and shrouded in immortal aura. It also seemed to have an immortal aura. Among them, terrifying and dazzling rays of light and chi and blood gushed out like a long dragon. It was like a surging Wang Yang that could shatter the heavens. Gu Changge felt that his essence chi was much more condensed and refined than before. Just in terms of power, he had a terrifying feeling that he would not be destroyed even if the myriad worlds collapsed, and that he would not be destroyed even if the universe collapsed. This was the benefit of the Transcendence Bone. This kind of improvement was comprehensive, but the skull was where the sea of consciousness was, and where the primordial spirit resided. At this moment, even the innate divine will showed signs of metamorphosis. From a god to an immortal, the power of the primordial spirit showed a 9-colored glass-like color. The vertebrae, metacarpals, and leg bones had also undergone mysterious changes because of this. His spine was like a human dragon that ran through his 4 bodies. The drop of 5-colored true dragon blood that merged with him even faintly resonated with it, letting out a dragon roar that shook the sky. These luck points are really worth it. Gu Changge opened his eyes and said with some satisfaction. He felt that his strength had at least increased by many times compared to before. This was an intuitive feeling. He could clearly see all kinds of laws and mysteries between heaven and earth. With a stretch of his hand, tens of thousands of divine chains of order fell, even turning into rules and order blades that were extremely powerful. I could kill a quasi-saint in an instant before, but now I should be able to easily kill an ordinary saint. If I break through from the divine king realm to the quasi-saint realm, won't I be able to fight even an absolute saint? Guchang's words were not without basis. His current control of the use of the rules was far superior to that of many saints. In the various orthodoxies and even the great sects, saints were old monsters, and old monsters like the elders of the clan. Pierce? What was that? It was impossible to even see a trace of him. With a variable like me, I'm afraid the heavenly axiom will nurture even more powerful children of fate in the future. But that's good. To me, they're all leeks waiting to be harvested. Thinking of this, Guchanga thought of Yiling. He had been given more than a month. Logically speaking, he should have found the cave abode that the Samsara ancient heavenly venerate had left for him by now. After that, Guchanga sensed the mark that May had left for him and rushed towards Yiling and the others. Brother Kong, what do you think those Black Sky Eagle clansmen and ancient Flying Serpent clansmen have been doing? It looks like it's searching for something? Do you think it has something to do with Yilin and the rest? Logically speaking, Miss Chiling and the rest have already left for more than a month, but there is no news from them at this time. At the same time, in a mountain range, a group of young cultivators had set up camp here, surrounding the bonfire and discussing some matters. They were the followers of Chiling and Mei. There were both men and women among them, and they came from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, and other places in the outside world. The weakest was at the Marquis realm, while the strongest was at the Emperor realm. The person who spoke was also one of Chiling's followers. In front of him was a handsome man with a gloomy expression. He was Kong Yang of the Peacock clan, Chiling's admirer and follower at the same time. Hearing that, Kong Yang's expression turned ugly. Yilin is up to no good. He clearly knew what was hidden here, but he didn't tell us. He only took Chiling and Mei with him. Clearly, he has an ulterior motive. Don't you understand this point? Now that a month has passed, other than seeing living beings searching everywhere, who else has seen news of him? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Although he was more at ease with Chiling, it was different with Yiling by her side. In particular, Yiling's origin was unknown, and he hid a lot of his strength. He seemed to know everything here very well. How could he not be suspicious of Yiling? Actually, I suspect that Yilin has something to do with the inheritor of the forbidden demonic technique that appeared briefly some time ago. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly spoke. His voice was very gloomy, and it attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over. After all, the inheritor of the demonic technique had caused a huge commotion. Even the young master of the White Tiger clan had lost his life. Until now, the White Tiger clan was still searching everywhere for the inheritor of the demonic technique. Brother Kong Yang, this is not something you can say casually. You have to think carefully. When someone heard that, they immediately spoke with a solemn expression. They were from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Mei's clan. The inheritor of the demonic technique was a matter of great importance. If Yilin was really the inheritor, then their young mistress was in great danger. Hearing that, Kong Yang's expression darkened. I think you've all seen Yilin's methods. He's very mysterious and tricky. It's okay for the weak to defeat the strong. He's not weaker than some of the young paragons. Most importantly, don't you think the name Yilin sounds familiar? Yilin? Yilin. It sounds familiar. Could it be that Yiling? Hearing Kong Yang's words, some people were still a little confused. However, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it made sense. They were stunned. Their eyes widened, and a chill ran down their spines. In the beginning, Yiling was indeed unimpressive. However, the methods he displayed later shocked everyone. That was the strength of a young paragon. At that time, they did not think too much about it. However, now that they thought about it, why would a person with the strength of a young paragon become Qiling's follower? What was his motive? Furthermore, combined with Kong Yang's words, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe. Yiling. Yiling. This name, is it really not a coincidence? Their voices were trembling. Naturally, they knew that Bai Lai's brother was called Yiling. This was also the name of the inheritor of the demonic technique at the beginning. When Yiling first introduced himself, they felt that the name was familiar. It sounded a little like a homophone. However, now that Kong Yang said this, everyone was stunned. This was probably done deliberately by Yiling because he did not care about this at all. He was also not afraid that they would know. After all, Yiling could easily change his appearance and identity and continue to escape. This was too arrogant. Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble. Miss Yiling and Heavenly Maiden Yi Mei actually trusted Yiling so much. This is too dangerous now that they are with Yiling. I'm afraid the odds are against them. Who knows what evil plan Yiling has to bring the two of them along. Kong Yang's expression was solemn. He clenched his fists tightly, hating that he realized it too late. It seems that we can only spread the news that Yiling has appeared here and let the rest of the cultivators come. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Soon, everyone discussed for a while and came up with such a plan. They could only hope that this would make Yiling wary and not dare to act rashly against Yiling and Yi Mei. Kong Yang nodded slowly. This matter cannot be delayed. If Yiling's whereabouts are exposed, Yiling and Heavenly Maiden Yi Mei will be safer. After that, everyone took action. They used various communication talismans to spread the news, intending to attract the rest of the cultivators to come and suppress Yiling. Inheritors of demonic techniques were killed by everyone. At the same time, just as Kong Yang and the rest spread the news of Yiling's whereabouts. On a desolate mountain ridge 15,000 kilometers away, Yiling, and Yi Mei were hurrying toward an ancient town in front of them. The trees on the mountain ridge were very tall and ancient. The vines were like clouds, allowing the three of them to travel without being discovered for a while. Compared to more than a month ago, the three of them were in a sorry state now. Their faces were stained with blood because they had been hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle tribe along the way. In the end, the three of them were still discovered. Due to the slave seal, some of the powerhouses of the Black Sky Eagle tribe could vaguely sense Yiling's location and determine his direction. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation among the three of them, which made them feel surprised and confused. It seemed that someone was transmitting Yiling's exact location to them. It was because of this that Yiling and the rest had spent this period of time avoiding being hunted down. However, Yiling had a breakthrough in his cultivation by chance. He even found some good things along the way. Yiling did not know what to say about his good luck. On the other hand, she and Yi Mei were in danger many times. They were physically and mentally exhausted along the way and were almost seriously injured many times. They were not as lucky as Yiling. This time, while accompanying Yiling to find his opportunity, they only found a few good spirit herbs. Other than that, they did not find anything. Instead, they suffered many injuries. Yiling was a very loyal and trustworthy person. Since she had promised Yiling to accompany him, she would not go back on her word easily. However, she could not understand why they were discovered every time. No matter where Yiling led them to hide, they would be found. She suspected that Yiling had something on him that could allow him to track the three of them. However, Yiling did not believe her at all. Yiling could not do anything about it. Yiling disappointed her. Old Tortoise, I feel that the cave abode is in the ancient town in front of us. At this time, Yiling showed a faint excitement as he communicated with Old Tortoise in the pendant. This premonition was very strong. Along the way, he had avoided many dangers by relying on this premonition and even gained some benefits. Now, this premonition made him even more certain. By the way, Old Tortoise, what do you think is the reason? Why is it that no matter where I hide, I am always found by those creatures? Yiling then asked. This made him very depressed. Yiling had mentioned this to him before. At that time, Yiling did not care at all because he had asked Old Tortoise and knew that those creatures could only vaguely sense his location but could not confirm his real location. So, why? Why was he always found by those creatures? Yiling even suspected that Yiling was deliberately leaking his whereabouts. He also suspected Yi Mei, but along the way, Yi Mei had suffered the most injuries. Now, she looked very tired and pale, so he could not bear to doubt her. Moreover, he did trust Yi Mei very much. This was because her previous actions made him understand that this woman had her own perseverance in her heart. Even in the face of Guchanga's oppression in the sect, she dared to resist. In addition, Yi Ling believed in Yin Mei's feelings for him. However, he found it hard to accept that he doubted Qi Ling's words. After all, Qi Ling was his old friend and also the one who chose to believe him after hearing that he was the inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, Old Tortoise's voice also entered Yi Ling's ears, making his head buzz. This situation can only mean that one of the two is definitely suspicious. Yi Ling, you have to be careful and decide according to your own judgment. Old Tortoise's words made Yi Ling fall into silence. In fact, he had vaguely guessed it himself, but he was unwilling to accept this situation. One of the two would actually choose to betray him. Old Tortoise, I want to hear your opinion. Then, Yi Ling asked with a serious expression. My opinion on this matter is only excluding my personal feelings, so it's more subjective. You can listen, but the final decision is still up to you. Hearing this, Old Tortoise and the pendant thought for a while and said slowly. Yi Ling nodded. Old Tortoise, I believe you. Actually, in my opinion, Qi Ling is the most likely. The possibility of Yin Mei is very small. If the one who betrayed you is Yin Mei, then what is her intention? This is actually very difficult to say. After all, you were the one who saved the damsel in distress. Otherwise, you wouldn't have interacted with her. It's even more impossible to bring her to this place. All of this is completely accidental. Old Tortoise soon opened its mouth and analyzed. This was also based on its own subjective opinion, without the slightest hint of emotion. Hearing this, Yi Ling was very silent. In fact, he was also clear about this. What could Yin Mei possibly want from him? To be honest, he was the one who coveted Yin Mei's beauty. If he had not saved the damsel in distress in the beginning, Yin Mei would not have come to this place with him now. All of this was filled with too many coincidences. If Yin Mei had deliberately planned this, then it was too scary. It was very frightening. Most importantly, Yi Ling suspected that the inheritor of the demonic arts was actually Gu Changge, and Yin Mei had offended Gu Changge. Both of them were in the same situation. Old Tortoise, continue. Yi Ling's expression was heavy. If it's really Crimson Spirit, there are actually a lot of suspicious points. At first, you firmly believed in you, and said that you could find someone to help you clear your suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. If you say that she helped you willingly, then I have nothing to say. But now, someone is leaking your whereabouts. This is very suspicious. Qi Ling should know that you are the inheritor of the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable. She followed you all the way. Her motive is actually very obvious. Old Tortoise continued. These were the points that it thought were suspicious. Of course, Qi Ling was very likely to know Gu Changge's true identity. Yi Ling had reminded her many times to be careful of Gu Changge, but Qi Ling was indifferent. Combining all these points, Qi Ling was actually the most suspicious. After all, it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. Who knew what she was thinking? Yi Ling nodded. These words made his heart heavy. It was obvious that Old Tortoise's words were very reasonable. Yi Ling then turned to look at Yin Mei, who was resting with her eyes closed on a piece of green rock. Her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was high, her lips were red, her teeth were sparkling, and her hair was as smooth as silk. But now, she was very pale and weak. Her dress was also stained with blood. On the other hand, Qi Ling had a delicate face. Her eyes were like gems, shining with light. She looked very natural and did not seem to be injured. At this time, he had made a decision in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Ling stood up. Qi Ling and Yin Mei were recuperating at this time. When they saw Yi Ling suddenly stand up, they looked at him in surprise. The following journey will be very dangerous. How about this, let's split up. I'll go with Yin Mei. Her injuries are very serious. If she goes alone, it will be very dangerous. Qi Ling, you're not that badly injured. We'll meet at the ancient town in front. Yi Ling chose his words carefully. At this time, he did not intend to fall out with Qi Ling. Therefore, these words were very natural and very reasonable. But when the time came to meet, what could Qi Ling do if he did not show up? In his opinion, if Qi Ling coveted his opportunity, she would choose to accept it even if she was unwilling. Hearing this, Yin Mei and Qi Ling were shocked and could not help but widen their eyes. Especially Yin Mei, she could not help but ask anxiously, Yi Ling, what are you talking about? How can we split up at this time? We can take care of each other if we go together. Qi Ling looked at Yi Ling in a daze. At this time, her expression gradually turned cold and unfamiliar. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly suggested splitting up. What did he mean? Could it be that he saw that the opportunity was coming and wanted to take it all for himself, so he planned to let her go separately from him? Qi Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, she could not help but feel a chill. She was not coveting Yi Ling's opportunity. If she had not promised Yi Ling that she would help him, she would not have come to this place. There were so many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. She had already wasted a lot of time here. But now, Yi Ling's sudden words surprised Crimson Spirit. She had suspected that there was an abnormal relationship between Yi Ling and Yin Mei for a long time. Now that Yi Ling suddenly pointed it out, she could not help but want to laugh. Alright, since Yi Ling said so, then we'll split up. Qi Ling said straightforwardly. Her cold and arrogant face was emotionless. She did not explain anything, nor did she ask anything. From that day onwards, it was time for her and Yi Ling to end their friendship. Found you. At this time, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the sky. A surging pressure appeared. Rolling black clouds appeared, surging and boundless. Several supreme experts appeared from within, coming from the Black Sky Eagle race, Ancient Flying Snake race, and other races. The weakest among them was in the divine realm. There were even divine kings. In order to capture Yi Ling and the others, these tribes had mobilized their powerful forces. Oh no! Seeing this, Yi Ling's expression changed. Before he could react, he turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. At the same time, Yin Mei transmitted her voice to him from afar. It's too late. Let's escape on our own and meet in the ancient town. Originally, he had planned to bring Yin Mei with him. But things happened so suddenly that it was too late. The other party's target was him. He might be able to lure them away. It might also lighten Yin Mei's burden. Yi Ling suspected that Crimson Spirit had suddenly lured these experts over. Otherwise, how could the other party have discovered their tracks so quickly? But now was not the time to settle the score with Qi Ling. Are you still in a daze? Why aren't you escaping? Seeing that Yin Mei was in a daze, Qi Ling frowned. Then, she fled quickly. At the same time, she crushed a Strider talisman and was ready to leave this place. Yi Ling had disappointed her. She had already decided to draw a line between them. As for Yi Ling's opportunity, she did not care at all. Soon, Yi Ling and Qi Ling disappeared. They quickly left the mountain range. Yin Mei, who was sitting on the green rock, had the worried expression on her face disappear. She became very calm. She even looked a little relieved and reluctant. Master, the mission you gave me has finally been completed, Yin Mei said softly. During this period, she had not forgotten the mission Guchanga had arranged for her. She was to sow discord between Qi Ling and Yi Ling. Today, she had finally succeeded. However, she had attracted so many experts along the way. She was indeed seriously injured. She was not as lucky as Yi Ling and Qi Ling. After all, the enemy was a group of heavenly gods. There were even many divine kings. Her cultivation level had only broken through to the mid-stage regal emperor realm. The gap was too big. Being able to survive so many times already had to do with the luck of the nine-tailed fox clan. To put it bluntly, she was able to successfully complete Guchanga's order to sow discord between Yi Ling and Qi Ling because she had sacrificed her life. Now that she was seriously injured, she could not escape far even if she wanted to. Yin Mei also calmly accepted it. However, she was a little regretful that she could not see Guchanga before she died. However, she also had some indescribable emotions. After all, she was just a chess piece in his hands. She was the kind that would be thrown away after her value was used. He would not even take a second look at her. Haha, this guy is not running anymore. Is he waiting for death? After running for so long, he seems to have accepted his fate. Looking closely, he is a beautiful girl. There were still two experts in the sky. One was a heavenly god, and the other was a divine king. Their auras were terrifying and overbearing. Their surging blood energy made the surrounding mountains silent. The one who spoke was the Divine King. He had a snake tail and was from the ancient Flying Serpent clan. He stared at Yin Mei with a lustful gaze. He was a little tempted. "How about this? If you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life," he said. Looking at the expressions of the two experts, Yin Mei was very calm. She said indifferently, "Stop dreaming. I will not let you get away with it even if I self-destruct." She did not want to die, but she would not live in such humiliation. In the end, it all depended on the person. She could submit to Guchanga and take him as her master, but it did not mean that she would submit to others. At this time, Yin Mei would rather die. "Humph, you are still so stubborn when you are about to die." Yin Mei's words made the Divine King in the sky angry. He did not expect this girl to be so reckless. Boom, at that moment, he directly made his move. A tyrannical aura descended from the sky, transforming into a giant hand that was about to grab Yin Mei. Yin Mei was very cold. She was not afraid and was about to self-destruct. Buzz, suddenly, an even more terrifying aura appeared in front of her. It turned into a dazzling and peerless sword chi. With clanging sounds, it cut the Divine King in half. "Who is it?" "The other Divine King reacted. He was very angry and looked in the direction where the sword chi came from. He was full of killing intent. "Master," Yin Mei was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the young man who walked out of the void in front of her. She suddenly jumped into Guchanga's arms. "Master, I thought you didn't want me anymore." Yin Mei could not believe it. Just a moment ago, she thought she was going to die. After all, she was facing a Divine King and a Divine God. Especially when she was severely injured and had almost used up all her life-saving treasures. She would choose to be humiliated, but what else could she do but wait for death, and she was just a chess piece in Guchanga's hands. Now that her value was depleted, there was no need for her to exist. No one would care about her, and no one would care about her life or death. But, the moment she saw the sword light descend, she was completely stunned. Her head buzzed, and she could not believe her eyes. To be honest, she did not expect the cold and emotionless Guchanga to appear and save her. She could not believe it. When she saw the scene in front of her, her first reaction was to think that she was hallucinating. But hallucinations could not be so real. She was all too familiar with Guchanga's aura. So Yin Mei could not suppress her joy, and she jumped into Guchanga's arms. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was really touched. This kind of situation, from despair to new life, from life to death, could only be understood after experiencing it. Moreover, Guchanga was very powerful. She believed that even a Divine King could not do anything to him. As long as he appeared, it meant that all the dangers would be gone. This made Yin Mei feel very relieved. "What are you thinking? How could I not want you?" Guchanga patted her head. He had a faint smile on his face, and he allowed her to jump into his arms. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a thick sword energy slashed out. It was mixed with the terrifying dark golden metal laws, and its sharpness was shocking. Chi, the sword energy was blinding, and it made clanging sounds as if it was breaking out of the scabbard. It broke through space and landed in front of the Divine King, who was still in a daze and in disbelief. How is this possible? His face suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened in shock and horror. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that space seemed to have stopped. The sword energy slashed toward him lightly, but it seemed to have split the universe. At this moment, he still had a terrified expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster was this? He was a dignified Divine King powerhouse, and he was renowned in the various races in the vicinity. It was hard to find a match for him, he screamed madly in his heart. Who was this young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him? How could he be so terrifying, casually using the power of rules? Even Air 603 was under his control, his entire body was filled with cold air. There was no time to react. He felt a chill on his neck, and the world in front of him instantly turned dark. Puff, in the next moment, blood splattered in all directions as the sword beheaded him. Together with his primordial spirit, both his body and soul were destroyed. Guchanga didn't even look up. After dealing with these two people, Gu Changge looked at Yin Mei, who was still sobbing softly. He shook his head and took a step forward. The void vanished as he brought her away from this area. Now that there were many powerhouses chasing after Yi Ling, the commotion here would soon attract other people. At that time, it would be detrimental to his plan. Moreover, he did not understand why Yin Mei felt that he would abandon her and treat her as a chess piece. How could he let Yin Mei die in such a place? As the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei controlled a lot of resources. No matter how one looked at it, she was the most useful to him alive. Even if Gu Changge had been using her and threatening her with his life, he was not an extremely cold person. Yin Mei was wholeheartedly working for him and had almost lost her life. How could he not see it? How could he remain indifferent? In the end, it was Yin Mei who thought too badly of him. Although I am a little black-hearted, I am not that bad. Gu Changge felt that he should treat her a little better in the future, so that she would not look like she was going to die in such a situation. Soon, Gu Changge left the mountain range with Yin Mei. Along the way, he killed a few ancient serpent clan powerhouses who had sensed the blood and chased after them. Finally, at the entrance of a relatively remote and quiet underground cave, there was rich spiritual energy and the sound of water dripping could be heard. He and Yin Mei stopped here. Master, Yin Mei had also calmed down at this time. She left Gu Changge's arms and her face was dizzy. She was a little embarrassed to look up at Gu Changge. To be honest, she had crossed the line today. Without Gu Changge's permission, she had directly pounced on him. However, Gu Changge did not blame her for this matter. During this period of time, I have made you suffer. Gu Changge smiled and took the lead to walk into the cave, intending to find a place to stay first. For Master's mission, this is nothing. Hearing this, Yin Mei shook her head and suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. With this sentence, the grievances and injuries she had suffered during this period of time suddenly did not matter. Although at first, her life was in Gu Changge's hands and she was threatened by him. But later on, she slowly accepted her fate and realized that there was nothing wrong with following him. Once this emotion appeared, it was like a rolling snowball that was difficult to reverse. Then she realized that she was falling deeper and deeper. Gu Changge's mind was vicious, his methods were cruel, his personality was cold and heartless, he had all kinds of bad qualities. But this kind of Gu Changge made it difficult for her to express her feelings, and she was willing to do things for him. Now that she heard Gu Changge actually ask her with concern, this kind of unprecedented thing made Yin Mei tremble. Although this was very likely just a casual question from Gu Changge, it could also be that he casually expressed his attitude and did not mean it from the bottom of his heart. But it also made Yin Mei very happy. The injuries she had suffered for so many days were worth it. Being cared for, being praised, let her know that she was still useful to Gu Changge now. Yin Mei's emotions. Gu Changge could actually still sense it. He had always been meticulous in his actions and naturally knew how to comfort Yin Mei at this time. Roar. At this time, in the depths of the karst cave, a ferocious scarlet eye appeared, like a small lantern. A ferocious beast that looked like a dragon turtle roared and pounced over, ready to eat these two uninvited guests who had intruded on its territory. Gu Changge glanced at it, then shook his hand, and the void suddenly distorted. The void in front of him was like a mirror, and layers of ripples appeared. The ferocious beast was suddenly stuck there in fear. Then, with a bang, it was crushed into ashes by the power of the void and dissipated. Seeing this scene, although Yin Mei was a little shocked, she did not think much of it. Because Gu Changge's strength was indeed far beyond what she could imagine. Perhaps other than Gu Changge himself, no one would know how strong he was. Rest here, Gu Changge said and casually cleaned up the karst cave. Yin Mei's injuries were indeed quite serious. She needed to recuperate well. Next, she would need to suffer a little more. Yin Mei was an irreplaceable step in the plan against Yi Ling. Thinking of this, Gu Changge took out a lot of divine pills and elixirs. The purple pole token of the purple pole elixir sect was in his hands. Therefore, he did not lack pills and elixirs at all. He had as many as he wanted. He took out a lot of them at once. Dense pill qi and a strong fragrance lingered here. There were many effects, such as nourishing the primordial spirit, stabilizing the body's limbs and bones, stabilizing the spirit. See, don't think about other things. Heal your injuries first, Xianxia said. Yes, I know, master. Yimei did not argue and took some of the elixirs that were quite effective for her. During this period, she had indeed used up a lot of the elixirs on her. Otherwise, her injuries would not have dragged on for so long. Soon, Yimei, who had swallowed the elixirs, began to sit cross-legged. Her charming face was very calm, and her usual charm was gone. She looked clean and pale. Hazy runes appeared on her body, and her 9 fluffy, snow-white fox tails swayed with the wind. Her injuries were indeed healing. Xianxia glanced at her and nodded slightly. Then, he moved and left the cave. Simple words were useless. At this time, it was time to rely on real actions. At this time, she noticed that Xianxia's aura had disappeared. Yimei, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the empty cave, and her expression was a little disappointed, reluctant, and sad. But soon, she shook her head and discarded these emotions. What was she thinking? She was just a chess piece in Xianxia's hands. It was enough that he came to save her. What was she still hoping for? Of course, although Yimei comforted herself, she was still a little sad. Especially now that she was injured, she could not help but feel a little remorseful. In the blink of an eye, the sky outside darkened. Yimei also withdrew from the state of recuperation. Needless to say, Xianxia's elixir was very effective. She looked at the gradually darkening night outside. Her expression was a little regretful, as if she was expecting something. But in the end, this expectation disappeared. After Xianxia saved her, he left. Thinking of this, Yimei lit a bonfire. But she could not feel much heat. Her ruby-like eyes quietly looked at the bonfire, as if dancing with loneliness. At this time, Yimei's ears twitched slightly. She suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the cave. She turned her head to look. She saw that Xianxia had returned with some clean fruits. At the same time, he used a green lotus leaf to hold water. The faint light of the fire fell on his familiar face, and Yimei could not help but be pleasantly surprised. It turned out that Xianxia did not leave. Master. Xianxia's face revealed a smile. How are your injuries? A bonfire was dancing. Yimei was holding her head, tilting her head to look at the bonfire. Her chin was on her knees, and the light of the fire was reflected in her beautiful eyes. She looked at him with some astonishment, and her eyes slowly overflowed with surprise. Xianxia walked over and handed her the fruits and water. Are you hungry? I went to solve some problems while I was at it. Xianxia said casually. As if to explain to Yimei why he suddenly left. Of course, what problems he solved was not important. What was important was that he did not intend to leave. This was enough for Yimei. Xianxia grasped this point very well. He knew the best way to comfort her now that she was injured. Hearing this, Yimei took the fruits that Xianxia specially washed for her. Her heart was even more moved. The previous guesses disappeared like smoke in thin air. No matter what, when she was injured, Xianxia did not choose to leave. Instead, he stayed here to take care of her. Obviously, she had thought too much before. Xianxia was not as cold and heartless as she thought. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Xianxia could not help but smile in his heart. However, his expression did not change at all. Speaking of which, Yimei had helped him a lot. He controlled Yimei's life. Yimei worked for him, and he let Yimei live. This was an equal trade. Even if Xianxia did not do anything, Yimei would not be disloyal to him. However, in this way, many things would be less interesting. Master, a rift has formed between Qi Ling and Yi Ling. If my guess is correct, Qi Ling should have left this place now. Then, Yimei said as she ate the spirit fruit. Xianxia nodded and smiled. It was rare for him to tell her his purpose. That's good. However, Yi Ling can't die yet. When Yi Ling and Qi Ling's relationship broke apart, he heard the system's notification sound. No matter what, Qi Ling, who had the vermilion bird tribe behind her, was considered a core friend of Yi Ling's. Although the breaking of this relationship did not mean much to Xianxia, it was still a considerable amount of luck points. I know. Master, you still need Yi Ling to live and continue to take the blame for you. Yin Mei nodded and said. This was not a lie. No matter what, Yi Ling was still a Heavenly Lord's successor. The power behind him was not small. A Heavenly Lord was in existence close to or even beyond immortals during the immortal era. He did not leave behind his tribe or orthodoxy. Instead, he left all his inheritances to his successor. This was a great opportunity. Even though supreme orthodoxies and imperishable sects would be tempted. Yin Mei had been carefully observing Yi Ling during this period. Naturally, she had noticed his abnormality. He did not dare to expose his inheritance. Therefore, he could only swallow his pride and take the blame for Xianxia. To be honest, Xianxia's plan was vicious and flawless. It was difficult to find a flaw in such a short time. Moreover, Yi Ling could hide his origin and avoid being hunted down. Even if he was hunted down by all the cultivators in the world, he would be like a rat crossing the street. He would be able to escape unscathed. To be honest, until now, no one was as suitable as Yi Ling to take the blame for Xianxia. Yi Ling is more useful alive than dead. I'm still waiting for him to help me find the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord's cave abode. Xianxia smiled casually. His words showed that he did not care about Yi Ling's life. With his current strength, it was actually very easy to kill Yi Ling. However, what was the point of the so-called Son of Providence if he did not squeeze all his value out of him step by step? Don't worry, Master. As long as you still need me, Yin Mei will definitely do everything to help you. Yin Mei said with a serious expression. Her eyes were like blood-colored gems as she looked at Xianxia. I'm relieved to hear that. Xianxia smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. However, I'll still have to trouble you for a while. He was still thinking about how to ask Yin Mei to continue hiding by Yi Ling's side for a while. Now that she had spoken first, Xianxia did not have to think of other excuses. It's not a problem to work for Master. Yin Mei said seriously. Her words were from the bottom of her heart. There was not a trace of falsehood in them. What a pitiful person. Xianxia looked at her and sighed softly. Hearing that, Yin Mei looked at him with some anticipation and some shyness. At this time, Xianxia naturally knew what to do. It was a sleepless night. The next day, Yin Mei's injuries were almost healed. Xianxia parted ways with her. Yin Mei went alone to the ancient town where she had agreed to meet Yi Ling. She was prepared to follow Yi Ling to the cave abode left by the Samsara ancient lord. There was no need to explain how precious this thing was. It was not an exaggeration to call it an immortal's cave abode. It could be a small world that could be carried around. Yi Ling had been searching for it for so long. Naturally, he was not willing to give up. In order to help Xianxia determine the location of the cave abode, Yin Mei had to find Yi Ling first. He watched as Yin Mei's figure gradually disappeared into the mountains. Xianxia's expression could not help but reveal some thought-provoking. At this moment, Yi Ling might still feel guilty that he did not have time to take Yin Mei away yesterday. Now that he saw Yin Mei rushing over, he would not be suspicious. There was a knife above the word lust. This saying was not wrong. Now, he only needed to wait for a good show. When the time was right, he would harvest the ripe fruit. He had to keep Yi Ling alive for the time being. Now, some of the troubles in the immortal ancient continent were waiting for him to shoulder. My guess is right. Once Yi Ling and Yi Ling break off their relationship, she will be the first to leave this place. At this time, Yi Ling's followers and Yin Mei's followers will be the first to suspect Yi Ling's identity. Even if Yi Ling's explanation is nostalgic, I'm afraid no one will believe it. When the news that Yi Ling is here spread, it will attract a large number of cultivators to suppress the inheritor of the demonic arts. Combined with the fact that Yi Ling is being hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle clan, the matter in the ancestral tomb will be exposed. Everything is wonderful. Yi Ling, I'm afraid you won't be able to clear your name with such coincidences. Xianxia stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He looked at the outline of the city ruins in the distance and could not help but laugh. He then left this place and planned to summon his followers. He would also be a righteous person who suppressed the inheritor of the demonic arts. At the same time, Amidst the ancient trees, a petite figure with a delicate face moved swiftly through the mountains, evading the pursuit of a heavenly god behind her. It was Crimson Spirit, who had separated from Yiling. Now, she looked a little tired and pale, but more than that, her heart was cold. While escaping, she ran into Yiling again. However, Yiling did not care about her at all. He turned around and ran. He even attracted the attention of the heavenly gods who were chasing after him. Diverting the water of calamity. He turned around and ran. Yiling's actions left Crimson Spirit speechless. He only thought that he was really blind. His previous good intentions had been eaten by a dog. Fortunately, her strength was not weak. Among the young supreme beings, she was considered to be in the upper middle level. She had many magic tools and spiritual herbs. Along the way, although the situation seemed to be very dangerous, it was actually not a big deal. Now, she felt that Yin Mei, who had been severely injured before, was in danger. Yiling had been thinking about her all this time. However, in the face of danger, he had taken to his heels and run. He did not care about Yin Mei at all. She had seen through his character. It seems that Brother Chang'e is still the most reliable. Should I tell him about this matter? At this time, Crimson Spirit was considering this problem. Since Gu Chang'e had said that he wanted to uphold justice in the world and eliminate the inheritor of demonic arts for the sake of all living beings, he would naturally pay attention to Yiling. After all, Gu Chang'e had said that he had also suspected Yiling. Now that she and Yiling had broken off their relationship, Crimson Spirit was actually thinking about whether to tell Gu Chang'e everything. When the time came, whether Gu Chang'e would choose to continue helping Yiling clear his name or not to interfere in Yiling's affairs would be up to him. Soon, Crimson Spirit once again crushed a divine travel talisman. Every divine travel talisman counted. If it was not necessary, she did not intend to use it. Buzz, after crushing the divine travel talisman, a hazy brilliance rose from Crimson Spirit's body. Her entire body seemed to spread a pair of vermilion bird wings. It was dazzling and colorful, and she quickly disappeared. Damn it, she escaped again. The heavenly god behind her cursed fiercely, but there was nothing he could do. As a young supremacy, who did not have some life-saving items on them, and soon, Crimson Spirit found them in a valley through the connection between her and her followers. There were now many young supremacies gathered here. What surprised her was that among them was the young figure of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang, that extremely mysterious existence. In addition, the young supremacy of the Immortal Lake was also here. There was also Yiling Tian of the primordial immortal tribe, the inheritor of demonic arts that she suspected the most. Crimson Spirit did not expect so many people to have gathered here to suppress Yiling. Miss, are you alright? Many young supremacies in the valley were the first to notice when they saw Crimson Spirit, who looked a little tired and was stained with blood. Her followers also hurried over, especially Kong Yang of the Peacock tribe, who looked the most excited. It could be said that it was all thanks to him that news of Yiling had spread and attracted so many young supremacies. The rest of Crimson Spirit's followers also heaved a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that something had happened to Crimson Spirit during the month that she had disappeared. But now, it seemed that Crimson Spirit was fine. Miss Crimson Spirit, did you see our miss? At this time, many of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe's young clansmen's expressions changed slightly. Their miss, Yin Mei, was among the people who had been with Yiling at that time. Now, Crimson Spirit had escaped from the clutches of the demons safe and sound. Where was Yin Mei? Crimson Spirit's expression changed slightly when she heard this question. She deliberated over her words and then said, Yin Mei may still be with Yiling now, but they may not be together. Before she finished her words, it caused a huge uproar. What? The young clansmen of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe were instantly shocked. Now, everyone knew that the inheritor of demonic arts, Yiling, was here. So, it was absolutely needless to say how dangerous Yin Mei's situation was. At this time, the longevity Wang family's young supremacy, Wang Wushuang, the successor of the Undying Lake, Yiling Tian, and the others also heard the commotion and came over with serious expressions. Crimson Spirit, are you sure about this? Wang Wushuang asked. There seemed to be a golden divine fire burning in his golden eyes. Yiling dared to appear here and kidnap the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. This is going to be tricky. Xianxia frowned. As the successor of the ancient Yi clan, if this matter was not handled properly, he would not only face the wrath of the White Tiger tribe but also the wrath of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe. The consequences were very serious. So, when he heard that Yi Ling was here, he quickly rushed over. Crimson Spirit frowned and organized her words. Then, she explained the cause and effect of the matter. She was not clear about Yin Mei's current situation. She only explained the situation that she might be in. Moreover, Yin Mei knew that Yi Ling was not an inheritor of demonic arts. However, no one would believe her now. So, she did not say much. Instead, she told them about how the three of them were hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle, the ancient snake, and the crocodile god. After hearing this, the crowd was instantly filled with murderous intent. Their eyes were cold. Inheritors of demonic arts should be killed by everyone. They did not expect Yi Ling to be so arrogant. After killing Bai Lai, he actually targeted Yin Mei. Damn it! What did Yi Ling do? How did he cause the great tribes to be so angry? Did he capture the younger generation of those tribes to cultivate his demonic arts? Many young skyprides were filled with murderous intent as they asked. They came from various orthodoxies and knew more about inheritors of demonic arts than others. They knew how terrifying this demonic art was. Once it was fully developed, it would definitely be a disaster for the world in the future. Crimson Spirit, do you know what Yi Ling's goal is? Now that he's here, it's an opportunity for us. Wang Wushuang, Yi Lang Tian, and the others asked solemnly. In their opinion, this great battle against inheritors of demonic arts would definitely affect the rest of the young living beings in the immortal ancient continent. Perhaps some of the older generation powerhouses would be drawn out. Crimson Spirit shook her head and said, he told us that he was going to meet us in a small town. We were separated then. I'm not sure what he's going to do now. She did not want to interfere in Yi Ling's affairs anymore. However, when she said this, she stared at Yi Lang Tian and observed his expression. However, she did not see anything unusual on his face. Crimson Spirit had been suspicious of Yi Lang Tian. However, after breaking off relations with Yi Ling, she felt that Yi Ling might be the inheritor. After all, he could even hide his origin. The reason why he was certain that Yi Ling was not an inheritor of demonic arts was because the power that Yi Ling displayed during the trial involved the mystery of time. According to the strangeness of demonic arts, Yi Ling might be able to hide his origin. When she thought of this, Crimson Spirit felt that this was quite possible. It seems that this matter still needs to be discussed. I heard that Brother Gu heard the news and is on his way here. At this moment, Yi Lang Tian shook his head slightly and said. If the younger generation had Gu Chang'e, they would have a much higher chance of winning against the inheritor of demonic arts. Needless to say, Gu Chang'e's strength was widely recognized as powerful. Many people were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Is that so? That's great. Even Wang Wushuang agreed. Indeed. I heard that Brother Gu is on his way here for this matter. If he's here, we'll have a better chance of defeating the inheritor of demonic arts. That's great. Young Master Chang'e is here too. With him here, even the young powerhouses of the immortal ancient continent will be afraid. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of demonic arts. Young Master Chang'e will definitely be on our side at this time. Asking for fresh flowers, for a moment, many of the younger generation heaved a sigh of relief. The inheritor of demonic arts would not be weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive the pursuit of so many clans. They were not confident in facing Yi Ling either. However, if Gu Chang'e was here, things would be different. Now, there were rumors of him all over the immortal ancient continent. He was so strong that it was a mess when he faced all the major immortal ancient continent clans. When many of the immortal ancient creatures heard his name, they immediately fled. In this regard, they were also fascinated and full of admiration. Although there were some negative comments, such as stealing the opportunities of his peers. But that didn't matter anymore. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was normal. Is that so? That's great. If Brother Chang'e is here, things will be much smoother. Crimson Spirit's cold and arrogant face was full of joy. She had many things to tell Gu Chang'e. During this period of time, she had naturally heard the news about Xianxia. She admired Xianxia very much. At this time, a huge commotion suddenly came from the east. It was incomparably vast. Many divine rainbows rushed over. The young man in the lead was Xianxia. After separating from Yin Mei, he had gathered all his followers, intending to be a righteous warrior for once. He wore a moon-white feather robe with wide sleeves. It seemed to be embroidered with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It contained the universe and intertwined with the brilliance of stars. It was extremely exquisite and gorgeous. His entire person came from the sky, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. "Greetings, young Master Xianxia. Greetings, Brother Xianxia." At this moment, everyone in the valley saw this scene and bowed. 0, including Wang Wushuang, Crimson Spirit, Yilang Tian, and the others were no exception. Xianxia's arrival boosted everyone's morale. This time, they were much more confident in their crusade. It was simply inspiring. "Brother Wang, Brother Yi, Miss Crimson Spirit." Xianxia landed with his hands behind his back. With a warm and natural smile on his face, he greeted them. To be honest, he was not surprised to see Crimson Spirit here. Then, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Yilang Tian was the first to speak. He went straight to the point and said, "Brother Gu, what are your plans for this crusade?" Xianxia pondered for a while and said, "Actually, I still have some doubts about this matter. I'll ask Miss Crimson Spirit later." In addition, Yiling appeared and took Junior Yin Mei away. "As the successor of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace and her senior brother, I can't just sit back and watch." These words were spoken in a righteous manner without any change in expression. The group of young elites could not help but sigh in admiration. As expected of young Master Xianxia. He's so righteous. They knew that the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had offended Xianxia in public. However, at this time, he would rather consider the big picture. Young Master Xianxia is really a man of integrity. Many young Nine-Tailed Fox clan members said gratefully. They were worried that because Yin Mei had offended Xianxia, he would be unwilling to interfere because of this. However, now it seemed that they were completely overthinking it. "There are some things that I will discuss with Brother Xianxia in detail later." Crimson Spirit nodded. She was convinced by Xianxia's words. Indeed, he was the same as the Xianxia that she had known before. He was not like Yiling at all. Along the way, she had also asked Yin Mei about Xianxia's opinion. The answer she got was that Xianxia was a bully and no one dared to offend him. It was because of this that she felt that with the relationship between Yin Mei and Xianxia, it was unlikely that Xianxia would interfere. When she thought of this, Crimson Spirit admired Xianxia even more. Compared to Yiling's behavior, she felt that there were more doubts about Yiling. Although Xianxia had a bad reputation, his character was far better than Yiling's. "That's good. Why don't we let Brother Xianxia host this crusade? We are determined to eliminate the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the world. We will return a stable cultivation world to all living beings." Soon, the group of young prodigies, including Yilang Tian and Wang Wushuang, discussed for a while. Many people looked at Xianxia with fanatical eyes and said, hoping that he would host this event. Hearing these words, Xianxia's expression did not change, but he was laughing in his heart. "Let me lead a crusade against myself? Oh, no, to crusade against Yiling, who took the blame for me, he was simply duty-bound to do such a crazy thing. Ah, no, how could he do it? I am really ashamed that everyone trusts me so much. I am afraid that I am not up to the task." Therefore, Xianxia still had a righteous and thoughtful expression on her face. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "But since everyone has said so, how can I refuse at this time? Don't worry, I will definitely help everyone find the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the cultivation world." As expected of Taoist Brother Xianxia. In the face of this matter, you only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "I really admire your consideration of the world." Qiling couldn't help but stand up in awe. Her words came from the bottom of her heart, without any other factors. Yilang Tian also said in admiration, "Brother Gu's actions are no different from drawing Yiling's anger to himself." Sigh, as the young master of the Yi clan, I dare not stand up. This is far inferior to Brother Chang'e. It's not without reason that Brother Gu can become the young taboo. The young master of the undead lake, who was hidden in a cloud of black fog, also sighed deeply. That's great, the young miss is saved. With young Master Chang'e's help, she will definitely be safe. The young clansmen of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were also excited. Their strength was really too weak. Gu Chang'e's words made the young heavenly pride sigh in relief. They couldn't help but look happy and excited. Whoever took on such a heavy responsibility would very likely face the revenge of the inheritor of the demonic arts, even a young supreme being like the young master of the White Tiger clan was killed. Although they were shouting loudly at this time, when faced with the inheritor of the demonic arts, they might run away faster than anyone else. Now, Gu Chang'e stood up and was in charge of this crusade. This courage made them feel that they were far inferior. Actually, regarding the matter of Yi Ling being hunted down by the various clans of Immortal Ancient, I have an uncertain guess. At this time, Yi Langtian suddenly opened his mouth and decided to voice his doubts. Oh, Brother Yi, please go ahead. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian. I think Yi Ling must have touched something of these clans. Think about it, as the inheritor of the demonic arts, why would he go near the gathering place of these clans? Yi Langtian asked. This was also after serious consideration. His words made Kong Yang, Wang Wushuang, the inheritor of the undead lake, and the others' expressions changed slightly. Gu Chang'e also looked like he was thinking. Then, he frowned and said, Brother Yi, you mean? Yi Langtian glanced at him and nodded. Yi Ling's goal is most likely to be to search for lone prodigies from these tribes or to look for tombs. Hiss. There was a series of gasps. Actually, when Yi Langtian reminded them just now, a lot of people had already guessed it. It was just that some people hadn't reacted yet. Gu Chang'e glanced at Yi Langtian and praised him in his heart. He didn't call him Brother Yi in vain. At this time, it was still somewhat useful. In this way, it saved Gu Chang'e some effort in guiding them. Yi Ling would probably have to bear the blame until he died. Searching for a tomb, Yi Langtian's words were like a clap of thunder in the ears of the others, causing them to tremble. He was completely shocked, and his entire body was covered in cold air. If Yi Ling had really done that, his current strength would be unimaginable. According to the terrifying nature of demonic techniques, Yi Ling's current cultivation level was simply unfathomable. Yi Ling was not too far away from us at that time, but this is very likely his next plan. Qi Ling had some doubts about Yi Langtian's words. After all, she had been with Yi Ling previously and knew what he had done. Brother Ye's words are very reasonable, but let's leave it at that for now. Tomorrow, we will start searching for Yi Ling nearby. Don't miss any ancient town. If we encounter the immortal ancient remnant tribe, try to reason with them. This matter is really important. At this time, Gu Chang'e also spoke, looking like he was having a headache. It was as if he was also troubled by Yi Ling's sudden increase in cultivation level. Hearing this, everyone understood that this matter might become even more complicated. Yi Ling had secretly sneaked into the immortal ancient continent. The ancient tombs here were the best breeding grounds for Yi Ling. Then, everyone discussed again and dispersed, preparing to conserve energy and take action the next day. On the other hand, Qi Ling took the initiative to stay and talk to Gu Chang'e. Most importantly, Qi Ling told Gu Chang'e about her falling out with Yi Ling and raised her suspicions about Yi Ling. Gu Chang'e nodded to express his understanding. Then, Gu Chang'e still pretended to be concerned about her and expressed his deep regret about this matter. No matter what, Yi Ling's title as the inheritor of demonic techniques cannot be removed. It's useless no matter how much you and I trust him, Gu Chang'e said with a sigh. There are many suspicious points about Yi Ling now. It's not necessarily true that he has nothing to do with the inheritor of demonic techniques, Qi Ling said. Gu Chang'e nodded to express his agreement. Then, Qi Ling relaxed. It was rare for her to joke with him. She said, during this time, I've heard a lot about Brother Gu. You suppressed all the creatures of the immortal ancient remnant and even stole the opportunities of your peers. You've caused a bad reputation. Of course, she did not mean to blame Gu Chang'e. She just could not find a topic to talk about and was purely joking. In her eyes, Gu Chang'e definitely had his reasons for doing things. Moreover, in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, stealing opportunities was not a big deal. Gu Changge was also aware of this. He smiled and said, "You're blaming me wrongly. Once those opportunities are in their hands, they can't keep them. In the end, they'll be snatched away by the immortal ancient remnant race. They might even lose their lives. So, instead of that, it's better for me to snatch them. They can still live." Of course, he was just making this up. When snatching opportunities, why would he care about such things? If anyone dared to stop him, he would still slap them to death. However, when these words fell into Qi Ling's ears, her eyes widened. She could not help but say in shock, "So Brother Gu really did consider such things." Gu Changge glanced at her and did not say anything. Her imagination was too terrifying. How could she believe such words? At this time, he suspected that Qi Ling's brain might be missing a cord. Led by Gu Changge, the other supreme orthodoxies, imperishable sect's young supreme beings, and many other young skyprides participated in the crusade against the inheritors of demonic arts. For a time, it caused a huge commotion in the immortal ancient continent. The appearance of the inheritors of demonic arts was already shocking enough. However, no one expected that at this time, Gu Changge would be willing to stand up and lead everyone to fight against the inheritors of demonic arts. For the cultivation world, this was absolutely significant. Once they succeeded, it could even be said to be a great achievement. For a time, young skyprides from all over the world rushed to join the crusade to eliminate the threat to the cultivation world and kill the inheritors of demonic arts. This matter even attracted the attention of the immortal ancient remnant races. Even the immortal ancient dragon race, who said that they wanted Gu Changge to return Long Ting's corpse, immediately went to find out if this matter was true or not. In the end, the immortal ancient clans came to the conclusion that this time, Gu Changge was serious. This made them feel that they could take advantage of this opportunity. Many young immortal ancient beings also spontaneously gathered to fight against Gu Changge. In the immortal ancient dragon race's ancestral land, an elder directly used the true dragon order to command the rest of the clans to send out their outstanding younger generation to participate in the crusade against Gu Changge. During this period of time, the situation in the immortal ancient continent had become chaotic due to the battles between the living beings and cultivators on both sides. Many of the younger generation of the orthodoxies in the outside world had also died. Many people even had a premonition that a great war would break out in the immortal ancient continent soon. This was especially because Gu Changge had stirred up the situation, causing the living beings on both sides to suffer heavy casualties. Some of the disciples of some orthodoxies even died here because of this. 100 horizontal mountain range. Ancient trees were lush, vast and boundless, and vines were like clouds. A large area of ancient and dilapidated ruins was hidden in the middle. Yu Mingkong's figure appeared here. At this moment, she was leading her people to set up here. Many formation patterns and dharma artifacts were engraved everywhere by her. The spiritual chi was rich, and essence stones were scattered everywhere. Mysterious scriptures were engraved in every space. Each of the ancient characters emitted a faint golden glow, bobbing up and down in the void. When the immortal light soared into the sky, it could conceal the heavenly secrets here and buy her some time. Otherwise, it would attract a large number of cultivators and living beings, which would be bad for her. At this moment, she also received news that Gu Changge was going to crusade against Yi Ling. This Yi Ling is really unlucky to have offended Gu Changge. Not only did he take the blame for Gu Changge, but now he is being attacked by Gu Changge and his people. I wonder if Yi Ling will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Now, everyone is kept in the dark by Gu Changge. No one knows that he is the real inheritor of the demonic technique. He is completely playing with everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Yu Mingkong naturally had no sympathy for Yi Ling. At this moment, she was guessing what Gu Changge's motive was. Stealing Yi Ling's opportunity was one of them. As for the other, to be honest, she could not guess what it was. I have already seen the immortal gate. Before anyone realizes it, it should belong to me. In fact, Yu Mingkong had already found a stone gate here. It was very simple and sat in the depths of the mountain range. There were many things carved on the stone gate. The mountains were boundless and as tall as the sky. Divine vines and immortal trees grew, overflowing with immortal aura. She wanted to see the path outside the immortal gate through the gap of the gate, but there was a layer of fog covering it. At that moment, large patches of light rain bloomed from behind the immortal gate, sprinkling down from the sky with immortal Dao runes. These immortal Dao runes entered her body, as if to refine her immortal body. This kind of power was very sacred, far surpassing ordinary great Dao runes, containing powerful energy. Yu Mingkong knew that she had already determined the location of the immortal gate. However, she could not open the immortal gate with her current strength. Now, there were only two choices. Either wait for the immortal gate to open on its own and reveal the opportunity to become an immortal. Or tell this to Xianxia. He might have a solution. Yu Mingkong was also in a dilemma. This kind of opportunity was right in front of her, but she could not eat it. She even had the impulse to slash the gate in front of her with her sword. However, she was also worried that Xianxia would leave her aside and find a way to enter by himself. Then, she would have worked for nothing again. Damn it, this Xianxia is really vicious. He is clearly the inheritor of the demonic arts, but he framed me and even brought people to suppress me. At the same time, in a courtyard in a remote ancient town, Yiling's expression was full of hatred. He could not wait to cut Xianxia into pieces. Beside him was Yin Mei, who had come to meet him in the ancient town. According to Xianxia's instructions, Yin Mei's actions did not arouse any suspicion in Yiling. Instead, he regretted abandoning Yin Mei and escaping first. He was afraid that Yin Mei would hold a grudge against him. Fortunately, Yin Mei had said that she still had many life-saving treasures at that time, so she was able to escape with her life. She was fine, so she could understand his actions. This made Yiling even more moved. At this moment, he was grabbing a young prodigy who was searching for his whereabouts and asking about these things. His expression was very gloomy. What happened outside made him extremely angry. It was simply overflowing with hatred. Xianxia's actions were even more deranged than a thief crying thief. Qiling must have exposed my whereabouts. Otherwise, how could Xianxia know that I am hiding in this ancient town? Damn it. I should have known that Qiling and Xianxia were in cahoots. To think that I trusted her so much. At this moment, Yiling's expression was extremely gloomy. Over the past few days, he could see cultivators flying through the sky, searching for him in various areas. This was simply more hateful than the immortal ancient remnant tribe. Fortunately, they don't know that the cave residence that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left for me is actually hidden in this ancient town. Thinking of this, Yiling could not help but smile disdainfully. Then, he killed the young prodigy in front of him. Old Tortoise, are you sure that the entrance is in this ancient town? Yiling asked the old tortoise in the pendant again. He had a hunch that it would be here. However, without the old tortoise's guidance, he actually did not know the exact location. It's here. The entrance is a dry well. However, there are many formation patterns left behind by the Heavenly Lord. Even a saint will die if they enter by mistake. You have to be careful and find a way out. The old tortoise's words rang out in the pendant, making Yiling's expression turn solemn. Then, he said to Yin Mei behind him, Yin Mei, remember to follow closely behind me. Don't take a wrong step. Seeing how serious Yiling was, Yin Mei also had a worried expression on her face. Then, she nodded and said, I know. Don't worry. Yiling was relieved when he heard that. He did not notice the flash of mockery in Yin Mei's eyes. Soon, Yiling wandered around the nearby courtyard. This ancient town was actually very old. It was very old and seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes. However, there were no living creatures living in it. It was already deserted. It should be this well. In the end, Yiling brought Yin Mei to a stop in an ancient temple. There were no traces of living beings in this place. In front of them, there was a dried-up ancient well covered by withered leaves. Yiling felt a familiar aura. It was indeed the aura of reincarnation. It's here. There shouldn't be a mistake. He could not help but show joy and excitement on his face. At this time, the sound of divine rainbows came from all over the sky. Several cultivators descended on this ancient town to search for him. Sensing this aura, Yiling's expression changed. He said to Yin Mei behind him, 4. 2. Follow me. If they did not escape at this time, they would probably be caught red-handed. Therefore, Yiling took the lead and rushed to the ancient well in front. He stepped in first. With a splash, the withered leaves drifted away. The space below began to break apart inch by inch. It was a blur, as if another world had appeared. It was as Yiling had expected. The bottom of the withered well was not the ground but a spatial node. Seeing this scene, Yin Mei's face did not show any hesitation as she followed after him. However, the moment she went down, she left an aura mark here. There seems to be someone's aura here just now. Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The cultivators searching in the ancient town were also confused. Their divine senses covered thousands of kilometers but could not find any trace of Yiling. Forget it. Let's go back and report to young Master Xianxia first. Yiling is not here. With that, the few of them left the ancient town. At this time, in another direction, on a mountain peak, Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged, his robes fluttering in the wind, suddenly sensed something. He smiled with interest. A strange aura appeared on his body, oppressing the void in front of him and making it blurry. Men. Xianxia ordered calmly. Master. A large group of cultivators and living beings appeared from all around the mountain peak and knelt on the ground. We've received news that the inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared. He's now in a ruin 40,000 kilometers to the east. Spread the news. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. Naturally, there was nothing in that ruin now. If there was anything, it should be a tomb that he had dug. Yes, master. Soon, the followers behind him received the order and disappeared. Yiling, oh Yiling, what value do you have now? Xianxia got up as he spoke. The void in front of him blurred. He stepped straight into it and disappeared in an instant. Buzz, Xianxia left the place and stepped into the void. The direction he was heading in was naturally the small town where Yiling was. He had just sensed the information that Yin Mei had triggered for him using a secret technique. In other words, Yiling had found the reincarnation cave abode. This was naturally a good thing for Xianxia. At this time, he should also pluck Yiling's ripe fruit. Pluck was a little harsh, but without Yiling, it would have been difficult for him to find the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation. Now, everyone should have gone to the ruins to find Yiling. Anyway, no one will be able to find traces of him. On the contrary, the many exposed tombs there will prove that my words are true. At this time, Xianxia naturally did not forget to fasten the title of inheritor of demonic arts on Yiling's head even tighter. For a group of cultivators, they would not let go of the news of Yiling and would definitely swarm him like bees in a cocoon. At that time, the tombs would be exposed to the public. The ancient corpses whose essence had dissipated were the best evidence. This was Xianxia's first plan. At that time, it would be impossible for Yiling to wash away even if he wanted to. Not to mention that Yiling had already gone to the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation's cave abode and knew nothing about this. Xianxia did not intend to let him come back alive. When Xianxia received news of Yiling's appearance, many of the younger generation also heard the news. Yiling's figure has been found in the ruins in the east. Ling, who was leading people to search for Yiling in an ancient town, had a slight change in expression. In fact, when she was with Yiling previously, Yiling did not show any abnormalities. He did not go near those ruins either. However, Yi Longtian's words earlier made her suspicious. Yiling might have had such thoughts at that time, but it was difficult for him to leave because she was by his side. That was why it was difficult for him to make a move. Now that she heard the news, she was even more certain of her guess. I only hope that when the time comes, I won't find Yiling in the tombs. Otherwise, he's really too scary. He hid from me for so long. Ling's eyes were cold. At this moment, a murderous aura surged out from her body. She hated it when people lied to her, especially when they were friends. Now, Yiling was even more suspicious than Yilang Tian. Crimson Spirit, when you meet Yiling, I hope you won't forget about our past relationship. I don't think we need to say more about the dangers of the inheritors of demonic arts. Kong Yan and the others, who were dressed in 21 colorful feather robes and had handsome faces, also tried to persuade him. Their hatred for Yiling was deeper than anyone else's. Especially when they recalled the time when they had rushed to this place with Yiling, they could not help but feel a chill run down their backs. Such a terrifying person. Fortunately, there were many of them at that time and they were not alone. Otherwise, they would definitely have been killed by Yi Ling. Now, they were all praying that the heavenly maiden Yi Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan would be able to escape the clutches of the demons. Hearing this, Qiling's arrogant face was filled with killing intent. "I will make a real break with him," she said coldly. At this time, in other mountains, valleys, and plains, Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, the successor of the Undying Lake, and the others also received the news. The inheritors of demonic arts have appeared in a relic in the east. Be careful, don't let him escape. A young supreme martial artist said to the group of junior brothers and sisters behind him. He was very serious and was extremely cautious about this matter. Yi Ling actually dared to appear. "I'm afraid he will escape this time." Yi Langtian frowned. Divine halos intertwined around his body, and even his hair was extremely bright. He knew Yi Ling quite well. He knew that this guy looked honest but was secretly very sinister and cunning. Now that so many people were hunting him down, he actually dared to appear. Clearly, he was confident and had the ability to back it up. Forget it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must not miss it. Yi Langtian immediately summoned his followers and charged toward the relic. Now, the White Tiger clan was pressuring them step by step, forcing them to take out Yi Ling. In addition, there were other orthodoxies using this as an excuse. As the successor, he was under a lot of pressure. At this time, Yi Langtian wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Ling with his own hands and capture him to appease the public anger. Wang Wushuang and the other young supreme martial artists did not stop either. They charged toward Yi Ling's location. In an instant, there was an astonishing commotion in the nearby mountain range. War chariots crushed the horizon. Divine rainbows shook the world as they charged toward the relic. Even the creatures of Immortal Ancient were shocked. They raised their heads to look. Especially the black sky eagles, ancient snake, divine crocodile, and other tribes nearby. What happened? Why are so many people suddenly rushing toward that place? Could it be that some immortal treasure has appeared? When many creatures thought of this, their eyes lit up. They originally planned to work together to suppress Xianxia. But now, they all turned into divine rainbows and rushed over. Within the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, a young girl was currently standing on a cliff surrounded by clouds. She looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in white, and clouds surged around her. Her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds, with a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She wore beautiful jade clothes, looking as pure and holy as a divine lotus. Her beauty was unparalleled. Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan has issued a true dragon order. The younger generation of Immortal Ancient's various clans must participate in the suppression of that Xianxia. The young girl softly muttered to herself. Her black gem-like eyes sparkled. Now that Long Ting is dead, the younger generation of Immortal Ancient's various clans is without a leader. This is a good opportunity for me. She was He Ming's older sister, He Yanyu. On the surface, she could be considered one of the best of Immortal Ancient's various clans' younger generation. She was even more so a rarely seen genius in the Black Sky Eagle clan. A while ago, when Long Ting was looking for heavenly geniuses from various clans, because of their outstanding appearances, Long Ting took a fancy to them, intending to bring them into his harem. Towards this matter, black-colored Jade originally refused. She kept a low profile, biding her time. However, this didn't mean that her strength was weak. She was willing to serve Long Tang and follow him for the rest of her life. This was especially the case when black-colored Jade was an extremely ambitious person herself. She planned to lead the Black Sky Eagle clan to rebuild their ancestors' glory, to rule over Immortal Ancient's various clans. She originally planned to find a chance to challenge Long Tang and explain her position. However, she never expected Long Tang to fall under Xianxia's hands. Black-colored Jade had heard of Xianxia before, knowing that this person was extremely strong. The rumors of Immortal Ancient's various clans were hard to believe, so she only felt resentment, smearing his name. Xianxia's true strength was already at the heavenly deity level at the very least. Black-colored Jade specially investigated the results of that battle. A youth's taboo, these heavy words weren't empty words. However, this time, the various clans were working together, preparing to suppress Xianxia. In her opinion, this might be an opportunity for herself. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, there was no way he could face all of Immortal Ancient's clans alone. Men, come with me. Let's go after Xianxia. Soon after, following black-colored Jade's words, several powerful figures rushed out from the great mountain behind her. Chi-chi-chi air-shattering sounds continuously sounded, rushing out from the depths of various cliffs, appearing at black-colored Jade's side. A golden-haired young lady with a pair of wings, an old flood dragon, a robust man whose arms were covered in scales, a giant with ox horns on his head. These creatures' auras were all powerful, the weakest at the void god realm, existences that black-colored Jade subdued herself in various great mountains and rivers. After black-colored Jade disappeared, a young man with a pale face walked out from the cliff behind her. The youth had a pair of black wings on his back, precisely He Ming. Right now, his eyes were currently suffused with a strange radiance, staring in the direction black-colored Jade left in. Even the two old ancestors cultivated the wedding dress portion of the technique. Now that older sister has left the clan, it is precisely the time for me to rise up powerfully, seize all authority. He Ming muttered to himself, the flames of ambition burning fiercely in his eyes. Even he did not notice that there were silvery white lines appearing in his eyes, like a spider web, and then disappearing quickly. When Yiling led Yin Mei into the dry well, the world was spinning. In a trance, there were many spaces that were being destroyed and overlapped. In the end, the two of them seemed to have passed through a ripple-like ripple and landed on the ground. There was a strange look in Yin Mei's eyes, then she said with a shocked expression, "Where is this? Have we come to another world?" "That's right, this is already another world. In fact, it can be considered a small world, but it was left to me by my master." Hearing that, Yi Ling, who was walking in front of her, nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Usually, he would call him the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord. However, at this time, in the cave that the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord had left for him, it was better to call him Master. If the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord still had a wisp of remnant soul here and heard his disrespectful words, he would be expelled from the sect. That would be too much of a loss. Therefore, although Yi Ling usually did not look very smart, he actually had a lot of ideas in his mind. The Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord, could it be? At this time, in order to match Yi Ling's words, Yin Mei could not help but show a shocked expression. She looked like she was stunned. In fact, Xianxia had already said those words for her, so she was not surprised at all. Yes, you guessed right. At this time, Yi Ling was also a little proud. His identity as the successor of the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord made him feel very proud. However, he did not dare to reveal it because he was afraid that others would target his opportunity. Now that he revealed this in front of Yin Mei, he could not help but smile, enjoying Yin Mei's shocked and respectful gaze. The Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord is a figure close to immortality. I didn't expect you to have such a background, Yi Ling. This is too shocking, Yin Mei could not help but say in admiration. Yi Ling shook his head and said, "That's why the rumors saying that I am the successor of some forbidden demonic technique are not true at all. The real successor of the forbidden demonic technique is actually the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Xianxia. It's all his fault for framing me. Xianxia is such a despicable and shameless person. Sooner or later, I will tear off his sanctimonious face and let the world know who the real villain is." At the mention of Xianxia, a deep-seated hatred and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In this world, there had never been anyone like Xianxia, whom he hated to the core. Even Yi Langtian could not compare to him. The two of them had clearly never met before, and had not even spoken to each other before. However, Xianxia had framed him and made him a scapegoat. He had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. He was not far from becoming the enemy of the entire world. You don't have to say all this. I've always believed in you, Yi Ling. At that moment, Yin Mei frowned slightly and spoke, interrupting Yi Ling's cursing of Xianxia. Yin Mei is still the best. Hearing that, Yi Ling nodded, a little touched. He also realized that now was not the time to talk about this. Immediately, he led the way in front, leading Yin Mei forward. Yin Mei's traces are here. At that moment, Guchanga's figure walked out of the void and arrived at the abandoned ancient temple. He stared at the dried-up well in front of him, deep in thought. Yiling should have already slipped in by now. It looks like this might be a space tunnel, just like my inner world. Guchanga's divine consciousness probed into the dried-up well. Being proficient in the power of the void, he quickly sensed a faint fluctuation in space. Clearly, this was a passage to another world, and there was a hidden mystery. Someone should be on their way to the ruins by now. Now, other than me, no one knows Yiling's whereabouts. Guchanga smiled faintly, then stepped into the well. This was not the first time he had plucked a ripe fruit. He was already familiar with the process. Yiling had helped him get rid of all kinds of dangers in front of him, and he had come along the way. Naturally, he was happy and relaxed. This time, Guchanga did not plan to let Yiling leave this place alive. Lastly, where did the inheritor of demonic arts, Yiling, go? Naturally, he had used all his strength and escaped from him. When the time came, Guchanga and Yinmei would cooperate and say that Yiling had escaped because of his serious injuries. He would then pretend that he was also seriously injured. This plan was flawless in Guchanga's opinion. In the end, no one would know where Yiling was. They would only know that he was hiding everywhere as the inheritor of demonic arts. All the forces and orthodoxies would be looking for Yiling, but how could they find a dead person? Yiling had all kinds of disguises and techniques to hide his origin. Therefore, no one would know that Yiling was dead. Instead, they would think that Yiling had escaped Yao Yao and was hiding in the dark. As long as no one noticed what Guchanga did, everyone would naturally think that it was the dead Yiling's doing. Who would suspect him? Yiling and Yinmei had been rushing for a long time. This place looked like an underground crack that connected directly to the depths. There was even a scorching aura coming from it. There were some formation patterns in the void around 603. If one did not understand the power of reincarnation, even a saint would find it difficult to move around here. Yiling, you have to be careful. This is the Heavenly Venerable One's final test. You have to be careful of the formation patterns and mechanisms in front. Old Tortoise's voice came from the pendant. This made Yiling's heart tremble. He did not dare to let his guard down. Boom, 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 soon, he saw a light in front of him. Hot lava flowed under his feet. A single plank bridge stretched across the lava and connected to the other side. There are fire elemental creatures in the lava. Be careful. Old Tortoise reminded. Yiling nodded. Waves of terrifying heat like a sea of fire came from below and kept hitting him. However, it was destroyed by the power of reincarnation on his body and could not hurt him at all. Not only was this wave scorching hot, it was also mixed with a terrifying gravitational force. An ordinary void god cultivator would probably explode in an instant. Even a true god would be shocked. It had to be said that the test set by the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable was very suitable for the current Yiling. It would not make him feel that his life was in danger, but it was not too dangerous either. In Guchanga's opinion, this was the so-called superfluous action. Roar, many creatures wrapped in flames jumped out of the lava in front of him and attacked Yiling. This made him fall into a fight for a while. Meanwhile, Yinmei was hiding in the back, watching all of this and secretly leaving traces behind. Yiling did not notice Yinmei's actions at all. Now, in his eyes, the end of the road ahead hid endless opportunities. Nothing was more important than this, soon. Yiling led Yinmei and broke through all obstacles. After solving many of the tests set by the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable and destroying a series of array patterns and killing traps, they finally reached the depths. A cave abode was located there, and divine light was gushing out from it. 3 bronze pillars supported a bronze and white jade palace that floated in the void. Wisps of black and white reincarnation power surged in it. It was extremely bright and reflected the surrounding darkness clearly. In the palace, there was a silver lake that was as calm as the Milky Way, rising and falling with silver mist. There was a small silver tree with silver and black stripes that contained the mysteries of reincarnation. It was showing off inside. Seeing all this, Yiling, who was standing outside the cave abode, was pleasantly surprised and excited. Even Yinmei was stunned at this time. What she saw in front of her was too shocking. The reincarnation lake left by the heavenly venerable can be used to forge a reincarnation body. The reincarnation root is an immortal item rooted in the reincarnation lake. It can condense the origin of reincarnation and even be used as a weapon to kill all things. And the portable cave abode that the heavenly venerable refined with the world stone. It contains all the remains of the heavenly venerable and even a few terrifying puppets that he refined back then. Old Tortoise's excited voice also rang in Yiling's ears. All this effort was not in vain. Yiling was also very excited. Looking at all the opportunities, his entire body trembled slightly. All of this is mine. The heavens are on my side. Xianxia, just you wait. His voice was filled with excitement and trembling slightly. I'm indeed the one destined to be. Yiling couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly walked toward the cave abode. At this moment, after going through dangers and obstacles, he finally arrived in front of the cave abode. He was so excited that he was trembling. He could even see the light of treasures coming from within. All kinds of powerful and mysterious weapons were emitting a dense light that gushed out of the cave abode. All this hard work has not been in vain. The old tortoise and his pendant could not help but sigh emotionally. Although the journey was difficult, there were no dangers. Now, Yiling only needed to enter the cave abode and refine the core of the cave abode. Yiling could have everything here. With the cave abode by his side, even if he was hunted down, he could hide in it. Who would be able to find him? At this moment, Yiling was extremely excited. He had already thought it through. Now, he could finally reveal his identity openly. The successor of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, not the inheritor of demonic arts. With this cave abode, even if someone coveted his inheritance, he could escape safely. Yiling was not afraid at all. After today, it's my chance to turn things around. I'll reveal my identity to the public and let the world know who the true inheritor of demonic arts is, Yiling said to himself. He had always believed that he could defy the heavens and change his fate. Even though the current situation was very bad and everyone wanted to beat him up, there was not much hope for survival. However, he also believed that he could turn the situation around. That was because in the past, situations like this were all too common. Even in more dangerous situations, he could still turn the situation around. In Yiling's opinion, Xianxia was just a stepping stone on his path to greatness, a whetstone for him. But now, this stepping stone, this whetstone, would finally be crushed by him. At the thought of this, Yiling was excited. Yiling was so excited that he could not stop trembling. The hand that he used to push open the cave was also trembling. It was as if there was a peerless immortal secret that could allow him to ascend instantly and become an immortal. Mei, wait for me outside. At the same time, Yiling tried to calm himself down and said to Mei behind him. Yiling, won't you let me go in and take a look? However, at this moment, Mei suddenly spoke. The usual gentleness and charm on her face disappeared. She looked very calm and cold. Yiling was slightly taken aback by his words. Mei also wants to go in and take a look, he suddenly hesitated. After all, this was an opportunity that belonged to him. It was left for him by the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. He would give some things to Mei, but he would have to wait for him to finish refining it. At this time, he did not notice the change in Mei's expression. Something's not right with Yiling. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed as he spoke. Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to. Mei interrupted Yiling's silence and shook her head. Her expression was calm, giving Yiling a sense of unfamiliarity. Mei, what do you mean? At this moment, Yiling's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind suddenly buzzed and went blank. From Mei's eyes, he could see a hint of mockery. This was completely different from the Mei he was familiar with. Yiling's heart skipped a beat, he was not stupid. At this time, he also sensed that something was not right. You're not even willing to give me an opportunity. Yiling, are you sincere to me? Mei asked calmly. Yiling looked at this unfamiliar woman. It was still that familiar oval face, as fair as mutton fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was high, her lips were red, her teeth were sparkling, and her hair was as smooth as silk. She was such a beautiful woman. Why did she suddenly say such frosty words? How is that possible, Mei? Yiling's eyes were filled with regret and disbelief. He did not expect that Yin Mei had been lying to him all along. The plot was laid bare. It turned out that Yin Mei was also after his opportunity. Now, she had finally fallen out with him. Yiling only felt his heart ache. All this time, he had taken care of Yin Mei and told her many things. But now, Yin Mei actually shed all pretense of cordiality with him because of the matter of the Immortal's Cave and the opportunity. That Yiling. Suddenly, Yiling realized that something was wrong. Previously, he and Old Tortoise had suspected that Yiling had revealed his whereabouts. You've wronged her. I did it. Yin Mei's answer was very calm. There was no unnaturalness in it. Good, good, good. You bitch, how dare you scheme against me? Yiling's face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly regretted it. Yiling's cold eyes appeared in his mind. It turned out that this was all part of Yin Mei's scheme. The gap between Brother Bai Lai and me, and even the fact that I went to save you, was actually all part of your scheme, right? You're so cruel, Yin Mei. Yiling stared coldly at Yin Mei. He felt a chill down his spine. Who would have thought that this peerlessly beautiful woman would actually have such a vicious heart? This made him hate and angry. He was really blind to have trusted her so much and was so infatuated with her. But in the end, not only did he not gain anything, he even got himself into trouble. If you didn't have a problem, I wouldn't have done all this. You don't trust others enough. Are you blaming me? Hearing this, Yin Mei could not help but show a faint mocking expression. She had wanted to lay her cards on the table with Yiling for a long time. Now that she had the rare opportunity, she naturally would not waste it. Yiling was the kind of person who only allowed others to betray him, but not others. It was natural for others to treat him well. If others did not treat him well, he could not wait to kill their entire family. He would not consider other people's feelings at all. To be honest, such a double standard disgusted Yin Mei to the extreme. If it were not for Guchang's mission, she would not have endured until now. Shut up, you bitch. This is all because of you. Yiling was furious. Yin Mei's words stabbed him in the heart. He would not allow her to talk about him like that. If it were not for her instigation, he would not have been separated by her. How could he be alienated, and how could he part ways with Yiling? Do you think that saying these things will work? This is a world where strength speaks the loudest. Any schemes and tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength. Even if you lay your cards on the table with me, so what? Yin Mei, you overestimate yourself. Today will be the day of your death. Yiling could not help but laugh. Then, he stared coldly at Yin Mei with an expression that said, "You are dead meat." He was confident that he had a trump card that could kill Yin Mei. Even if a great sage appeared, he had a way to kill or defeat him with his trump card. Just a mere Yin Mei, what kind of storm could she stir up? You think too highly of yourself. Yin Mei looked at him coldly. There was no fear in her ruby-like eyes at all. She was calm and collected. You are asking for death. Die, I will fulfill your wish now. Yiling shouted coldly. His gaze was very cold. He wanted to kill Yin Mei. Victory was in his hands. He was very confident. At this moment, he fully unleashed his early-stage emperor-ranked power. After breaking through during this period, he had already caught up with many young paragons. If anyone saw this breakthrough speed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and cause a huge commotion. Boom, a huge golden figure appeared behind him. It was like a young divine king. His entire body was burning, and his hair was shining. He slapped his palm toward Yin Mei. It was like a raging sea that flooded the sky. This was Yiling's emperor-ranked Dharma body. Do you still not understand it this time? Yin Mei still had that calm and mocking expression. She did not care about Yiling's sudden attack at all. Since she dared to be honest with Yiling, she was naturally confident. At this moment, every inch of the void in this space suddenly quietened down. A terrifying divine power descended from the sky. What? Oh no! Even the old tortoise in the pendant raised its head in bewilderment. Buzz, a golden palm that covered the sky descended from the void in front of Yin Mei. The palm print was clear and shrouded in mist. There were even traces of chaotic aura floating in it. It was like the hand of an immortal emperor. It shook the heavens. Who? Yi Ling's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His expression changed drastically. He never expected that there was actually a hidden expert behind Yin Mei. This was something he did not expect. Boom, this palm descended. It was as if billions of layers of void were crushing down. It was abnormally terrifying. Poof. So powerful. Yi Ling could not believe it. He suddenly coughed out a large mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. The huge golden Dharma body was directly destroyed. He hurriedly activated an ancient talisman. A layer of black and white light appeared on his body to avoid being killed by this palm. Then, he hurriedly moved to the side in a sorry state. However, half of his body was still grazed, and his arm was broken. He spat out blood. His entire body was in intense pain. He felt that his organs were broken, and many of his bones were broken. Boom, however, this palm did not show any signs of stopping. It continued to press down. Break! Yi Ling gritted his teeth. His entire body shone brightly. Pitch-black sacred suns appeared behind him. Black divine light flowed. They contained the power of time and illuminated the surroundings. The killing intent was terrifying. A phenomenon, black sun illuminating the sky, wisps of black divine light erupted and covered the area. Its power was unparalleled. It was enough to seriously injure an ordinary true god. Rumble. At this moment, it was as if several stars had exploded. Terrifying energy was wildly released. If not for the support of several bronze pillars and the array patterns laid out here. If not for the strange power protecting it, it would have been destroyed long ago. Crack, the black sacred suns directly exploded and turned into ashes. Even so, Yi Ling still spat out blood. He flew backward like a broken sack and smashed into the stone wall. He was instantly seriously injured. Rumble, this palm finally landed. A terrifying large crack appeared on the ground. It caused the nearby palace and cave to tremble. Who is it? Yi Ling stared in the direction of Yin Mei. His entire body was split open and covered in blood. He no longer had the confidence he had just now. Master. At this moment, Yin Mei also respectfully and obediently called out, Master. As expected of the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. You can be proud of yourself and leave your name in the world after taking one of my palms. Accompanied by a faint chuckle, Guchanga's figure finally appeared in the void. He stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Yi Ling, whose face was pale with shock and disbelief. Of course, this was just a casual palm. It was not his real strength. Otherwise, Yi Ling would not have been seriously injured. If he did not have a life-saving item, he would have been smashed into a bloody mist on the spot. His body and soul would have been destroyed. Guchanga followed the mark left by Yin Mei and naturally found his way here. Of course, it was all thanks to Yi Ling that he could do so easily. Guchanga. Yi Ling was about to spit fire. He stared at Guchanga, who had appeared here. He gritted his teeth and said those 3 words. At this moment, he reacted. His whole body was ice cold. It was as if the top of his head had been opened and ice water poured down. Guchanga was standing behind Yin Mei. This was something that he did not even dare to think about before. However, what he saw today really frightened him. His whole body was cold. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, no one would have believed that Yin Mei was Guchanga's subordinate. This move was really hidden too deeply. He reckoned that from the beginning, Guchanga had schemed against everyone, so that Bai Lai might have been killed by them. After that, he put the blame for Bai Lai's death on his head. When he thought of this and connected it to Yin Mei's calmness, Yi Ling's heart kept beating and the blood drained from his face. Things had gone beyond his expectations. This was the first time he had confronted Guchanga head-on. However, even with his full strength, he was still no match for Guchanga's casual palm. Guchanga's strength was as rumored. It was simply unfathomable. He even felt that the palm just now was just Guchanga playing tricks on him. However, this made it difficult for him to resist. At this moment, Yi Ling's heart sank to the bottom. I'm afraid I'm doomed today. This Guchanga scheme is too terrifying. It really makes one shudder. How can there be such a terrifying person in this world? The expression of Old Tortoise in the pendant was also extremely solemn and dignified. It had seen too many heaven's prides. Whether it was talent or talent, they all dominated an era. However, it had never seen someone like Guchanga. A young man who played everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Demon, this was a person more terrifying than a demon. Old Tortoise, what should I do now? Yi Ling's back was full of cold sweat. His previous confidence and excitement had turned into coldness and regret at this moment. Guchanga was definitely lured here by Yin Mei. And he just so happened to get rid of all obstacles for Guchanga, so that he could go on without hindrance. Compared to Yin Mei, Guchanga was definitely the most terrifying person. He had never shown himself in the dark, but he schemed against the world. No one knew about all this. His own strength was also unbelievably powerful. We can only pray that Guchanga doesn't know what trump cards you have, or that the Heavenly Lord had a premonition that this day would come and left a backup plan, Old Tortoise said solemnly, not daring to relax at all. Today was definitely a matter of life and death. Guchanga, what's your purpose? Yi Ling forced himself to calm down at this time. He wiped away the bloodstains and asked, looking at Guchanga intently. Guchanga sized up the Heavenly Lord's cave residence behind him and the reincarnation lake in the palace. He replied casually, I don't have a purpose. It's just to kill you. Yi Ling indeed did not disappoint him. This was indeed what the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left for him. The surging power of Samsara had become so dense that it was beautiful. However, it had nothing to do with Yi Ling now. Guchanga, if you kill me, who will take the blame for your demonic technique? Hearing this, Yi Ling's breathing stopped, but he calmed down and planned to negotiate with Guchanga. He did have a trump card in his hand, but since Guchanga dared to appear, he probably had a great deal of confidence. At this time, no matter how reluctant Yi Ling was, he had to give up everything in order to survive. Guchanga stared at the series of fate points above his head and could not help but laugh faintly. It's fine. You don't have to worry about this. Even if you die, you can take the blame for me. Guchanga's eyes were filled with interest. Now that he had severed ties with Yi Ling still had more than 5,000 luck points. To be honest, Guchanga was a little surprised. However, when he killed Long Ting previously, he had already used the luck steal card and succeeded. Therefore, he planned to use it this time. Although Guchanga still had many ways to attack Yi Ling and lose his luck points, there was no need for that. It would be too complicated. Killing the Son of Destiny, Yi Ling, will give you 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. Guchanga looked at the system mission. In addition to the reincarnation Heavenly Venerate's reward, he would also receive a large amount of luck points. Yes, he was already calculating the rewards after killing Yi Ling. Guchanga did not think that Yi Ling would have a chance to escape. Guchanga, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, after hearing Guchanga's reply, Yi Ling was also stunned. He did not expect Guchanga to say that. Then, he shouted angrily. You want me to take the blame after I die? A thick chill ran down his spine. Then, boundless anger and hatred followed. This Guchanga is really vicious. He deserves to die. Even if I cut him into pieces, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Even if I die, you won't let me go? At that moment, a monstrous black divine light spread out from Yi Ling's body. It rose out of thin air and turned into a lifelike black dragon. The dragon's might spread. Its scales were dense, and divine runes intertwined. It actually had a spiritual intent. At the same time, white divine light intertwined and turned into a white true phoenix that spread its wings and was about to fly. It opened its mouth and let out a sharp cry, roar. The black dragon also stood with its head held high and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a huge bell that shook the surroundings. That was the evolution of the power of reincarnation. The two colors of black and white represented life and death in reincarnation. The alternation contained terrifying power. Even a heavenly god would have to be careful and not touch it lightly. Why do you always like to say this line? What do you mean by I'm going too far? Guchunga's expression didn't change. He smiled indifferently. Do you think I won't bully you after you shout? With a wave of his sleeve, he stood in the air. Wang, he raised his palm and pressed it down, a gigantic palm suddenly came crashing down. Mist coiled within it as symbols floated up and down. It was extremely heavy as if it was the palm of the heavens, causing space to distort as if it was about to shatter. The terrifying pressure caused Yiling's heart to palpitate, and his expression changed drastically. It was formed from a sea of divine talismans. The one who used this technique definitely had an extremely deep understanding of all kinds of divine abilities and magical arts. There was even the mighty power of heaven and earth contained within this technique. Most importantly, it involved the power of rules. Puff, no matter how strong the power of reincarnation was, in the face of different levels of laws, it was instantly destroyed. The true phoenix and black dragon let out a miserable shriek as they were instantly crushed by Guchunga's palm. I have no enmity with you. Why are you doing this to me? Yiling's face turned pale. He wanted to escape the range of this palm, but he found that the space had been frozen as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He felt a chill run down his back. Boom, at the critical moment, Yiling crushed a rune. Immediately, the pressure of the Saint Realm appeared. The order of rules intertwined and erupted, sweeping toward Guchunga. Boring. At this time, Guchunga also stopped smiling. His eyes became cold. Wang, accompanied by a terrifying and vast demonic aura, the Octotera demonic halberd appeared in his hand like a peerless demon that had broken out of a cage. It conveyed a kind of joy and excitement to him. Guchunga looked coldly at Yiling. The halberd swept across, demonic light surged, and the halberd light was terrifying. Strands of black divine chains of rules were entwined around it. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and split open the universe. The old tortoise in the pendant suddenly looked terrified. It trembled a little as it recognized this peerless weapon. It did not expect that it would fall into Guchunga's hands in the end. Poof, in just an instant, the space in front of Yiling exploded. He let out a miserable cry. The rune that he used was directly annihilated. His entire skeleton was crushed by this terrifying aura, and clouds of blood burst out. It's beyond the power of an ordinary saint. The old tortoise's voice trembled. Yiling, don't hesitate. Use that. Otherwise, you'll die here today. Its voice was unprecedentedly terrified. Guchunga was not surprised that the halberd did not kill Yiling. The Son of Destiny definitely had many life-saving tricks. But, no one could stop him from killing Yiling today. Chi. Let's see how many times you can resist. Guchunga's demonic aura surged to the sky, and his eyes turned dark. The surging power was like the rise and fall of a terrifying Wanyang. It could make the stars in the heavens tremble. He slashed down again, and the void in front of him was like a piece of paper, easily torn apart. How is this possible? At this moment, Yiling was covered in blood. He was terrified and desperate. His entire body was struck by this halberd light, and the 7-colored divine armor he was wearing instantly exploded. One had to know that the armor could withstand a blow from a saint. In other words, Guchunga's attack just now had reached the level of a saint. Thinking of this, Yiling was scared out of his wits. He almost lost the will to resist. Guchunga was just a young person, but he had such terrifying power. Was this the terror of a forbidden demonic technique? It was too unbelievable. It made one's hair stand on end. Yiling's body was cold. He could not believe it. But he still heard the old tortoise's words. Yiling did not want to die. Master, save me. He roared and used all his strength to activate an ancient golden rune. He even burned his blood essence. At the top of his skull, his divine soul was resplendent, becoming transparent. This was the strongest life-saving method left by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara for him. But now, Yiling could not care less. If he did not use it, he would definitely be killed by Guchunga here today. Buzz, the golden rune was ignited by Yiling. It spewed out a terrifying brilliance, as if something was awakening from it. At this moment, even the cave abodes and palaces not far away were trembling, making strange sounds. As the golden rune was ignited, the void was distorted. Terrifying black divine light spread out in all directions, as if a black sun was rising in this space. A tall blurry figure appeared, as if he had walked over from ancient times. His gaze was terrifying, as if it contained the black sun and the white moon, as if an ancient god had descended. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara appeared. His gaze was deep. Although it was a wisp of a phantom that had been separated by an unknown amount of time. But his aura continued to rise, causing the void to become blurry as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying pressure descended. Guchanga estimated that this ancient heavenly lord of samsara was probably an ancient existence that had stepped into another world, the immortal realm. Just a wisp of a phantom was already extremely powerful, enough to sweep away a supreme sage existence. Master, save me. The moment he saw this tall figure, Yi Ling could not help but be overjoyed, as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation, and shouted excitedly. He felt that he had hope of surviving. Master. The old turtle in the pendant was also very excited, shouting at the figure. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara. Yin Mei's expression changed slightly, and she glanced at Guchanga a little worriedly. After all, this was an existence from the immortal ancient era, and his fame was too ancient. It was even said that he controlled the reincarnation of all living beings, comprehended the mysteries of reincarnation, and was immortal and indestructible. However, Guchanga's expression did not change in the slightest, which made her sigh in relief. Coward. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara snorted coldly. The moment his figure appeared, the first thing he saw was Yi Ling, and there was undisguised disappointment in his eyes. Although it was just a phantom that had been separated by an unknown amount of time. But he also quickly understood the current situation. As the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, he actually used this last resort for a young man of the same generation. To be honest, he was very disappointed. He did not expect his successor to be so useless and cowardly. Little turtle, you disappoint me too much. He looked at the old turtle in the pendant and said, not putting Guchanga in his eyes at all. He was a heavenly lord of a generation. Even if it was just a phantom, it was not a true Dharma body. But it was still easy for him to destroy a junior. Master. The old turtle said guiltily, knowing why the heavenly lord said this. However, this matter was too complicated to explain. Guchanga's strength was really not something that could be explained in a short time. The most important thing was that the heavenly lord still did not realize the true identity of Guchanga in front of him. Master. Yi Ling was also very embarrassed. But at this moment, he also had confidence. No matter how strong Guchanga was, could he fight against a legendary figure from the immortal ancient era? In fact, he did not know that the ancient heavenly lord of samsara had left such a phantom in the golden rune. If he had known, he would not have been in such a sorry state and in despair at the beginning. He was afraid that the situation would have to be changed. It was Guchanga's turn to be in despair. However, what Yi Ling found hard to believe was that at this moment, Guchanga's expression did not change at all. He was not worried? He was not afraid, was he? Pretending to be calm, or did he have confidence in himself? Heavenly Lord, it's a pity that it's just a phantom. At this moment, Guchanga spoke. He looked at the phantom in front of him and looked a little regretful. Junior, you dare to look down on me? Hearing this, the heavenly lord of samsara's eyes immediately became deep and cold as he stared at Guchanga. A majestic and terrifying pressure swept down, enough to crush all living creatures. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely be able to destroy heaven and earth. In this space, he was like the absolute master. Guchanga's attitude was still indifferent. He smiled and said, "Look down on you? No, heavenly lord, you think too highly of yourself." Before he acted, he naturally considered everything. He had expected that the heavenly lord of samsara would leave such a move for Yi Ling. Therefore, Guchanga was not anxious at all. Everything was still under his control. Junior, the heavenly lord of samsara's face was slightly sullen. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Moreover, it was a junior. Although he was once high and mighty, what he manifested now was just a phantom that contained emotions. He was about to raise his hand to destroy Guchanga when he saw the 8 desolation demonic halberd in Guchanga's hand. His pupils suddenly shrank. The more powerful this ominous object was, the more one would understand. His origin was so great that it shocked the heavens. He did not notice it earlier, but now he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Buzz, at this moment, the void in front of him blurred, and every time the space was filled with the power of the rules. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara was stunned. He realized that at this moment, he was actually imprisoned. Although it was only for a moment, it shocked him. Watch carefully, heavenly lord. Guchanga smiled faintly and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his figure took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Ling. The 8 desolation demonic halberd fell from the sky, containing an unstoppable sharpness. The torrential demonic chi on it was about to drown every inch of the void. What? Yi Ling's face, which had originally heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened in horror. At this moment, his soul was about to be frozen. Yi Ling shouted, his face ferocious and desperate. Master, save me. I don't want to die, I can't accept this. I haven't stood at the peak and looked down. However, Guchanga did not give him a chance to react. The next moment, the 8 desolation demonic halberd shattered the void. With a splurt, Yi Ling, whose expression was full of despair and unwillingness, suddenly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. Your successor can't even withstand a single blow. Guchanga looked at the heavenly lord of samsara with a faint smile. Junior, how dare you? You're courting death. The heavenly lord of samsara, who had come to his senses, was furious to the extreme. Killing his successor in front of him, this kind of courage was simply unparalleled. This junior was simply courting death. Even if he was the current owner of this ominous weapon, it would not do. The turbulent and vast chi was like a part of the blue sky falling, wanting to crush Guchanga to death. Don't be anxious, heavenly lord. I'll send you down to accompany your successor. Guchanga was still smiling faintly. A palm-sized black treasure bottle appeared in his sleeve. Buzz, at the same time, with a thought in his mind. Pitch-black runes suddenly flashed in the void, as if they were branded, firmly sealing the void where the heavenly lord of samsara was. These black runes contained a strange power, like chains, permeating every inch of the void. Black mist was constantly rising from this place. This is the immortal devouring demonic skill. You are, at this moment, the heavenly lord of samsara's expression changed drastically, as if he had been tricked. In particular, when he saw the black great Tao treasure bottle that Guchanga had taken out, he was in disbelief. He did not dare to underestimate Guchanga anymore. He was actually the successor of the immortal devouring demonic skill. Is this guy still human? He even dares to scheme against a heavenly lord. This is too terrifying. The old tortoise in the pendant was not dead. When it saw this scene, it could not help but tremble to the extreme. Buzz, soon, the void in front of it was densely packed with black runes. Black fog rose, turning into a pitch-black color, and shrouded the surroundings. With the great Tao treasure bottle in hand, Guchanga stepped into it. There was a faint sound of anger, unwillingness, and disbelief, which made the old tortoise's heart tremble. That was the heavenly lord of samsara, its once invincible master. Even a wisp of his shadow was incomparably powerful and terrifying, able to destroy a galaxy with a thought. Now, a terrifying figure that was basically unseen in the world was being schemed against by a junior, and it was letting out an indignant roar. It was too shocking, and it was extremely frightened. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Soon, the fluctuations there disappeared, and the black fog that shrouded the surroundings disappeared. The great Tao runes disappeared one by one. Guchanga walked out with a calm expression. Under his sleeve, the great Tao treasure bottle flashed and disappeared, and there was no abnormality. As for the heavenly lord of samsara's shadow, it had already disappeared. Bam! The 8 desolation demonic halberd swept through the space, followed by the last wisp of dust that drifted down from the sky. The fog dissipated, and the scene before him became clear. Guchanga walked out of it and unhurriedly collected the many great Tao runes in the nearby void. His robes were new, and he did not look like he had just gone through a battle. The heavenly lord's apparition is just SOSO. Guchanga shook his head and looked up at the cave abode in front of him that was gushing with silver light. And the palace that was supported by 3 white jade pillars. But these good things are all mine. He could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. All in all, everything was within his expectations. Buzz, no matter how reluctant the 8 Desolation demonic halberd was, it was mercilessly collected into the weapon space. This was not the time to expose it. Ding! The luck skimming card was successfully used. Obtained 5,000 luck points and 25,000 destiny points. Ding! The mission to kill the Son of Fate, Yi Ling, is completed. Obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Ding! The Son of Fate's luck points clearing to 0 has been triggered. Obtained an additional Heavenly Dao treasure chest. Calculating all rewards, at the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. 40,000 destiny points and 8,000 destiny points. Yi Ling really did not disappoint me. Gu Chang'e revealed a satisfied expression. The moment he used the power of space to hold back the reincarnation Heavenly Lord's apparition, he used the luck skimming card. The effect was very successful when Yi Ling was in despair. He obtained 5,000 luck points. Then, he completed the clearing of his luck points and triggered the drop rules. An additional Great Dao treasure chest related to Yi Ling was dropped. Open. Gu Chang'e opened the Great Dao treasure chest. A familiar light flashed before his eyes. Soon, a ball of flickering black and white brilliance of yin and yang appeared in his palm. It looked like a ball of flowing celestial light, as bright as the Milky Way. But there were all kinds of mysterious meanings emerging from it. Life and death, reincarnation, the birth and destruction of worlds, the collapse of the heavens and the earth. In a trance, Gu Chang'e saw many miraculous scenes. In the depths of the universe, the world tree propped up the eternal heavens. At the bottom of the tree was a dazzling silver ocean that accepted the souls of all living beings in the universe. TSK, this is indeed a good item. It involves the true essence of the sea of reincarnation. This is the supreme power that maintains the operation of the universe. Gu Chang'e was very satisfied. After scheming against Yi Ling for so long, he had gained quite a lot. In addition, the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign's illusory figure could also provide Gu Chang'e with a lot of benefits. He had prepared for the worst from the very beginning. Providence was an illusory thing. Despite Yi Ling's circumstances, he still had so many providence points. This meant that his trump card was not that weak. Therefore, Gu Chang'e guessed that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left the strongest life-saving talisman for Yi Ling. It might even be a wisp of his Tao La Dharma body. Unfortunately, in the end, it was only a wisp of an illusory figure. This made Gu Chang'e feel a little regretful. According to his arrangement, even a wisp of Tao La Dharma body could deal with it. In the end, it was an illusory figure that did not even have 1% of the power of the Tao La Dharma body. To be honest, he had overestimated Yi Ling's trump card. But then again, Gu Chang'e felt that he had thought too far ahead. It was a foolproof plan, but he was still worried that there would be accidents. To this extent, he had made a few more arrangements. He thought that Yi Ling was on the 10th level, but in the end, Yi Ling was only on the 1st level. One had to know that the Great Dao treasure bottle that Gu Chang'e had used just now was not constructed from condensed runes. This was the real Great Dao treasure bottle. It was said that when it was refined back then, many terrifying blood-colored smoke pierced through the sky and enveloped the various stars. Endless blood essence rushed out from the corpses of the various supreme powerhouses. One after another, they were extremely thick and bright red. They pierced through the sky and disappeared into the depths of the universe. Of course, this was also one of Gu Chang'e's trump cards. If he had not been worried that the ancient heavenly venerative Samsara's methods would be too tyrannical, he would not have used this Great Dao treasure bottle so easily. This was because its aura could easily attract the attention of certain existences. It was precisely because of this that Gu Chang'e sealed the void to prevent the aura of the Great Dao treasure bottle from leaking out. Did the ancient heavenly venerative Samsara think that this was set up by Gu Chang'e specifically to deal with him? No, that was purely Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign thinking too much. Reincarnation Immortal Light X1 contains the profound meaning of reincarnation. It is the power of time and involves the origin of time, the Tao of time. Then, Gu Chang'e checked the explanation of this immortal light. It seemed similar to the 5-colored true dragon blood and the void marrow that he had encountered previously. They were both supreme talents and the like. However, the reincarnation immortal light and the void marrow were of the same level. The reincarnation immortal light involved the supreme power of time. The void marrow involved the supreme power of space. Guchanga began to fuse with this reincarnation immortal light. A warm feeling enveloped his entire body as if he was wandering in endless mysterious runes. In the end, Guchanga chose to fuse it into his eyes. One left and one right, life and death. Fuse. Soon, this familiar clear aura brushed past his eyes. At this moment, there seemed to be endless mysteries gathering in his eyes, and the sky was filled with divine light. The immortal light was restrained, but there were reincarnation runes appearing in it, which could transform into the terrifying power of time. Life and death with a single thought. At this moment, if someone looked directly into Guchanga's eyes, they would definitely be unable to help but palpitate, and even their divine soul would collapse. This kind of aura could even allow people to witness the evolution of the universe, the birth of heaven and earth, and all kinds of scenes that happened in the blink of an eye. Deep, mysterious, vast, unknown, Guchanga tried it, and immortal light flashed in his eyes. The void in front of him suddenly became blurry. Black and white color circulated, and everything was covered by the power of time. A strange power emerged from it. This power could even instantly take away one's life and lead one to the end of death. The power of time is indeed a supreme law. With this kind of power, I'm afraid it will be much easier for me to face the Supreme Saint. Guchanga said in satisfaction. The strange phenomena in his eyes quickly disappeared, and no abnormalities could be seen. Even In Mei, who was not far away, did not notice Guchanga's abnormality just now. Is this plunder? Only the old turtle's divine soul in the pendant witnessed everything with its own eyes and couldn't help but tremble. It saw the power that Guchanga had just displayed. Wasn't the black and white colors the power of the reincarnation heavenly venerable, the time and years involved? This made it extremely frightened. Yiling was dead, and even his last trump card was crushed in Guchanga's hands. This young man was so terrifying that it was terrified. Since the immortal ancient era, it had seen too many young geniuses. It had never felt the way it did today. Hiding in the dark. Scheming against all living beings in the world, and even the reincarnation heavenly venerable fell for it. As for his strength, it was unbelievably powerful. The inheritor of this generation's immortal devouring demonic technique is so powerful that it makes people despair. In the near future, this world will welcome the most terrifying existence. The old turtle trembled. It also knew that Guchanga would definitely not let it go, so it was already in despair. Congratulations, Master. At this time, seeing that Guchanga had dealt with the phantoms of Yiling and the reincarnation heavenly venerable, In Mei heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. It's been hard on you, Guchanga said with a smile, and a 7-colored pill appeared in his hand. This is the antidote for the demonic goo. After today, you will no longer suffer the pain of the demonic goo's backlash. It's not hard. Thank you, Master. In Mei said gratefully, took the pill, and swallowed it in front of Guchanga, not doubting the authenticity of the pill at all. Guchanga nodded. The demonic goo's existence was actually only planted in the beginning to restrict In Mei. He was afraid that she would not focus on doing things for him, so it was just in case. But now, the demonic goo was no longer necessary. With the control of the demonic bottle and In Mei's sincere submission to him, Guchanga felt that he could remove the demonic goo for her, which could be considered as one of the rewards for this mission. In Mei also understood this. Removing the demonic goo was the first step for Guchanga to truly trust her. She did not expect a person like Guchanga to completely trust someone. She was already very satisfied with the level of trust she had today. Pick whatever you like in the cave abode. Then, Guchanga waved his sleeve, grabbed In Mei's slender waist, and led her to the cave abode in front of them. Thank you, Master, In Mei said with a sweet smile. Yiling had previously said that he loved her, but in front of the cave abode and the many divine objects, he hesitated and asked her to wait outside. In Mei could not help but sneer at this. Yiling wanted her to care about such a person? How was that possible? Although Guchanga used her as a chess piece, he let her choose freely at this time. Comparing the two, the difference was obvious. Everyone knew who was worth following. Yimei could not help but ask. How did a person like Yi Ling get to where he was today? Soon, Gu Chang'e put away Yi Ling's pendant, which hid the remnant soul of the old turtle. He planned to deal with it when he had time. Then, the two came to the cave abode. There was a distance between them, and the cave entrance was spewing out all kinds of divine light treasures. The cave abode was very simple. Many weapons with flashing runes hung on the stone walls like a divine treasure. Divine light was faintly discernible. Axes, battle axes, knives, forks, seals, cauldrons, furnaces, swords, asking for fresh flowers, every weapon contained spirit aura Dao marks and had astonishing divine might. In the center of the cave abode, there was a futon woven with black and white branches and leaves. There was a strong aura of the precepts surging, and there seemed to be a figure sitting on it. At the same time, there was a grand chanting sound near the figure. It was like there was a big bell with two colors of yin and yang rumbling, and the profound meaning of life and death filled the air. Endless runes flashed. This could make one comprehend the Tao. Enlightenment futon. Gu Chang'e recognized this futon. To other cultivators, this was definitely the most precious thing. But to him, it was a pity to throw away something that was tasteless. It was even worse than the weapons nearby. Suddenly, Yimei was pleasantly surprised. She pointed at a crystal-clear ancient mirror in the corner and said, "Master, I want this." There were strands of divine light intertwined on it. The runes were flashing, and there was extraordinary divine power. You can pick whatever you want. You deserve it. Gu Chang'e smiled and walked to the center of the cave abode. There were stars that seemed to have shrunk countless times. He knew that this was the core control of the cave abode. Only by refining this thing could he be considered to be in control of this cave abode. Soon, Gu Chang'e's mind sank into it. He began the refinement process with his current primordial spirit. Refining the core of the cave abode was not difficult. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Yimei smiled even more happily. Her 9 fluffy and snow-white fox tails swayed behind her as she searched everywhere for small things that she liked. It had to be said that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had a lot of resources. In addition to the divine weapon array, there were many divine pills and ancient medicines sealed in jade jars. As Gu Chang'e broke them open, he found many rare immortal ancient pills. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, the most important thing was the 5 puppets in the cave abode. These were living beings in the state of the living dead, and they all looked different. There were 3 absolute saint puppets and 2 great saint puppets. It seems that the Samsara heavenly sovereign is protective of Yi Ling by assigning him such a puppet when he's at such a high realm. This is a huge cheat for Yi Ling, but I'll gladly accept these puppets. No matter how well prepared he was for his successor, in the end, it was just a wedding dress for his disciple. When Gu Chang'e was refining the core of the cave abode, he was also refining the 5 puppets at the same time. The auras of these puppets were very strange. They were clearly dead people. Even if they stood in front of people, they would not be discovered. They would subconsciously treat the puppets as dead objects. However, they had terrifying power that was enough to crush many saint existences. Most importantly, these puppets were not afraid of death or pain. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they could slowly be repaired in the cave abode. For Gu Chang'e, who was now short of manpower, this kind of good thing could be regarded as a timely rain. Now that part of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance is in my hands, I can use this identity. Gu Chang'e suddenly narrowed his eyes. He was not like Yi Ling who had no power and influence. He did not dare to reveal that he had the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord for fear of being coveted. When the time came, even if he made it public and let all the cultivators in the world know that he was the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, no one would dare to say anything. Who would dare to have any ideas about him? Gu Chang'e was the successor of the Dao Heavenly Palace and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. In the entire upper realm, other than the son of the ancient emperor or the reincarnation of a true immortal, who could compare to him? However, Gu Chang'e thought further. Yi Ling's death could not be hidden forever. He needed someone else to take the blame. At this time, his identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord could be used as a cover. As expected, it recorded that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had planted slave seals on the black sky eagle, ancient snake, divine crocodile, and other immortal ancient tribes. Unfortunately, this slave seal was a resource left for Yi Ling then. Guchanga flipped through a jade slip. It recorded the words that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had left for Yi Ling. At the same time, it also recorded the slave seal. It had to be said that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had put in a lot of effort to make him his successor. He was just short of establishing a force for Yi Ling. The slave seal needs to be triggered by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance. Now that part of the inheritance has been obtained by Yi Ling, it will disappear with his death. Guchanga felt that it was a pity. However, he soon did not care. After all, he had already planned for the Black Sky Eagle tribe in advance. Even if he could not enslave those tribes through the slave seal, it was the same with the wedding dress immortal technique. Moreover, the wedding dress immortal technique could directly determine life and death, unlike the slave seal, which could only suppress. The wedding dress immortal technique was far more terrifying than the slave seal. Soon, Guchanga refined the portable cave abode and put it into his inner world. At the same time, he used his destiny points to open up a separate space in the divine weapon scroll. The golden light was magnificent and filled with many boundless intents. All kinds of divine weapons floated up and down. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, cauldrons, seals, and drums. Their brilliance was dazzling and shocking, as if they could break the sky. This was the expansion of spatial power. In the divine weapon Taoist canon, all the divine weapons were real and not constructed by runes. This meant that when Guchanga opened the divine weapon scroll, it was equivalent to opening a treasure trove of divine weapons. Under unexpected circumstances, he might be able to directly smash the enemy to death. As for why Guchanga did this, it was purely because he was rich. He had suddenly obtained so many divine weapons. Other than using them like this, he really couldn't find any other use. Inmei picked a few divine weapons that were useful to her and didn't choose anything else. The entire cave abode contained hundreds of divine weapons. None of the things that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had taken a fancy to and left behind were ordinary. In this regard, Guchanga couldn't find anything else to say except to be polite to the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. If Yi Ling was a treasure-seeking mouse, then the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara would be a child of fortune. After that, Guchanga went to another palace and collected the small silver reincarnation lake. He also put the reincarnation root that had taken root in it into his inner world. The reincarnation root could not only be used as a weapon, but it could also nurture reincarnation fruits. However, until now, Guchanga hadn't reached the point where he needed to use the reincarnation root as a weapon. He planned to leave this place. When we return to the outside world, say that Yi Ling escaped with serious injuries. Before that, Guchanga still instructed Inmei. I understand, master. Yi Ling is not dead now. At the critical moment, he unleashed a powerful trump card and escaped from master's hands. Inmei nodded. She was very smart and understood at once. Yi Ling was dead. However, he couldn't let the world know that he was dead yet. Otherwise, there would be no one to take the blame for Guchanga's identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. At this time, she needed to put on a show with Guchanga to deceive the world. No, at the critical moment. Yi Ling used his demonic arts to severely injure me. He was also severely injured and took the opportunity to escape. Guchanga shook his head and corrected Inmei. Inmei was right, but it was not perfect. Pretending to be severely injured by the immortal devouring demonic art was a simple task for him. Even if someone were to examine his injuries, he could leave behind a trace that the immortal devouring demonic art had damaged his quintessence. This way, no one would think too much about it. On the contrary, more people would be wary of Yi Ling because of this incident. After all, even someone as powerful as Guchanga had been injured by Yi Ling. If they were to face Yi Ling, what would they do? At this time, they would leave the world with the impression that Yi Ling was very powerful. This would also pave the way for Guchanga's actions in the future. I understand. Master's plan is flawless. Inmei came to a sudden realization. While she admired Guchanga even more, she was also a little happy. After all, Guchanga had never explained anything to her before when he instructed her to do things. She had to guess the reason for everything on her own. In that case, it was because Guchanga trusted her more and more. Yimei was very meticulous and quickly understood this point. "Let's go," Guchanga said. The two of them then retraced their original path. On the way back, Guchanga suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was much paler and he looked very weak. From the looks of it, it did seem like he had injured his source. The timing of the injury had to be controlled well and not leave any flaws. Of course, this appearance was only a facade. Guchanga would not do anything to harm himself. It was when Guchanga rescued Yimei from Yiling's demonic claws. 8,000 miles away from this ancient town, in a ruin. Large numbers of cultivators and living beings rushed here. The sky was filled with divine rainbows and warships. The momentum was extremely shocking. The brilliance of Dharma artifacts shot into the sky and filled the air everywhere. Every nook and cranny was being searched. Large groups of people appeared on the various mountains of the ruins. Their divine senses covered the entire area. They were here to suppress the inheritor of demonic techniques. This time, thousands of young prodigies were alarmed. Among them, there were as many as 6 or 7 young supreme venerables. The successor of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang, the young master of the primordial Yi clan, Yi Langtian, the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan, Qi Ling, they had all rushed here after receiving the news. They did not stop at all along the way, afraid that Yi Ling would escape. However, after searching the entire ruin, they could not even find a shadow of a living being, let alone Yi Ling. They wanted nothing more than to dig 3 feet into the ground and find Yi Ling. Did Yi Ling really escape? Qi Ling frowned. They had rushed here after receiving the news, but in the end, they found nothing. She suspected that Yi Ling was no longer here. "Qi Ling, we found a mausoleum here." Just as we guessed, the ancient corpses inside have all their origins refined. Boom, at that moment, a divine light landed from the sky and turned into a tall and handsome man. He was like a young god. It was Yi Langtian. He spoke in a deep voice with a solemn expression. "Just as I thought?" Qi Ling sighed. Her expression was also very solemn. She had guessed that a mausoleum would appear here, so she was cautious. She did not expect that she guessed correctly. Moreover, the essence and origins of many ancient corpses in the mausoleum had been devoured by Yi Ling. The thing that they were most worried about had happened. What a pity. We were still one step too late. In another direction, a figure shrouded in fog walked over. It was Wang Wushuang. He said with a sigh. He did not expect that all their efforts would be in vain. "By the way, why don't I see Brother Gu? Wasn't he the one who told us this news?" At that moment, Wang Wushuang suddenly said in a daze. He realized that Guchanga was not here. He could not help but feel puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Guchanga to be absent at such a time as he was the one who told them the news. However, Guchanga was nowhere to be seen. Even his followers were not seen. Yes, why isn't Brother Gu here? I also got this news from his followers. Yi Langtian was also puzzled. They rushed over as soon as they received the news. However, why was Guchanga not here? Could it be that the news was wrong? Perhaps fellow Daoist Changa has already guessed that we will return empty-handed, so he didn't come. Qi Ling guessed. Perhaps Brother Changa already knew that Yi Ling would escape. After all, so many people came to suppress Yi Ling. If he was not stupid, he would choose to escape. We will most likely end up with nothing. Since Brother Changa dared to inform us, it means that he is confident that he can find Yi Ling. Perhaps this is his plan to force Yi Ling to appear in this area. Qi Ling's face was full of thought as she analyzed. She was analyzing and thinking according to her understanding of Guchanga. Hearing this, Yi Langtian's eyes lit up. He could not help but nod and praise. Qi Ling's analysis makes sense. With Brother Gu's character, he would not make a mistake in this kind of thing. He definitely knew that Yi Ling would escape, so the purpose of informing us was to force Yi Ling to appear. Hearing this, Wang Wushuang was silent for a moment. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. "It seems that we are all being used as tools by Brother Gu," he said. "If it was an ordinary person who used them like this, they would have been angry. However, facing Guchanga, they did not dare to do so. A young taboo and a young paragon were not on the same level. Not to mention that Guchanga's actions were for the sake of all living beings in the world and all races. At this time, what else could they say? At this time, perhaps Brother Changa has already encountered Yiling, Qiling said. Qiling, I didn't expect you to know so much about Brother Changa. I really didn't expect this. At this time, Yilang Tian could not help but speak and smile a little mischievously. Brother Yi, please be careful with your words. Hearing this, Qiling was slightly stunned and could not help but shake her head. She smiled bitterly in her heart. This must not be heard by the future empress. She could still clearly remember that palms strike high up in the air that day, directly slapping a true god realm fierce beast to death. Yu Mingkong was so protective of her food that she did not dare to provoke her easily. She felt that Yu Mingkong's strength was definitely above Yilang Tian and Wang Wushuang, but she had never really shown it. Crimson Spirit clearly remembered the cold and warning look Yu Mingkong gave her that day. If she really dared to get too close to Guchanga might not care. However, Yu Mingkong might really kill her. At this time, a stream of light suddenly flew over from afar. A young cultivator rushed over with a shocked and disbelieving expression. It seemed that he had something important to report. Oh no! He shouted with a shocked expression. This scene made Qi Ling, Wang Wushuang, Yilang Tian, and the other young paragons look over and frown. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? A young supreme paragon shouted. This person was his follower. Young Master Chang'e was injured in a fight with the inheritor of the demonic arts. The young man's voice trembled, and his face was pale. He almost trembled as he said these words. This news made him tremble. It was simply unbelievable. Even young Master Chang'e, who was invincible among his peers, was injured when facing the inheritor of the demonic arts. To them, this was like the sky had collapsed. What? The moment they heard this, everyone was stunned. They even wondered if they had heard wrongly. Guchanga encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts and was injured in a fight. The content of this news was simply too shocking. For a moment, the cultivators who heard this widened their eyes in shock and stood rooted to the ground. They could not believe it. Qi Ling was the first to react. Her cold and arrogant face could not help but reveal a worried expression. She asked, "Is this true? Is Brother Chang'e all right?" This news is only what I heard from young Master Chang'e's follower. Young Master Chang'e seems to be seriously injured, but other than that, he's fine. Moreover, the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan has been rescued by young Master Chang'e from the clutches of the inheritor of the demonic arts. At this time, the young man also calmed down. He took a deep breath and said to everyone. After all, this news was too shocking and unbelievable. All of them were still searching for the inheritor of the demonic arts. In the end, Guchanga fought with him. It's good that he's fine. Qi Ling immediately heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was most worried that Guchanga, who was so powerful, would have an accident. Fortunately, he was only injured. It seemed that his hidden cards were really shocking. It was no wonder that he was not afraid when facing a group of heavenly gods and godly kings. Qi Ling's expression turned colder when she thought of this. However, she could not help but worry. Even Guchanga was injured by Yiling. What if they encountered Yiling? It would be a dead end. It seems that we were right. Brother Chang'e really did use this news to force Yiling to show himself. However, he underestimated Yiling's strength. Yiling Tian sighed. In his opinion, Yiling had many trump cards. It was normal for someone as powerful as Guchanga to be injured. What about Yiling? Wang Wushuang asked. It was said that after Yiling used his powerful trump card, he was severely injured by young Master Chang'e and escaped. No one knows where he is now. The young man who spoke earlier replied. Escaped, this is really a disaster. Even Guchanga could not kill him. Wang Wushuang shook his head. However, at this time, they could not say anything about Guchanga. In order to take down the inheritor of the demonic arts, he had come up with a plan and was now injured. This could only be blamed on the inheritor of the demonic arts. He was too cunning and had many tricks up his sleeve. He was not destined to die. It is said that the heavenly maiden May of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had a conflict with young Master Xianxia. Who would have thought that the one who saved her from the demonic arts inheritor was young Master Xianxia? Although young Master Xianxia has a bad reputation, the heavenly maiden May is still his junior sister. He can't just leave her in the lurch. Young Master Xianxia's magnanimity is really admirable. At this time, the other young Supreme Venerables in the ruins also spoke up. Their words expressed their views on this matter and their admiration for Xianxia. Saving a junior sister who had a conflict with him from the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. To be honest, they did not feel anything about Xianxia before. However, the recent series of events made them feel ashamed of their inferiority and even admired him. As a young taboo, it was not without reason. That's right. I always thought that young Master Xianxia was a strong and domineering person. I didn't expect him to have such a gentle side. I guess at this time, the heavenly maiden May will be very touched. After all, this is a hero saving a beauty. I am a little envious of the heavenly maiden May. I wonder if young Master Xianxia will come to save me if I fall into the demonic arts inheritor's clutches? Many proud girls also spoke up, their eyes full of admiration and splendor. To put it simply, they were attracted to Xianxia's actions. He stood up against the inheritor of the demonic arts when a group of young people were afraid of him and attracted the other party's hatred. This kind of righteousness made them admire him. Where is Brother Xianxia now? It seems that we still need to find him and ask him the truth of this matter. After that, Yilang Tian and the others discussed and decided to find Xianxia to ask about the details of this matter. If they encountered Yiling in the future, they could be prepared. Boom, streaks of divine rainbows left this place and headed to the gathering place in the valley. Soon, the news of Xianxia encountering the inheritor of the demonic arts spread like wildfire across the immortal ancient continent, causing a commotion. Many young Supreme Venerables who did not participate in this matter were stunned and shocked at the first moment. End of chapter 162. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.